Ignoring the risks, I installed a mobile application, only to find myself face to face with a horde of zombies in the next moment. As I watched the zombies' claws poised to pierce my throat, a sudden chime resonated in my mind. A novice gift package, a one-day experience card from my master. With a swift step of the 7-star movement, I evaded the fatal strike, biting my fingertip to draw a symbol, and retaliated with a powerful backhand strike against the zombie's face. The creature recoiled, shielding its visage, seemingly bewildered by my strange affliction. I stomped my left foot firmly on the ground, the arcane flow of the 7-star movement guiding my body to glide sideways like a wraith. The zombie's claws grazed my throat, leaving a mere line of blood. Yet, the sharp pain sharpened my gaze, making it as keen as an eagle's. I bit down hard on my thumb, blood gushing forth, while my left palm moved with the swiftness of lightning. The crimson line twisted, and with a stroke of vermilion, the spirit-restraining talisman took shape in an instant. Crack! The sound reverberated through the forest. With a sweeping motion of my arm, I unleashed a blood talisman infused with power, striking the zombie's ashen cheekbone with tremendous force. A hiss filled the air, white smoke erupted, and one side of the zombie's face appeared as if seared by a branding iron, charred and blackened. Emotional value 50. The zombie, dazed from the blow, clutched its face, its crimson eyes filled with terror and grievance as it stumbled back in fright. I gazed at the rapidly increasing numbers on the system panel, my eyes gleaming with delight. A slap returned half of my investment. This deal is simply irresistible. I cracked my knuckles, the sound echoing like a villain's laughter. My dear, you seemed quite eager to chase me just now. Seeing me raise my hand, the zombie trembled once more, attempting to leap into the dense fog. Don't run away. Allow me to show you something marvelous. Channeling my power, I surged forward, intercepting the zombie's retreat. My right hand swiftly detached a peachwood claw from my keychain, securing it firmly in place. The talisman may have faltered, but let us see how my master's physical prowess fares. A grin spread across my face as my fist enveloped in a faint protective lightning. I unleashed a tempestuous onslaught upon the zombie's visage. Thud, thud, thud. In the depths of the forest, the zombie's piercing wails intertwined with an unsettling, ecstatic chortle, echoing endlessly. I leaned against the crooked tree at the village entrance, gasping for breath, the lingering warmth from Uncle Jiu's experience card enveloping me. Truly, living is a remarkable blessing. I inhaled the air, rich with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. In the next moment, I froze. From the thick, impenetrable gray mist ahead, a pale figure materialized silently. Long hair veiled its face, clad in a drenched scarlet wedding gown, dripping with viscous dark red liquid. A chilling, vengeful aura pierced my skin like needles. A female ghost. My heart raced with alarm. Just as I dealt with a zombie, I stumble upon this? Is this world a wholesale market for the bizarre? Uncle Jiu's combat instinct blared in warning. Something far more terrifying lurked within the depths of the fog. Retreat? Not an option. Instantly, I switched to survival mode. The ghost's hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, revealing a blackened eye socket weeping blood tears, while its ghastly claws tore through the mist towards me. My gaze sharpened, and blood surged from my fingertips once more. This time, the crimson lines swiftly traced the air, intricate runes causing the atmosphere to tremble. And a radiant golden light erupted. Exterminate. The advanced ghost extermination spell shone like a golden sun, crashing fiercely into the red-clad apparition. The ghost barely emitted a sharp, piercing shriek before its form twisted in the golden light, disintegrating into a wisp of blue smoke. All that remained was a cold, slick black tear-shaped stone, no larger than a fingernail. Emotional value 99. I was astounded by this individual. Who on earth opens with such force? The lingering resentment of the ghost flooded the system. I swiftly snatched up the ghostly tear and, without hesitation, sprinted towards the thinning mist. The dense fog seemed endless. Just as I began to doubt whether I was running in circles in the distance, the mist thinned to reveal the outline of low earthen walls and flickering yellow flames. A small village, bathed in a faint rosy glow, stood like an island amidst tumultuous waves. At the village entrance, Two guards clad in tattered leather armor, wielding rusted spears, fixed their wary gaze upon me as I emerged from the deathly fog. "Who goes there? Halt!" The spear tips pointed at me, their voices taut. I immediately assumed the role of a bewildered actor, my eyes wide with confusion and fear. I remember nothing. I opened my eyes in the forest, pursued by monsters. Guardly Godin skeptically pulled out a crumpled yellow talisman and pressed it to my forehead. The talisman remained unresponsive. The other guard, Wang Fuge, stealthily returned to the village to report. Soon, an elderly man with a goatee, village chief Li Yao, and a towering figure, guard captain Li Dao, approached briskly. Li Dao's gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning me up and down, especially pausing on my fists, stained with zombie blood and mud. A glint of intelligence flickered in Li Yao's small eyes as he forced a smile. "Young brother, you seem startled. The outside world is perilous. Come into the village. This is Xiaohua village. I am Li Yao." The village center featured a modest altar, engraved with ancient symbols. At the focal point, a phantom bird composed entirely of crimson flames hovered, its wings slightly folded, radiating gentle warmth that dispelled the encroaching gray mist. "This is the guardian totem of our village." The caged bird, Li Yao spoke with reverence. Under the gaze of my divine eye, I could perceive tendrils of crimson energy emanating from the totem, enveloping the entire village in its protective embrace, warding off the insidious gray mist that sought to infiltrate. Li Dao fixed his gaze upon me, inquiring, "Xiao brother, what is that? Aura you possess that can vanquish the undead?" I scratched my head, sincerity etched upon my face. I borrowed it from a celestial being. Alas. Today, the deity is away on a visit. I gestured toward the heavens. Li Yao and Li Dao exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions confirming their suspicions. Li Yao patted my shoulder, sympathy radiating from him. "Celestial beings are unreliable. The outside world is teeming with flesh-eating entities. How can one survive without power? It would be wiser to venerate our village's caged bird. It guards the village, awaits our command, and upon accumulating enough merits, one can depart. Fair and just." My gaze fell precisely upon the bulging pocket of my trousers, which housed ghostly tears and a small green orb dropped by a fallen spirit. I was acutely aware of this old fox's ulterior motives, yet the totem's power was precisely what I required. Very well. Li Yao swiftly took the two mystical materials and ascended the altar. With a flick of my fingertip, the green orb zipped into the fiery silhouette of the caged bird, causing its flames to flicker with renewed brilliance. The more precious, ghostly tear, however, was quickly concealed within my sleeve. My eyelid twitched. This old trickster, Li Yao, remained unfazed. Gesturing, "Come, stand before the caged bird and close your eyes. Feel the call of the flames." I complied, grounding myself and delving deep into focus. Boom! Within the ocean of consciousness, a torrent of scarlet fiery energy cascaded down from the totem. Almost simultaneously, a deep-seated, frenzied, and otherworldly violet-black flame within me surged to life, akin to a famished beast, roaring as it lunged toward the crimson torrent. Devour, tear, merge, boom! A formidable aura erupted from within me. The flickering violet-black flames danced fleetingly upon my skin. At the base of the altar, Li Yao stroked his goatee while Li Dao crossed his arms. The two exchanged satisfied glances, sensing the familiar, yet slightly altered essence of the caged bird emanating from me. At the eastern edge of the village stood my humble abode. I opened my palm, and a faint, nearly imperceptible violet-black flame flickered at my fingertips before extinguishing with a puff. The divine eye, perpetually inherited, proved useful, offering clarity amidst the fog. But this flame? I furrowed my brow. With my Uncle Jiu's experience card expired, had I reverted to being amortal? I needed to amass emotional points to draw a new card. At the village entrance, guards Li Godin and Wang Fuge regarded me with mixed expressions as I strolled forth. My intentions were clear. I sought the lower-tier aberrations wandering beyond the village, prime material for accumulating emotional points. Just as I stepped a few paces beyond the protective totem's range, the gray mist swirled ominously, and a wretched specter, draped in tattered garments and exuding a heavy aura of resentment, lunged at me. A first-tier, vengeful spirit. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Instead of retreating, I advanced. Then, at the precise moment the vengeful spirit's claws were about to graze my nose, I executed a graceful backward slide, deftly retreating within the pale red protective barrier. Bang! The specter collided with the invisible totemic barrier, its fury manifesting in a furious shriek that might as well have been accompanied by stars in its eyes, if it possessed any. Huh, missed me, I taunted, peeking out and beckoning with my fingers. Come on, are you angry? The vengeful spirit, incensed, lunged again. Bang! It was repelled once more. Come on in. I'm stepping out again. Amidst the edges of the light shield, I flitted back and forth with a dexterity that evoked both admiration and pity. Come at me. You fool. Keep going. Stand up. You can do it. You're just a tremor away from success. I transformed into the ultimate purveyor of toxic encouragement, my words flying forth like arrows, spittle spraying in every direction. Emotional value 10. Emotional value 10. Emotional value 10. The system notifications flooded in with fervor. Nearby, Ligodin grasped his spear tightly, the knuckles turning pale as they creaked under pressure. Wang Fugue's bloodshot eyes were fixed on my swaying silhouette. His voice strained as he muttered, Godin, did you hear that? Such a loud, obnoxious fly. Ligodin's forehead pulsed with tension. I heard it. I desperately want to pierce that fly with my spear. Suddenly, a long wail, steeped in frustration, rage, and despair, echoed forth from the vengeful spirit. It did not succumb to spells or blades. Instead, it was overwhelmed by my sharp tongue and relentless movements, its essence trembling with agitation, compounded by the backlash of continuous impacts against the totem barrier. It quite literally exploded, leaving behind a small, irregular stone, dusted gray. I picked up the stone with regret. TSK, such poor mental fortitude. We lost the Korean market. Ligodin dashed forward, his facial muscles twitching as he forced a grotesque smile that was closer to a grimace than laughter. Xiao xiao xia. The villagers admire your determination to rid us of pests. However, I swiftly changed my tone, lamenting, your method is far too taxing on sacrifices. The energy expended to vanquish it far exceeds what this pitiful stone can replenish. It's a losing venture. I seized the vengeful spirit stone from my hand. This time, given your first offense, I shall confiscate the stone. Let this serve as a warning. With that, I turned and walked away, my back radiating relief. Wang Fugue leaned in, lowering his voice. Godin, are you jesting? How much could it possibly cost to eliminate a fledgling, vengeful spirit? Ligodin's eyes were devoid of life. Could you endure a fly buzzing in your ear all day? Wang Fugue fell silent, casting a look of profound sympathy and relief toward my retreating figure. Time slipped away as I diligently engaged in relentless monster farming by the village edge. In the final 2 hours of my 9 Uncle experience card, I successfully dispatched a first-tier demon spirit using a combination of Thunderstrike with Finger Tiger, Physical, and Blood Talisman, Magical, in a dual attack. Ding! 1-star experience card has been utilized. You have gained the skill inheritance for your first guaranteed hit. Congratulations, host. You have permanently acquired the skill, Divine Eye. My vision sharpened, the gray mist no longer obscuring my sight. I gazed upon the system panel. Emotional value, 1500. Enough for a draw of a 2-star character card. Clutching the green orb dropped by the demon spirit and another vengeful spirit stone, I made my way to the village's central altar. Li Yao and Li Dahu were deep in discussion. Li Dahu furrowed his brow and grumbled. Me? What happened to the caged bird energy you had? How did you revert to being a mundane? I replied with calm assurance, oh, the deity went visiting relatives today, and the signal is poor. I couldn't borrow any strength. Li Dahu pressed. Is there no chance of borrowing? I shrugged nonchalantly. With the deity not at home, there's nothing to be done. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he nodded, adopting a compassionate expression. Alas, your deity is unreliable. In this world, lacking strength renders one powerless. Let us pay homage to our caged birds. We guard the village, heed directives, and amass enough contributions to depart at any moment. It is fair. My gaze precisely fell once more upon the bulging pockets. The sequence repeated itself. On the altar, Liao accepted 2 stones. The green gem was tossed to the caged bird. The other, a far more valuable wraith stone, smoothly slipped into my sleeve pocket once again. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth as I ascended the altar, closing my eyes in concentration. The crimson flame, energy, surged forth once more from the spectral figure of the caged bird. The deep-seated purple-black flames within my veins erupted like an enraged dragon, roaring forth. No longer content to passively consume, they struck out with ferocity, tearing and plundering the crimson torrent. The wild purple-black flames surged through my meridians. Boom! A presence far stronger than the last awakening detonated from within me. The delicate purple-black flames flowed beneath my skin, flickering and vanishing. Below the altar, Liao stroked his beard with a smile, while Li Dao nodded in satisfaction. In unison, they exclaimed, "Excellent! A first-tier cultivator has emerged." Suddenly, the gray mist enveloping the village surged violently, resembling a boiling black sea. In the distant sky, heavy clouds emitted a jarring sound akin to shattering glass. A colossal, pitch-black rift tore through the overcast heavens. Beyond the rift lay countless greedy, excited, and chaotic eyes, akin to a swarm of restless locusts, densely packed, gazing down upon this desolate land. Faintly, a cacophony of chaotic voices pierced through the rift, sweeping forth. What the hell? This novice village's design is downright hellish. Where's the boss? Where are the elite monsters? The first kill is mine. Items. Gold. Experience. Charge. Li Yao's smile instantly froze, blood draining from his face. His goatee trembling violently, his legs weakening. He clung desperately to Li Dahu's arm to avoid collapsing. Here, it comes, the damn fourth calamity. Locusts. The locusts are invading. My voice trembled uncontrollably. Standing upon the altar, I slowly lifted my gaze. I beheld the chaotic torrent of players cascading down, feeling the surging, peculiarly devouring purple-black flames within me. A grin slowly crept across my face, revealing my gleaming teeth. I licked my parched lips, my eyes ablaze as if I had unearthed an unparalleled treasure. Fellow villagers, open the gates. The bringers of warmth have arrived. Chapter 4. Drawing cards again, transformation. At this moment, Xiao Lang experienced an extraordinary sensation. He could perceive a fire seed, approximately the size of a purple-black egg, manifesting in his dantian. This seed operated autonomously, absorbing the ambient energy of the universe, gradually devouring it before replenishing Xiao Lang's limbs and bones. His stomach felt warm and comfortable. Without boasting, he felt capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell a bull or even a calf. How do you feel? Li Yao, having fully embraced Xiao Lang as one of his own, exhibited a more fervent demeanor towards him. He had witnessed the recent spectacle clearly. The aura emanating from Xiao Lang far surpassed that of the villagers who had recently ascended to a higher level. Great indeed, Xiao Lang exclaimed, throwing an arm around Li Yao's shoulders. Village chief, we are comrades now. I haven't had breakfast yet. Is it too much to ask to join you for a meal? As he spoke, he casually patted Li Yao, unintentionally landing his hand on the concealed extraordinary material. Li Yao's wrinkled face flushed slightly, and he chuckled. Not at all, not at all. Having successfully activated the latent energy within his body through the capture bird and stepped into the first tier, Xiao Lang recognized the value of the extraordinary material. It was akin to gold or silver, undoubtedly a hard currency. Whether for absorbing energy to bolster the fire seed within, or for communicating with the altar to transform it into fuel, this material was indispensable. Liao, however, was not entirely forthcoming. The village's staple food resembled black job tears, unappetizing in appearance, yet palatable in taste. After finishing the meal, Xiao Lang patted Liao on the shoulder. Old man, the food was delightful. Remember to call me for lunch later. I'm off to discuss life with Captain Li. Liao felt a pang of urgency. The black grain was cultivated outside the village, and while harvest season was approaching, it had not yet occurred. At this critical juncture, food supplies were scarce among the villagers, and someone like Xiao Lang, who had just become a practitioner, had the largest appetite. Was he planning to linger indefinitely? Hey, look at you. I helped awaken your abilities, and asking for just one piece of extraordinary material is hardly excessive, especially since it's merely first tier. Why are you being so stingy? Excessive? Do I seem like a generous person to you? Xiao Lang retorted, hands on his hips, picking his teeth with a nonchalant demeanor while casting a sidelong glance at Li Yao. Burp after making that remark. Xiao Lang let out a hearty belch and waved his hand. Old man, see you later. He left Li Yao standing there, perplexed and frowning. When Xiao Lang found Li Dahu, he was in the village training ground, instructing the first-tier practitioners in physical exercises, while a few children sat nearby, training as well. In the pursuit of ascending as a practitioner through totem worship, one must possess commendable physical attributes. Otherwise, one lacks the qualifications to endure the guiding force. Hence, it is imperative to begin training from a young age. Although the village totem is a caged bird, each individual's awakened abilities exhibit subtle differences. Yet they predominantly align with the fire element, which is the essence of Little Fire Village. When it comes to the development of skills, Li Dahu cannot offer guidance, as this relies solely on personal comprehension. However, when it comes to practical insights and combat experience, he stands as the most knowledgeable individual within the village. Previously, Xiao Lang's fluid combat against the enigmatic foe stemmed from the battle experience imparted by his Uncle Jiu. Yet now, he can only vaguely recall fragments of that knowledge. Without utilizing cards, his combat prowess is alarmingly feeble. Brother Dahu, the village chief, has sent me to learn from you and train. Xiao Lang approached Li Dahu, presenting an innocuous smile. Having already reached an understanding with Xiao Lang, Li Dahu was not taken aback by his presence. It was entirely acceptable for him to join the training. However, he directly proposed a request to Xiao Lang, stating that the guard team was in need of another member. The guard team is responsible for maintaining the village's safety, a duty that Xiao Lang felt was only natural, given that he now resides there. Their fates are intertwined, flourishing together or suffering together. Upon seeing Xiao Lang nod in agreement, Li Dahu swiftly commenced instructing him in energy manipulation, occasionally interspersing his teachings with essential knowledge about life in this land, which proved invaluable for Xiao Lang, an outsider. As the day progressed, Xiao Lang made significant gains. With a flick, a small, dark purple flame materialized between his fingertips, dancing and voraciously consuming the ambient energy. As he waved his hand, dissipating the flame, a surge of pure energy flooded into his body, further solidifying the fire seed within him. During this period, Xiao Lang discreetly inquired about others. Although the colors of their fire seeds varied, none possessed the ability to autonomously absorb stray energy to augment their own. They either meditated to stimulate their fire seeds or drew energy from ethereal materials. He kept the secret of his flame's unique characteristics closely guarded in his heart. Each day, he diligently attended the training grounds. Though the fire seed could enhance physical condition, the greater the foundational attributes, the more substantial the improvement. Li Dahu, with a serious demeanor, conveyed to Xiao Lang that perseverance is key in both cultivation and training. Although he would not partake in regular patrols for the guard team, he was to be available for emergencies. Remember to arrive punctually for training every morning. Xiao Lang nodded, acknowledging that despite Li Dahu's rugged appearance, he indeed looked out for him. Yet, in a world rife with enigmas, all efforts were directed towards survival. As per usual, after enjoying lunch at the village chief's residence, Xiao Lang returned to his humble abode. To swiftly enhance his combat prowess, engaging in practical battles will be the most effective method. However, Xiao Lang was quite cautious about his own life, so he decided to draw some cards with his accumulated emotional points first. He currently possessed a total of 1,500 emotional points. He intended to draw 3 1-star cards to test the waters, followed by a 2-star card for self-preservation, leaving 200 points for unforeseen circumstances. Opening the system interface, Xiao Lang gazed at the 1-star pool and the already unlocked 2-star pool before proceeding to draw from the 1-star pool. System, draw 3 1-star cards consecutively. A chime echoed as 300 emotional points were consumed, yielding 1 1-star card 3. With the card count exceeding 1, the card repository was activated, and the cards were stored therein for his review. Xiaolang opened the card repository and examined the 3 one-star cards, clicking to inspect each one. Connect, transform, unleash. Behold my lightning quintuple whip. Upon viewing the first card, Xiaolang was taken aback. It was none other than Master Ma, the Tai Chi Grandmaster. What use is this? He muttered, moving on to the second card. The blue butterfly glides through the clouds, a dashing eagle soaring. A gasp escaped him. This second card exceeded his expectations. Basketball fire? Yuandang. With Master Ma as a foundation, he could accept this card. Such cards with unique abilities might yield unexpected results at times. The third card finally brought a sigh of relief to Xiaolang, as it was a somewhat acceptable find. Bring out the chicken blood. What? Just 2 drops? Fetch the glutinous rice. What? It's cooked? Indeed, it was the disciple of Master Jiu, a man who only engaged in high-stakes matches. Qini Daoist? Sung Fa Bai. As he contemplated these 3 cards, a flicker of gratitude surged within him. Fortunately, the experience card had awarded him Master Jiu. Had it been Master Ma, it would have spelled immediate doom and a celebratory end. Now came the most crucial part, the drawing of the 2-star characters from various realms. Xiaolang exhaled heavily, releasing a breath of anticipation. Chapter 5. The drawing of 2-star cards. The white cards within the Golden Legend. Incense burning, bathing, and changing clothes. Pangu the creator, Hongjun the ancestor, the 3 pure ones. The 4 emperors, the 5 directions, and the 5 elders, heaven and earth. Bless me with a soul-stirring draw, Golden Legend. Once all was prepared, Xiaolang decisively pressed the lottery button. Whoosh! A streak of light flowed out from the 2-star prize pool. Xiaolang felt a surge of excitement, as if he had glimpsed a golden radiance. Ding! Acquired 2-star character card 1. Added to the card backpack. Eagerly, he opened his card backpack, and upon seeing the introduction of this card, he momentarily fell into a daze. I see you have a path to death. Behold my blue-silver binding. The first 2-star card, Thousand Hand Azura Tang San. This left Xiaolang perplexed. It was merely a Tang San who had yet to achieve divinity. How could he contend with the strange foes? How to fight? Blue-silver binding? A dish of 8 treasures chicken would be far superior. After burning incense and bathing for half the day, only to draw this trinket, the mere thought of the anime he had watched, Revive, My Beloved, sent goosebumps prickling across his skin. Xiaolang couldn't help but ponder. Despite praying to so many deities, it seemed futile. Was it truly the case that the gods were not at home today? This 2-star card could indeed be considered part of the Golden Legend, albeit merely a white card within it. Regardless, he decided to leave the village, in pursuit of honing his practical combat skills. Xiaolang chose not to venture too far from the village entrance. A few hundred meters out, he encountered a first-tier skeletal wolf. Within the large skeleton, 2 glowing green orbs fixated on Xiaolang. Though the skeletal wolf was reduced to mere bones, it still craved his flesh and blood. Creak, creak. At the first sight of Xiaolang, the skeletal wolf lunged towards him with alarming speed. The sound of its bones grinding together was utterly grating. Instinctively, Xiaolang thought to activate a 1-star card to eliminate the skeletal wolf in an instant, but he forcefully suppressed that impulse. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the skeletal wolf had already closed the distance, its luminescent white claws slashing across Xiaolang's side. He barely managed to summon a modicum of fire seed energy before being flung to the ground by the ferocious swipe. Hiss! How painful! Xiaolang clutched his wound and rose, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the skeletal wolf. In that instant, he comprehended the vast disparity between his current self, devoid of card abilities, and these eerie creatures. With his nascent first-tier strength, he simply could not react in time. Ding! Host injury detected. The system has introduced a new medicine shop. Please refer to it. However, having learned from his recent injury, Xiaolang dared not allow his focus to waver. Channeling the fire seed energy, he slowly conjured a fist-sized purple-black fireball in his right hand. The skeletal wolf, emboldened by its earlier success, twisted its form, its steps ceaselessly shifting, poised to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. The wound still oozed blood, and the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable the battle would become for him. Xiaolang, too, was roused to fury by the skeletal direwolf strike. Whoosh! With a flick of his right hand, a sphere of violet-black flame shot toward the skeletal direwolf in an instant. But Xiaolang, who had only just begun mastering the fireball, had abysmal control over it. The skeletal direwolf merely tilted its head and dodged effortlessly. Boom! The violet-black fireball exploded upon impact with the ground, and wisps of untamed energy were instantly absorbed, surging back into his body. Yet in that fleeting moment, the skeletal direwolf lunged again, knowing his control over the fireball was still too crude. Xiaolang charged straight at the beast as it hurtled toward him, another violet-black fireball already coalescing in his grasp. Dragon riding the face. Boom! Sizzle. If ranged attacks failed, then close combat it was wound for wound. Another gash split open across Xiaolang's abdomen, but the skeletal direwolf skull was also smashed violently into the ground by his fireball. Violet-black flames erupted, ceaselessly devouring the beast's energy and feeding it back to him. With one weakening and the other strengthening, victory would inevitably be Xiaolang's, if he could endure. But this was the outskirts of a village teeming with anomalies. Through his mystic sight, he could already see another skeletal direwolf emerging from the mist in the distance, drawn by the scent of battle. Hiss! Agony lanced through his wounds with every movement, but he dared not delay. Clutching the violet-black flames in his hand, he strode toward the fallen skeletal direwolf. Boom! 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 Eyes bloodshot, Xiaolang rained down punch after punch upon the beast. Whimper! The skeletal direwolf's claws raked across Xiaolang's body, carving fresh wounds, but he simply planted himself atop its spine, and boom! Boom! Emotional value 20, emotional value 20. Fist after fist, until bone fragments sprayed like shrapnel, until his own knuckles were a mangled, bloody mess. The distant skeletal direwolf had barely come into view when it witnessed this brutal spectacle. Rah! With a roar, Xiaolang delivered one final punch, and the beast beneath him was pummeled to death right between his legs. Emotional value 200. Whimper! The approaching skeletal direwolf took one look at this scene, tucked its stubby bony tail between its legs, and vanished back into the mist. Emotional value 50, it had been scared off. Groping through the bone shards beneath him, Xiaolang retrieved the eerie material, then shakily rose to his feet. As the adrenaline faded, he realized his thighs and arms were trembling faintly. This first-hand experience of life-and-death combat was nothing like the overwhelming dominance he'd felt while channeling the card's power. Yet the gains were immense. Not only had his control over energy ascended to new heights, but the ember within him had also grown stronger, its flames now fiercer than before. If yesterday he was merely a novice, today he has seamlessly ascended to a proficient level. Through the trials of battle, his strength has undoubtedly surged, and as long as he perseveres, the progress will be monumental, slowly dragging his severely injured body towards the village. Xiaolang felt compelled to explore the newly added pharmaceutical marketplace within the system. Although labeled as a marketplace, it actually contained only 4 types of potions: a small red vial worth 100 emotional points, a small blue vial also worth 100 emotional points, a small green vial priced at 200 emotional points, and a small gray vial for 200 emotional points. Xiaolang was well aware that the red and blue potions served to replenish physical and magical energy, respectively, corresponding to vitality and power. The small green vial, however, was intended to alleviate toxic damage, while the gray vial addressed psychological harm. With his wound still bleeding, Xiaolang promptly spent 100 emotional points to purchase a small red potion. After gulping it down, he could not help but marvel at the effectiveness of the system's offerings. The results were immediate. The bleeding ceased, and the wound began to scab over. By the time he returned to the village, he would likely be nearly healed. Had he consumed such a potion during his recent battle, he would have confidently declared to the skeletal wolf, "I could fight you all day." Alas, he had learned this lesson the hard way. Only through further combat could he fill this gap in experience. With a sigh of reflection, Xiaolang meandered back to Little Fire Village. Upon witnessing Xiaolang, drenched in blood, Li Guden and Wang Fugue were taken aback. After performing a ritual with the ghost-detecting talisman, they hurriedly approached to inquire about his condition. With a broad grin, Xiaolang reassured them, "It's nothing, nothing at all," while a warm current of gratitude flowed through him. Chapter 6. Xiaolang's decision. Xiaolang's attire was torn by the skeletal demon wolf during the battle, prompting Li Guden to accompany him to the village tailor to procure several fine garments. He felt a lingering guilt for having previously appropriated Xiaolang's ethereal materials, as acquiring a first-tier ethereal material was no trivial feat. Upon returning to his modest abode, after freshening up, he adorned himself in a sleek black outfit, blending seamlessly with the locals. He retrieved the ethereal material from his possession, contemplated for a moment, and then sat cross-legged on his bed, activating the ember within him to absorb its energy. In a mere instant, Xiaolang completely consumed the first-tier ethereal material. He discovered that its energy was less potent than that which he had absorbed from the purple-black flames during his encounters with the anomalies. This absorption process proved to be considerably slower for him, bordering on negligible. After indulging in dinner at Old Li's house, as usual, Xiaolang began to reflect on the day's combat experiences. Once he had assimilated all the battle knowledge, he commenced his training, channeling the ember to cultivate further. Streams of refined energy were absorbed by the ember and returned to his body, enhancing his physique while simultaneously strengthening the ember itself. As dawn broke, Xiaolang found himself settling into a rhythm. Morning exercises with the guard squad, midday skirmishes with the anomalies outside the village, and a timely return to his home for evening training. Over the course of 2 weeks, these fulfilling days led to significant advancements in his strength. The ember had more than doubled in size since its initial awakening, nearly resembling a duck egg. Notably, during these 2 weeks, apart from once having to expend a first-tier character card of the venerable Qianhe Daoist due to an overwhelming anomaly, Xiaolang had carved his path solely through his own prowess. His emotional value surged to an unprecedented high of 3,800 points, largely due to the numerous red and blue potions he had consumed during the battles with the anomalies. His capabilities now ranked him as a formidable figure in Xiaohua village, second only to Li Dahu. Having successfully reached the pinnacle of the first tier, he was on the cusp of condensing the ember into a cyclone to ascend to the second tier. Throughout these 2 weeks, he absorbed a significant amount of first-tier ethereal materials, sharing some with Old Li and Li Guden, as he felt a twinge of guilt for constantly mooching off their hospitality. Xiaolang, Xiaolang. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard the urgent call of a squad leader named Tian Juanhao from the guard team. Quickening his pace towards him, he noticed the man's breathless state and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What has happened?" "There has been an injury in the third squad. The captain wants you to assemble quickly," Tian Juanhao explained, promptly leading Xiaolang towards the ancestral hall. Apart from the altar at the center of the village, the ancestral hall can also be considered an important place in Xiaohua village, typically reserved for significant matters. Pushing through the throngs of villagers outside the hall, Tian Juanhao led Xiaolang into the inner chamber. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 3 injured individuals lying on the ground, one with a severed arm, another with a long gash across the abdomen, and the last one displaying an unusual gray pallor on his face, teetering on the brink of death. "Clear the way. Xiaolang is here," Tian Juanhao bellowed, creating space for Xiaolang. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Xiaolang swiftly retrieved 2 small red vials and 1 green vial, administering them to the trio without hesitation. The villagers were well aware that Xiaolang ventured beyond the village daily to engage in bizarre battles, returning each time bloodied yet miraculously unscathed, ready to leap about the next day. Thus, the word of his prowess as an apothecary had gradually spread. Understanding he could no longer keep this a secret, he felt no reluctance in assisting the villagers who had shown him such kindness. As he observed the 3 individuals stabilize and their complexion begin to improve, the village chief, Liao, felt a swell of gratitude. He had never imagined that a small act of goodwill could yield a healer for the village. Yet, the thought of the current predicament cast a shadow over his relief. What happened? Xiao Lang inquired, directing his question at Li Dahu. Wasn't the third squad sent to investigate the black grain fields outside the village? The third squad, comprised of 10 members, included a peak first-tier captain and 9 first-tier adept soldiers. Such a team should have been able to escape unscathed unless confronted by a large cluster of bizarre entities or 2 or more second-tier anomalies. They encountered 2 second-tier entities while stationed near the black grain fields. Li Dahu explained, his voice thick with emotion. The third squad captain, Wang Yong, had valiantly held off the 2 second-tier entities to ensure the safety of his teammates, but tragically, 3 squad members had perished in the process. Li Dahu's gaze shifted to the 3 injured men on the ground, alongside 3 pallid-faced companions who bore expressions of guilt and terror. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Lang as he listened. With the black grain nearing harvest, the third squad had been dispatched to assess the situation. Anticipating the village would soon organize a harvest crew upon discovering the grains had matured. However, they had not expected to encounter 2 second-tier anomalies so close to the village. Since his arrival on this continent, Xiao Lang had yet to face a single second-tier entity, let alone 2 at once. While he remained uncertain of the strength of second-tier anomalies, he knew that Li Dahu, a peak second-tier cultivator, could only expect to survive against foes of equal rank. What about the village's food reserves? Xiao Lang asked, turning to Old Li. In this harsh world, how much can we truly store? Enough to sustain the entire village for merely a week, Old Li lamented, his face etched with worry. The nearest Qingfeng village and Shishui village require a journey of 3 days for a round trip, as Li Dahu remarked to Xiao Lang. Each of those villages harbors merely 1 second-tier cultivator, and they are unlikely to offer us any support. After all, one's own life is of paramount importance. The crux of the matter is that once the black grain reaches maturity, it cannot be exposed to rain. Otherwise, it will be entirely ruined. Old Li, his face etched with worry, lamented, this year's black grain was thriving well, at least sufficient to sustain the entire village until the year after next. Who would have thought we would encounter such a predicament? Xiao Lang had been in this village for over 10 days, and the residents had treated him with kindness. Gazing at the earnest faces outside the ancestral hall, filled with hope for survival, he felt a twinge of hesitation. In his previous world, he wore a mask daily, leading a weary existence. He had grown fond of this village and its inhabitants. Damn it! If the first-tier anomalies bully us and the second-tier ones want to join in, then let them come. Chapter 7. The Slashing Blade and the Stacked Fire Blade, damn it. The first-tier anomalies are bullying us. And now the second-tier anomalies want to join the fray? Then let us fight. Upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, Li Dahu and the other members of the guard team expressed their unanimous agreement. This was a critical moment for the village's survival, and there was no turning back. However, confronting 2 second-tier anomalies simultaneously was daunting for them. Li Dahu felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The disparity in strength between the first and second tiers was monumental. Without having encountered a second-tier anomaly, one could hardly comprehend its true might. Even if all the peak first-tier captains in the village joined forces, they might only manage to survive without being vanquished, let alone defeat a single second-tier anomaly. After Xiao Lang spoke, he turned to Li Dahu and inquired, "Can you and the 3 captains together take down 1 second-tier anomaly?" Upon hearing this, Li Dahu was momentarily shaken, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Lang. "Yes," he replied, nodding earnestly. "All right," Xiao Lang responded, his expression serious. "Then I shall take on the other second-tier anomaly." "Xiao Lang, you." Li Dahu hesitated to voice his concerns. "Little tiger, I know what you're about to say. I'm also from Xiaohua village." Xiao Lang waved his hand dismissively. "I will temporarily hold off that second-tier anomaly. You must ensure the other one is dealt with before you come to assist me. If you cannot handle it, then I might not make it." Though Xiao Lang spoke with a mix of jest and sincerity, Li Dahu and the other guard members took this to heart. Once the guard team had made their decision, the village chief, Liao, also gave his formal approval. The defense of Xiaohua village was officially underway. The entire village was bustling with organized preparations. The only first-tier talisman master in the village was working tirelessly, his hands nearly cramping from drawing talismans. The village's stockpile of supernatural materials was swiftly being utilized. producing talismans for exorcism, ghost suppression, and iron armor, as if on an assembly line. The members of the guard team were quickly armed with talismans, weapons, and armor, all crafted by the village's treasure master, conforming to first-tier standards. Remarkably, they had nearly exhausted the village's long-stored supernatural materials. At that moment, Li Dahu approached, wielding a blade approximately 1 meter long, resembling a Tang broadsword. This was one of the 2 rare artifacts crafted by the village's treasure master, the stacked fireblade. "Here, this is for you," Li Dahu said, handing the blade to Xiaolang with an air of nonchalance. "This blade can amplify your energy by 2 layers, and after being refined by the treasure master, it is particularly effective against those anomalies." As Xiaolang took hold of the stacked fireblade, he was instantly captivated. The blade measured 73 centimeters in length, adorned with fiery red star-like points that shimmered brilliantly and appeared razor-sharp. The 26-centimeter handle, with its black patterns, emitted a radiant glow. Gripping the stacked fireblade, he could feel the ember within him stirring with excitement. The inventory of Xiaohua village has truly been depleted. At this moment, Xiaolang felt a twinge of embarrassment, for Li Dahu was ostensibly the strongest individual in the village, and such a formidable artifact should rightfully belong to him. "You have given it to me, but what about yourself?" "Oh, I'm indifferent," Li Dahu replied, quietly producing a broadsword from a nearby room. Its blade nearly twice the length of Xiaolang's fireblade. Xiaolang glanced at his fireblade, then at the broadsword. This comparison resembled that of a father and son. "Little tiger, I didn't expect you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, to start acting so unseemly. Let us not dwell on the details. Time is of the essence." In less than an hour, all the combatants from Xiaohua village had assembled, leaving behind 5 or 6 teams to protect the elderly and children. The rest gathered at the village entrance. This time, teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 were all mobilized, joined by over 200 villagers engaged in harvesting the dark grain. Xiaolang and Li Dahu led the charge, while the remaining 3 team leaders brought up the rear. Illuminated by totemic lanterns crafted from extraordinary powers, they warded off any bizarre incursions. To adapt to the fireblade in his possession, Xiaolang used the first-tier anomalies encountered en route to the dark grain fields as practice dummies. With several hundred points of emotional value accrued, he exchanged them for a few small red potions, distributing them among Li Dahu and the 3 team leaders. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the dark grain fields, swaying with golden ears of wheat, unfolded before them. The members of the guard team dispersed to assist the villagers in harvesting, while Tian Juanhao and the other 2 team leaders stayed close to Xiaolang, keeping a watchful eye on the second-tier anomaly. With a fierce roar, Li Dahu rallied. "For Xiaohua village! For Xiaohua village!" echoed the chorus as everyone sprang into action. The villagers, seasoned by survival in such conditions, understood their roles without hesitation. Every additional grain harvested could potentially save a life. The guard team worked in unison to eliminate the first-tier anomalies invading the grain fields while the villagers hurriedly gathered the crops. However, the calm was short-lived. A scream pierced the air, jolting all members of the guard team. A zombie, shimmering with a coppery glow, emerged from one end of the dark grain field. By the time they noticed, the creature had already pierced the heart of a guard member with its ashen claw and sunk its teeth into his neck. The second-tier anomaly had appeared. Vangia, the guard members and villagers, witnessing the death of their comrade, felt tears welling in their eyes. Yet they did not cease their efforts. This grain was earned with their lives. "Captain, another one has appeared." At that moment, Tian Juanhao pointed in another direction, where a second-tier vengeful spirit, shimmering with a violet light, manifested. Fortunately, this malevolent entity was discovered in time, preventing any casualties. "Xiaolang, hold off that zombie. We shall aid you once we deal with this vengeful spirit," Li Dahu bellowed before charging toward the second-tier spirit with his broadsword in hand. Tian Juanhao and his companions followed suit, engaging in combat with the spectral being. Xiaolang rushed towards the second-tier zombie the instant it appeared. Yet he was still a fraction too late. Witnessing the creature become bloodthirsty after its feeding, he summoned the energy of the fire seed into his layered flame blade. With a resounding clang, the force of his energy-laden strike met the zombie's shoulder, leaving merely a faint white mark. Damn it, the defense is impenetrable. Xiao Lang cursed, promptly withdrawing his blade. The recoil from that blow had caused his palm to crack, yet he had failed to breach the zombie's defenses. At this moment, Xiao Lang fully comprehended the vast disparity between the first and second tiers. Life is not always a smooth sail. Such predicaments present the finest opportunities for personal growth. With a fierce roar, the second-tier copper-armored zombie cast aside the already withered Wang Er and charged toward Xiao Lang. Its speed was astonishing, and the gust it generated carried a foul stench, clearly indicating the spread of its toxic miasma. Chapter 8. Invincible Golden Body. As the zombie lunged forward, Xiao Lang swiftly conjured a small purple-black fireball and hurled it towards the creature. The bronze-armored zombie prepared to block the fireball with a sweep of its hand, only to be taken by surprise when Xiao Lang commanded the fireball to explode. Boom! The shards of purple flames erupted and clung to the bronze-armored zombie. Hiss! Hiss! A plume of green smoke wafted from its body, indicating that the zombie was using its corpse poison to resist the flame's encroachment. Although this strike did not inflict any significant damage, it did momentarily halt the creature's advance. Observing the effectiveness of the flames surpassing that of his blade, Xiao Lang decided to envelop his fire blade with the purple-black flames. With a swift motion, Xiao Lang charged towards the bronze-armored zombie. Despite his low damage output, he managed to temporarily suppress the second-tier bronze-armored zombie with this momentum. Though he was merely scraping the surface, his determination was unwavering. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metal striking metal echoed continuously as Xiao Lang's palms bled profusely, staining his hands crimson, yet he dared not relent. Should he release this momentum, the task of restraining the bronze-armored zombie would become exceedingly difficult. Emotional value 50. Emotional value 50. The only source of solace for Xiao Lang was the realization that, as a second-tier anomaly, the emotional value began at a staggering 50. With each notification resonating in his ears, Xiao Lang felt a surge of exhilaration. Meanwhile, the situation for Li Dahu was far from favorable. Although they were outnumbered, aside from Li Dahu wielding the broadsword capable of engaging the second-tier vengeful spirit, the other three members were in dire straits, barely surviving each brush and clash. Fortunately, their extensive training within the Guardian Squad had forged a strong camaraderie among the four. While Li Dahu bore the brunt of the anomalous attacks, Tian Juanhao and the others relentlessly sought opportunities to unleash their most powerful skills. Flame Slash. Fiobal Technique. One skill after another bombarded the second-tier vengeful spirit, and though they merely scratched the surface, sheer volume made a substantial impact. Whenever the vengeful spirit attempted to redirect its assault towards the other three, Li Dahu's broadsword, imbued with blue flames, would obstruct its path. However, the cunning of this second-tier anomaly was remarkable. Li Dahu's strikes rarely landed, and the prospect of a kill would undoubtedly require considerable time. As for the other Guardian members, they were unable to engage in such a confrontation, as they were tasked with protecting the villagers and eliminating other first-tier anomalies. Both battlefields had descended into a stalemate. Xiao Lang felt his hands growing numb, unable to maintain his grip on the fireblade. Weaponless and vulnerable, his physical form could not withstand the sharp claws of the zombie. The force of his strikes began to wane, and for the first time, Xiao Lang sensed the consuming power of the purple-black flames draining his energy. He endeavored to extract every ounce of energy within him, yet it proved to be a mere drop in the ocean. The most critical issue was that the fire seed within him had begun to wane, becoming somewhat ethereal. No, it cannot end like this. Xiao Lang's eyes were bloodshot as he simultaneously urged the fire seed to operate, absorbing the ambient energy from the heavens and the earth. Although there was a small blue vial in the system's shop, he simply could not spare the time to utilize it. He was already exerting himself to the utmost to fend off this second-tier copper-armored zombie. Should he lose focus, he would likely be slain in an instant. Hum! At that moment, he felt the fire seed within him emit a faint hum, followed by a frenzied rotation. This It was an opportunity to enter the second tier. If he could absorb a substantial amount of energy now while maintaining the momentum of the rotating fire seed, he would break through the peak of the first tier and officially step into the second tier, becoming a second-tier cultivator. However, the copper-armored zombie before him would not grant him such a chance. At the instant Xiao Lang was distracted by the fire seed within him, the copper-armored zombie, despite sustaining a wound to its shoulder, lunged at him with its sharp claws aimed directly at his heart. Yet, in a moment of instinct, Xiao Lang instinctively dodged, and the claw pierced into his shoulder blade instead. His left arm instantly became weak and limp. With a swift maneuver using the fire blade, Xiao Lang deflected the zombie's arm and stepped back, forcibly extricating himself from the zombie's grasp. Hiss! The pain made Xiao Lang grit his teeth. But more distressing was that the rotation of the fire seed within him was abruptly interrupted by this blow. The fleeting opportunity to ascend to the second tier was slipping away. Moreover, the zombie's claws were laced with toxic miasma. If he did not address this issue soon, Xiao Lang might very well become a zombie himself. The copper-armored zombie, frustrated by its inability to eliminate this first-tier cultivator, displayed a look of rage upon its decayed face. Roar! It bellowed into the distance, and numerous figures sprang forth from the surrounding blackened fields. This zombie could summon minions. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Lang could only mutter in frustration. However, seizing the moment, he hastily purchased small red, blue, and green vials from the shop and consumed them. Dozens of first-tier zombies were summoned by the copper-armored zombie, and at this critical juncture, Li Dahu and his companions were unable to extricate themselves, let alone Xiao Lang. For the copper-armored zombie was charging towards him with the intent to drain him of his essence. Xiao Lang knew that the guards could not withstand so many first-tier aberrations. Prolonging the battle would yield no progress. Thus, he decided to cease hiding. I see you have chosen the path to demise. Behold my blue-silver binding. Xiao Lang directly activated the card of Thousand-Hand Azure Tang San, and in an instant, Tang San's skill, soul power, and combat experience flooded his mind. With a chime, it was announced that due to the host's physical condition, this card could only be utilized for 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang felt little surprise. An hour was simply an hour. He had inherited the strength of Tang San, who had yet to ascend to divinity, which meant he possessed power akin to that of Tang San at the peak of level 90, when he had become a tidal daw. Ordinarily, a tidal daw would be capable of soaring through the skies, but to Xiao Lang's dismay, as soon as he entertained the thought, an unseen force bore down upon him, grounding him instantly. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the dissimilarities in the world's rules. Certain abilities were rendered ineffective, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. At that very instant, the copper-armored zombie seized the opportunity, leaping forward with a swift assault aimed at Xiao Lang. Invincible Golden Body. Xiao Lang reacted instantaneously, activating the accompanying skill of the Soul Bone. Invincible for 3 seconds. After all, it wasn't he a skill belonging to his wife, so he felt no reluctance in employing it. Clang! The zombie-esque claws aimed directly at Xiao Lang's heart, producing a resounding clash of metal against metal. The creature was bewildered and attempted another strike. Clang, clang. Still, it failed to penetrate. Emotional value 100. Hit. Now it's my hit. A grin spread across Xiao Lang's face as the Haotian hammer materialized silently in his hand. Chapter 9. Living in this era, this is their fate before the copper-armored zombie. A colossal hammer loomed larger than life. Even without employing any soul techniques, the sheer force derived from his level 90 soul power, combined with the weight of the Haotian hammer, was sufficient to deliver a crushing blow to the copper-armored zombie. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as the copper-armored zombie was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant field of black grains. Emotional value 66, Xiao Lang felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the abilities of the little third party were not as formidable as he had envisioned due to the differing rules of this world, they proved quite effective against the physically inclined copper-armored zombie. Roar! The copper-armored zombie was thoroughly incensed, leaping into the air and instantly appearing before Xiao Lang. A cloud of gray mist billowed from the zombie, its eyes turning a deeper shade of crimson, and its fangs elongated. This copper-armored zombie meant business. Its razor-sharp claws lunged toward Xiaolang. With no means to evade, Xiaolang let out another thunderous roar. Invincible golden body. Bang! Bang! Emotional value, 110 this time. The copper-armored zombie engaged Xiaolang directly, relentlessly slashing with its sharp claws in a torrential onslaught. 3 fleeting seconds passed, as the golden light enveloping him began to fade. Xiaolang bellowed once more. Invincible golden body. Emotional value, 120 after a brief pause. Golden light enveloped Xiaolang anew, seeing Xiaolang once again shrouded in golden radiance. The copper-armored zombie momentarily froze in place. In its blood-red eyes, one might even discern the glimmer of crystalline tears. My mindset has crumbled. You cannot play this game. You resort to such tricks, you pitiful wretch. Emotional value, 120. Emotional value, 120. A series of alert tones from the system rang out, startling Xiaolang with delight. He had not anticipated that this seemingly emaciated copper-armored zombie would possess such substantial vitality. However, Xiaolang chose not to press his luck any further. He had exhausted his 3 daily uses of the invincible golden body, and pushing beyond could end in disaster. At this moment, the copper-armored zombie had lost all desire to fight, turning to leap into the air in a bid to escape. But Xiaolang would not permit its escape. Behold, a treasure! Xiaolang hurled the Haotian hammer at the copper-armored zombie as if it were a concealed weapon. With Tang San's years of mastery in concealed weapon techniques and the enormous target of the copper-armored zombie, he didn't need to aim. With a resounding bang, he struck it down into the black grain field. Xiaolang executed a ghostly shadow maneuver to effortlessly seize the fallen Haotian hammer, then unleashed its power upon the copper-armored zombie. Bang! Emotional value, 110. The copper-armored zombie's legs twitched, and the hammer rebounded from its body. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. Bang! Bang! Emotional value, 120. With each strike, the force continued to accumulate. Soon, amidst the swaying wheat in the dark fields, a heart-wrenching, soul-crushing scream echoed, leaving one to ponder whether it was a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality. The first-tier zombies summoned by the copper-armored zombie, upon hearing their leader's cry, were instantly stripped of their fighting spirit, hastily abandoning their leader to flee. Boom! With the final blow, a massive pit was hammered into the dark fields, reducing the copper-armored zombie to mere remnants. As the wind blew, it vanished without a trace, leaving only a second-tier spectral material to survive. Emotional value, 666. The last hint sounded, perhaps a reflection of its final defiance. Collecting the spectral material and pocketing it, Xiaolang glanced at the guards, observing that they could handle the remaining first-tier anomalies, and then made his way towards the battlefield, where Li Dahu was stationed, wielding the Haotian hammer. The second-tier wraith was already being thoroughly suppressed by Li Dahu and his companions, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Upon sensing Xiaolang's approach with the massive hammer, panic overtook the wraith. It had witnessed the fate of the copper-armored zombie, and now the dreaded figure was advancing towards it. Please, don't come any closer. The second-tier wraith's form quivered in fright. However, Xiaolang paid no heed to its desperate pleas, as he was oblivious to its ramblings. He addressed Li Dahu and the others, proclaiming, "I am a university student. Let me take the lead." While the 4 were unfamiliar with the term university student, they grasped his intent. They were already aware of Xiaolang's penchant for eliminating anomalies, and at this moment, held their breath, willingly creating space for him. Facing the trembling second-tier wraith, Xiaolang offered it a faint smile. Meat, egg, scallion, chicken. No, wait, the purple extreme demon eye. His eyes flashed with purple light, and a powerful mental shockwave sent the levitating wraith crashing to the ground. The wraith's form became increasingly ethereal, on the verge of demise. Xiaolang could not bear to witness such a tortured struggle, so he summoned his own purplish-black flames to envelop the second-tier wraith. At this point, the wraith lacked any strength to resist. Although Xiaolang had not yet reached the second-tier realm, the purplish-black flames inflicted damage upon the anomaly. The damage was modest. It was agonizing. The last remnants of energy were drained, and the anomaly was gradually refined within the purplish-black flames. Howl! Roar! Such a beast. Emotional value, 130. Emotional value, 166. The onlookingly Dahu and his companions couldn't help but shudder. They had witnessed many living Buddhas, but this was their first encounter with a living king of hell. Nevertheless, they felt no sympathy for the anomaly, for the enmity between anomalies and humans was ingrained in their very bones. The relationship between killing and being killed, life and death, remains irreconcilable. As Xiaolang picked up the ethereal materials dropped by the second-tier vengeful spirit, the defense battle for the Black Rain in Xiaohua village came to a close. After Li Dahu and Xiaolang freed their hands, they swiftly eliminated the first-tier anomalies that posed a threat to the villagers surrounding the Black Rain fields. The guards, now unencumbered, joined in the harvest of the Black Grain, their enhanced physical abilities as first-tier cultivators proving invaluable in the endeavor. Within a mere afternoon, the villagers had finished collecting the grains from several plots of black grain. Bags of black grain were loaded onto carts, and the people of Xiaohua village began their journey home, guarding the food they had obtained at the cost of lives. On the last 2 carts transporting the grain, several lifeless bodies lay. They were the souls sacrificed in the fight against the first-tier anomalies to safeguard the future of Xiaohua village. Some had left behind no remains at all. Wang Er, bitten by a copper-armored zombie, and a guard member bitten by a first-tier zombie. Living in this era, such was their fate. Although sorrow graced the faces of all in Xiaohua village, despair was absent. With the blessing of the imprisoned birds, they had survived another day. Chapter 10. In the eerie game, I embarked on an invincible path upon rebirth. Returning to the village of Little Fire, the villagers gathered at the central altar after properly dealing with the Black Rain. The bodies of those who had fallen in battle were placed at the altar's heart. The village chief, Liao, stood atop the altar, his slightly stooped figure appearing even more aged in this moment. Suddenly, the projection of the caged bird on the altar radiated a brilliant light, and a flicker of flames began to spread gently. This fire did not scorch anyone, but enveloped the lifeless forms of those who had been mysteriously slain, drawing them towards the altar's center. The corpses began to emit faint glimmers as the flames gradually faded away. Yin caged bird, burn the body. Entrust the soul to the fire. The spirit returns home. A deep voice resonated from Old Li's lips, echoed by the surrounding villagers. As the light above the altar dimmed, the village chief descended and proclaimed to the crowd, "They are warriors. They have returned to the embrace of the caged bird. We shall inherit their hopes and continue forward. This year, the black grain harvest is bountiful. Let us celebrate this day." To the fallen warriors, to Xiaolang. No sooner had the village chief's words faded than a chorus of agreement erupted from the villagers below. For the people of Little Fire, death was an all-too familiar occurrence. After mourning, they prepared to continue living. Hearing the chief's words, the villagers sprang into action, bringing forth an array of delicacies crafted from black grain, delectable treats, and cherished homemade wines that they had been reluctant to consume. As the harvest feast commenced, Xiaolang became the object of the villagers' gratitude. They had witnessed his contributions during this endeavor and truly regarded him as one of their own. Cups of homemade wine were continuously offered to him. Initially hesitant, Xiaolang soon found himself reveling in the delightful flavors after several rounds. Some village maidens seized the opportunity, mingling among the crowd and playfully seeking his attention. Throughout Little Fire Village, aside from the vigilant guards on duty, a jubilant celebration ensued. Xiaolang, feeling liberated, called out to the crowd, "Let the music play on, let the dance continue." In Blue Star, a sudden exclamation broke the stillness within a modest suburban dwelling. This is my home? Wasn't I battling that 7th-tier anomaly in the eerie game when that treacherous woman ambushed and killed me? Could it be? I have been reborn. Gazing at his phone, which displayed the date October 18th, 2042, Unlon's heart surged with exhilaration. He had truly been reborn. Zhou Xiaochuan, Fu Tongpu, you treacherous pair. In this life, I shall ensure you meet a miserable end. Unlon remembered how, in his previous life within the eerie game, His girlfriend, Zhou, Xiaochuan, and Fu Tingpu had conspired behind his back, bestowing upon him the ultimate betrayal. Not only that, but in a bid to seize the coveted 7th-tier extraordinary treasure, he was ambushed during his battle with the 7th-tier anomaly. In this rebirth, Unlon vowed to become invincible across the realm. Those who had once humiliated him in his past life would undoubtedly face his retribution. Even if he bore the weight of the abyss, supporting the primordial imperial city with one hand, Unlon would remain unparalleled. Ahem, I digress. He possessed the memories of his previous life. If he were to enter the game this time, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights, as if aided by divine intervention. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand was how to procure the funds to purchase a gaming helmet. Glancing at the time, Unlon knew he had only 12 days remaining. On October 30th, 2042, the game, boasting a claim of 100% realism, would emerge into the world. Initially, the online community scoffed at it. After all, despite the rapid advancements in technology over the past few years, the emergence of a game with such realism was still far from feasible. Moreover, the prices of the gaming pods and helmets were exorbitantly high. The top-tier gaming pod cost hundreds of thousands, while even the cheapest helmet required tens of thousands. This led many to suspect it was merely a corporate ruse, a gimmick. However, once the official endorsements and promotional articles were released, everything changed. When people finally entered the enigmatic game, they discovered that it was indeed as described. The realism was 100%. It was neither a gimmick nor a deception. The entire Blue Star erupted in excitement, and the prices of gaming pods and helmets soared at all sales points. Yet, Unlon, having returned from rebirth, understood that this was no deception. It was indeed a game of 100% realism, for as the game progressed, the anomalies would invade reality. This was the very essence of a game with 100% realism. However, at present, a glance at his wallet revealed a meager balance of 138.79 yuan. Those cold digits brought Unlon's dreams of invincibility crashing back to reality. At noon on October 30th, the enigmatic game would officially launch. To achieve success within the game, every second counted in the early stages. The cheapest gaming helmets not only offer a poor experience, but also had inadequate battery life. Conversely, the top-tier gaming pods were entirely different. They could provide the necessary nutrients for the human body, equipped with specialized nutrient solutions. Most critically, upon entering the game with a top-tier gaming pod, players will be granted a first-tier extraordinary treasure. In the early stages of the game, possessing a first-tier extraordinary treasure provided an immense advantage, enough to create a significant gap between ordinary players. In his previous life, Unlon had used only the cheapest gaming helmet. Struggling for a long time before, by sheer luck, he fell from a cliff and obtained a miraculous extraordinary treasure, allowing him to join the first echelon. This time, to outpace the others, acquiring a top-tier gaming pod was indispensable. After all, failing to become a cultivator upon entering the game would render one virtually powerless in that world. Although he was aware that numerous opportunities existed in various places, seizing them required a certain level of capability. In other words, Unlon had merely 11.5 days to amass several hundred thousand to procure the most advanced gaming pod. 11.5 days, several hundred thousand. In his previous life, the total earnings he accumulated before entering the game did not even amount to this sum. Yet now, he had only a fleeting 11.5 days. For someone who was utterly destitute, devoid of connections, and with a bank balance of just over 100 yuan, this was akin to a rooster laying an egg. After a moment of contemplation, Unlon pondered every conceivable method to earn quick money. Regrettably, all he could think of were perilous schemes fraught with danger, where merely attempting them could lead to demise. Suddenly, he noticed a news promotion on his phone, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Astonishingly, the 2042 FIFA World Cup had officially commenced at the Kyoto Stadium, raising hopes for the Dragon Kingdom's football team to qualify and break the curse of consecutive defeats. In the Dragon Kingdom, the welfare lottery and sports lottery seemed to be the only legitimate and swift avenues for financial gain. Of course, this was contingent upon receiving support from a superior or being a reincarnated individual. Otherwise, it was time to wash up and sleep. Chapter 11. In those days, Chun Daozi was able to win with merely 20 coins. I must be more cautious next time. I cannot indulge myself like this again. With a slight shake of his head to dispel the lingering haze, Xiao Lang slowly sat up. Young Master Xiao, you are awake. Please wash up. A delicate-looking young girl entered the room, carrying a basin of water. When did you arrive? Xiao Lang exclaimed, glancing at the girl before hastily lifting the blanket to check beneath it, finally relaxing when he confirmed that his invulnerable youth remained intact. Noticing Xiao Lang's actions, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, I arrived this morning. Grandpa Li asked me to come and take care of you. Xiao Long recognized her. She was Li Chunlan, the eldest granddaughter of Old Li, likely just past the tender age of 20. Old Li, you sly old fox. Using this to test the young ones. Which young man can withstand such trials? Xiao Lang silently criticized Li Yao, the old man, before calming the tumult of emotions within him and awkwardly rising from his bed. Looking at Li Chunlan before him, he felt somewhat uncomfortable with this newfound attention. Ahem, Chunlan, you may return now. I can manage on my own. He accepted the basin of water from her, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Deep down, Xiao Lang understood that Old Li intended to sacrifice his granddaughter to ensure that he remained bound to Xiaohua village, to truly become one of its inhabitants. However, Xiao Lang had no intention of staying in Xiaohua village indefinitely. Young Master Xiao, I am quite capable. Please don't send me away. If I leave like this, Grandpa will scold me. Li Chunlan's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears as she spoke urgently. In Xiaohua village, many unmarried young women had set their sights on Xiao Lang. His dashing looks and rapid growth in strength made him the ideal dream companion. In this unpredictable world, having such a man to protect them was indeed a blessing. This opportunity was a privilege she had secured through her grandfather's status as village chief. Yet, she never anticipated that Xiao Lang would be so resolute in his refusal. Nevertheless, Xiao Lang was acutely aware of his own limitations in protecting another, and he lacked the inclination to entertain such thoughts at present. He had to resolutely avoid entangling himself with her. Please return. I will speak to your grandfather personally. With this declaration, Xiao Lang turned his attention to his own matters, clearly indicating his wish for her departure. Even if he were to beckon her with a mere gesture, she might have rushed into his embrace, but his ambitions lay elsewhere. Women would only hinder his speed in vanquishing the strange foes he faced. After Li Chunlan left, Xiao Lang began to assess the rewards he had garnered from his recent battle. Primarily, the use of a 2-star experience card had yielded such disappointing drop rates that he had failed to inherit any skills. However, this was something Xiao Lang could accept. After all, what if he finally managed to acquire a skill, only to find it was merely a blue-silver bind? Furthermore, there was the matter of emotional value to consider. During his journey, he had vanquished numerous first-tier anomalies, and with the addition of those 2 second-tier anomalies, each of which contributed nearly 2,000 emotional points after Xiao Lang's meticulous efforts, his current emotional value soared to an impressive 8,200 points. Xiao Lang had no intention of utilizing this emotional value just yet. He aimed to accumulate a full 10,000 points before embarking on a draw for a 3-star character card. After all, he was on the threshold of becoming a second-tier cultivator, merely a step away from crossing that boundary. 1-star cards had become obsolete, while 2-star cards were somewhat useful, yet not sufficiently potent. He was determined to secure a 3-star card. Having come to this resolution, he began to organize his skills and equipment. There was little to say about his gear, save for a near second-tier exotic treasure known as the Fireblade. As for his skills, he possessed the Eye of Insight, Fireball technique, and the method of applying purple flames to enhance either the Fireblade or himself. In terms of skills, however, he found himself lacking. He needed to dedicate time to researching his purple flames, in hopes of developing additional abilities. Lastly, there was the matter of his own cultivation level. Previously, during his battle with the copper-armored zombie, he had grasped the essence of becoming a second-tier cultivator. Now, all he needed was to calm his mind and devote himself to training, and the transition to the second tier would be a natural progression. Without further ado, he ventured out to Old Li's house for for a complimentary breakfast and took the opportunity to discuss matters concerning Li Chunlan with him. He candidly expressed to old Li that he could indeed be considered a member of Shaohua village, but not in such a manner as to be coerced into it. Old Li, feeling a sense of guilt, readily acquiesced to Xiao Lang's request to continue enjoying his meals there. With the issue of sustenance resolved, Xiao Lang returned home to commence his cultivation. He intended to break through to the second tier before venturing out of the village to hone his skills. He retrieved the supernatural materials obtained from slaying the two anomalies and was pleasantly surprised by the immense energy contained within. This would significantly reduce the time required for his breakthrough to the second tier. In the outskirts of Blue Star City, Unlan gazed at the empty room in his home, clutching the 1,200 yuan acquired from selling all his second-hand appliances, his heart swelling with ambition. After all, if Chun Daozi could turn 20 yuan into 37 million, why couldn't T.I., Lu Bin No, and Lan turn 1,738 yuan into a few million? With resolve, he decided to take the plunge and fight against the odds. After carefully contemplating his plan, Lan spent 2 yuan on a bus ticket, heading straight for his destination, the lottery shop. Upon arriving at the lottery shop, he was taken aback by the throngs of people inside. As long as it was a ball game, there was a chance to bet, and the enthusiasm of the people of Longhua for such large-scale events was palpable. When it was finally his turn to approach Amlin, he handed over the meticulously prepared betting slip to his employer. During the World Cup held in the esteemed capital of the Dragon Nation, the entire country was abuzz with excitement, and even Amlin, who typically shunned the chaos of sports betting, decided to partake. It goes without saying that the first night provided him with a sobering lesson, leaving him with little memory of the subsequent matches aside from the Ultimate Champion. The results of the 4 games from that initial evening lingered in his mind. Most importantly, that night featured a stunning upset. Dragon Nation versus Germany, Stick Nation versus Emirates, Basin Chicken versus Eagle Nation, and Bear Nation versus Grape Nation. He intended to place a parlay bet on all 4 matches. Yet apart from remembering the score of the first game, he could only recall the outcomes of the others. And that was largely due to the extraordinary kickoff of this World Cup. Upon receiving Amlin's slip, his employer glanced at it briefly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, one does not squander wealth in such a manner. Gambling carries its risks. The reason for his astonishment was Amlin's audacious first bet, Dragon Nation winning 5-0 against Germany. With odds of 1,000 to 1, the remaining 3 bets consisted of victories for Eagle Nation, Emirates, and Bear Nation. Only by winning all 4 could he claim his prize, and the maximum payout for such a parlay was a staggering 50-fold, with a mere 100 yuan stake yielding a potential windfall of 5,000 yuan. Victory would lead to indulgence with the club's charming models, while defeat would plunge him into a desperate quest for survival. The die was cast. Chapter 12. I am an expert. Listen to me. As the spark within him began to stir, Xiao Lang felt a surge of joy. He quickly steadied his mind, absorbing the energy from the supernatural materials to expedite the process. If he could maintain the rotational motion of the spark within, successfully condensing a cyclone, the breakthrough to the second-tier practitioner would be within reach. Yet, at this critical juncture, haste was ill-advised. Xiao Lang maintained the rotational speed of the spark, and once he sensed he could control it, he gradually increased that speed. After depleting 1 piece of second-tier supernatural material, he promptly retrieved another to sustain the energy required within him. Gradually, he felt the rotational speed of the spark reach its zenith, achieving a state of perfect equilibrium. Drops of energy released from the spark, merging into his limbs and bones. With a light sound, a lock within him shattered, and the cyclone successfully coalesced. He stepped into the realm of the second-tier practitioner. Ah, how blissful! Feeling the overwhelming power surging from within, Xiao Lang couldn't help but murmur, "Today is a fine day. I shall venture out of the village and slay a few bizarre creatures for some excitement." On Blue Star, at a lottery shop, due to the limit of only placing bets up to 50 times, which amounted to 100 yuan, and Lan instructed the owner to print 10 tickets. A total of 1,000 yuan. If he won without tax deductions, that would be a staggering 7 million. Equipped with a top-tier gaming pod and a diminutive model named Cricket, Unlon carefully stowed the lottery tickets into his bag, drawing the owner's bewildered gaze. After exiting, he indulged in a meal of pig trotter rice. Following that, he spent over 200 yuan on some modest barbecue and beer, contentedly returning to his abode. He pulled out his phone and awaited the match. With some time remaining until 8 o'clock, Unlon, seeking entertainment, began scrolling through short videos. Unfortunately, having sold his television and refrigerator, he had no choice but to find solace in this manner. However, upon opening the app, the information displayed caused his heart to tighten. News of the bizarre game had erupted online. A hyper-realistic game was on the horizon. On October 30th, gaming pods and helmets would be released simultaneously across various stores, with the servers launching at midnight on that day. The video presented ghosts, zombies, skeletal wolves, and a red-dressed female specter from the player's first-person perspective. A thin mist enveloped the scenes, showcasing various grotesque and terrifying images, with gruesome and brutal methods on display. Many viewers, taken aback by the sudden revelation, were left in shock. Numerous parents expressed their concerns, declaring it too terrifying and bloody, fearing it would frighten children. They urged the uploader to delete the video immediately. Yet, no one heeded their pleas. The comment section was filled with inquiries. Blogger, is this real? Is this real? Clearly, if this game was authentic, it would mark an unprecedented turning point. I am an expert in this field. Allow me to express my thoughts. This video is clearly a mere gimmick, a strategy to attract viewership. With the current technological capabilities in our nation, it is inconceivable that a fully realistic game could emerge even in the next 2 decades, let alone one boasting absolute realism. It is evident that this post has garnered widespread approval, amassing hundreds of thousands of likes. However, swiftly, some individuals raise concerns. According to official regulations, such videos should never appear in the public eye, whether they are synthesized, cinematic, or CGI segments. This is akin to the unspoken rule established post-nation founding that prohibits any form of deception. Yet, despite numerous netizens fervently tagging the authorities, the video remains accessible. Moreover, platforms such as eBaw, Shouhu, and Zinwanadeo have begun disseminating promotional content regarding this game. In an instant, discerning individuals sensed an unusual aura surrounding the situation. After all, sometimes silence from those in power speaks volumes. Even before its release, this game has captured the attention of the entire internet due to its extensive promotion. Anlin observed the myriad of notifications on his phone, realizing that everything was already falling into place. Checking the time, it was precisely 8 o'clock. He turned on the football live broadcast channel, his face etched with anxiety as he began to watch the match. The possibility of success hinged on this very night. Concurrently, countless gamblers also tuned into the football broadcast, gripping their tickets tightly, hoping for a turnaround with the national team. Many, placing their faith in the abilities of the national squad, recklessly wagered their fortunes on a German victory. As the referee's whistle sounded, an extraordinary match commenced. Germany faced the Dragon Nation, seizing possession and advancing from the right flank. Yet, whether due to their underestimation of the Dragon Nation or the advantage of being the host, a rookie player managed to intercept the ball and swiftly countered. As the ball reached midfield, he unleashed a stunning volley, which soared into the net. Goal. The Dragon Nation scored within the first 3 minutes. Hush, yet the stands erupted in boos, as many gamblers lost hope with that single strike. However, a miracle unfolded. Clad in red, the Dragon Nation played as if guided by divine intervention. Every attempt by the opposition was thwarted, while our side found the net with ease. The first half and the second half flew by, culminating in the Dragon Nation achieving an unprecedented score of 5 o'clock, with odds skyrocketing to 1,000-fold. Yet, it was evident that few believed in the Dragon Nation's victory. Boo! Match fixing. Refund. The stands resounded with jeers. The majority did not take pride in their country's football triumph. Their sole concern was whether their tickets had won. Countless individuals who had wagered their fortunes on a German victory in the first match took to the rooftops in despair. I bet 30 million on Germany to win. Reflecting on the exuberance of placing bets that morning, tears of regret streamed down his cheeks. The wind on the rooftop tonight was so fierce that he could scarcely hear the chatter of another fellow leaping from the adjacent building. Bang! The watermelon blossoms. They paid dearly for their hubris. Meanwhile, Unlon was in his room, savoring skewers and sipping on beer. The corners of his mouth stretched wide, almost reminiscent of the legendary slit-mouthed woman. Nothing had changed. Everything remained the same. The resounding score of 5-0 signified that the trajectory of this world remained unaltered. Unlan's invincible journey would eventually unfold. On the pinnacle of immortality unmatched in this realm, where there is Unlan, there is heaven. As time flowed, the remaining 3 matches commenced. In the second match, the Eagle Nation triumphed. In the third, the Emirates emerged victorious. In the fourth, the Bear Nation claimed victory. All 4 predictions came true. Ha 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 ha. 7 million, oh 7 million, to be spent within a month. Unlan reveled in the 10 lottery tickets nestled in his pocket. His heart soaring. One day, 7 million. Who else could compare? Zhou Xiaochuan, Fu Tengpu, you two better wait for me. I shall show you what true ruthlessness entails. Ha ha ha. Chapter 13. The players arrive after the defense of the Black Food. Xiaolang embraced a period of tranquility in the small village of Xiaohua. Seizing this opportunity, he diligently fortified his strength, developed his skills, and vanquished the eerie creatures. Over the course of those 10 days, he not only solidified his entry-level prowess as a second-tier cultivator, but also unlocked numerous abilities associated with his fire seed. During this time, his emotional value surged past the significant milestone of 10,000, reaching over 11,000 points. Initially intending to continue his serene cultivation, his plans were abruptly interrupted by the old man, Li Yao's proclamation. Extraterrestrial visitors were imminent. In the city of Gue, Blue Star, Anlin gazed at the resplendent gaming capsule before him, his heart brimming with excitement. The moment he had long awaited was finally at hand. Following his lottery victory, Anlin navigated through a series of challenges at the lottery center, successfully claiming his prize after taxes. With 7 million in winnings, he retained 640,000 after purchasing an apartment in the city for 1 million, and subsequently reserved a top-tier gaming capsule for 3 million. Today marked the day he would log into the eerie game, and Anlin could hardly contain his anticipation. As he reclined within the gaming capsule, he successfully created his character, bearing his true name, Anlin. With the arrival of midnight, an electronic prompt resonated. Please select your birthplace. Xiaohua Village, Qingfeng Stronghold, Shishui Village, Jinjing Cliff. Unlan, reborn into this world, understood that the chosen birthplace would dictate his future attributes. In his previous life, he had a profound affinity for the fire element, deeply familiar with its various characters. Thus, he naturally opted for no other choice. Xiaohua Village, birthplace selected. The eerie game commences. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. As a radiant light enveloped him, Anlin found himself just outside the village of Xiaohua. Concurrently, players across Blue Star who had acquired the eerie game capsules and helmets were also entering the game. Near the eastern gate of Xiaohua Village, a throng of players suddenly materialized. Wow, this game feels so real. Indeed, I thought it was all hype. The mist does obscure the view a bit. These players, awestruck by the world before them, eagerly explored their surroundings, with many rushing towards the bushes and scattered stones. One player, donning the username Hi, I am Lao Lu, fervently rummaged through the system-issued attire set, long shirt, trousers, and undergarments, seeking to confirm the game's authenticity. Ultimately, he pouted in disappointment, realizing that the system was quite strict about public nudity. However, this revelation solidified in the minds of the players that the game indeed boasted a 100% realism. Amidst the crowd, Anlin promptly opened his system backpack. As anticipated, a first-tier extraordinary treasure, a finely crafted long knife, lay quietly within. Without engaging with the players, Unlan, well-versed in the procedures, proceeded directly towards the entrance of Xiaohua Village. The sudden arrival of numerous players startled Li Dan and Wang Fu Gue, who were on duty at the village entrance. They initially feared an ominous uprising, readying themselves to sound the alarm. At that moment, Xiaolang and Old Li were also approaching the village entrance alongside the guard. Li Dahu, After Li Yao explained the situation to Li Godan, the two were finally relieved. The village chief had previously mentioned that visitors from beyond would arrive, assuring them that as long as it wasn't an attack, everything would be well. As they reached the village entrance, they caught sight of the players engaging in peculiar antics from a distance. Upon witnessing a player attempting to remove their trousers, both Li Yao and Li Dahu turned their gaze toward Xiaolang, as if to inquire, "Are these the visitors from beyond?" Xiaolang, somewhat embarrassed, quickly waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not like them." Li Yao and Li Dahu understood that these visitors were indeed different from Xiaolang. Not only did they lack any energy fluctuations, but Xiaolang had also arrived at Xiaohua village a month prior. Nevertheless, the village chief had never disclosed this information to others. They had already accepted Xiaolang as part of Xiaohua village. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred outside the village entrance. A few first-tier, vengeful spirits, sensing the presence of the living, charged directly into the midst of the players. "Wow, is this what wild monsters look like? It's so realistic," one exclaimed. "But where are the novice weapons? Are we supposed to fight with our bare hands?" In the face of the sudden appearance of first-tier, vengeful spirits, the players exhibited no fear. Instead, they eagerly approached the spirits. The only exception was Enlon, who had distanced himself from the crowd and moved toward the entrance. He was acutely aware that this game was unlike others. It allowed only 6 opportunities for resurrection. Once those were exhausted, death would be final. Although this rule had become obsolete after the game's later invasion of reality, in the current context, it was prudent to avoid death whenever possible. Exhausting the 6 resurrection chances would mean losing the opportunity to engage with the game entirely, severing ties with extraordinary abilities. Thus, a significant number of players face misfortune as the vengeful spirits, indifferent to the player's perceptions, unleash their malevolent energy and charge forward. Crack! A player was enveloped by one of the first-tier vengeful spirits, followed by the sound of crunching. That hurts." The anguished scream of the player sent the others into a panic, realizing that the game did not allow for a reduction in pain sensitivity. Moreover, they discovered that their fists could not land a blow on these wild monsters. Boom! In an instant, the players scattered in all directions, with many being forcibly ejected from the game due to intense mental fluctuations. Numerous players who had logged in through the game warehouse hastily retrieved their first-tier, extraordinary standard long swords from their inventory. Observing the scene at the village entrance, the onlookers were about to rush out to rescue those in peril when they were halted by the village chief, Li Yao. Li Dahu, somewhat perplexed, was preparing to speak when he noticed Li Yao pointing in a particular direction, exclaiming, "Look at that person. Didn't he just die?" Before them stood the unfortunate player who had just succumbed to the first-tier vengeful spirit, now resurrected, his face alight with excitement as he brandished the standard long sword. "A deathless body," Li Dahu exclaimed in astonishment, then turned his gaze toward Xiaolang. "I am unlike them. I possess but this one life. You two must not set your sights on me." Feeling the skeptical looks from Li Yao and Li Dahu, Xiaolang found himself in a predicament. Unbeknownst to him, the players had a limit on their resurrection attempts, and he too coveted the chance to revive. Yet, the stark reality remained. He truly had only this single life to spare. The heart of the young one felt heavy with unspoken woes. Chapter 14. The Dullblade and the lean Matthew. Li Yao and Li Dahu did not linger on the matter any longer. Xiaolang had become a pivotal figure for Xiaohua village. As long as his heart remained aligned with the village, the trivialities of the past held little significance. After all, he had his own secrets, did he not? However, when it came to dealing with a group of outsiders, Li Yao found himself at a loss. Although Sanyuan City had provided information, the autonomy resided with Xiaohua village. "Xiaolang, what do you believe should be done about these individuals?" Li Yao inquired, observing a group outside the village, armed with first-tier, magical long swords, mercilessly attacking the vengeful spirits. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. An immortal body, in this world rife with peculiarities, it was something many coveted. Xiaolang cast a sidelong glance at old Li, hands on his hips, and declared, "Are you the village chief, or am I? I've told you. What need have I for your position?" Cough, cough. Xiaolang, at least show some respect for the village chief. It wouldn't he do to provoke him away someday? Li Dahu interjected earnestly from his side. You too. Li Yao regarded the foremost experts of his village, feeling a sense of frustration. Very well, let them into the village. He had his own calculations. If this large contingent of immortals were to join Xiaohua village, the safety of his people in the face of the strange would be greatly enhanced. At that moment, the players finally managed to vanquish the few aberrations, largely thanks to the efficacy of those long swords. Otherwise, the newcomers would have struggled to even touch the vengeful spirits. This was precisely why Enlon had exerted such effort to acquire a top-tier gaming pod. After experiencing death once, the players received system notifications, realizing they only had 6 opportunities before their demise, prompting them to seek a safe zone. By the time they reacted, Enlon had already arrived at the village entrance, only to be halted by Li Gooden and his companion. Enlon was quite familiar with the entry procedures of the village. After all, his previous life had begun in Xiaohua village. Li Gooden and his companion produced a detection talisman, circling Enlon before permitting him entrance. Upon entering the village, Enlon furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He had spent considerable time in Xiaohua village, intimately acquainted with its myriad NPCs, even aware of the widow Li's bathing schedule. Yet, he had never encountered Xiaolang, who stood beside Li Dahu and village chief Li Yao. Could he be a special NPC? Enlon pondered, contemplating the possibility of a hidden quest. Meanwhile, Xiaolang was preoccupied with strategizing on how to deal with this group of fellow villagers when he noticed Enlon fixating his gaze upon him upon entry. Instinctively, he wanted to retort, "What are you staring at?" But fearing exposure of his identity, he suppressed the urge. What does this fellow intend to do? Surely he doesn't share the same peculiar interests as that old village chief. Xiaolang recalled the village chief's lascivious gaze, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the player before him. Instinctively, he clasped his hands behind his back and stealthily retreated behind Li Dahu. Enlon stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that Xiaolang was a unique NPC, surely harboring hidden quests. He chuckled to himself, fixating on Xiaolang with intrigue. As the remaining players streamed into Little Fire Village, the village chief's anxiety mounted. With a staggering 300 players, their numbers surpassed that of half the village's inhabitants. This was still under the system's restrictions. Otherwise, the village would surely be overwhelmed. The moment the players entered, they began chattering incessantly, rummaging through everything in sight. "Old man, do you have any quests? Wow, that knife of yours looks quite dashing. Is it genuine? Why does the game's interface seem so barren? Where's the new player guidance? How does one even play this game? Does anyone know?" Seeing the players encroaching upon the villagers' daily lives, Li Dahu swiftly drew his broadsword and bellowed, "Silence." The players turned their curious and expectant gazes towards him. Was this the commencement of a new player tutorial? An animated sequence, perhaps? "Who are you? In this game, I won't let you bully me." One player scoffed, "If your blade isn't sharp enough, what do you intend to challenge me with?" Another player, accustomed to previous games, unsheathed his first-tier standard long sword and charged at Li Dahu, eager to test whether the NPC could withstand his blows. Xiaolang stifled a laugh at the scene. These individuals genuinely believed they were in a game. However, he refrained from intervening. An example must be made, and besides, these players had the ability to respawn. Enlon, on the other hand, did not perceive this as mere gameplay and had no intention of warning the unfortunate soul. He quietly stood aside, exhibiting no untoward behavior. "How audacious!" Li Dahu exclaimed as he noticed the player rushing towards him with a weapon. Instinctively, he summoned the energy of the fire element, blue flames enveloping his broadsword as he swung it down. At the last moment, he recalled that this was not a mere anomaly, but rather a fellow outsider akin to Xiaolang, and hastily adjusted his blade. Nevertheless, this strike was beyond the capacity of the defenseless player to withstand. Whoosh! The blue flame blade, imbued with overwhelming force, severed the player's right arm. A harrowing scream echoed, and an eerie silence fell upon the gathered players. All that remained was the injured player writhing on the ground in agony, blood gushing forth. The sound of sharp intakes of breath filled the air as the players instantly sobered, obediently relinquishing their weapons. The NPCs in the novice village could indeed retaliate against players. One cannot provoke them, for they are acutely aware that they possess but 6 opportunities for resurrection. No one wishes to squander such chances in trivial matters. Upon entering the quaint village of Ember, all must adhere to the regulations of this place. Any transgressors shall be met with death, even if you are immortal. I possess ample methods to deal with you. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, each individual awaiting the commands of Lidahu like obedient children. Reluctance? You may either log off or suffer the fate of the unfortunate player writhing on the ground in agony. Yet, these individuals have invested fortunes, from tens of thousands to millions, in gaming pods and headsets. Who among them would willingly abandon the game before the narrative has even commenced? Having been in the game for but a short while, any discerning mind would recognize this as a groundbreaking creation. If you wish to keep pace, then endure. Oh, it hurts so much. Help me. The unfortunate player on the ground continued to wail, yearning to exit the game. Yet the system warned him, stating that due to ongoing damage, he must heal completely before logging off. However, this flawed system lacks a pharmacy, rendering him bereft of healing potions. Contemplating suicide to force a log-off, yet how many would dare confront such torment? Not to mention the excruciating pain from his nearly severed arm. Observing his plight, Lidahu could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. He had been so focused on appearing impressive that he now faced the aftermath of his own actions. Alas, this venture has proven costly. Once more, he shall be subjected to the demands of Xiaolang. Chapter 15. This matter requires additional funds. Alas, this time I have suffered loss. Once again, I must succumb to Xiaolang's demands. Lidahu pondered, yet his gaze shifted toward Xiaolang behind him, adopting a pleading expression. Xiaolang was not swayed by such antics. He raised a hand to signify 3. Lidahu's eyes widened as he attempted to intimidate him with a fierce glare. He rummaged through his waist pouch and reluctantly produced 2 pieces of mystical materials, tossing them toward Xiaolang. Only 2 remaining. Please, show me some consideration. Well then, 2 it shall be. Xiai Olang nodded, feigning to retrieve a small red potion from his waist pouch, though it actually came from the apothecary. Approaching the player sprawled on the ground. He rudely seized the severed arm and reattached it. It's crooked. The player cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face as he pounded the ground. My apologies. It's my first time doing this. I lack experience. Xiaolang admitted sheepishly. After realigning the arm, he administered the small red vial to the player. A product of a system, it was undoubtedly of superior quality. The injuries of a first-tier practitioner could heal rapidly. Surely reattaching this player's arm was feasible. To his astonishment, the player felt the effects and scrambled up from the ground, testing his arm. As good as new. In an instant, all the players present were left in awe by this display. Extraordinary abilities. An apothecary. This may very well illustrate the game's power structure and class system. The gazes of all players towards Lidahu and Xiaolang grew fervent, particularly in Lan, who felt a surge of astonishment. In his previous life, he was acutely aware that no apothecary existed in Little Fire Village. This was undoubtedly a hidden quest, perhaps even a concealed class. His eyes fixated on Xiaolang, filled with eagerness. Had there not been so many people present, he might have leapt forward in excitement. With countless battles under his belt from his previous life, Lan understood the value of the apothecary profession better than anyone. Yet at this moment, he could only patiently await the directives from village chief Li Yao and Lidahu, observing Xiaolang's disinterest in the players' affairs. Village chief Li Yao conferred with Lidahu and finally established some temporary regulations. First, normal life of Little Fire Village residents must not be disrupted. Violators will be expelled. Second, to acquire a room or choose an empty space for construction, a certain quantity of mystical materials must be submitted. Third, those who perform exceptionally may contribute varying amounts of mystical materials to gain opportunities for totem spirit awakening. Upon the announcement of these regulations, the players were left bewildered. After Lidahu's thorough explanation, They comprehended the gravity of the totem spirit awakening and mystical materials. No player dared to act recklessly anymore. However, the adaptability of players is remarkable. Understanding the situation, they swiftly mobilized. The foremost priority now was to slay the anomalies and collect mystical materials. This situation underscores the significance of a top-tier gaming hub. Those without awakened ember energy can only rely on standard long swords to inflict damage upon the first-tier anomalies. Or worse, sacrifice their lives to do so. As they venture out of the village to hunt these anomalies, they possess but a single standard long sword. How many dare to step forward? We are short one member, short one, an elite team, so those lacking a standard long sword need not apply. Observing the players swiftly adapting to the circumstances, both Li Yao and Li De, who were taken aback, glancing at Xiao Lang, who appeared utterly unfazed. They were baffled, truly perplexed. However, Li Yao soon felt a twinge of concern. The hasty measures established during this brief time would undoubtedly have gaps. How to interact with these otherworldly visitors is a matter of utmost importance. It seems the initiative must be taken by Xiao Lang. Coughing lightly, Li Yao rubbed his hands together, a faint smile creasing the wrinkles on his face. These extraterrestrial guests must share some common ground with you, right? Engaging with them should be more familiar territory for you. You see, Xiao Lang was well aware that these players could harbor the most peculiar ideas, and without proper restraint, they could become a plague more dreadful than locusts. Yet, this matter fell under the purview of the village chief. What concern was it of a mere villager like him? No, this required compensation. Xiao Lang pinched his thumb and forefinger together, fixing his gaze on Li Yao as he proclaimed, 10 first-tier supernatural materials for a week's work. Deal. Almost as soon as Xiao Lang's words fell, Li Yao clapped his hands together, eagerly responding, "What? That is too little." Initially believing that the recent battle had drained the resources of Little Fire Village, he was astonished to discover that the old man had hidden reserves. Nevertheless, players represented the primary source of income. They were akin to a thriving field of verdant chives. By the way, Dehu, you should collaborate with Xiao Lang to manage these otherworldly visitors, Li Yao said, retracting the smile from his face and turning to Li Dehu. Hearing this, Li Dehu rubbed his hands together, chuckling, "Hey, what about my share? What about you? Once I pass on, the position of village chief will be yours. What more do you desire?" Li Yao raised an eyebrow and sauntered away, leaving Li Dehu in a state of bewilderment, pondering, "I haven't even eaten. How am I suddenly full?" Bursting into laughter, Xiao Lang patted Li Dehu's shoulder and said, "After the next village chief, I'll step outside to ensure the safety of my fellow villagers. You should contemplate their needs and the future development of the village." "Oh, all right. Thank you for your efforts." Li Dehu instinctively agreed, still in a state of shock. But in an instant, he realized these otherworldly visitors were essentially immortal. What protection did they require? My tender heart truly requires protection. Just as he was about to engage in further discussion with Xiao Lang regarding this matter, Xiao Lang had already vanished into the mist beyond the village entrance. What a misfortune! Ali Dahu, the captain of the Xiao village guard team, a peak second-tier cultivator, the strongest man in this village, have been reduced to a mere errand boy, an old man and a young child. You two had better not give me a chance to catch you, or you shall face dire consequences. With a face full of indignation, Li Dahu grumbled as he made his way to his room. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, work must still be done. Li Godin, W. Wang Fugue. We both heard that, Captain. Surely you don't wish for the village chief and Xiao Lang to discover this matter. The two exchanged knowing glances, chuckling mischievously. After departing the village entrance, Xiao Lang did not venture far. He paused not far from the village to observe the battles of the players. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Lang discerned something intriguing. Setting aside the other players, he noticed that the one who had been fixated on him, Anlan, possessed some potential. Chapter 16. The foreboding region will be explored later. Xiao Lang observed with intrigue as Anlan engaged in combat with the first-tier aberrations with remarkable finesse. It seemed as though he possessed an intimate familiarity with these entities, each evasive maneuver executed with precision. Even Xiao Lang, when confronted by the same first-tier aberrations, could only rely on the disparity in energy to overpower them. His technical prowess paled in comparison to that of this player. Initially taken aback, Xiao Lang dismissed Enlon as a seasoned practitioner from the real world and chose not to dwell on him further. Such individuals exhibit exceptional control over their bodies, granting them a significant advantage within this peculiar game. At present, the combat capabilities of these players remained rather rudimentary, primarily relying on first-tier anomalous treasures and the ability to resurrect in order to vanquish the aberrations. These newcomers, akin to tender seedlings, required time to cultivate their strength. After a casual glance, Xiao Lang proceeded in a specific direction, fading from the view of the onlookers. Some players noticed his silhouette, yet they were engrossed in their fervent battles against the first-tier aberrations. With enough diligence, they would soon awaken extraordinary abilities or perhaps secure their own abodes in Little Fire Village. One player, known by the ID Msheng, held this belief with unwavering conviction. With a flourish of his layered fireblade, Xiao Lang unleashed several waves of purplish-black flames, effortlessly dispatching a few first-tier skeletal wolf demons. As he did so, contemplation crossed his mind. The area beyond the village gate was predominantly filled with first-tier aberrations, which offered little in terms of emotional value or personal growth. It seemed prudent to venture further afield. A glance inside his backpack at the resting 3-star card bolstered his resolve. The greater the turmoil, the more valuable the rewards. However, in times of indecision, one must remain resolute. With renewed determination, Xiao Lang gripped his layered fireblade and strode into the depths of the encroaching mist. He recalled the words of Old Li, who had mentioned that this direction led to Sanyuan City, albeit quite a distance away. Given Xiao Lang's current second-tier entry-level physique and speed, it would likely take him 5 days and nights to arrive. He had no immediate plans to venture to Sanyuan City. He deemed it necessary to enhance his strength a bit further first. Thus, while systematically eliminating the first-tier aberrations he encountered, Xiao Lang pressed onward. His emotional value steadily increased, and he made sure not to squander the first-tier anomalous materials he acquired, stowing them in the anomalous treasure storage pouch at his waist. Speaking of this pouch, Xiao Lang had expended considerable anomalous materials to procure it from Old Li. Only 2 such pouches existed in the entire Little Fire Village. This thought sparked a flicker of irritation within him. With such an expansive system, it was absurd that there was no dedicated storage space. The system backpack could only accommodate items produced by the system, namely cards and potions. Truly disheartening, just as Xiao Lang lamented internally. Faint sounds emanated from the mist not far away. Suddenly, a copper-armored zombie materialized before him, nearly initiating a close encounter. Fortunately, Xiao Lang's month-long training proved not to be in vain, as he instinctively summoned the energy of the internal fire seed, affixing it to his layered fireblade and striking forth. The clash of metal resonated loudly. Without hesitation, Xiao Lang withdrew his blade and altered his stance for another strike. What a peculiar little creature you are. You dare to frighten me. This copper-armored zombie had already ascended to the second tier, reaching the pinnacle of its stage. Had it been Xiao Lang from half a month ago, he would have been unable to triumph without the aid of cards. However, now, this was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills. The copper-armored zombie, having not feasted for quite some time, was immediately invigorated at the sight of a living being before it. Its iron claws, akin to gleaming metal, swept through the air, emanating a foul wind as they clashed against Xiao Lang's layered fireblade. Hiss! A wisp of green smoke rose as the purple-black flames clung to the layered fireblade, scorching the copper-armored zombie upon contact. Ding! Emotion value 100. A surge of pure energy was drawn into Xiao Lang's body, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upward. Just half a month prior, even with the layered fireblade, Xiao Lang could not breach the defenses of the copper-armored zombie. Yet after advancing to the second tier, he could now inflict damage upon this peculiar foe using solely the purple-black flames. If I can hurt you, I can slay you. The thrill surged through him. Layered fire wave slash. Xiao Lang summoned the energy of the internal fire seed, concentrating it at the blade's tip. With the amplification of the layered fireblade, a 2-meter-tall purple-black fireblade cleaved through the air. Roar! Upon witnessing this, The copper-armored zombie emitted a furious howl, gathering layers of corpse energy before it in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Hiss! The sound of the fire blade slicing through flesh echoed, as the fire blade effortlessly severed one of the zombie's arms. Ding! Emotion 200. The copper-armored zombie, in pain, extended its remaining arm toward Xiaolang and unleashed a claw from midair. Corpse blood claw. A green claw blade materialized before Xiaolang. The sudden skill employed by the zombie caught Xiaolang off guard. Fire attachment technique. In a moment of urgency, he could only draw upon the energy of the internal fire seed to form a thin layer of fiery armor before him. Sizzle. The purple, a fragment of a copper-armored zombie, plummeted from the sky, landing in the vast pit below with an enchanting sound. Ding! Emotional value 1,000. As he retrieved a second-tier supernatural material from the abyss, Xiaolang summoned the energy of the spark and effortlessly floated out of the chasm. After reaching the second tier, one could briefly hover, though the energy consumption was immense. Were it not for his grievous injuries, Xiaolang would have preferred not to resort to such measures. Upon absorbing the second-tier supernatural material, the nearly depleted energy of the spark within him surged anew. After expending a significant amount of emotional value to purchase a small red potion, the severe wound in his abdomen began to heal gradually. Buzz! A soft sound resonated within him, causing Xiaolang to shudder involuntarily. How delightful! Taking another step forward, he entered a realm familiar to second-tier cultivators. Indeed, progress is most assuredly achieved through combat. With this breakthrough, he felt a remarkable improvement in his abdominal injury. He was ready to slay a few more aberrations. It was the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with the newfound strength following his advancement. After traversing a short distance, Xiaolang encountered a mountain peak obstructing his path. Faintly, he sensed the echo of a woman's voice emanating from ahead. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore this area later. No, that is not it. Listening intently, Xiaolang confirmed that a woman was calling for help. Chapter 17. Oh dear, it has gone awry. Blue Star. As the first batch of players gradually exited the bizarre game, the world was set ablaze by its peculiarities. A multitude of gaming pods and headsets were swiftly sold, drawing the attention of powerful conglomerates, only for these entities to mysteriously vanish from existence. On various forums, threads about the bizarre game dominated the rankings. Its realism was unparalleled in the annals of gaming history. It was akin to a second world. The prospects were vast. It proved to be exceedingly unfriendly to novice players. Among them, an eloquent player composed an extensive post on the forum, vividly depicting the extraordinary powers within the bizarre game, the gaming environment, and its myriad customs and cultures, instantly captivating numerous readers. He elaborated on the benefits of the high-end gaming pods, specifically the first-tier exotic treasures provided by the system, which played a monumental role in the early stages of the game. Notably, a post by I Am Xiangzi left countless players in stunned silence. I Am Xiangzi. This game is astonishingly realistic. If I diligently slay monsters and gather materials, I can purchase a house from NPCs. I believe that with a bit more effort, I won't have to sleep in the square anymore. Incredible. Thank you for the invitation. Your employer is undoubtedly proud of you. In the original world, striving to buy a house was one thing, but having to exert such effort within the game to attain the same? Truly, Xiangzi, you never fail to amaze. I must procure a gaming pod to experience this for myself. As a plethora of players began to immerse themselves in the bizarre game, the once obscured sky started to become permeated with layers of mist. This mist bore an uncanny resemblance to that found within the strange world. Upon hearing the woman's cries for help, Xiaolang pondered briefly before making his way towards the source of the sound. In this desolate wilderness, the emergence of a plea for assistance was decidedly unusual. Nevertheless, Xiaolang felt that it would be prudent to stealthily observe the situation before making a decision. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, his field of vision expanded, allowing him to discern the circumstances more clearly. A striking woman clad in a green long robe, wielding a sword, sat on the ground, her robe tattered and stained with blood. Not far off, a massive, decaying quadrupedal lizard lay sprawled on the ground, its breath weak yet persistently crawling toward the woman. It was evident that the woman and the putrid giant lizard had engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual injury. Yet the lizard's formidable strength seemed to grant it a slight advantage. However, Xiao Lang was filled with caution. Both the grotesque lizard and the woman exuded a stronger aura than his own, obscuring their true realms. This indicated that both were at least Tier 3 cultivators and bizarre entities. In this world of myriad oddities, Xiao Lang could not ascertain if the woman before him was indeed human. Moreover, he had not brought along any anomaly detection talismans. At that moment, he recalled his unused skill, Mystic Eye, from several chapters ago. Initially, without any magical prowess, the Divine Eye skill merely enhanced one's vision, allowing one to pierce through a veil of mist. However, upon ascending to the second tier of cultivation, the internal spark within him underwent a profound transformation, enabling the inherited Divine Eye from his master to discern the uncanny. With both hands forming sword-like gestures, Xiao Lang swept his gaze forward and silently intoned, "Divine Eye awaken." He then directed his gaze towards the woman sprawled on the ground. My word, how grand and fair. Xiao Lang discreetly wiped away the trickle of blood from his nose, inwardly lamenting that this divine eye seemed to defy conventional expectations. How could a perfectly normal pair of eyes mutate into ones capable of X-ray vision? Nonetheless, one thing was certain: the splendidly ample figure before him. Cough, cough. This beautiful woman was not possessed by any malevolent force. She was undoubtedly human. The acute senses of a third-tier cultivator were remarkable. She had detected Xiao Lang the moment he appeared. However, due to her injuries, she chose not to engage. Upon noticing the glimmering rogue gleam in Xiao Lang's eyes, she steeled herself and coldly declared, "If you refuse to assist, so be it. But should you continue to stare indiscriminately, I assure you, even in death, you shall not survive." Such was the confidence of a third-tier cultivator. Cough, cough, my dear, you misunderstand. As Xiao Lang gripped his fireblade, channeling the power of the internal spark, he advanced towards the massive, decaying lizard that was slowly crawling. My dear, in my eyes, you hold less allure than this wretched lizard. Yu Shui vowed that had she not been gravely injured, she would certainly teach this audacious second-tier brat a lesson. How could that foul lizard compare to me? In the midst of her tumultuous thoughts, Yu Shui inadvertently exacerbated her injuries and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Cursed be this fate. Clang! Xiao Lang struck the colossal lizard's forelimb with his blade, producing a resounding echo that sent him staggering back several steps. The enormous, decaying creature briefly lifted its gaze to regard him, then disregarded him entirely, continuing its sluggish march towards Yu Shui. To the lizard, Xiao Lang was merely a weak insect. Devouring Yu Shui, a third-tier cultivator, would not only heal some of its wounds, but also enhance its power. At that point, a mere swipe of its paw could easily crush Xiao Lang into the ground. Hiss, impenetrable. Xiao Lang glanced at the fireblade that had accompanied him through numerous battles, only to discover it was riddled with numerous chips and dents. After all, it was merely a first-tier artifact. Even as he approached the second tier, it was of little use in the current predicament. Useless, utterly futile, the gap in cultivation is too vast. You cannot succeed. Yu Shui, clutching her wound, managed to utter with great difficulty, Let us flee for now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang's brows shot up in defiance. "Impossible. I shall prove you wrong." Buzz. The internal fire seed whirled with great velocity, and in Xiao Lang's hand, a colossal purple-black fireball materialized once more. A bursting fireball, the immense, spiraling fireball, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of energy, swiftly appeared before the great lizard. At that moment, the great lizard sensed impending danger, and a thin layer of scales emerged upon its body. Boom! Ding! Emotional value 1,000. Truly, as a third-tier anomaly, it began with 1,000 points of emotional value. A deafening explosion reverberated, sending Xiao Lang reeling backward as he stood protectively in front of Yu Shui. As he was thrust backward towards her, he found himself too close to the epicenter of the blast. losing control of his body. When his rear collided with something soft, he instantly lost his balance and sat down abruptly. When Yishui finally registered the situation, an unexpectedly round posterior was magnifying in her line of sight. By the time Xiao Lang realized that Sumti Chapter 18, "Work hard, and I will find you a sister-in-law next year," a piercing cry resonated through the air. In response, Yishui brandished her long sword and soared into the sky, intent on pursuing Xiao Lang. The blade began to shimmer with a vibrant azure light. Enraged, the third-tier cultivator unleashed a desperate strike, which Xiao Lang believed he could scarcely withstand. With a swift motion, Xiao Lang gathered his energy to stabilize himself mid-air, raising his hands and exclaiming, "I surrender! I surrender!" Yet, at that moment, as the dust from the explosion began to settle, a bifurcated long tongue, sharp as a blade, lunged towards Yishui from the mist. Xiao Lang was poised to issue a warning, but he underestimated the acuity of a third-tier cultivator. Yezhu reacted instantaneously. The azure glow she had amassed in her sword cleaving through the long tongue with remarkable precision. Whoosh! Xiao Lang witnessed a flash of azure light that sliced through the faint fog, severing the long tongue in twain. Not only that, but the head of the grotesque four-legged lizard was also cleaved in half, dangling limply from its shoulders. It was only then that the radiant glow began to dissipate. Hiss! At this sight, Xiao Lang felt a chill run down his spine. Had that strike landed upon him, the outcome would have been quite amusing. In this place, there were two entities. One was him, and the other was also him. Why? Because he had split apart. This strike was a culmination of Yishui's fury, drawing upon every ounce of energy within her. In her moment of depletion, she closed her eyes and, her body going limp, plummeted from the sky. Concerned that the girl might meet her demise, Xiao Lang swiftly illuminated his feet and floated over to catch Yishui, gently guiding her to the ground. Though even with his fire blade, he might not breach her defenses, this did not diminish his compassionate heart. He reflected that he was still rather too much of a savior, needing to amend his habit of rescuing everyone in sight. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he discreetly pried the long sword from Yishui's grasp and stowed it away in his storage pouch. Ah, this bracelet is unexpectedly a third-tier treasure, a defensive one at that. Casually tossing Yishui onto the ground, he reached out to seize the bracelet. However, it proved somewhat challenging. Xiao Lang, opting for a more decisive approach, stepped onto Yishui's right shoulder, employing both hands to wrestle with the bracelet. With a soft pop, he finally succeeded. Into his pocket it went. Just as he intended to cease his endeavors, a shake revealed a third-tier treasure necklace, the size of a pigeon's egg, glimmering around Yishui's neck. He chuckled to himself, realizing there was more to gain. The only drawback was the girl's storage pouch, teeming with unknown treasures. However, a binding restriction linked to the other party's consciousness lay upon it. Forcibly breaking it could spell disaster for the girl. Despite the fact that she had vanquished the third-tier aberration, denying him a wealth of emotional value, Xiao Lang was unperturbed, never holding a grudge. I find myself still too kind. After discreetly organizing my spoils, Xiao Lang excitedly gathered the third-tier ethereal material into his pouch. With one hand grasping Yishui's ankle and the other wielding the stacking fire blade, he dashed back, the unfortunate impact of her head bouncing along. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of peculiar sounds, Xiao Lang embarked on his journey back to the village. Today is a splendid day. All my wishes seem to come true. As he traversed the path, he encountered various ethereal beings lured by his song. Any first-tier entities met their demise to the lingering heat of his blade. Should he encounter a second-tier being, the blade would fall short of inflicting damage. Yet, how formidable Yishui's third-tier physique was, far surpassing that of any second-tier artifact. The invincible iron hammer, resounding with a clang. After accumulating several thousand emotion points, Xiao Lang felt compelled to treat this young lady well. Seizing the moment while she remained unconscious, he exchanged 100 emotion points for a small red vial to restore her health. Following these skirmishes, Xiao Lang had become thoroughly adept at controlling the energy within himself, solidifying his footing after the transient instability of breaking through to the second tier. At long last, He returned to the outskirts of Little Fire Village, observing players near the village entrance, shrouded in mist, tirelessly gathering ethereal materials with their standard long swords. Xiao Lang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Hard work pays off. The more one toils, the greater the harvest. Upon seeing Xiao Lang, some players attempted to approach him, hoping to forge a connection and possibly receive a quest, or at least acquire a few potions. In this early stage, such restorative potions were akin to life itself. However, Xiao Lang had no time to entertain them, well aware that the more he engaged, the more insistent they would become. He disregarded their advances and proceeded towards the village entrance, dragging Yishui along. This spectacle left the players in awe, marveling at the prowess of this alchemist NPC who had ventured into the wilderness alone for so long, returning with a female NPC in tow. Indeed, perhaps a new storyline was about to unfold? Yet, even if a new narrative began, without awakening or an artifact, what relevance did it hold for them? A painful truth. My friend, Xiao Lang paid little heed to the players' chatter, his thoughts consumed with how best to handle the young woman. Upon entering the village, he encountered Li Guden and Wang Fuguwei on duty. Upon seeing Xiao Lang's tattered appearance, they had grown accustomed to it. This was a testament to Xiao Lang's commendable reputation among the villagers. Aside from dire circumstances, who would dare venture into the mist daily? It was a perilous endeavor. However, when they noticed the young lady he was dragging behind, both men were taken aback. He had only been gone for a few hours, yet had returned with a girl in tow. Though the girl was clad in tattered garments, stained with blood, her hair, disheveled from being dragged, resembled a wild mane. Nevertheless, it was evident to both that if she were to be cleaned up, she would undeniably be a stunning beauty, even surpassing the village chief's granddaughter. Xiao, Sir Xiao, how is it that you return with a lady after just a brief outing? Wang Fuguwei inquired, his face a mask of envy after performing the customary verification of the two with the anomaly symbol. He was, after all, one of the more notable bachelors in Xiaohua village. This was hardly surprising, as most of the village consisted of close relatives, while the remaining young women tended to favor men of considerable strength. The neighboring village was far away, and in this world, without a certain level of prowess, one could hardly hope to secure a wife. I went out to deal with some anomalies and fortuitously rescued her along the way, Xiao Lang replied, sheathing his folding knife and giving Wang Fuguwei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You know, brother, rest assured, if you work diligently, I'll find you a sister-in-law by next year. With that, Xiao Lang continued to escort Yishui toward old Li's abode. Thank you, brother Lang. Wang Fuguwei instinctively called out as he watched Xiao Lang depart. Li Goudan. Chapter 19. Counting the harvest, Yishui awakes knock, knock, knock. Xiao Lang politely rapped on the door of the village chief's house, then called out, Old Li, open up. I brought you a gift. Today his spirits were high. Usually, Xiao Lang would kick the door open and barge right in. Li Yao, lounging in a rocking chair in the yard, felt a headache coming on upon hearing Xiao Lang's voice. He had no choice but to open the door. Otherwise, he would have to replace the newly installed door once again. Considering your usual good deeds for the village, I'll let it slide this time. Liu grumblat, tugging at a few strands of his own beard in frustration. With a leisurely motion, he opened the door, peering out with a hint of skepticism. What is this? You actually brought a gift? Are you up to some mischief again? Due to Xiao Lang's bulk, the village chief failed to notice the young woman, Yishui, deliberately concealed behind him. Hee, it's absolutely wonderful news. Xiao Lang chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Li Yao. Old Li, how about a third-tier warrior? Just say the word, and I'll have one delivered to you immediately. Huh? What did you say? Li Yao instinctively plucked a few more of his scant beard hairs, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Lang. Are you out of your mind? I don't want any of your tricks. Without waiting for the old man to react, Xiao Lang swiftly turned and shoved Yishui through the narrow gap of the door. Crack! One could not help but admire the formidable strength of a third-tier cultivator. The newly replaced iron door bent under the pressure. I brought back a third-tier warrior for our village. The rest is up to you. No need for thanks. It's only right by the time Li Yao processed this information, Xiao Lang had already vanished from sight. Once he comprehended Xiao Lang's words, Li Yao's hand trembled, and he inadvertently pulled out the last few strands of his beard. He glanced at the long, head-sized groove left at his doorstep, then at the bloodied and tattered young woman lying there. In an instant, he was struck dumb, collapsing onto the ground. What a calamity! A beast, truly a beast. Trembling, he extended a finger to check Yi Shui's breath. She was still alive. Phew! Just as Li Yao exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze caught sight of a small leaf, embroidered with golden edges, sewn onto the chest of her robe. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck Li Yao's mind. San Yuan City, Yi family. Xiao Long. At that moment, Xiao Lang was leisurely returning to his room. After stretching lazily, he began to gleefully tally the spoils of his venture outside the village. As for Yi Shui, he had already assessed her condition. Her injuries had been treated with several bottles of healing potion he had brought with him. She had merely exhausted her energy during the confrontation and would naturally awaken once her body had recuperated. Xiao Lang was apprehensive that the young lady might awaken and immediately threaten him with her sword. So he decided it would be best for her to remain calm at the old man's residence for the time being. As for whether she would harm the old man, Li Dahu had already reached the threshold of the third tier and could certainly manage to hold her off for a while. Firstly, regarding emotional value, he had previously saved a 3-star car that he had yet to utilize, and he was now approaching the significant threshold of 10,000, possessing 7,800 points of emotional value. Furthermore, he had a piece of third-tier supernatural material, along with an additional 20 to 30 pieces of first- and second-tier supernatural materials. Lastly, he had acquired 3 extraordinary treasures from the young lady, a bracelet, a necklace, and a long sword, all of which were of the 3rd tier. The bracelet, when activated, would create a barrier with defensive power comparable to that of a peak 3rd-tier cultivator. The necklace, when worn, would aid in calming the mind and protecting the spirit, making it another rare defensive treasure. The longsword, needless to say, was among the finest of 3rd-tier artifacts. It was evident that the young Lady Xiao Lang had rescued was no ordinary individual. However, what did that matter to him? If Xiao Lang had not arrived in time, even if she had vanquished that enormous, grotesque lizard, she would have succumbed to the otherworldly entities due to exhaustion. Thus, Xiao Lang had saved a life, and what was wrong with taking a small fee for his services? Poverty had made him wary. Wielding a 1st-tier artifact against the otherworldly was hardly effective. After resting briefly, Xiao Lang resumed his meditation and cultivation. Soon, there was a knock on his door. Xiao Lang. The village chief is calling for you. He has invited you for dinner, announced a member of the guard team before departing. Xiao Lang rose slowly and made his way to the village chief's home. He understood well that having brought the young lady to Xiaohua village, he ought to familiarize himself with the situation. If that woman truly lashed out, he doubted Li Dahu would be able to withstand her fury. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the sky beginning to darken. Players who had spent the day foraging were returning to the village, animatedly discussing their gains and inquiring how many more supernatural materials they needed to awaken at the altar. As he passed the altar, Xiao Lang happened to see a player descending from it. To his surprise, it was Lan. Clearly, within just a day, he had amassed the required materials for awakening and successfully undergone the process under the guidance of the guard team leader. The first cultivator among the players had emerged. Xiao Lang observed Lan with admiration. Indeed, a player skilled in martial arts was formidable. In time, once the majority had attained the 1st tier of cultivation, he would be able to reap the rewards. Filled with joy, a smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Lang's face as he brushed past Lan, offering him a broad grin and a nod before continuing on his way. It seems promising. Lan noticed the alchemist NPC smiling at him, and he felt as though he heard the notification sound of Intimacy 10, his smile becoming uncontrollable. Indeed, the first awakened player is bound to attract considerable attention. Lan mused that once he obtained the hidden profession of an alchemist and enhanced his capabilities, he could venture forth to seek the opportunities of his previous life. The future is promising. You have now ascended to the rank of a 1st-tier practitioner. Would you be interested in joining the village guard? The squad leader who conducted Lan's awakening ceremony extended an invitation to him. Is there a salary? As he approached the village chief's home, Xiao Lang noticed the elderly Li Yao standing at the door with a dark expression, his face etched with discontent as he glared at him. Ahem, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel shy. Xiao Lang felt somewhat uncomfortable under Li Yao's gaze. Peeking inside with a hint of nervousness as he quietly inquired, "How is the girl? Has she awakened? Does she harbor any intentions of harming you?" Upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, Li Yao's already wrinkled face furrowed even more tightly. He knew it. This brat is doing it on purpose. You, day after day, always bringing me trouble. Li Yao lamented helplessly, pulling Xiao Lang inside. The girl wishes to see you, so you better show her some respect. The thought of Xiao Lang dragging Yishue back with him made Li Yao break into a cold sweat. Chapter 20. The visitors from beyond at the eastern entrance of Xiaohua village. After Xiao Lang was pulled into the room, he beheld Li Chunlan seated nearby, engaged in cheerful conversation with Yishue. Beside them sat Li Dao, who, with a foolish grin, gazed adoringly at Yishue. Upon catching a glimpse of Yishue, Li Dao's face flushed crimson. "Why are you blushing like a teapot?" Xiao Lang thought, somewhat astonished by the scene before him. It had only been a short while. It seemed that Li Dao had been utterly entranced. However, one could hardly blame him. Yishue had clearly refreshed herself, donning a new outfit that starkly contrasted with her previous disheveled, blood-soaked appearance. For a rough man like Li Dao, who barely ventured into town throughout the year, Yishue was undeniably breathtaking. Yet, upon seeing Yishue, Xiao Lang felt an inexplicable itch at the back of his mind. Instinctively, he squirmed. "Oh, you scoundrel, come here." The previously serene Yishue, upon noticing Xiao Lang's arrival, and especially his fidgeting, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura of fury. The force of her presence was so formidable that it sent Li Chunlan and the others staggering back. Xiao Lang, facing this onslaught, instinctively channeled his energy to counteract it. Even so, he found it immensely challenging. The disparity between the third and second tiers was glaringly apparent. "You failed to recognize a kind heart." Xiao Lang struggled to speak while resisting the overwhelming pressure. "Now that you've healed, you become fierce. Haven't you? Why weren't you so bold before that third-tier lizard? If I hadn't rescued you from the wilderness, who knows whether you'd have been drained by a zombie or devoured by a vengeful spirit. An ungrateful dog biting the benevolent Lu Dongbin." He lamented, "The heavens are watching, the heavens are watching." As he spoke, Xiao Lang pretended to falter, retreating with exaggerated distress until he finally withdrew his energy, causing a spurt of blood to escape his lips. "Young Master Xiao, Xiao Lang, Xiao Lang." Li Yao and the others rushed forward, braving Yishue's menacing aura. Li Dao, in a show of loyalty, unsheathed his broadsword, its blue flames swirling, positioned protectively before Xiao Lang, his intent unmistakable. At that moment, Yishue felt a twinge of guilt at Xiao Lang's words, and her fierce demeanor began to dissipate. Upon reflection, she realized he was not entirely wrong. Had he not saved her, she would likely have met a grim fate, either as a zombie or at the hands of some other malevolent force. Tiger, brother Tiger, cough cough. I'm fine, please don't do this." Trembling, Xiao Lang managed to raise his head, gazing earnestly at Yishue as he spoke. "Miss, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in that matter, though it was unintentional. I am but a mere second-tier cultivator. Thank you for saving me, and I apologize." At this moment, Yishue interrupted Xiao Lang, sincerely offering her apologies before gazing at him with a hint of helplessness, saying, "I did not expend much energy. After all, you are also a second-tier adept, and it shouldn't have left you in such a state." Li Dao and the others turned their heads slowly, their eyes fixed on Xiao Lang, who lay weakly on the ground, clutching his chest. Please excuse my embarrassment." Xiao Lang, noticing the expressions of those around him, stood up without an ounce of awkwardness and promptly drank from a small red bottle. This scene left Li Yao and Li Dao aghast. It took several rare materials to exchange for one bottle of healing potion, yet he treated it as if it were mere juice. Moreover, given that he had just coughed up blood, wouldn't the fire seed within him have healed itself swiftly? What a profligate! Such wastefulness! Since it was a misunderstanding, it ought to be resolved without further ado. Unable to bear the sight, Li Yao, still feeling pain in his chest, quickly pointed at Yi Shui to introduce her to the group. Allow me to present to you. This is Miss Yi Shui from the Yi family of Sanyuan City, sent to our humble Xiaohua village, and she is responsible for supervising and assessing the visitors from beyond. While speaking, Liao discreetly gestured to Xiao Lang, cautioning him. This young lady holds significant status, and it would be wise to avoid any further mishaps. Upon hearing Liao's words, Xiao Lang began to understand the implications. The elder Liao had previously mentioned that Sanyuan City indeed governs the lives of hundreds of villages in the vicinity, particularly the four prominent families, Yi, Bai, Han, and Lei. Each family boasts hundreds of third-tier cultivators, with fourth-tier practitioners in service and fifth-tier masters revered as venerables. To annihilate a small village like Xiaohua would be a trivial task. Should the Yi family be provoked, it could very well spell doom for the entire village. Even if Xiao Lang had exhausted all his trump cards, it would be futile against any of these families. This is why Li Yao and the others had tacitly avoided mentioning how Xiao Lang had rescued this young lady. "Ah, Missy, how do you do?" Xiao Lang tidied his attire to show respect, then approached Yi Shui, who appeared bewildered, and shook her hand warmly, stating, "I am Xiao Lang, the director of the foreign visitors office stationed at the eastern entrance of Xiaohua village in Sanyuan City." He then gestured toward Li Da, who had returned to his usual demeanor, saying, "This is our village's foremost combatant, Comrade Li Dahu, at the pinnacle of second-tier cultivation, soon to advance to the third tier. I kindly ask for your guidance." Li Dahu, upon hearing Xiao Lang's introduction, though he did not fully comprehend the titles, understood it was a compliment to him. With a proud posture, he puffed out his chest and chuckled. Liao, observing this, smacked his forehead, realizing with dismay that Dahu had been led astray. As Yi Shui witnessed this scene, she burst into laughter, leaving Li Dahu momentarily stunned, nearly offering up his treasures from his storage pouch in admiration. In the city of Sanyuan, Yi Shui playfully addressed Xiao Lang, asking for his continued kindness. She seemed to have no intention of holding a grudge regarding their previous encounter, and instead engaged him in light-hearted banter. However, after uttering those words, Yi Shui fixed her gaze on Xiao Lang, a teasing glimmer in her eyes, and inquired, "Since you have my extraordinary treasure, shouldn't it be time for you to return it, Director Xiao Lang?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang casually whistled, hands tucked into his pockets, subtly maneuvering himself behind Li Dahu. He then peered out, feigning innocence as he replied, "I have no idea what you are talking about." Witnessing this scene, Yi Shui felt a twinge of frustration. It was ironic that this very individual had saved her. If she were to press him too hard, it could lead to a loss of face for the Yi family upon returning to Sanyuan City. This bracelet, the long sword, and the necklace were all birthday gifts from my grandfather and father. Yi Shui then retrieved an exceptionally striking black-handled long sword and a jade token from her storage pouch. This long sword is also a pinnacle-grade extraordinary treasure, comparable to my meteor sword, and it perfectly complements your fire attribute. The jade token is a specially crafted insignia of the Yi family. With it, one can either gain entry to our inner circle or summon a fourth-grade cultivator within Sanyuan City to perform a task for you, provided it does not contravene the Yi family's principles. Would you be willing to exchange my belongings for these two items? Chapter 21. The system update and the opening of the item mall. Do you think it would be acceptable to trade these two items for my belongings? Yi Shui playfully asked, winking mischievously at Xiao Lang. Well, the flower maiden is quite the worker. However, Xiao Lang felt little in response. After all, during the moment when the Eye of Insight was activated, he had seen all that was necessary. TSK, it was rather uninteresting. Yet, this scene left Li Dahu chuckling to himself, clearly smitten. Setting aside thoughts about Yi Shui for the time being, Xiao Lang was certain that this transaction was not a loss for him. Moreover, had the other party been more assertive, he might have lost every one of those third-tier treasures. Now that Yi Shui was able to exchange in this manner, it left room for negotiation on both sides. Once he grasped this, Xiao Lang ceased to dwell on it. "Ah, speaking of this, you must be feeling distant, right?" He took the jade token and the long sword, quickly stowing them in his storage pouch, then retrieved Yi Shui's meteor sword, bracelet, and necklace to return to her. "I was worried about losing them on the way, so I kept them safe for you." Yi Shui donned her bracelet and necklace once more, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes at Xiaolang. Who would believe that? You're just trying to fool me. After the exchange was complete, Li Yao began to inquire about Yi Shui's specific reasons for coming to Xiaohua village and whether she needed assistance. After all, she was representing Sanyuan City on this visit. You all continue as usual. I am merely here to observe the visitors from beyond the skies. I will return to Sanyuan City in no time, Yi Shui replied. She held a respectable position within the Yi family, and it was only for the sake of a bit of fun that she had slipped away under this pretense. Trapped within her family, she had grown utterly bored. Upon hearing this, Li Yao and the others began to ponder privately. This indicated that Yi Shui was, in essence, a Navi young girl. There was significant potential here. If they could establish a connection with her, Xiaohua village could open many new avenues. Dao, take Missy around the village and show her the situation regarding the visitors. Liao instinctively rubbed his chin, only to realize that his beard had been completely plucked, so he lowered his hand and added, Xiaolang, stay behind. I need to discuss something with you. Once the excited Li Dahu led the curious Yi Shui out, Li Chunlan returned to her room to prepare dinner. Watching everyone disperse, Xiaolang glanced at Li Yao and asked, Old man, are you hoping that Li Dahu will win over that girl and establish a connection with the Yi family? What's wrong with that? Li Yao found nothing objectionable. For Xiaohua village, any opportunity for survival must be seized. He had come to realize that while Xiaolang's heart might truly belong to Xiaohua village, it was clear that he would not be staying. Therefore, it was wise to plan accordingly. I bear no disdain for Brother Tiger. Just observe the generous demeanor of Yi Shui. Her standing in the Yi family is undoubtedly significant. As he drew forth the black-handled longsword bestowed by Yi Shui, Xiaolang caressed it with fervor, exclaiming, a third-tier extraordinary treasure. To give such a gift so freely. Even if we sold our little fire village, we could scarcely procure a few. He marveled at the exquisite patterns, declaring, such craftsmanship. The materials surpassed the blazing fire blade by several streets. Liao, observing Xiaolang's display with a furrowed brow, retorted defiantly, and what of it? Brother Tiger is no less impressive. What if that young lady Yi Shui favors such a style? Furthermore, fortunes may shift over the years. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. I believe Brother Tiger is quite admirable. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Xiaolang promptly sheathed the black-handled sword and applauded enthusiastically. A talent indeed. Keep it up, everyone. I shall take my leave. After signaling encouragement to Li Yao, he sauntered back to his own quarters. As for the affair between Li Dahu and Yi Shui, Xiaolang held no opinions. After all, he harbored no affection for that young lady. Thus, why concern himself? It was far more prudent to focus on enhancing his own strength. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiaolang settled cross-legged upon his bed, contemplating his future path. Currently, the first-tier anomalies surrounding Little Fire Village offered little enhancement to his abilities, while second-tier anomalies required venturing far beyond the village to encounter. Yet, for Xiaolang, now proficient at the second tier, the yield in emotional value and personal growth from such anomalies could only be deemed modest. The most suitable targets lay within the pinnacle of the second tier, capable of honing his skills while providing substantial emotional value. However, crucially, one must delve deep into the wilderness to encounter them. His information was somewhat outdated. The players presented an opportunity, yet most had yet to elevate their strengths, with many still unawakened. It seemed he must lend them a hand. Xiaolang pondered the idea of exchanging emotional value for healing potions, then selling them to the players. Once they had strengthened themselves, he could lure living anomalies for them to hunt in the wild. An intriguing proposition, albeit one with a rather low cost-benefit ratio. What he truly valued was the players' potential for growth. It could be said that once they awakened, their pace of advancement would far exceed that of the locals. In time, they might become legions of third-tier, fourth-tier, or even higher-tier cultivators. Such a collective force could likely raise Sanyuan City to the ground. Yet, Xiaolang understood well that players are often driven by self-interest, viewing this as merely a game, likely eschewing any constraints. Thus, it fell upon him to devise a strategy. But he still had a system at his disposal. Suddenly recalling this, Xiaolang, who had always regarded the system as a healer, mused that it would not hurt to inquire. System, do you possess any items that can confer certain benefits while simultaneously exerting strong constraints on others? Ding. Request from the host received. Searching for options. Ding. The module, item all, can be activated for 1,000 emotional points. Upon hearing the system's series of notifications, Xiao Lang felt somewhat bewildered. He had previously believed that this system could only be gradually updated or had a limited set of functions. To his surprise, there were additional possibilities. Activate. Emotional points minus 1,000. Item all, module has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. Hearing this announcement, Xiao Lang felt puzzled and inquired of the system. Why did you not mention this feature before? The system replied monotonously. Ding. Host, you did not ask. Oh, my bad. Without dwelling further on that matter, Xiao Lang swiftly opened the system panel and indeed discovered that in addition to the card draw pool, car backpack, and medicine mall, there was now an additional item mall. Curiosity piqued regarding the items that might address his concerns. He promptly accessed the system's item mall. Chapter 22, The Affectionate Family Artifact Stone. Upon opening the Artifact Mall module, a plethora of items came into view, categorized into the Exotic Treasure Zone, Talisman Zone, and Artifact Zone, along with several gray areas clearly indicating a locked status. Gazing at the Exotic Treasure Zone, various treasures appeared before Xiao Lang. Offensive types, defensive types, and peculiar shapes. Yet, the highest tier was merely of second-grade quality, corresponding to his own strength. However, even a standard second-grade treasure required several thousand emotional points. The Talisman Zone was similarly limited, with the maximum being second-grade talismans, although they were considerably cheaper, ranging from 100 to 1,000 emotional points. The key issue was that talismans were primarily consumables. Having just expended 1,000 emotional points, he was left with 700, still hoping to amass 100,000 to draw a 4-star card, rendering him once again a pauper. The venture into the realm of speculative investments must commence. Turning to the Artifact Zone, Xiao Lang discovered only a handful of items, each demanding over 10,000 emotional points. For instance, the AI Coins basketball, which, when thrown accurately, could compel the target to dribble for an entire hour, priced at a staggering 25,000 emotional points. Moreover, there was the powerful control megaphone, which, when activated and directed at the loudspeaker, could command 2 targets to enter battle mode while inducing a minor downpour. This contraption was even more outrageous, costing a full 100,000 emotional points. All these items appeared bizarre, yet formidable. Aside from their exorbitant prices and peculiar methods of use, they seemed devoid of flaws. Xiao Lang's eyes finally landed on the coveted item. Affectionate Family Artifact Stone. Affectionate Family Artifact Stone. A pair of stones, one maternal and one filial. The maternal stone can remotely absorb energy from the filial stone, including energy derived from the offspring it produces. The filial stone can absorb emotional points within a certain range, including those from peculiar entities. Additionally, the filial stone can expend a portion of emotional points to split into smaller filial stones, which can, in turn, absorb energy from them, creating a perpetual cycle. P.S. The family of my family is my family. We are a loving and affectionate family, priced at 100,000 emotional points. Gasp! This item is astonishing. The moment Xiao Lang laid eyes on this artifact, he made a resolute decision to acquire it. It was imperative to obtain it promptly. This artifact stone was, for Xiao Lang, an exquisitely tailored treasure. In essence, as long as he held the maternal stone and distributed the filial stones to others, allowing them to absorb emotional points to exchange for various items and exotic treasures, a vast network would be established. As the filial stones split into smaller ones, and those smaller ones further divided. Was this not the inception of a grand and cohesive sect? 100,000 emotional points. 100,000 emotional points. At this moment, Xiao Lang was entranced, repeatedly murmuring, almost possessed by the idea of dashing out of the village to amass the necessary emotional points in a frenzy. Yet, after a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure. Even with relentless vigor, one cannot venture beyond the protective embrace of the totem at night. Otherwise, when one's internal energy is depleted, returning may become an uncertain endeavor. Restraining his desires, Xiaolang retrieved the long sword with a black hilt. This sword emanated a mesmerizing black luminescence, akin to a kaleidoscopic darkness that captivates the soul, clearly not a common artifact. The finest treasures within the humble village of Xiao Hua could merely compete with the likes of the fire blade and the horse-slaying sword. However, they could scarcely touch the edges of this sword, which boasted a peak level of Tier 3. Even when faced with Tier 4 anomalies of lesser defenses, it could still inflict tremendous damage. Bathed in an aura of black light and poised for action, it was aptly named the Black Light Sword. Casually shifting aside the fire blade that lay by the bedside, Xiaolang placed the Black Light Sword in its stead. The fire blade shall no longer be of concern. I fear the Black Light Sword might misinterpret our intentions. Admiring a lady 100 times does not render her yours. Yet the cultivation of strength is a tangible reality, one that can be felt as one's power ascends. With that, Xiaolang cast aside all other thoughts, quietly channeling the energy within his body to absorb the ambient energy swirling in the air. As for the Tier 3 anomalous material, it would remain in reserve to address any energy deficits during his forthcoming breakthroughs. The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, after honing his fundamental combat skills in the training grounds, Xiaolang prepared to venture beyond the village to slay anomalies and accumulate emotional points. Along the way, he observed numerous players exhibiting energy fluctuations, a clear indication that they had exchanged anomalous materials to awaken and ascend to Tier 1 cultivators. This further solidified his resolve to gather emotional points, as time was of the essence. If these players deemed their strength sufficient and departed the novice village, finding them thereafter would prove to be a formidable challenge. From a distance, he spotted Li Dahu and Yi Shui in close conversation, but he paid them no heed. As long as Tiger was content, that sufficed. It was indeed a pity, for Li Dahu could have swiftly advanced to Tier 3 cultivator status. Alas, the young man, blinded by love, was truly unfortunate. Indeed, women merely serve to hinder the swiftness of my sword draw. After muttering this to himself, Xiaolang exchanged pleasantries with Li Guden before making his way toward the village's outskirts. Having recently traversed towards Sanyuan City, Xiaolang decided to change his course this time, hoping to encounter suitable anomalies for the purpose of amassing emotional points. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, where Xiaolang and Yi Shui had slain the great lizard the previous day, a larger, vividly crimson lizard circled the beginning to rot corpses, its form significantly bulkier than the four-legged wretch they had defeated. After a while, this lizard opened its maw wide, devouring the decaying remains of its kin. This upon finishing the feast on the lifeless lizard's carcass, the great lizard's aura surged once more. With a low rumble, a cacophony of responses echoed from a cave nestled within the distant mountain peaks. With a hissing sound, a decayed little lizard, smaller than the putrid giant lizard by several circles, crawled out from the cave's entrance. Moreover, a gathering of first-order skeletal wolf demons and second-order wraiths gradually converged in response to the sounds made by the giant lizard. Once the minions had assembled sufficiently, the decayed giant lizard flicked its tongue and staggered along the trench left by Xiaolang and Yi Shui the previous day, its destination unmistakably set for Little Fire Village. Meanwhile, Xiaolang was acclimating to the peculiar sensation of wielding the black sword. It must be said, the black sword rightfully deserves its reputation as a pinnacle treasure of the 3rd tier. With just a slight infusion of ember energy, it effortlessly cleaved through first and second-order aberrations as if slicing through vegetables. Observing the steadily rising emotional value, a smile crept upon Xiaolang's lips. At this pace, after a few more days of slaughter, he might well amass 100,000 emotional points. A fine weapon undoubtedly brings immense enhancement. It is no wonder that high-level treasure artisans are so highly sought after in this world. Who wouldn't desire a skilled, artisan of elevated treasures. Just the sheer ferocity of this third-tier weapon is astonishing. One can only wonder how Yi Xuan managed to acquire such formidable defensive bracelets and necklaces. Chapter 23. Minor repairs 40. Major repairs 80. The sheer power of these three-tiered extraordinary weapons is formidable. One cannot help but wonder how Yi Xuan managed to attain such a state with her defensive bracelet and necklace. Yet, the battlefield is perpetually in flux, and no one can predict what the next moment may bring. It is evident that Yi Xuan is not accustomed to engaging in combat, lacking experience in warfare. Thus, Xiao Lang expresses his understanding of her predicament. Fortunately, it was Xiao Lang who encountered her, allowing him to acquire such an exceptional weapon. With the continuous restoration from the small blue vial, coupled with the unyielding endurance provided by the purple-black flames consuming energy, Xiao Lang pressed on until the afternoon before beginning his return journey. Along the way, he vanquished several wandering first-tier anomalies, eventually catching sight of Little Fire Village in the distance. On this day, bolstered by the enhancement of the Blacklight Sword and the formidable support from Xiao Lang's mentor, he accumulated nearly 18,000 emotional points. Adding to his original 6,800 points, he now boasts a total of 24,600 emotional points, drawing ever closer to the significant milestone of 100,000. Having concluded his endeavors, upon returning to the outskirts of Little Fire Village, Xiao Lang observed numerous players independently utilizing their awakened abilities to hunt anomalies. The vast majority of players had successfully awakened, developing their abilities to become first-tier cultivators. Among them, Unlan stood out with his pale white flames, commanding them with finesse. His speed in defeating anomalies surpassed that of his peers by a considerable margin. He certainly appeared to be the foremost player among them. This prompted Xiao Lang to pay closer attention to him. Witnessing Unlan's prowess, Xiao Lang contemplated that when the time comes to purchase the family love prop stone, his primary target would indeed be Unlan. Following the customary procedure of testing the anomaly symbols, Xiao Lang entered the village. Upon entering, he discerned why some players had yet to awaken. These players were diligently constructing their homes in an open area on the eastern edge of the village. Xiao Lang understood this. Not every player relishes the prospect of battling monsters to level up. In an open-world game, engaging in farming and building can be equally gratifying. After all, such instincts are passed down through generations. After wandering through the village, Xiao Lang observed that the players had gradually integrated into the village's way of life over the past few days. The guards welcomed these adventurous newcomers, who exhibited a fearless enthusiasm for undertaking tasks. As long as their character was sound, they were readily accepted into the ranks of the guard. For the players, completing tasks for rewards was a natural expectation, and they occasionally even learned a skill or two. It was an utterly delightful experience. As for Li Dagao, ever since Yi Xuan arrived at the village, this simpleton has been inseparably close to her, guiding the newcomers in their training while striving to showcase his own charm. Xiao Lang expressed sympathy for the situation, lamenting how the devoted admirer had ultimately ended up with nothing. Initially, he had contemplated visiting the village's esteemed artifact master, but upon reflecting on the latter's haughty demeanor and the seemingly endless array of artifacts available in the marketplace, he lost interest in further pursuing the matter. After all, the individual was merely a low-tier artifact master, yet he carried himself with an air of unwarranted superiority. Remembering the time he had approached the master with an abundance of mystical materials, only to be unceremoniously dismissed, Xiao Lang felt a surge of indignation once more. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. It seemed that taking a step back only led to greater losses in his mind. With a sudden shift in thought, Xiao Lang made his way toward the artifact pavilion. The artifact pavilion was essentially a street within the village, serving as a communal marketplace where villagers sold various goods, including clothing and medicinal herbs, each with their own modest storefront. As he traversed the street, Xiao Lang entered the pavilion, where numerous players were perusing the artifacts they desired. However, they shared the same ambitions as Xiao Lang once did, hoping to glean knowledge of artifact crafting from the master known as Wang Ya. Yet, Wang Ya maintained his insufferably arrogant demeanor, showing little regard for those merely browsing without intent to purchase. It was well known that he was the village's sole artifact master, and even the village chief had to show him some respect. What could be said for the players? Upon Xiaolang's entrance, Wang Yi offered him no warm welcome. "You've taken the flame blade. I have nothing superior to offer," he remarked without lifting his gaze, continuing to carve a shield in his hands. "Oh, Wang, your charm is truly remarkable, as annoying as ever," Xiaolang replied with a wry smile, addressing Wang Yi. "I'm not here to buy artifacts. I recently ventured out of the village and vanquished several anomalies. It seems my artifact has developed a flaw, and I require your assistance in repairing it. Minor repairs cost 40, major repairs 80. It's a small business." "No credit offered," Wang Yi replied, still engrossed in his work without looking up. Goodness, how exorbitantly priced, truly befitting a system NPC, Xiaolang thought, feeling the weight of his accumulated mystical materials, recently awakened, and lamenting that he hadn't even purchased a home yet, let alone an artifact of the most basic tier. Others nearby echoed similar sentiments, whispering amongst themselves after hearing Wang Yi's response. In that moment, Xiaolang couldn't help but think that had he not strengthened his own abilities, he might have hesitated to enter this place at all. It seemed that monopolistic practices yielded immense profits, regardless of the location. Fortunately, Xiaolang was not there to purchase artifacts. He had no interest in such low-tier items any longer. Casually, he drew forth his ebony sword, leaning against Wang Yi's counter, letting his fingers glide along the hilt with a feigned air of regret. "Alas, it's truly a pity about my Tier 3 artifact. How is it that after slaying a second-tier zombie today, it has become dulled?" "What?" Upon hearing Xiaolang's words, Wang Yi initially found it hard to believe. However, as he lifted his gaze, he could not tear his eyes away from the blacklight sword. At that moment, the surrounding players also caught wind of the conversation, and the atmosphere became electric. A true master. This is undeniably a master. Isn't this NPC a pharmacist? How can their combat prowess be so formidable? Indeed, we struggle to take down even a first-tier anomaly, yet this nurse is already wielding a third-tier treasure to engage a second-tier anomaly. Is this not a novice village? How come every NPC is more powerful than the last? The healer is incredible. I want to be a healer too. At this juncture, Wang Yi had no time to concern himself with the players' opinions. Rubbing his hands together, he cautiously spoke up. "Xiao, could you perhaps allow me to take a look at that sword? I would be willing to repair it for you at no cost, or even pay you for the opportunity." Chapter 24. The first large-scale player event. The eerie village assault. Xiao. Might you allow me to take a look at that weapon of yours? I assure you, I will not only do it for free, but I will even pay you to repair it. What do you say? Wang Yi was quite anxious, as he was on the brink of becoming a second-tier treasure master. If only he could closely examine the creations of other high-level masters, his breakthrough would be all the more assured. But what did this have to do with Xiaolang? Oh, aren't you quite arrogant? What good is arrogance without power and influence? Xiaolang flicked the dust off his long sword, a slight gesture that sent it flying. With an apologetic expression, he addressed Wang Yi. My apologies, old Wang. I misread the situation. It appears that the residue from the oddities I defeated was merely stuck to it. My treasure is intact, so it seems there is no need for repairs. Excuse me, but the village chief has summoned me for dinner, so I must take my leave." With that, Xiaolang sheathed his dark sword and joyfully bounced back to his humble abode. What a misfortune! Meanwhile, Wang Yi, the treasure master, was left with a face full of regret, wishing Xiaolang would show him a third-tier treasure for observation. However, Xiaolang was too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters, retreating to his quarters. After a moment of contemplation regarding the day's gains, he realized that his most significant achievement was a newfound clarity of thought. "Old Wang, please do not hold this against me." Hey. With a lightened heart, his energy began to flow more swiftly. Seizing the moment, Xiaolang embarked directly on his evening training. As night fell, apart from the patrolling guards, the village was left with players who had chosen to tirelessly construct their homes. The only illumination came from the altar, casting a faint glow, while the eerie silence was occasionally broken by the voices of a few players. In the latter half of the night, the village was engulfed in silence. with only the occasional sound from the passing patrols. Suddenly, a series of soft rustling sounds emanated from outside the village. However, cloaked in fog and darkness, the patrolling guards remained oblivious to any anomalies. The noises grew louder, evolving from faint whispers to a cacophony of thuds. Even the most inattentive should have noticed something amiss. A patrol team reached the village entrance, peering into the darkness beyond, and raised their treasured lanterns high. Hiss! This single action seemed to trigger a collective alarm, and a chorus of serpentine hisses echoed from outside the village. Then, a multitude of blood-red eyes sprang to life. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guard holding the lantern stood frozen, momentarily stunned by the sight before him, overwhelmed by the sheer density of the encroaching horrors. Whoosh! A rapid whistle pierced the tranquil night, shattering the stillness of the village. Hud, hud, hud. Beneath the ancient tree in the village, the great bronze bell was swiftly struck by the members of the guard, causing the homes within to illuminate with a radiant glow. However, the eerie forces lurking outside the village did not choose to patiently await the villagers' awakening and subsequent preparations for battle. Boom! As the first strange, concentrated attack collided with the protective array of the totemic power, it vanished without leaving even a ripple. Yet this strike served as a harbinger, heralding the onset of the eerie assault on the village. Boom! Whoosh! Those first-tier lizard-like entities launched themselves, crashing and clawing at the defenses. Individually, their blows were inconsequential, but the sheer multitude of these uncanny attacks converging was indeed terrifying. Crack! Crack! A series of faint sounds erupted as fissures appeared on the surface of the totemic array. At the village altar, the once slowly releasing energy of the supernatural materials was suddenly drained, reduced to mere ash. If these materials were not replenished, the totemic array would soon be overwhelmed by the relentless assault of these entities. At that moment, the fate of every villager, young and old, hung in the balance, poised to fall victim to the invasion. All guard members, to the village outskirts. We must not allow these beasts to continue their assault on the totemic array. With a thunderous shout, Li Dahu brandished his broadsword, its blue flames surging forth as he charged towards the outer village. Kill! Charge! We shall defend Xiaohua village to the death. Roars of defiance echoed from within the settlement as all cultivators summoned the energy within them, rushing towards the fray. Xiao Lang had already exited his dwelling at the sound of the first alarm. Residing at the eastern edge of the village, he was closest to the entrance. However, upon observing the ominous forces outside with his magical sight, he realized that this invasion was far beyond what Xiaohua village could withstand alone. Assistance was imperative. Rallying several players, Xiao Lang conveyed the gravity of the situation regarding the eerie assault. Should Xiaohua village fall, they too would be cast into the wilderness, and attempting to reach other settlements alone would be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he urged them to contact players from neighboring villages and local residents to hasten their aid in defending Xiaohua village. Those who participated in the defense would be rewarded with treasures and items based on their contributions. Upon learning of the impending chaos, players swiftly logged off to post on forums. Although it was late at night, many players were still active in the game and were roused from their slumber by the cries. Once they grasped the situation, they quickly gathered their companions and formed teams, charging out with Li Dahu to join the fray against the uncanny entities. As Xiao Lang reached out to the players, he fortuitously encountered Yi Shui, who had come to lend her assistance. To be frank, Yi Shui possessed formidable strength in her own right. Although her combat experience is limited, she is undeniably a genuine third-tier cultivator. However, given the circumstances revealed by Xiao Lang's Eye of Insight, even a third-tier cultivator may prove futile. Yi Shui, can you establish contact with Sanyuan City? Is it possible for them to send assistance? Xiao Lang inquired of Yi Shui, but her response chilled his heart considerably. I slipped out quietly and didn't dare to bring a communication talisman, as that would lead to my tracking. Yi Shui gazed at the countless lizards outside, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories, her complexion paling as she replied to Xiao Lang. Alas, such misfortune. Xiao Lang felt a sense of helplessness. Did this girl truly believed that by not carrying a communication talisman, her family would be oblivious to her whereabouts. Nonetheless, Xiaolang's intention to leverage Yu Shui's connections for assistance from Sanyuan City was dashed. Whether the other villages would offer aid was uncertain, and even if they did, it would take at least 3 days. This time, it seems they must rely on Xiaohua village alone. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. With the black light sword in hand, Xiaolang surveyed the dense gathering of peculiar creatures outside, his heart igniting with fervor. These are all emotional points. Chapter 25. The Outbreak of War. Amlin's invincible path. Upon bursting forth from the village entrance, Xiaolang immediately enveloped himself in a shroud of violet-black flames. There was no alternative. Failing to do so would result in the overwhelming horde of lizards devouring him whole. Li Dahu brandished his broadsword, tirelessly clashing with the second-tier decayed lizards amidst the throng. Yi Shui, harnessing her azure energy, wielded a meteor sword, skillfully darting in and out of the bizarre crowd. As a third-tier cultivator, she danced through the fray, effortlessly inflicting wounds upon the first and second-tier anomalies. Unyielding, Xiaolang unleashed a massive fireball, which erupted in a brilliant explosion within the darkness, clearing a wide expanse of first-tier anomalies in its wake, with numerous supernatural materials cascading to the ground. The violet-black flames surged forth, spreading like wildfire, relentlessly incinerating the nearby decayed lizards. Waves of energy surged back into his body, and Xiaolang felt as though he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the burgeoning power. He was compelled to continuously unleash various skills to dissipate the energy flooding into him. Thanks to the trio's brief yet formidable outburst, the encroaching anomalies at the village entrance were temporarily repelled. Players and villagers emerging behind them rallied around the entrance, initiating a direct confrontation with a horde of decayed lizards. Despite the formidable prowess of Xiaolang and his companions, the shadowy mass of decayed lizards was utterly terrifying, surging forward in relentless waves. In the initial onslaught alone, several villagers sustained injuries. Over 300 first-tier cultivators, alongside fewer than 300 first-tier players, faced an overwhelming tide of thousands of first-tier anomalies. How could they possibly withstand such a force? Yet, this was a moment of life or death, failure meant annihilation. None among them could stand alone against this onslaught of anomalies. With the formation as their bastion, they retreated to the village to quickly absorb the energy from the supernatural materials before rejoining the fray. Li Dahu shouted loudly from above, unleashing another fiery slash towards the advancing horde of decayed lizards. A shower of crimson rain erupted, and countless supernatural materials fell. Yet no one had the time to collect them. There was no opportunity, no time to spare. At the village's central altar, dozens of children, under the guidance of village chief Li Yao, tirelessly transported box after box of supernatural materials from the village storehouse. The chief's handprints blurred in haste as the materials transformed into energy to sustain the operation of the totemic formation. The entire Xiaohua village mobilized. 10,000. Another 10,000 emotional points. Xiaolang, encased in violet-black flames, braced against the onslaught of first-tier decayed lizards. In that moment, as the relentless tide of anomalies surged forth, every skill he unleashed promised to harvest thousands of emotional points. Xiaolang stood resolutely before the villagers of Xiaohua village, unleashing a torrent of devastating area of effects skills upon the horde of decayed lizards. In a mere 10 minutes, the villagers and players had cycled through the village to absorb mysterious materials and restore their energy. Even Li Dahu and Yi Shui began to descend to the ground, conserving their internal energy to unleash more skills. However, when they witnessed Xiaolang continuously hurling explosive fireballs into the throng of decayed lizards as if they were on an unending cooldown, both were inwardly astonished by his prowess. At that moment, Xiaolang was not interested in the expressions of his companions. He was wholly focused on controlling the surging energy within him while relentlessly casting fireballs to reap the lizard horde. He simply could not afford to divert his attention elsewhere. For Xiaolang, surviving this onslaught of decayed lizards was paramount, as it promised an unprecedented bounty, an overwhelming surge of energy, and an immense quantity of emotional value. The potential for a dramatic increase was undeniable, but survival was the prerequisite. Currently, he had amassed over 40,000 emotional points, and with a few more waves of resistance, he could redeem the family love prop stone. At this critical juncture, it was inconceivable for anyone to refuse a stone capable of absorbing strange energy to replenish oneself in exchange for rare treasures with Xiaolang. Given the circumstances, he had no intention of concealing his intentions any longer. The time for pretense was over. It was time for full disclosure. To survive, the entire village would need to band together in solidarity. If one were to penetrate the fog and observe from above, they would see Xiaohua village encircled by a dense mass of decayed lizards. In the latter half of this horde, other eerie creatures such as vengeful spirits, zombies, and skeletal wolves lurked, all drawn to the village by the overwhelming presence of the decayed lizards. Most critically, at the rear of this first and second-tier menagerie, loomed a colossal decayed lizard. Having consumed the lizard slain by Yi Shui and her companions, this beast had successfully transcended its original rank, achieving fourth-tier status and becoming a truly formidable anomaly. This was the reason it could command other eerie beings to assault Xiaohua village. Before this fourth-tier lizard, several third-tier anomalies could be discerned, presenting a challenge far beyond what the humble Xiaohua village could withstand. Even a single third-tier entity required the combined efforts of the villagers to contend with, let alone a top-tier, fourth-tier monstrosity. Xiaohua village was in peril. On the Blue Star Forum, discussions regarding the new player village's activities had once again highlighted the eerie assault on Xiaohua village. While other villages were diligently gathering materials, awakening abilities, or purchasing rare treasures to build their homes, Xiaohua village had already commenced its inaugural large-scale event for novice villages. This situation left the players from other villages feeling deeply unsettled, as they clamored for the system to bestow upon their novice villages a similar event. They remained blissfully unaware of the ominous scenes of bizarre invasions surrounding Little Fire Village. Otherwise, they would surely refrain from uttering such words. Even with the 6 lives granted by the system, it would not suffice against the insatiable devouring of those anomalies. The absence of a novice village would undoubtedly hinder their prospects in the future. Among the players, none understood this better than Enlon, who toiled within Little Fire Village. After exhausting his energy outside the village, Enlon retreated back into the protective formation of the village. Something was amiss. In his previous life, there had been no such invasion activities at this time. Enlon pondered, scratching his head. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Could it be the butterfly effect? He felt a surge of uncertainty. If Little Fire Village were to be destroyed by these anomalies, would not his path to invincibility be severed prematurely? No. He must devise a plan. Chapter 26. Anlin's strategy. This simply will not do. I must devise a plan. Anlin gazed upon the harrowing scene outside, fully aware that remaining idle was no longer an option. Swiftly disconnecting from the game, he meticulously detailed the implications of the current event on the forum dedicated to the enigmatic game. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Anlin further divulged information regarding the NPCs of Little Fire Village, who were offering substantial sums for assistance in exchange for first- and second-tier extraordinary treasures. In light of the influx of players into the bizarre game, news of a first-tier extraordinary standard longsword being distributed from the top-tier game warehouse had already spread like wildfire among the community. Consequently, the prices of game warehouses soared, with the original valuation of 3 to 4 million skyrocketing to 9 million, even exceeding 10 million. This indicated that anyone capable of selling a first-tier extraordinary treasure within the game could command a staggering price of 7 to 8 million. Not to mention the immense value of second-tier treasures. Upon reflection, Anlin himself remained uncertain about this valuation. Nevertheless, it sufficed to present the information and observe the outcome. As for any future exchanges involving extraordinary treasures, by that time, the crisis facing Little Fire Village would have already been resolved. Given his status as the top player, acquiring a few extraordinary treasures or simply evading obligations would hardly invite retribution. With the adage, great rewards attract foolishness in mind, Anlin resolved to raise the stakes further. After checking his balance, he gritted his teeth and posted once more on the forum. Any player willing to participate in the bizarre invasion of Little Fire Village and successfully slay a first-tier anomaly would be entitled to a reward of 10,000 coins each. Whether as a group or an individual, the number of participants was unlimited. In his signature, Anlin included both his in-game ID and personal page, asserting his position as the leading player. Upon the publication of this post, it swiftly captured the attention of numerous forum users, ascending to the top of the discussions. Is this for real? 10,000 coins for merely slaying a first-tier anomaly? Anlin, the top-ranked player, surely wouldn't fabricate such a claim. Brothers, what say you? Is anyone interested in venturing to Little Fire Village for this opportunity? This cannot be a hoax, even if he is Anlin, the foremost player. Deceiving us on such a grand scale would render him incapable of advancing in a game. I believe any player seeking extraordinary treasures and a quick 10,000 coins should seize this chance. No more talk, brothers. I will share the coordinates with you all. And I'm off. Wait for me upstairs. Let us go together. In this world, there will always be those eager to take a gamble. Even if this post were a fabrication, many would still seek to verify its authenticity, not to mention the numerous players from Little Fire Village who have posted similar messages. Likewise, this world will never lack the presence of the affluent. As the fate of Little Fire Village hung in the balance, several affluent players, upon encountering Anlin's post, hastily escalated their offers, seeking assistance at prices surpassing those of Anlin. Consequently, the fervor surrounding this matter surged to an unprecedented zenith. Across various apps, the incident of a gaming event with a bounty exceeding 1 billion instantly ascended to the pinnacle of trending searches. Players already immersed in the game eagerly utilized extraordinary lanterns to set forth towards Little Fire Village. Meanwhile, those yet to log in were once again astonished by the allure of this game, with many fervently seeking a gaming helmet or pod. The enigmatic game's influence in the real world deepened, shrouding the skies in an even thicker mist. They awaited but a singular opportunity, the moment when the peculiar game would breach into reality. Outside Little Fire Village, a mountain of supernatural materials had accumulated before Xiaolang. The decaying lizard corpses, reduced to mere remnants under the fiery onslaught of his explosive fireballs, were but a testament to his relentless assault. Yet, despite this, the swarm of rotting lizards showed no sign of abating. Gazing through the fog with his divine eye, Xiaolang discerned no end in sight. A glance at the sky revealed that dawn was approaching. Yi Shui and Li De, who had each taken turns to replenish their energies. Only Xiaolang remained steadfast, tirelessly unleashing his most formidable explosive fireballs. In the face of his relentless exertion, his emotional value had soared to a staggering 100,000, reaching a terrifying peak of 190,000. However, Xiaolang found no respite. The tension had begun to wear on him. Dehu, Yeju, take over for a moment. I need to return to the village and replenish my energy. All right, Xiaolang, go rest. We got this. Upon hearing Xiaolang's words, both Li Dehu and Yi Shui simultaneously exhaled in relief. Particularly Yi Shui, who felt the pressure, realizing that her energy as a third-tier cultivator paled in comparison to Xiaolang's proficiency as a second-tier. It was an overwhelming burden. Yet, knowing Xiaolang was taking a break, she consoled herself, thinking that he had only endured slightly longer, bearable enough. However, she was not one to concede easily. Witnessing Xiaolang retreat for rest, she erupted with determination. With a single meteor sword, azure energy surged forth, momentarily suppressing the peculiar entities within hundreds of meters, rendering them hesitant to advance. At that moment, Xiaolang remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Had he known, he would have chuckled. Insufficient energy? His reserves were so abundant, he feared they might burst. Seizing the opportunity to moderate his internal energy, he felt himself approaching a bottleneck. With one final push, he would ascend directly to the pinnacle of the second tier. However, this is not the opportune moment to pursue that final step. Swiftly accessing the system, he navigated to the props mall and selected the family love prop stone. Without hesitation, Xiao Lang proceeded to exchange it. A chime sounded, indicating the deduction of 100,000 emotional points, and the exchange for the family love prop stone was successful. Another chime echoed as the system automatically opened the inventory, depositing the relevant item within. Oh, what a delightful surprise. As Xiao Lang gazed at the opened inventory, he felt a wave of satisfaction. Previously, he had lamented the absence of an inventory within such a well-designed system. To his astonishment, it now included an inventory feature. This revelation filled Xiao Lang with excitement. He was eager to examine the size of the inventory. Upon opening it, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness! It is so vast!" Chapter 27. Distributing the prop stone, it is erroneously referred to as a system backpack, but in truth, it represents a distinct realm of system space. Whether it is due to the evolution of the system, which has begun to refine its functionalities, or some other reason, this time the system backpack appears remarkably expansive. From Xiao Lang's cursory observation, it seems to encompass an area roughly equivalent to that of a basketball court. Accustomed to the system's previous frugality, he found this sudden generosity somewhat disconcerting. The most significant revelation was that Xiao Lang discovered this system backpack could now accommodate items not produced by the system itself. This feature was exceedingly user-friendly, bringing him a sense of comfort. Without delving further into the intricacies of this system backpack, Xiao Lang focused his thoughts and extracted the loving family prop stone, which he had exchanged for 100,000 emotional points. Holding two egg-sized, translucent mother stones in his hands, Xiao Lang felt a surge of excitement. After some contemplation, he began to split the mother stone to create a child stone. Upon checking his emotional points, he found that splitting one child stone consumed 100 points. Noticing he still had over 90,000 points in reserve, Xiao Lang estimated the potential and promptly embarked on a fervent creation of child stones. He aimed to seize this opportunity to incorporate the players and villagers of Little Fire Village into the loving family collective, investing 60,000 emotional points. Xiao Lang procured 600 child stones. That should suffice. Stowing these child stones in his storage pouch, Xiao Lang once more brandished his black light sword and charged forth. With violet-black flames clearing his path, he carved a bloody trail through the decaying lizard horde until he reached Li Dahu. "Brother Dahu, your voice is booming. Give me a shout," Xiao Lang called out, brandishing a child stone. After dispatching a decaying lizard with a swift strike of his sword, he seized the opportunity to add, "These stones can absorb peculiar energies and emotions, restoring their internal vitality. Furthermore, after the battle concludes, they can be exchanged with me for various potions and rare treasures." Upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, Li Dahu's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his broadsword. What sort of trickery was this lad up to? Yet at this critical juncture, Li Dahu understood that if this were indeed true, it could significantly enhance the sustained combat capabilities of Little Fire Village's fighters. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the current state of affairs. Moreover, Xiao Lang had mentioned that the energies and emotions absorbed could ultimately be exchanged for treasures and potions. The instant Li Dahu received the child stone, he instinctively grasped its purpose. No need to inquire further. The system was indeed remarkable. It was genuine. Li Dahu cast another astonished glance at Xiao Lang, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Just how much more did this young man conceal? However, at that moment, Li Dahu had no time to ponder such questions. As long as they could defend Little Fire Village, all else would be manageable, regardless of whether they faced extraterrestrial foes or members of the Guard. Everyone was to converge at the entrance to collect the energy stones. Li Dahu understood that under the current circumstances, Xiao Lang was undoubtedly the most crucial force. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Lang, he consolidated all the energy stones for Li Godin to collect. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang seized the opportunity to harvest several waves of emotional value using explosive fireballs. During this interval, he successfully repositioned himself at the village entrance. Upon finding Li Godin, Xiao Lang handed over 600 energy stones along with several small red potions he had recently exchanged from his storage pouch. Naturally, the potions served as a tip for his ally, for in these times, one must offer something in return for assistance. An unspoken rule indeed. Initially, Xiao Lang had intended to prepare a potion for each individual, Yet he needed to accumulate emotional value for a more significant endeavor. Although he had harvested some emotional value from the recent waves, it was still insufficient to meet the substantial demands for valuable items and potions in the future. However, for the time being, it was barely enough. The remaining value could be reclaimed as the situation progressed, despite expending such a considerable amount of emotional value. Xiao Lang was confident that this endeavor would yield great returns. Let the bullets fly for a while. Observing the members of the guard and players rotating to collect energy stones, Xiao Lang brandished his black, glowing sword and plunged into the throng of decaying lizards, commencing a bountiful harvest. Yet, as he beheld the overwhelming mass of decaying lizards, even Xiao Lang felt a twinge of fatigue. It was unclear what frenzy had seized these creatures as they charged recklessly into the fray. Even if they could not breach the totemic formation, they carelessly hurled themselves at it, valuing the fight over their own lives. Moreover, more critically, despite the villagers relying on the formation, numerous unforeseen events unfolded. At this juncture, no one had the capacity to lend a hand. Many villagers, not having had the chance to rest in the village, were ambushed and dragged into the bizarre horde, devoured without mercy. Likewise, many players lost their health amidst the chaos. They had only just awakened, possessing merely the skills of a novice practitioner, and could hardly anticipate such a bizarre assault on the village. For them, this was an opportunity, at the very least. There was an abundance of supernatural materials and wild creatures. Furthermore, they had just received energy stones from the NPCs. In their understanding, these energy stones were a patch bestowed by the system, enabling them to earn rewards during this event. Otherwise, given their current strength, it could be said that they would have little opportunity to participate unless they were willing to risk their lives. Even if one were to secretly collect materials, there is always the chance of being dragged away by a decaying lizard and devoured. After unleashing several more explosive fireballs, Xiao Lang suddenly sensed something amiss. He could no longer endure. He was on the verge of explosion. For the first time, Xiao Lang realized that the purple-black flames could absorb free energy and feedback upon oneself, and this was proving excessively intense. No, he had to retreat for a moment. Dahu, just a little longer. I can feel the breakthrough coming. I can't hold it back any longer. After shouting once more at Li Dahu and Yi Shui, Xiao Lang suppressed the surging energy within him and dashed back to the village. Li Dahu was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning the reliability of his own memory. Hadn't Xiao Lang only recently entered the second tier? How could he have ascended to the same level as himself in such a brief period? Yeju, undoubtedly the most astonished among them, recalled that when she first encountered Xiao Lang, he had just barely achieved proficiency in the second tier. Was it merely a day or two ago? How could he possibly be on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the second tier now? Could he be a beaver? Witnessing Xiao Lang's rapid advancement, they both began to doubt the value of their own cultivation over the past decade. Nonetheless, in the face of the current situation, there was little they could do but endure. After all, they were still struggling to make their own breakthroughs. It was indeed a frustrating predicament. Chapter 28. She truly. I weep upon returning to the village. Xiao Lang swiftly retreated to his chamber, where he sat cross-legged. The tumultuous energy within him was quickly subdued, and he began to compress and purify it, directing it towards the ignition source. There was no resisting this sensation. It surged forth with an intensity that was nearly overwhelming. At the village entrance, Li Godin had nearly exhausted the energy stones in his possession. The players and villagers who received these stones immediately grasped their remarkable utility. Each one became fervently interested in hunting the decayed lizards. For them, these creatures transformed from mere mystical materials into moving sources of energy, gems of extraordinary value. The players who had previously sought to take shortcuts and gain easy benefits were now invigorated, rushing forward with newfound enthusiasm. Though they remained uncertain about the exchange rate for these treasures, they were undeterred. The overwhelming horde of decayed lizards was a target too plentiful to ignore. They aimed to gather a substantial bounty first. Each treasure was worth no less than 7 to 8 million red suns. Who would complain of insufficient wealth? Even if monetary gain was not the objective, Acquiring these treasures would significantly enhance their characters within the game. Undoubtedly, Xiaolang's actions had greatly bolstered their motivation. Among the players, Unlan, wielding a standard long sword, led the charge with unparalleled vigor. Meanwhile, those who had opted to use their materials to purchase land and construct homes could only quietly scavenge for mystical materials on the battlefield, later seeking awakening from Old Li with a heavy heart. It was indeed a burden for Old Li, who not only had to maintain the totemic array, but also exert himself to awaken the players. Were it not for his own considerable strength, he might have found himself utterly exhausted. Upon acquiring the energy stones, one could only absorb energy through personal kills, necessitating some degree of strength. However, this posed no issue for Yi Shui, a third-tier cultivator, and Li Dahu, a peak second-tier cultivator. Although their energy duration was not as prolonged as Xiaolang's, their damage output was equally formidable. With the ability to absorb strange energy and emotional values through the energy stones, they effectively compensated for their previous limitations in endurance. The two transformed into formidable artillery, unleashing a barrage of terrifying and powerful skills upon the horde of decayed lizards. Waves of energy and emotional values were continually absorbed by the energy stones. This cycle, if uninterrupted, promised that as long as they could endure, the world would be theirs. However, unforeseen events were indeed on the horizon. Behind the horde of decayed lizards, a colossal lizard observed the futile attempts to breach the totemic array, letting out a low growl that resonated from its throat. Beside it, a silver-armored zombie and a colossal skeletal direwolf emerged reluctantly. Though not of the same kin, strength remains the eternal law of this world. Both the silver-armored zombie and the skeletal direwolf were third-tier abominations. Yet after the putrid giant lizard's ascension to the fourth tier, they dared not even voice dissent. That monstrosity wouldn't spare its own mate's corpse, let alone them. Defiance would only make them the next meal. With a roar from the decaying behemoth, the two creatures surged with necrotic energy, soaring through the air toward Little Flame Village. In moments, they loomed at the forefront of the battlefield. Damn it! Li Dahu charged forward the instant he spotted them, though he knew he stood no chance. As the village's nominal strongest, who else could hold the line? You can't stop them alone. Call Xiaolang for backup. I'll stall them. Yet before he could advance, Yi Shui had already stepped forth, her meteor blade gleaming before the two third-tier horrors. The gap between second and third tier was vast. Not everyone was an anomaly like Xiaolang. Even if Li Dahu neared the third tier, he remained a second-tier cultivator. He couldn't withstand this. Watching Yi Shui confront the abominations without hesitation, Li Dahu's heart pounded as if struck by a bronze-armored zombie. His eyes reddened. Jeez, gods. I could weep. If I don't marry this girl, I'll marry her myself. Yi Shui had only been in Little Flame Village for days. She owed no duty to risk her life for it. At her level, slipping away unnoticed would draw no blame. Yet she stayed, and she stood at the vanguard. Xiao Long, if you don't show up now, my future wife won't hold out. Li Dahu bellowed toward the village while fending off the surging horde of decayed lizards. Just as Xiaolang emerged from his home after breaking through to peak second tier, Li Dahu's voice reached him. Little tiger, your audacity grows by the day. Assessing the situation, Xiaolang wasted no time. Hold the line here. I'll aid Yi Shui against those third-tier fiends. As Xiaolang prepared to take flight, Li Dahu cleaved through a lizard and shouted, You sure you can handle this, Xiaolang? Maybe we should team up. The remark almost provoked Xiaolang to prove himself, until the image of Li Dahu's rugged, thick-browed face made him shudder. Never mind. No point arguing. After this battle, the title of Little Flame Village's strongest will change hands. Upon calling out to Li Dahu, Xiaolang surged directly toward the battlefield in the sky, where Yi Shui and two third-tier aberrations were locked in combat. Given Xiaolang's recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of the second tier, even with the enhancement of the Black Light Sword, engaging in a battle against the third-tier practitioners and the two aberrations was somewhat precarious. Time was of the essence. Should the battle linger, there was a grave risk that either Li Dahu or Yi Shui would falter, leading to the inevitable engulfment of Xiaohua village by the horde of lizards. In the midst of his ascent, Xiaolang activated the 3-star character card from the Myriad Realms. which he had previously acquired at the cost of 10,000 emotional points. The mantra echoed in his mind. The faithful are without bounds. Can carelessness absolve one of responsibility? You summoned me today, did you not, to bear this burden? A scene reminiscent of a cinematic cutscene unfolded in his consciousness. As a surge of potent energy accompanied the recollection of combat skills associated with the character. It was none other than the character card of the Lightning King, Jian, a figure hailing from the era of waning magic and the quasi-leader of the Maoshan sect. Whether it was due to the harmonious alignment of this character's abilities with the rules of Xiaolang's world or some other fortuitous reason, the strength of this character card was not suppressed like that of Tang San. Rather, it seemed to possess an innate enhancement. Observing the silver-armored zombie in the sky, Xiaolang grinned with a sense of foreboding. Your time of reckoning has arrived. Chapter 29. Inheriting skills you are in for a world of trouble. Xiaolang charged forward, intercepting the silver-armored zombie. Yi Shui, hold your ground. I will deal with this silver-armored zombie and then come to your aid. After uttering these words, Xiaolang rubbed his hands together, and two arcs of lightning materialized in his palms. He then hurled them directly at the silver-armored zombie. Yi Shui was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Wait, brother, didn't you just break through to the pinnacle of the second tier? How is it that you seem even more formidable than my third-tier self? Despite her astonishment, she found that Xiaolang's intervention significantly alleviated her burden. With an array of extraordinary treasures at her disposal, she could contend with the third-tier skeletal wolf before her. It was merely a matter of time. Thunderbolt Fist. Xiaolang unleashed a dazzling display of sparks and lightning as he struck at the silver-armored zombie. Emotion value 6,666. Indeed, lightning proved to be the most effective element against the uncanny, as this bolt rendered the silver-armored zombie trembling. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiaolang was invigorated. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, boom, boom. Drawing upon the magic within him, Xiaolang continuously unleashed small bolts of thunder towards the silver-armored zombie. The moment the first bolt struck, the creature lost all desire to engage in combat. Just look at the people of this world. Who among them can summon lightning with their bare hands? Such fourth-tier lizards should go play elsewhere. The preservation of life is paramount. Yet, Xiaolang had no intention of letting the silver-armored zombie escape so easily. Although his physical prowess had increased, it could only sustain this formidable stone-skinned persona for 2 hours. It would be a disservice to Uncle Jiu if he did not seize this opportunity. Observing the silver-armored zombie attempting to flee, Xiaolang mobilized his internal magic to conjure a localized phenomenon. Dark clouds gathered and mist swirled. Striking snakes of lightning danced above the zombie's head. Although his Thunderbolt Fist was already impressive, this maneuver consumed nearly half of his magic reserves. With a commanding shout, a pillar-sized bolt of heavenly lightning descended upon the silver-armored zombie's head in an instant. Crack! A brilliant flash accompanied by a deafening sound ensued, leaving the silver-armored zombie with no chance to resist, utterly disintegrated. Ding! Emotion value. Slaying this third-tier, silver-armored zombie rewarded Xiaolang with over 30,000 emotion value. He reached out and collected the ethereal materials that fell from the vanquished zombie. After stowing them away in his system space, Xiaolang turned his attention to the third-tier skeletal wolf engaged with Yi Shui. The dark clouds had yet to disperse, and he craved more lightning. Yi Shui, step back. Allow me. With a flick of his fingers, Xiaolang summoned the ominous clouds to envelop the third-tier skeletal wolf. Ding! Emotion value 2,222. As Xiaolang remained idle, the skeletal demon wolf was already trembling in fear, contributing a wave of emotional energy. Yi Shui, noticing Xiaolang standing protectively in front of her, couldn't help but wonder where the silver-armored zombie had gone. She initially thought that Xiaolang had scared away. This was a testament to how formidable she imagined him to be, especially since she had only heard a noise and had not witnessed the scene unfold. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly thunder, slightly smaller than the previous one, struck the quivering third-tier skeletal demon wolf, providing clarity to Yi Shui regarding the fate of the silver-armored zombie. It, too, had been reduced to mere remnants. Yi Shui, wielding the meteor sword, found herself at a loss. She doubted her ability to withstand such an onslaught. Was this truly the damage a peak second-tier cultivator could inflict? Her worldview had been irrevocably altered once again. With a sense of liberation, Xiao Lang collected the ethereal materials from the skeletal demon wolf and dashed eagerly into the throng of decaying lizards below. The second bolt of heavenly thunder had not drained his mana significantly, thanks to the celestial phenomenon he had summoned. Seizing the moment, he sought to reap further rewards. Surrounded by crackling electrical energy, Xiao Lang plunged into the swarm of decaying lizards with reckless abandon. With a thunderous left hand and a lightning-infused right hand, he unleashed his attacks. Not to mention the first-tier anomalies, even the second-tier ones fell at his touch. Xiao Lang couldn't help but marvel at Shi Jian. A truly remarkable figure. The man who could conjure small bolts of heavenly thunder and wield devastating power as if it were a mere basic attack was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the age of dwindling magic. It was unfortunate he met his end due to a plot twist. Boom! Crackle! Bolts of lightning erupted within the swarm of decaying lizards, effectively suppressing their aggressive advance. As he observed the emotional energy skyrocketing in the system's back end, Xiao Lang couldn't suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, hovering above, Yi Shui cleaved through a group of decaying lizards with her meteor sword and approached Li Dahou. Pointing at the exuberant Xiao Lang, she inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Isn't your little fire village affiliated with fire? Has he mutated?" Li Dahou, after dispatching a few decaying lizards with a blue flame slash, took a moment to catch his breath before responding with a hint of resignation. Cough, cough. It seems he has indeed undergone a mutation. He was just as curious. He had witnessed Xiao Lang unleash purple-black flames at the altar during his awakening. How had it transformed into thunder now? Yet, Li Dahou had grown accustomed to Xiao Lang's unpredictable nature. Despite the peculiarities, he was a genuinely good person, especially towards those in Little Fire Village. At that moment, Xiao Lang, the subject of their conversation, continued to revel in a staggering rate of critical hits. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating." This particular card of the 3-star character is utilized with impeccable timing. Uncle Jiu's method of crafting small thunderbolts inflicts an extraordinarily high level of damage upon these bizarre entities. Within such a brief period, Xiao Lang's previously dwindling emotional energy surged to an impressive 280,000. This sudden increase instilled in Xiao Lang a peculiar illusion that perhaps these strange beings were merely here to offer themselves. However, it is crucial to remember that Xiao Lang and his companions are not machines. Despite possessing the Z-Stone to replenish their energy, the human spirit inevitably succumbs to fatigue. Having fought tirelessly from the latter part of the night until this morning, many villagers were on the brink of exhaustion, gazing at the still dense horde of decaying lizards. A sense of disorientation began to creep into their minds, as if the grotesque onslaught would never cease. Were it not for Xiao Lang and his companions fortifying the village entrance with their formidable prowess, instilling confidence among the villagers, it is conceivable that Xiaohua village might have already fallen. As Xiao Lang sensed his internal magical power nearing depletion, he stealthily returned to his original position outside the village entrance. Coincidentally, the duration of the character card had also reached its conclusion. Once again wielding the Dark Light Sword, he prepared to continue the battle using the energy of the Fire Seed. A notification from his system caused a smile to grace his lips. Ding. Congratulations. You have inherited the skill, Lightning Thunder Fist. Chapter 30. A Temporary Retreat in Xiao Lang's Speculation. Ding. Congratulations. You have inherited the skill, Lightning Thunder Fist. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Lang took a moment to confirm the message once more. After scrutinizing it carefully, he realized that he had indeed inherited the Lightning Thunder Fist skill from the Shi Jian character card. What a remarkable stroke of luck. Given the absurd odds of inheriting skills from card draws, it was astonishing that Xiao Lang had struck gold this time. He felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. In the past, aside from the experience card of Uncle Jiu, which guaranteed the inheritance of a Divine Eye skill, Xiao Lang had never hoped to acquire skills through subsequent character cards. Yet, unexpectedly, today, he had one with the Shi Jian character card, and it was a splendid Lightning Thunder Fist at that. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the potential for unleashing extraordinary attacks. Just when Xiao Lang thought he might be feeling a bit fatigued, the acquisition of this skill revitalized him. Battle. He was eager to continue gathering emotional energy. This time, perhaps he could achieve something significant. Once he amassed sufficient emotional energy, he could procure all the extravagant items from the marketplace. Roar. Just as Xiao Lang prepared to test the effects of his newfound lightning thunder fist, a thunderous roar from a colossal beast echoed across the battlefield. Immediately, the decayed lizard swarm seemed to receive some command, halting their attacks and retreating, disappearing into the mist. Witnessing this scene, Li Dahu and Yi Shui hurried over to Xiao Lang, inquiring, "What is happening? Are they retreating?" Li Dahu asked, his incredulity evident. Typically, once the sinister creatures attacked in numbers, it was a relentless battle to the death. Given Xiao Lang's multitude of secrets, Li Dahu instinctively turned to him for answers. Clearly, both Yi Shui and Li Dahu had begun to regard Xiao Lang as their leader, a position he had earned through his formidable combat prowess. Upon hearing Li Dahu's question, Xiao Lang discreetly summoned the energy of the fire seed and activated the divine eye skill. Peering through the mist, he discerned that the decayed lizards had not retreated. Instead, they were lurking within the fog, poised to strike at any moment. After sharing this revelation with his companions, he added, "There must be a leader among these decayed lizards orchestrating their movements. Not only do they exhibit tactical withdrawal, but those two third-tier anomalies earlier were not part of the same group as these lizards. Yet, there has been no internal conflict among them, which indicates a higher-tier anomaly is controlling the situation." Upon hearing this, both Li Dahu and Yi Shui exchanged a chilling glance. If the anomalies continued their reckless assault, the villagers of Xiaohuo would only face exhaustion at most. With the aid of the totem formation, they might still withstand this onslaught. According to Xiao Lang's assertion, within this peculiar group, there exists an even higher-level entity, a being more enigmatic than the third tier. Who among those present could withstand such a force? Both Yi Shui and Li Dahu were acutely aware that, despite Xiao Lang's numerous hidden cards, a peak second-tier cultivator could barely contend with a third-tier anomaly. The possibility of him confronting a fourth-tier entity was a notion neither had entertained nor dared to contemplate. "Let us leave some individuals here to keep watch. The rest should promptly rest and recuperate," Xiao Lang remarked, casting a glance at the anomalies shrouded in mist. "These peculiar beings are unlikely to launch another offensive for the time being." Li Dahu and Yi Shui concurred, fully cognizant that the moment of their next assault could very well signal the onset of a grand confrontation. After Li Dahu organized the personnel for watch duty, he immediately instructed the guards to lead the players in clearing the battlefield. It must be noted that the ground was teeming with supernatural materials. With these materials, constructing a small village would pose no challenge. The players, filled with enthusiasm, disregarded the decaying flesh strewn about and rushed to collect the supernatural resources. In their eyes, the ground was a veritable treasure trove. It was well known that wealthy players were clamoring to purchase these materials at hefty prices. Li Dahu did not deter the players. In his view, any contribution to the small village was well-deserved. The primary concern was whether they could endure this wave of challenges. Once everything was arranged, Li Dahu and Yi Shui convened with Xiao Lang at the village entrance to strategize. If Xiao Lang's words held truth, then among the rotting lizard horde, a high-level anomaly was assuredly present. Observing the grim expressions on their faces, Li Dahu pondered the implications of a fourth-tier entity. It was likely they could not withstand such a force. "Xiao Lang, do you have a plan?" Yi Shui and Li Dahu gazed at him with a hint of hope, only to find Xiao Lang lost in thought, appearing somewhat dazed. A sigh of resignation escaped their lips. They understood he too was at a loss. Yeju, noticing Li Dahu's troubled countenance and gazing into the distance shrouded in mist, spoke resolutely, "You too cover me as I break through the anomaly horde. I shall seek reinforcements in Sanyuan City. Time is of the essence." Li Dahu shook his head. "Even if your speed exceeds ours significantly, reaching Sanyuan City would still take at least 3 days. By then, Little Fire Village may very well be lost." Upon hearing this, Yi Shui's face fell. For Li Dahu's words rang true. traveling at full speed across the wilderness could potentially attract other high-tier anomalies. At that juncture, not only would she fail to find reinforcements, but her own life might very well be at stake. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang remained oblivious to their conversation, his thoughts wholly absorbed in the system interface. Upon realizing that a fourth-tier anomaly might lurk among the rotting lizards, he began contemplating the creation of a 4-star card. In the recent battle, his emotional value surged to 280,000. Coupled with subsequent skirmishes, he amassed a total of 300,000 emotional points. A 4-star card requires 100,000 emotional points, making it entirely feasible to procure one in preparation. Gazing at the interface for drawing a 4-star card, which costs 100,000 emotional points, Xiao Lang discreetly clicked to draw. With a chime, 100,000 emotional points were deducted, and the 4-star card was deposited into his card storage. It was precisely because Xiao Lang was engaged in this card-drawing endeavor that when Li Dahu and Yi Shui encountered him, he appeared in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, Xiao Lang did not overhear. Had he caught wind of Li Dahu's words, as long as the emotional value is sufficient, all anomalies will be rendered powerless. At that very moment, in various novice villages, player teams wielded strange lanterns to navigate through the fog, making their way toward Little Fire Village. Upon seeing the posts on the Blue Star Forum, most awakened players decided to join in on the venture. For players, as long as they participated, there would undoubtedly be rewards to reap. Chapter 31. Subtle Absorption, Mysterious Invasion of Reality. At the altar of Xiaohua Village, Li Yao surveyed the numerous boxes filled with supernatural materials, a smile permanently etched on his face. Despite the ferocity of the recent bizarre assault on the village, the spoils were undeniably substantial. If Xiaohua Village could weather this storm, thoughts of advancing towards Sanyuan City would soon follow. Remaining in this remote locale, even with the protection of the totemic Grand Formation, could not guarantee perpetual tranquility. Relocating the entire village to Sanyuan City would signify a dramatic shift. Given the city's scale, even a multitude of 5th-tier anomalies would struggle to breach its defenses. This bizarre attack served as both a warning and a wake-up call for the venerable village chief, Li Yao. He resolved to allocate a small portion of the supernatural materials to sustain the Grand Formation, while the remainder would be transported to the village warehouse. After directing the villagers to move the materials, he turned to Tian Juanhao, the captain of the guard, and instructed, summon all the unawakened extraterrestrial visitors to the altar. We must awaken them while time permits. More hands mean greater strength. Tian Juanhao wholeheartedly agreed with the village chief's words. He had witnessed the overwhelming horde of decayed lizards, a sight that had nearly darkened the skies, were it not for the combined efforts of the captain and Xiao Lang. The totemic formation of Xiaohua Village would likely have been shattered, as Tian Juanhao set off to gather the players. Xiao Lang requested Li Dahu to observe the anomalous situation outside. As for himself, he thought mischievously to reap some benefits first. Taking out the Family Bonds item stone, Xiao Lang stepped into the crowd. Gripping the mother stone, he felt threads of connection emanating from nearby, originating from the substones previously distributed among the players and villagers. Seizing the opportunity before the anomalies launched their offensive, he decided to harvest some emotions. However, he was cautious not to absorb too much emotional value from a single individual to avoid arousing suspicion. He detected that even the least emotionally charged substones held over 1,000 points. Silently infiltrating the village, he began to siphon off emotional values with his invisible scythe. Ding! Emotional value 99. Ding! Emotional value 113. With a beaming smile, Xiao Lang meandered through the throng, gravitating towards areas of greater density. In this manner, he managed to gather all the players and villagers outside the village who possessed substones. Utilizing his Eye of Magic skill, he glanced at the horde of decayed lizards and noted their inactivity, prompting him to wander deeper into the village. Upon entering, he found the villagers and players largely engaged in channeling their internal energies, bracing for the impending conflict. While everyone focused intently on their tasks, Xiao Lang roamed about, drawing attention with his conspicuous presence amidst the crowd. Regardless of whether they are players or villagers, They have long since grown accustomed to Xiao Lang's temperament. At the altar, Liao, who was conducting the awakening ceremony for the players, caught sight of Xiao Lang leisurely standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Startled, he nearly disrupted the ritual. Taking a deep breath, Liao hurriedly stabilized the ceremony and called up another player to proceed with the awakening. He maintained a mindset of out of sight, out of mind, focusing intently on the ritual at hand. Although Xiao Lang did not engage in any overt actions, Li Yao felt an inexplicable agitation rise within him at the mere sight of that face. I will not be angry. I will not be angry. If I become ill, there will be no one to take my place. In Blue Star, due to the majority of the populace engaging in the bizarre game, many aspects of daily life and work had undergone significant transformation. Following the emergence of posts about players striking it rich overnight by selling rare treasures within the game, the desire to enter the game surged among the people of Blue Star. Many individuals even made the decisive choice to resign from their jobs, aspiring to carve out their own realms within this strange game, to grow larger and stronger, to create new glories. The number of those with such aspirations was not insignificant. Several factories and companies experienced a temporary standstill due to a drastic reduction in workforce. However, the authorities paid no heed. The bizarre game continued to gain immense popularity on Blue Star, escalating in fervor. Above the bustling city, wisps of fog began to seep through a crack in the sky, gradually encroaching upon the once clear heavens. As this mist spread, a claw emerged from the rift in the sky. Following that was a mass of energy resembling a corporeal form that squeezed through. Ultimately, this energy entity broke free from the rift. Should any player familiar with the bizarre game witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim, a Tier 1 vengeful spirit. What once existed solely within the confines of the game had now materialized into reality. Upon its emergence, the Tier 1 vengeful spirit momentarily stood bewildered, only to be quickly enveloped by an overwhelming scent of blood. Most crucially within its instincts, there was no trace of the distasteful essence of fire. This was a sanctuary, a paradise. With blood-red eyes, the vengeful spirit instinctively surged towards the skyscrapers below. In the heart of the city, aboard a moving bus, a well-dressed man donning gold-rimmed glasses, epitomizing the image of a successful individual, was engaged in conversation with a lady beside him who wore a short yellow dress. Yet, with his other hand, he stealthily maneuvered his phone to capture a glimpse of the lady's attire. Hey, four-eye guy. At that moment, a voice interrupted his actions, causing him to startle and swiftly retract his phone. Turning to look, he encountered a sharply dressed young man in a tight-fitting outfit, Chelsea boots adorning his feet, and an eye tattooed on his forehead, glaring at him with a gaze full of mockery. Upon seeing the young man's attire, the bespectacled man merely chuckled. With a composed gesture, he adjusted his glasses and smiled gently, saying, "Sir, it seems you harbor some prejudice against gentlemen who wear spectacles." The spirited young man cast a derisive glance at his interlocutor, his tone laced with scorn. "Are you not aware of your own actions? Dressed so impeccably, yet engaging in such despicable behavior, even resorting to clandestine photography. How shocking. I never would have guessed. If this is indeed true, it should be reported to the authorities." The bespectacled man, noticing the surrounding women gossiping and pointing, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. He pointed at the spirited young man and exclaimed, "Slander! He is defaming me." The onlookers, observing his flustered demeanor, began to suspect the truth of the young man's allegations. At that moment, the driver, having overheard the passengers' exchange, promptly sought their consent to head directly to the nearest police station. As the debate among the crowd grew increasingly heated, a grotesque, dark purple apparition suddenly materialized within the confines of the bus. With a piercing shriek, the vengeful spirit, agitated by the commotion of the human passengers, became even more restless. In a flash, its eerie aura shimmered, and it lunged toward the nearest individual, which happened to be none other than the bespectacled man. Chapter 32. Anomaly on Blue Star, the Anomaly Control Bureau. The bespectacled man let out a single wail before falling silent. Thud! A headless corpse collapsed in the aisle of the bus. The passengers aboard the bus were momentarily stunned by this sight, then erupted into a cacophony of screams. A ghost! Help! A murder! Mother! Stop the bus! I want to get off! Some panicked passengers scrambled for the driver's steering wheel, only to find it obstructed by the glass door. Others were already attempting to break the windows to escape, just as the crowd of passengers sought to flee. An aura of malevolence emanated from the vengeful spirit, enveloping the entire, still-moving bus. As the passengers were besieged by this ghostly energy, they succumbed to unconsciousness without any power to resist. The driver, who had been controlling the wheel, slumped over and lost consciousness as well, causing the vehicle to crash into a nearby tree before colliding with a wall and coming to a halt. At that moment, the vengeful spirit, gazing upon the unconscious passengers, felt its eyes blaze with a blood-red glow, and it lunged at them one by one. The instant the bus ceased its operation, the control center detected anomalous data. When they accessed the surveillance footage, they were immediately confronted with the horrifying scene of the ghost devouring its victims. An urgent call to the police was made. The law enforcement agency responded swiftly to this unprecedented event as it pertained to the lives of all the passengers aboard. Wailing sirens filled the air, and upon their arrival at the scene, they were met with waves of ominous black mist emanating from the bus. Inside, the first-tier vengeful spirit, having feasted upon the last victim's brain, drifted out of the vehicle, directly encountering the police on high alert outside. After consuming so many humans' essence, the spirit was invigorated, and upon seeing the multitude of humans, its blood-red eyes fixated upon them. The officers, upon confirming that they were indeed facing something beyond their comprehension, experienced a momentary upheaval of their worldview. However, their professionalism quickly rallied them into formation. The riot control team and armed officers promptly aimed their weapons at the vengeful spirit. As auxiliary personnel established a perimeter and evacuated the surrounding residents, the spirit charged forth. Fire! At the command of the captain, a barrage of gunfire erupted. What? Ineffectual! The bullets passed straight through the vengeful spirit, causing no harm whatsoever. Many officers who had not witnessed the footage began to wonder if this was some form of magic or an optical illusion. But in the next instant, the spirit inexplicably surged forward at an eerie speed, lunging at the nearest officer and sinking its teeth into him. Jiu. The onlookers were filled with an overwhelming sense of grief and rage upon witnessing this scene. However, the most formidable weapon in hand proved utterly futile against the bizarre entity. The captain, in a moment of decisive clarity, immediately reported the incident via telephone, assuring with his professional integrity that this was indeed a supernatural occurrence. Conventional weapons were ineffective against it. As soon as the authorities received this call, they recalled the prior warnings issued by the official channels. The number. The captain's superior frantically searched for the contact on his phone. Finally, he discovered a number noted as Department of Anomalies and swiftly dialed it. Yes. The address is... Thank you. Please dispatch personnel urgently. I fear our officers may not hold out much longer. The moment the call ended, the superior rushed to the data monitoring center and accessed the surveillance footage of that area using the Longian system. Upon receiving the call, the personnel from the Department of Anomalies immediately initiated several notifications. At the site of the supernatural event, the vengeful spirit, having consumed one officer, lunged towards another. However, the captain had issued a prior command to maintain distance, granting the others precious time. Beep, beep. It was at this moment that the sound of an electric bike horn pierced the air beyond the perimeter, heralding the arrival of a delivery person clad in a yellow uniform. Personnel from the Department of Anomalies, please allow passage. The captain, who had just made the call to his superior, found the scene somewhat absurd but promptly ordered for the individual to be let through. Upon entering the fray, the first-tier vengeful spirit instantly fixed its gaze upon the delivery person. It sensed a wave of repugnant energy emanating from him. This could pose a challenge. The delivery person, upon glimpsing the vengeful spirit, felt a headache coming on and retrieved an ancient talisman from his helmet. Heaven and earth boundless, the universe grants its power. He chanted incantations, resolutely biting his fingertip to draw blood, sketching several strokes upon the talisman before shouting towards the spirit. Command! He then hurled the talisman at the drifting specter. Curiously, although the talisman was light as a feather, it flew forth like a sheet of iron, materializing before the vengeful spirit in an instant. The spirit, upon seeing the talisman manifest, gathered its ghostly energy, yet it was a moment too late. That fleeting instant exacted a grave toll. As the yellowed talisman appeared before the spirit, a wave of terrifying energy emanated from it. Subsequently, a bolt of thunder imbued with magical power was unleashed, striking the first-tier, vengeful spirit directly. With a howl, despite having consumed so much essence, the spirit could not withstand the force of the thunderous talisman. It was reduced to mere ashes. Report to the chief, the target has been neutralized. The trump card has been utilized, and there is currently no capacity for further engagement. After vanquishing the vengeful spirit, the delivery person communicated with his superior through the earpiece. Upon hearing the command to resume normalcy, the delivery man resolutely approached his electric bike. Beep, beep. After a few honks, he prepared to start the engine, ready for a stylish exit. Suddenly, a copious spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, forcing his vital essence to activate the ancient talisman passed down through generations. He had already sacrificed half of his life, yet he could not endure any longer. After a faint whisper, the delivery man collapsed unconscious. Help! Someone call for an ambulance. At the village entrance of Xiaohua, Li Dehu stared with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the swirling mist outside. It's been nearly 3 days. Are these useless wretches intent on wearing us down? Yi Shui's expression mirrored his unease. The inexplicable entities neither attacked nor retreated, leaving them in a state of constant vigilance. If this continued, even if Xiaohua village remained unbreached, the inhabitants might succumb to exhaustion. The torment of both body and spirit was unbearable. Xiaolang activated his divine eye skill once more, gazing at the churning fog, instinctively uttering a warning. They are coming. Chapter 33. The radiance of the red stars approaches. As Xiaolang's voice echoed, the mist in the distance began to churn ominously. Stand guard, prepare for battle. Li Dehu bellowed as he tightened his grip on his broadsword, his expression grave as he locked his gaze on the encroaching fog. Roar! Hiss! Hiss! Waves of skeletal demon wolves, zombies, vengeful spirits, and a multitude of decaying lizard swarms emerged into view. Among those eerie waves, a few second-tier anomalies lurked as well. It turned out that the anomalous boss had been summoning nearby entities, amassing strength to obliterate Xiaohua village in one fell swoop. Xiaolang could not fathom why this strange leader bore such a grudge against Xiaohua village, willing to sacrifice so many minions to breach their defenses. After all, he had not harmed its progenitors. There was no time for Xiaolang to dwell on such thoughts. As the foremost wave of anomalies charged forward, Dehu, let's first eliminate those second-tier entities. We cannot allow them to breach our lines, or we shall surely falter. With violet-black flames surging around him, Xiaolang brandished his black glowing sword, dashing towards a second-tier copper-armored zombie. Lightning Thunder Fist, he proclaimed. Oh, did you think I would wield a sword? Apologies, but times have changed. Lightning is the bane of the anomalies, fueled by the energy of the fire seed within him. The skill Lightning Thunder Fist unleashed a violent eruption of his violet-black flames, coupled with the purging might of lightning, in the hands of the peak second-tier Xiaolang. This technique proved to be, in certain respects, even more formidable and explosive than the original version by Shi Jian. It was indeed the nemesis of the anomalies. Crucially, the energy consumption of Lightning Thunder Fist was minimal. With his peak second-tier Fire Seed Cyclone and its ability to absorb ambient energy, it was akin to a perpetual motion machine. The speed of his strikes matched the ferocity of their impact. Sizzle. A scent of charred flesh filled the air as the copper-armored zombie was cleaved to near oblivion, collapsing in a heap, never to rise again. Ding. Mood value 2,888. Xiaolang scarcely examined the few thousand mood points he had accrued. With a flick of his sword, He retrieved the second-tier anomalous material into his system's backpack before seeking out his next target. Li Dahu was still engaged in a fierce clash with a second-tier skeletal demon wolf. Upon turning, he was astonished to see Xiao Lang already pursuing a second target. Wow, Li Dahu felt invigorated. After all, he was of the same tier as Xiao Lang. With blue flames swirling around him, he wielded his broadsword with precision, aiming directly for the skeletal head of the demon wolf. Meanwhile, Yi Shui, although not as swift as Xiao Lang, was not far behind. As a third-tier practitioner armed with numerous third-tier treasures, she dispatched these first-tier anomalies with the ease of slicing through vegetables. As Xiao Lang selected the second-tier anomalies within the faction, he did not neglect the villagers and players battling the anomalies at the village entrance below. Observing where the pressure was mounting, he unleashed a blazing fireball, effectively alleviating the burden in that area. The flames absorbed the ambient energy, replenishing his own energy reserves and even providing a surplus. However, the skirmishes against the anomalies were not without peril. Despite Xiao Lang's formidable prowess, he was but one man. In such an expansive battlefield, it was challenging to attend to every front. Numerous players had already lost several lives, and casualties among the guards had begun to mount. The sheer number of anomalies was overwhelming, with each one capable of burying a person under their mass. Villagers and players alike were tasked with defending the totemic formation while simultaneously slaying the vast horde of anomalies, which was proving to be quite taxing. Suddenly, a rallying call, etched into the marrow of every inhabitant of Blue Star, resonated at the edge of the battlefield. Players from Qingfeng Village rallied to support. Players from Shishui Village rushed to aid. Players from Jinjing Cliff joined the fray. Hovering in the air, Xiao Lang, without activating his divine eye skill, could perceive everything clearly. A multitude of luminous treasures illuminated the battlefield from all directions. Among the ranks, red star banners fluttered in the wind. Wherever his gaze fell, the brilliance of the red stars shone forth. In that moment, amidst foreign lands, Xiao Lang felt the blood within him ignite with fervor. Brothers, charge forth, slay the anomalies, seize the spoils, kill. As the players from Xiaohua village heard the bugle and beheld the fluttering red star banners, excitement surged through them. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed their skills, carving a bloody path through the throngs of anomalies, signaling their compatriots from outside to join the fray. Though the villagers of Xiaohua found it somewhat perplexing why these outsiders had suddenly become so valiant, the arrival of reinforcements spurred them on to fiercely wield their weapons, vowing to protect Xiaohua village at all costs. The sudden influx of fearless players, undeterred by the prospect of death and capable of resurrection, had a monumental impact on the battle's dynamics. The players from the supportive villages, with the aid of Xiaohua's defenders, successfully tore a breach through the horde of anomalies. The two sides converged triumphantly. Red star banners were planted at the village entrance, and the residents of Xiaohua believed these to be the signal flags of their celestial allies. Pay no mind to it. With such a formidable new contingent, the defenders at the entrance felt a renewed sense of ease. Brothers, slay the anomalies and claim your rewards. A player from another village shouted, igniting the enthusiasm of all as they surged toward the horde of anomalies. After enduring such arduous trials, was this not the moment to reap their rewards? Players of Xiaohua village, rest and recover your energy for now. Let us take the lead, one player declared, and the mass of individuals surged toward the anomalies with fervent resolve. Amidst the throng of players in Xiaohua village, Anlin's gaze brightened as he observed the inhabitants of other settlements. He produced a substone from the loving family prop stone and examined its emotional value, which had already surpassed 30,000 points. As the foremost player in this realm, Anlin's advantages as a reborn contender in this battlefield were unmistakable, having reaped considerable benefits amidst the peculiar crowd. With an ample supply of emotional value at his disposal, Anlin discreetly returned to the village to split several substones. Before brandishing his standard long knife and charging forth, Anlin possessed a keen insight. He understood that the more subordinates he amassed, the greater the rewards this substone would yield. After the battle, He intended to exchange his gains for rare treasures and items with Xiaolang, eliminating the need to seek out opportunities from his past life. This endeavor would propel him directly to success. With the standard long knife in hand, Anlin nimbly felled a decaying lizard and addressed a nearby player from Shishui village. "My friend, would you like a piece? Brother, do you have such wide connections? Can this be sold in the game?" As Anlin effortlessly repelled a peculiar entity, he apologized profusely, saying, "I spoke too casually. This is a premium recovery props stone capable of absorbing anomalous energy to replenish oneself, as well as extracting emotional value to exchange for rare treasures and items. All it requires is a singular supernatural material. Would you be interested?" Chapter 34. The 4-star card Duel King, Xiaoyan, has arrived. Should we proceed? Although Anlan yearned to bestow these players with gifts, he was acutely aware that some individuals possess a certain disdain for free offerings. Gifts given freely are seldom valued, nor cherished as much as those acquired through monetary exchange. Even amidst an abundance of supernatural materials, Anlan opted for a paid promotion. Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? Observing the skepticism of a player, Anlan promptly thrust a split stone into his hands. At the moment the player grasped the split stone, an invigorating thrill coursed through him. "Truly impressive. I'll take one." He deftly extracted a still warm, supernatural material from a nearby eerie corpse and thrust it into Anlan's hands before scampering away. As if afraid Anlan might change his mind, Anlan's face radiated with smiles. This is what one calls a transaction. Next. As Anlan's business began to unfold, keen-eyed players noticed the spectacle. However, their own capabilities fell short, and their emotional currency paled in comparison to Anlan's. They possessed little of the split stones. Thus, on the battlefield, Anlan thrived as if he were a fish in water, while others merely scavenged the remnants. Xiaolang, Li Dahu, and Yi Shui, having witnessed the convergence of supportive players with the team from Xiaohua village, momentarily staved off the bizarre creature's onslaught and unleashed their full potential. The second-tier anomalies were swiftly hunted down by the trio and obliterated. Even Yi Shui, a third-tier cultivator, could only barely match Xiaolang in dispatching the second-tier anomalies. The uncooled lightning thunder fist proved to be truly terrifying. For these anomalies, thunder was their natural nemesis. Roar. Another furious roar echoed, and all anomalies on the battlefield, be they rotting lizards or vengeful zombies, surged towards the village as if invigorated with newfound vigor. Heedless of their own lives, many first-tier skeletal wolf demons were crushed underfoot, their bony frames nearly collapsing as they pressed forward. At this moment, all were too engrossed in battle to rest. One by one, they surged from the village, engaging in the final struggle against these anomalies. At this juncture, Xiaolang and his companions could no longer afford to concern themselves with the battlefield below, for in the distance, amidst the mist, a colossal, menacing rotting lizard emerged into view. "Hey, 4th-tier anomaly." Yi Shui's voice trembled as she spoke upon seeing the gigantic rotting lizard. In that instant, Xiaolang finally grasped why these rotting lizards were so determined to breach the totem formation of Xiaohua village. Having slain its mate, the husband had come to seek vengeance. Just as he drew a 4-star card, fate delivered the adversary to him. Xiaolang sheathed his black glowing sword and addressed Li Dahu and Yi Shui. "You two go assist in defending the village. This loathsome lizard is mine to confront." Li Dahu and Yi Shui, upon hearing his words, simultaneously pondered, is he about to wield that power again? However, neither of them voiced any dissent. Li Dahu was barely able to contend with a 3rd-tier anomaly, let alone this 4th-tier one, which rendered him incapable of even approaching the battlefield. As for Yi Shui, had it not been for Xiaolang's timely intervention when she confronted that lizard, she would have likely been devoured by the 3rd-tier creature. The newly promoted 4th-tier anomaly was something she dared not engage with. The massive, decaying lizard, upon spotting Xiaolang in the air, immediately sensed the presence of its mate emanating from him. Its 2 enormous crimson eyes fixated on Xiaolang, and it let out a thunderous roar. sending a wave of thick fog surging towards him. In a fleeting moment of thought, Xiao Lang activated the 4-star card he had previously drawn. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Xiao Yan, at your service. A notification chimed, informing him that due to the host's frail constitution, the card's effect would last for a mere 5 minutes. An overwhelming aura radiated from Xiao Lang, embodying the might of Xiao Yan at the pinnacle of his power. Observing the rampaging decayed lizard from a distance, Xiao Lang steeled himself. 5 minutes? That is ample time. With a hum, twin wings of fiery energy unfurled from his back, and a protective barrier of vitality manifested before him, shielding him from the lizard's furious onslaught. Did you think you were the only one with a loud voice? Xiao Lang's throat pulsed slightly as a surge of power coalesced. Sonic martial technique, lion tiger, shattering gold song. A powerful wave of sound erupted, dispersing the fog that shrouded them, infused with the ferocity of the lion and tiger as it barreled toward the decaying lizard. The first-tier anomalies on the battlefield were obliterated by the sonic attack, and even the incorporeal wraiths were not spared. The advanced mystic technique, lion tiger, shattering gold song, possessed the ability to shatter souls and gold. Ding, ding, ding. A series of notifications chimed in, indicating the accrual of emotional value. The wave of annihilation against the first-tier anomalies alone netted him an impressive 110,000. The decaying lizard, being the primary target, was particularly affected. A howl escaped the lizard, which writhed in agony as searing pain coursed through. Xiao Lang struck a resounding blow, and the hidden force of Baji Bung erupted instantaneously, shattering the skull of the 4th-tier decaying lizard. A notification chimed, and his emotional value surged by over 100,000. With a swift motion, Xiao Lang collected the shimmering supernatural material dropped by the decaying lizard into his system backpack. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed from the moment Xiao Lang unleashed his peak Do Wong-level card to the demise of the decaying lizard. Such is the formidable power of a Do Wong. Thud! At that moment, the colossal carcass of the decaying lizard plummeted into the eerie throng below. Hiss! All onlookers inhaled sharply at this sight. Has Xiao Lang truly become this terrifying? The first-tier anomalies, upon witnessing the fallen body of the 4th-tier lizard, halted their assault. Instead, they surged frantically toward the direction of the carcass, each eager to take a bite of their fallen leader. In the perception of these anomalies, strength is the ultimate truth. If it means enhancing their own power, it matters not whether the target is kin or leader. They shall feast without hesitation, commanding thousands of anomalies. The great lizard remains forever united with its minions. Chapter 35. The Blooming Lotus and the Bizarre Demise upon witnessing the remaining peculiar entities clustering together. Xiao Lang channeled his internal energy and proclaimed, "Everyone, including the extraterrestrial visitors from other villages, must enter the totemic formation of Xiaohua village immediately. Oldly, exert all your strength to operate the totemic array. I am about to unleash a formidable attack." The moment Li Dahu heard Xiao Lang's command, he hurriedly brought Yi Shui to the village entrance and instructed Wang Fugue to rush into the village to inform the village chief to fully activate the totemic formation. Having witnessed countless miracles from Xiao Lang, Li Dahu had developed an instinctive trust in him. Even if Xiao Lang were to declare an intention to confront a 5th-tier anomaly, Li Dahu would boldly wield his blade to collect the spoils. Similarly, Yi Shui, along with the residents and players of Xiaohua village, shared this sentiment. The villagers' resolve was clear. Wherever Brother Lang pointed, they would bravely charge forth. All the inhabitants of Xiaohua village took action, disregarding the myriad of supernatural materials scattered around them, and retreated into the village. At the moment Xiao Lang's voice reached him, and Lan, in a panic, made a swift exit, abandoning his unsold stones without a second thought. In less than a minute, the entirety of Xiaohua village had retreated within its confines. Numerous players who had witnessed Xiao Lang's recent triumph over a 4th-tier anomaly felt a burgeoning respect for him. As the villagers withdrew, they too followed the tide into the village. Yet a handful of players, Seeing that the anomalies had ceased their attack, and no one was competing for the supernatural materials on the ground, stubbornly lingered, thinking to collect just one more item. Xiao Lang, observing this situation from above, noted that the villagers had successfully retreated, and these players, possessing immortality, seemed impervious to danger. In Xiao Lang's understanding, they could revive endlessly, and no player would dare voice such concerns to the NPCs. As the saying goes, it is difficult to persuade a stubborn ghost. If they chose to ignore his warnings, he would be compelled to take action. With a swift motion, Xiao Lang extended his hands, summoning forth a surge of azure flames and a plume of milky white fire. The azure lotus heart fire and the falling heart flame materialized in his grasp, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space with their searing intensity. Gradually bringing his hands closer together, the two ferocious flames began to converge in a mesmerizing display. As they collided, a wave of heat erupted, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming warmth, threatening to shatter the very realm itself. Roar! Hiss! The first-tier anomalies sensed the impending danger and frantically sought to flee. However, devoid of the fourth-tier anomaly-esque command, the chaos among the multitude of entities intensified. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Xiao Lang clapped his hands forcefully, causing the two flames in his palms to unite, achieving a peculiar equilibrium. A brilliant light radiated from the convergence, dazzling and resplendent. Buzz! As Xiao Lang spread his palm, a 2-foot-sized azure-white lotus flower danced up and down his hand. The appearance of this lotus flower brought a noticeable calmness to Xiao Lang's expression. Still apprehensive of the lotus's potential harm, he distanced himself once more from the eerie crowd. Soaring above the peculiar gathering, Xiao Lang gently propelled the flower, sending it swiftly into the midst of the strange entities. Go forth, lotus of the Buddha's wrath. With a sizzling sound, the fiery lotus seemed to tear through the fabric of space, instantly manifesting within the bizarre assembly. Aware of the lotus's formidable power, Xiao Lang swiftly executed his aerial combat technique, ascending into the sky while discreetly severing his connection with the lotus. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the heavens and the earth as the energies of the two distinct flames erupted, engulfing all those attempting to flee. The flames curled back, tearing apart the shroud of mist that had long enveloped the sky. For the first time, light illuminated this land. Meanwhile, at the altar in the heart of Little Fire Village, Li Yao's hands trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Lang, you insufferable wretch, do you truly feel discomfort unless you elevate Li Dahu? He muttered angrily, yet his hands moved with renewed fervor. Box after box of supernatural materials were frantically sacrificed. Despite this, the village's totemic formation nearly faltered, even beginning to show faint cracks. Ultimately, however, Li Yao, through his exceptional skill and speed, managed to preserve the integrity of the totemic array. With a sigh of relief, the villagers of Little Fire Village collectively exhaled a breath of anxiety as they observed Li Yao finally cease his actions. What a terrifying ordeal it had been. The relentless assault of the eerie beings had not even caused a crack in the totemic formation. Yet, with Xiao Lang unleashing such a formidable attack and sacrificing so many supernatural materials, it had nearly collapsed. Was this an attempt to vanquish the eerie or to obliterate their own kin? Truly, it was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the players lurking outside, seizing the moment, realized with clarity the moment the fiery lotus erupted. Their benefactor had come to their aid. At the same time, Xiao Lang, concealed high above, felt a wave of trepidation. He understood that the signature skill of the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yin, was indeed potent, leaving him with barely 10% of his fighting spirit remaining. Even so, it nearly devastated the totemic formation. Contemplating this, he felt a shiver of fear. Had he exerted a bit more power, Little Fire Village might have been utterly annihilated. However, greater risks yield greater rewards. Ding 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 ding. For the first time, the system's back end was nearly overwhelmed. Even as Xiao Lang silenced the notification sounds, the rapid influx of messages startled him profoundly. His emotional value surged from 500,000 to 1 million. And it did not stop there. The messages continued to flow, and his emotional value ascended swiftly. 1.5 million, 2 million. Finally, it reached a staggering 2,800,000 before it barely subsided. Hey, 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 what a windfall. A smile spread across Xiao Lang's face, one that even a hydraulic press could scarcely suppress. As the duration of the card expired, Xiao Lang gently guided his wings to descend. No, it was more akin to plummeting into a pit. Beyond the radius enveloped by the village's totemic array, a colossal chasm, several hundred meters wide, materialized. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the supernatural materials, it remained untouched by the wrath of the Buddha's fire lotus, resulting in a chasm densely packed with supernatural materials spanning hundreds of meters in width. Seizing the opportunity, while the villagers remained indoors and no players had respawned outside, Xiao Lang gleefully began to fill his system backpack with the otherworldly materials. What a bountiful harvest! Shortly thereafter, Li Dahu cautiously peeked out from the village entrance. Upon grasping the situation outside, his jaw dropped involuntarily. A pit several hundred meters deep. Is this even human? Looking down, he saw Xiao Lang gleefully stuffing supernatural materials into his storage bag. Li Dahu smacked his forehead, unable to restrain a tremor in his voice as he inquired, "Brother Lang, the anomaly is gone?" Observing Li Dahu's emergence, Xiao Lang discreetly stowed away his storage bag and shrugged his shoulders. Poof, it's gone. Chapter 36. The exchange of extraordinary treasures. Satisfied players at long last, the peculiar incident of the village assault was weathered by Xiao Village, ushering in an era of bountiful harvests. Although Xiao Lang had quietly gathered nearly half of the supernatural materials from the depths of the pit, Xiao Village ultimately amassed a staggering total of 150,000 supernatural materials. This figure does not even account for the quantities collected by players individually. This clearly illustrates the terrifying lethality of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Were it not for the protective totemic formation, Xiao Village would likely have been obliterated by the malevolent forces. In gratitude, each player who came to lend support was generously bestowed with 10 first-tier supernatural materials. As for all the participants within Xiao Village, each received 50 first-tier supernatural materials. The players regarded this distribution as a reward facilitated by the game system, thus sparing it from extensive debate. Instead, they all appeared thoroughly content, for just a single supernatural material could facilitate the awakening of their village. At this juncture, many affluent newcomers to the game were actively seeking supernatural materials at exorbitant prices. These materials are of paramount significance both within the game and in reality. Despite the seemingly abundant quantity of supernatural materials this time, they appeared rather inexpensive. In terms of capability, a typical first-tier cultivator might not necessarily defeat a first-tier vengeful spirit. Players lacking extraordinary treasures would, from the outset, have to risk their lives to procure even a few supernatural materials. As for Yi Shui, truth be told, a third-tier cultivator like her would hardly regard these local specialties with any esteem. This heiress, rich in treasure, would perceive such offerings with disdain. "Thank you, family, for sending me this pile of rubbish." Li Yao wished to present something of value as a token of appreciation, yet found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, he merely offered a polite gift of 10,000 supernatural materials, which Yi Shui declined. For her, the experience of surviving this battle held far greater worth than these materials. "Little Yi, as you can see, Xiao Village has little of value to offer," Xiao Lang chimed in, sidling up to Yi Shui with a playful glint in his eye. "How about I gift you a man instead?" He gestured nonchalantly towards Li Dahu. "How shameless!" Yi Shui exclaimed, casting a quick glance at Li Dahu, who was secretly observing her. A blush crept onto her face as she indignantly retreated into the village. Oh, there is potential here. Dahu, what are you waiting for? Go after her." Yes, Captain, hurry up." The surrounding crowd erupted in playful banter, prompting Li Dahu to scratch his head sheepishly, his face reddening as he dashed after Yi Shui. Xiao Lang discreetly intercepted him, slipping something into his hand before allowing him to depart. It was none other than a fourth-tier supernatural material. While this item held value for Xiao Lang, its significance was not as grand as he had once imagined. He has just ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier and should solidify his position for a while before attempting to break into the third tier. The energy contained within fourth-tier mystical materials is exceedingly violent and unsuitable for him to absorb at this moment. The third-tier mystical materials, however, are perfectly adequate, and he possesses a few, which is sufficient. Furthermore, Yi Shue's assistance to Xiao Hua village has been nothing short of monumental. Had it not been for her steadfast resistance against one direction of the anomalies, Xiao Lang would not have been able to recklessly eliminate the anomalies to accumulate emotional value. For him, emotional value holds far greater significance. Moreover, just the thought of Li Dahe's boisterous demeanor brings a sense of comfort to Xiao Lang. What difference would it make to give him a mystical material to pursue a girl? There's an inexplicable sense of paternal pride. Besides, when Xiao Lang requires fourth-tier mystical materials, he can always hunt for them then. With 280,000 emotional values in his possession, even fifth-tier anomalies would be rendered ineffective. After distributing the mystical materials, the players did not choose to leave or log off. Instead, they eagerly held their mystical stones, gazing at Xiao Lang with anticipation. This included the villagers of Xiao Hua village, who were also curious whether Xiao Lang possessed enough treasures and potions to allow them to exchange their emotional values. It's worth noting that so many anomalies have generated a considerable amount of emotional value, even if it has been divided among numerous players. Each individual possesses at least several hundred to 1,000 emotional values. Observing the multitude of eager eyes, Xiao Lang felt a surge of joy. What splendid resources! He waved his hand at Li Yao, who stood at the center of the altar and adjusted his collar, proclaiming, "Attention, attention! Old Li, clear some space. I'm about to showcase my prowess." Li Yao raised an eyebrow, accustomed to such antics. After muttering to himself, he silently stepped aside to make room for Xiao Lang. He too was curious to see just how much Xiao Lang had to support the exchanges of over 2,000 people. Even the village's treasure pavilion, after years of operation, had barely over 100 treasures. At this moment, Xiao Lang pulled out a storage bag, ostentatiously but secretly engaging in a frenzied exchange within the system. One by one, first-tier and second-tier treasures, offensive, defensive, and restorative types, were carelessly strewn across the plaza before him. Subsequently, he produced an assortment of potion vials, particularly the newly updated second-tier potions. Gulp! As the pile of treasures accumulated, everyone present was filled with envy. Yet, none dared to harbor any improper thoughts. They all obediently stood outside the area designated by Xiao Lang. The vast pit outside the village had yet to be filled. They certainly did not wish for their corpses to be used as filling. Feeling that he had gathered enough, Xiao Lang ceased the exchanges. First-tier treasures and potions start at 1,000 emotional values. Those wishing to exchange, please come forward. After making this announcement, he pointed to another area and continued. Second-tier treasures start at 10,000 emotional values. Friends in need, please form an orderly line over here. Xiao Lang believed he had acted with a sense of conscience, as he was selling rare treasures for over 1,000 emotional points, having acquired them for merely 300 to 400. To them, it felt akin to unearthing a hidden fortune. Alas, the pursuit of sustainable development remains essential. I must exchange. As soon as Xiao Lang announced the commencement of the exchange, the players surged forward with the fervor of famished individuals encountering a sumptuous feast. Each of them brandished their precious stones, eagerly selecting their coveted treasures. Those possessing the standard longsword sought to acquire additional defensive artifacts or stockpile potions. They were well aware that Xiao Lang was a formidable alchemist. His potions could prove life-saving in critical moments. For those lacking the standard longsword, the need for rare treasures was even more pressing. Many had suffered during the recent battle, having faced adversaries barehanded, only to find themselves at a disadvantage. In the end, they collected few supernatural materials while losing their lives in the process. Among the players present, none were oblivious to the significance of these rare treasures. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, It felt like picking up money for free. I want that. Brother Lang, swipe the card. Chapter 37. Anlin's Awakening. Finding tasks for Old Wong. This exchange event lasted a full day, during which Xiao Lang managed to extract the emotional points from all players, including the villagers. Over 2,000 players contributed a staggering 3 million emotional points. After accounting for the consumption of exotic treasures and potions, Xiao Lang still possessed 520,000 emotional points. Such is the power of the masses. Among them, Xiao Lang owed his deepest gratitude to a player named Anlin. Were it not for his active promotion of the Zishur, the other players would have had no opportunity to absorb emotional points, nor would they have been able to acquire exotic treasures from Xiao Lang. It was only after Anlin began promoting Zishur that everyone in Xiao Hua village mobilized, ensuring that all the supportive players were thoroughly engaged. These individuals became part of the big family known as loving each other like one family. Once the supportive players departed joyfully with their exotic treasure lanterns, adorned in newly purchased defensive treasures and wielding exotic weapons, the villagers of Xiao Hua returned to their usual tranquility. However, following this event, the combat effectiveness of everyone in Xiao Hua village had increased by no less than 50%. With an abundance of supernatural materials at their disposal, it was only a matter of time before second-tier experts began to emerge like mushrooms after rain. During the exchange, Xiao Lang also recognized Anlin, a player he had observed multiple times. Anlin's extensive promotion of Zishur among the players enabled Xiao Lang to amass such a wealth of emotional points. Quietly, Xiao Lang slipped Anlin 2 second-tier defensive treasures and a few small potions, patting him on the shoulder with a smile as he said, "Young man, well done. Keep it up." "Ah, thank you, Langu. I will." Anlin, holding the exotic treasures, appeared pleasantly surprised and nodded eagerly. What is a fortuitous encounter? This is it. Although Anlin felt that his trajectory in this life had deviated slightly from the previous one, being reborn was already the greatest butterfly effect. Most importantly, things seemed to be looking quite promising now. How long had it been since he entered the game? With these resources, he was confident that his strength would surely skyrocket. Moreover, in his previous life, Anlin had survived in the game for so long without ever encountering Xiao Lang. Yet now, having witnessed Xiao Lang's capabilities, Anlin was certain he was no ordinary individual. Clinging to this strong ally would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights. Having been given a second chance at life, Anlin had long since cast aside any concerns for his reputation. This was a grand gamble, but Anlin believed his judgment would not fail him. "I am firmly holding on to this strong leg. Nothing can stop me, I declare." As he watched Xiao Lang depart, Anlin's mind began to swirl with various plans. He chuckled to himself, "Just wait until my strength increases." However, there was still one matter at hand. His post outside had already gone viral. If we do not venture out to resolve this matter soon, it is likely that we will be exposed. At that point, money may no longer suffice to rectify the situation. Before the game invades reality, it is prudent to bide our time. During this interval, I can log off and exploit the time difference. He was preparing to fulfill the content of that post. Although he was indeed short on funds, this time, apart from Xiao Lang, who harvested the most emotional value, he was the next in line. This enabled him not only to fortify himself, but also to exchange for several extraordinary treasures, just in case. With the prices still favorable, what harm would there be in selling 1 or 2 to fill this gap? After all, it amounts to just over 10 million, a mere trifle. Moreover, he had encountered most of the players. Selling some minor spirit materials would nearly recoup his investment. In this era, as long as one's strength is sufficient, money can come faster than robbing a bank. As these prosperous players logged off, the various apps on Blue Star were once again dominated by the enigmatic game. This time, these players walked away with substantial gains. After 3 days of hunting a few wild monsters, they directly amassed several tens of thousands. Those who exchanged for extraordinary treasures, if they chose to sell, would be looking at market prices in the hundreds of thousands. This influx of wealth attracted a multitude of newcomers to the enigmatic game, and even those who had previously been skeptical began to waver, as players opted to purchase game pods and helmets to enter the enigmatic game. The mist in the skies of Blue Star thickened, spreading across the globe. The invisible rift in the sky began to extend. At the headquarters of the Anomaly Control Bureau, the director, clad in a black uniform, addressed his superior with a grave expression. Recently, the number of anomalies appearing across Long Country has surged. Our trump card may not hold much longer. The director, with a square face and adorned with a green dragon emblem on his chest, observed the alerts flashing across the large screen and spoke solemnly. Currently, the strength of all players has not significantly increased. We must hold our ground. If anomalies invade reality, Long Country will face devastation. We, the Anomaly Control Bureau, have been lying in wait for years to ensure public safety at this critical juncture. Yes, we vow to protect the safety of the populace. The subordinate saluted respectfully and turned to leave. Wait a moment, the director called out, continuing. You are all aware of the significant events occurring in the game, although the military has prepared. Send someone to engage that NPC and see if we can glean any advantages. Understood. In Xiaohua village, after the exchange event concluded, elderly Yao began leading some members of the guard team to fill the pit outside. It simply would not do to leave that pit unaddressed. One could easily fall into it upon stepping outside. Li Yao contemplated utilizing this pit to construct fortifications for the village, perhaps establishing a protective river to create a buffer zone against any future peculiar incursions. However, this would indeed be a monumental undertaking, one that could not be completed in a short span of time. He could not rely on Xiaolang for assistance. All he was capable of was destruction. Expecting him to fill in the pit was a fanciful notion. At that moment, Xiaolang had intended to return home to meticulously organize his recent acquisitions. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Almost everyone in the village had exchanged their treasures, rendering the village's treasure pavilion virtually obsolete. Wangya, who perpetually wore a frown, would surely be even more despondent now. This situation called for some light-hearted teasing, or rather, it was an opportunity to give him something to occupy his time. After all, one must care for the mental and physical well-being of the elderly, lest he spend his days fixating not on the treasures, but on how to sneak into the widow Li's abode at the west end of the village. With this thought invigorating him, Xiaolang exclaimed to Old Wang, "Here I come." Chapter 38. The black words turned red as Xiaolang strolled through the village center. He was on his way to the exotic treasures pavilion when he noticed a shadow lurking at the alley's entrance. It was evident that this figure was no good. Xiaolang stealthily rose on his tiptoes, concealing his presence, preparing to investigate this suspicious activity. He was eager to discover who dared to commit misdeeds within his territory. Was this not a slap in the face to him, Xiaolang? Upon nearing the alley, he heard the faint whimper of a girl emanating from within. Ah, so was a lady involved. A beauty, yet reduced to thievery. Intrigued, Xiaolang decided he must discern which family's daughter was engaged in such antics. Suddenly, he leaped forth, projecting a commanding shout into the alley. The two figures entwined within were startled, their lips parting in shock. Upon recognizing the identities of the figures, Xiaolang was momentarily taken aback. Ah, what a boisterous breeze today. Coughing lightly, he remarked, "Continue, Dahu and Yishui. I merely passed by." Yishui, her face flushed crimson, broke free from Li Dahu's embrace, covering her blushing face with her hands as she fled. Li Dahu, bewildered, looked at Xiaolang with an expression of resignation. "Why are you looking at me? Go after her." Xiaolang urged, a hint of mischief in his tone. Li Dahu cast a helpless glance at Xiaolang's side and took off after Yishui. Observing their playful chase, Xiaolang couldn't help but reminisce. Ah, that sunset chase reminds me of my lost youth. How splendid it is to be young. Chuckling to himself, he proceeded to the exotic treasures pavilion, only to find Old Wang in an unusual state. Typically, Old Wang exuded confidence, but today he sat at the entrance, his gaze vacant and his demeanor deflated as if he had endured a significant blow. Upon noticing Xiaolang's approach, Wang Yu abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on him. "Hey, Old Wang, don't be impulsive. I fear I might kneel and beg you not to die." Xiaolang flexed his wrist, adopting a threatening posture, ready to retaliate should Wang Yu make a move. "Xiaolang, please take me as your disciple. Wang Ye's intense gaze pierced through Xiaolang, making a request that left him astounded. What? What do you mean? Xiaolang was momentarily bewildered. Had Wang lost his arrogance? I have seen it. The exotic treasures in the hands of the villagers. The crafting techniques and the intricate patterns of the treasures are undoubtedly the work of a master-level artisan. You must be a high-ranking exotic treasure master, right? Please, accept me as your disciple. His eyes brimmed with tears, and he was about to kneel, which startled Xiaolang into action to stop him. How dare you? Do you wish to curse me? Are you trying to shorten my life? Xiaolang exclaimed, startling Wang Ye back to his senses. Observing Wang Ye's distressed expression, Xiaolang felt a dilemma brewing within him. Could he truly craft exotic treasures? Could he craft anything at all? All of it was produced by the system, and it had to be of the highest quality. Then, the participants of the bizarre invasion event in Xiaohua village exchanged their efforts for a finely crafted treasure produced by the system. Alas, this left the village's sole treasure master in a state of despair. Ahem, old Wang, please let me explain. It is certainly unfeasible to accept disciples. Upon noticing the other party's inclination to kneel and beg for mercy, Xiaolang hurriedly restrained him and continued. However, we can explore an alternative means of collaboration. Seeing old Wang's interest piqued, Xiaolang unveiled a plan he had meticulously devised. Essentially, Xiaolang would supply old Wang with a substantial batch of system-produced treasures, talismans, potions, and so forth, entrusting Wang Ye with managing the emotional value exchange for the players and villagers of Xiaohua village henceforth. As these players' strength grew, they would inevitably venture beyond Xiaohua village into the wider world, and subsequently, more players would arrive in succession. One cannot simply harvest all the crops at once. Thus, Xiaolang resolved to seize the opportunity comprehensively. Old Wang's establishment would serve as a pilot project. By enhancing his technical prowess, he could replenish his resources independently, merely requiring periodic collection of emotional values thereafter. This village ignites a spark, while that village adds fuel. Ultimately, it would culminate in an unstoppable blaze. Further development could lead to the countryside encircling the city. Unimaginable. In due course, you could dedicate day and night to researching the crafting techniques of these treasures, undoubtedly enhancing your skills significantly. Xiaolang patted Wang Ye's shoulder, his expression grave as he declared, "At that time, the potential is limitless." Old Wang seized the moment. Opportunities like this are fleeting. What do you think? In the end, Wang Ye acquiesced to Xiaolang's proposal, recognizing it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. For Wang Ye, this opportunity, along with the accompanying resources, would greatly elevate both his treasure's quality and his own prowess. For Xiaolang, the implications were even more profound, ensuring sustainable development. One must harvest the crops in succession, reaping one after another. After the two deliberated on the details inside, Xiaolang left old Wang with a loving family prop stone and a plethora of treasures, potions, and talismans. Thus, the first NPC shop in Xiaohua village, Loving Family, which integrated weapons, medicines, and items, was officially established. There were no grand ceremonies or fireworks. Just a young man and a middle-aged solitary figure sharing laughter within the confines of the room. Once matters with old Wang were resolved, Xiaolang finally returned to his own dwelling. As per usual, he conducted an assessment of the spoils from this endeavor. Having just expended 200,000 emotional values to stockpile goods with old Wang, he still possessed a remarkable 560,000 points. A momentary respite was in order. With Xiaolang's current constitution, he could only barely wield a 4-star card for 5 minutes. Should he draw a 5-star card, he would likely be limited to a mere 3 seconds. The 5-star cards were not a consideration for now. Speaking of cards, Xiaolang had overlooked a crucial detail. Perhaps it was due to the attributes of the card characters from before, but he had never paid much attention to the combat techniques and the nuances of skill execution after utilizing them. Perhaps because both Xiaolang and Xiao Yin dabbled in fire, his approach to this card significantly broadened his perspective on the manipulation of flames. He contemplated that if he could master another type of fire, he might even conjure a counterfeit version of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. All along, Xiaolang had regarded character cards merely as tools for combat. However, He now realized that the memories they encapsulated were the most precious treasures. The insights gained from the battles of a top-tier expert, even if not from the same martial system, still offered invaluable lessons to be gleaned. He resolved to be more mindful during his next card usage. After whispering this thought to himself, he prepared to resume his cultivation. He had already reached the pinnacle of the second tier, and with just one more step, he would ascend to the third tier. At that point, the system marketplace would refresh with third-tier treasures, items, and potions, undoubtedly leading to a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. Extracting a peculiar third-tier ethereal material from the system's space, Xiao Lang began to meditate and absorb its energy for his cultivation. Though the process of cultivation was tedious, it was an essential endeavor one must learn to adapt to and ultimately relish in the pursuit of strength. Chapter 39. First, scout the path. Coordinates. Sanyuan City. On the third day of the peculiar invasion of Xiaohua Village, the village had returned to its former appearance. Members of the guard patrol proudly roamed the vicinity, wielding the extraordinary treasures they had exchanged for. Thanks to the abundance of supernatural materials at their disposal, Xiaohua Village experienced an unprecedented surge in combat prowess. Li Dahu had once again reclaimed the title of the village's foremost warrior, ascending to the rank of a third-tier cultivator. Many members of the guard had broken through to the second tier, and the players' strengths had also seen significant growth. Among them, Anlin stood out most remarkably. During the invasion, he had achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the first tier and, after a few days of consolidation, had once again advanced, becoming the first player to reach the second tier. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang, amidst the accumulation of vast supernatural materials, had approached the threshold of the third tier, now merely awaiting an opportune moment to step into that realm. However, today, Xiao Lang had no intention of continuing his cultivation within the village. At the altar in the village center, the old village chief, Li Yao, gazed at Xiao Lang, Li Dahu, and Yi Shui, his heart brimming with mixed emotions. Initially, he had hoped for a union between Li Dahu and Yi Shui, but as the day had arrived, Li Yao felt a twinge of unease. The Yi family of Sanyuan City. What could Xiaohua Village possibly offer to gain entry into such a prestigious household? Now that Yi Shui was set to return to Sanyuan City, Li Dahu resolutely declared his intention to accompany her. Xiao Lang was also eager to explore the world beyond. He could not remain in Xiaohua Village for eternity. Have you gathered everything? Do you need more supernatural materials? There are still some left in the village, Li Yao said, his eyes moistening as he watched the trio preparing to embark for Sanyuan City. In this world, every journey taken was a gamble with one's life. Old Li, why the long face? We are setting off for an expedition, Xiao Lang remarked with a carefree demeanor, boldly asserting, once I carve out a place for myself, I shall bring all our villagers to Sanyuan City to experience the life there. Liao did not respond but simply smiled and nodded emphatically. After speaking, Xiao Lang exchanged a knowing glance with Li Dahu and Yi Shui. We should be on our way. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall arrive. Li Dahu turned to Yi Shui and embraced Li Yao, saying, Grandfather, take care. I will return with Yi Shui to fetch you. With that, Li Dahu turned to Tian Juanhao and the other members of the guard, stating, Ahao, the village's safety is in your hands. Ensure that you protect Xiaohua Village well. I will, Captain, came the resolute reply. After a brief farewell, the trio of Xiao Lang, Li Dahu, and Yi Shui began their journey towards the village entrance, under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Perhaps sensing the gaze of the crowd, the three harbored different thoughts as they walked out of the village. Oh dear, why isn't this pit been filled yet? Please, as a second-tier cultivator, can you at least watch where you're going? The group gradually vanished into the mist. Lang Yi, Langu, wait for me. Not long after leaving the village, a voice called out from the fog behind. The three turned to see Lan swiftly floating towards them, wielding a second-tier extraordinary sword. Langu, let me join you. I want to go to Sanyuan City too. And Lan, gazing at Xiao Lang, spoke clearly. I've also broken through to the second tier, and I can manage a bit of self-defense. Besides, I'm a player, so I assure you I won't slow you down. Upon learning that Xiao Lang was leaving Xiaohua Village, Lan immediately packed his belongings and pursued. He had always been a man of his word. If he vowed to cling to Xiao Lang, he would do so tenaciously, although there were two third-tier cultivators present. Xiaolang's words were directed solely at him. The others had no objections, even though Xiaolang was the youngest among them. All right, then you can come with us. Hearing Lan's words, Xiaolang contemplated briefly before agreeing. Sanyuan City was vast, and his ambitious plans required additional hands. Moreover, Lan was quite to his liking. The lad was astute and possessed strong capabilities. Xiaolang raised his black sword, cleaving through the mist before them. Then let us advance towards Sanyuan City together. On Blue Star, recently, everyone in Dragon Nation has noticed an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon. The official stance on the bizarre game has been decidedly strange. Initially, only a few astute individuals recognized this, but now a multitude has immersed themselves in the eerie game. After a wave of speculation, the price of low-end gaming helmets plummeted rapidly, now resting at a mere 100 yuan each. What does this signify? A slightly average game cartridge online often costs 200 to 300 yuan. 100 yuan for a gaming helmet barely recoups its production cost. Without the official backing, no one would engage in such a loss-making venture. Advertisements for the bizarre game are ubiquitous, with apps promoting its numerous benefits. Restrictions on underage purchases of gaming helmets have vanished. Some schools even mandate that all students play games on schedule. Beyond this, there is a hidden truth not known to the public. The number of abnormal deaths in various countries has surged dramatically. In Dragon Nation, the Anomaly Control Bureau exists. At the moment certain bizarre occurrences emerge, they are swiftly dealt with. Thus, the populace can still enjoy outings, savoring hot pot and music with peace of mind. However, in those nations that value freedom, first-tier anomalies surging from the cracks in the sky exist as if in a desolate realm. As long as it does not provoke widespread destruction or draw the attention of their authorities, it is akin to indulging in a buffet. This has resulted in the original first-tier anomalies experiencing a terrifying surge in power. In a land of cherry blossoms, the quaint town of Kumamoto, nestled by the edge of Nagasaki and adjacent to the sea, becomes the setting for a chilling encounter. A vengeful spirit emerged through a rift in the sky, and upon sensing the presence of a living below, it surged downward, shrouded in malevolent energy. Within a certain room, several cameras were positioned, capturing the scene of a young house tutor clad in a short skirt diligently assisting a high school student with their studies. Inadvertently, the tutor knocked her pen to the floor and exclaimed a phrase of surprise before bending down to retrieve it. Coincidentally at that moment, the vengeful spirit floated through the window, drawn by the intense gaze of the high school student, and lunged forward with its gaping maw wide open. The sound of crunching filled the air, and the tutor, mistaking it for the beginning of a theatrical performance, prepared to showcase her skills. However, upon raising her gaze, she was met with the horrifying sight of a bloodied, headless corpse and the grotesque visage of the malevolent spirit, which continued to chew and ooze blood. Ah, the horror! Yet, the vengeful spirit showed no mercy, for it would not spare her simply for her apparent talent. It opened its mouth wide and bit down. The chilling crunch echoed ominously. Chapter 40. Breakthrough. Arrival at Sanyuan City. After the vengeful spirit had devoured 2 souls, it unleashed its bloodthirsty nature. Suddenly, it surged toward the heart of Kumamoto town, where the populace was densely gathered, commencing a horrific slaughter. The air was thick with malevolent energy, and none of the townsfolk survived this onslaught. Alarmingly, some individuals believed this was a manifestation of their deity Amaterasu, intending to reverently enshrine the vengeful spirit. This suited the spirit's desires perfectly, and with a gaping maw, it consumed them. With the consumption of so many souls, the spirit's power surged dramatically, elevating it to the status of the first second-tier aberration in the realm. Consequently, its rate of devouring the townsfolk escalated significantly, and within merely 2 days, it had consumed tens of thousands of residents of Kumamoto. By the 3rd day, the Onmyoji dispatched by the Sakura Nation finally arrived at Kumamoto, intending to eradicate this second-tier, vengeful spirit. However, by this time, the spirit's power had grown immensely, rendering it indifferent to the Shikigami summoned by the Onmyoji. Amidst the swirling malevolence, It devoured both the Onmyoji and the Shikigami he had summoned. Boom! Flames enveloped Xiaolang as a fireball erupted, sending the third-tier proficient blood-sucking insect flying. With an explosive surge of energy beneath his feet, he swiftly appeared beside the blood-sucking insect. The compressed purplish-black flames were gathered in his fist, and with a resounding crash, he struck the insect's head. Crack! The punch shattered the elongated, glowing red mandibles of the blood-sucking insect. Ding! Emotional value. Nearby, Unlan and the others wielded their extraordinary weapons, standing guard for Xiaolang. It was not that they were unwilling to participate. Rather, Xiaolang was simply too formidable. A peak second-tier cultivator was ruthlessly overpowering a third-tier proficient aberration. Furthermore, Xiaolang had emphasized that he required an aberration as a catalyst for his ascension to third-tier cultivation. Boom! Before anyone could react, the third-tier blood-sucking insect was obliterated by Xiaolang's punch. Buzz! As Xiaolang's aura surged, he shattered the shackles of peak second-tier cultivation, successfully ascending to the realm of third-tier cultivators. Yi Shui, Li Dahu, Unlan. After a moment of stillness to acclimate to the overwhelming power that came with his third-tier breakthrough, Xiaolang truly comprehended the vast chasm between the second and third tiers. Without further ado, he felt that with merely the power of the flame seed, he could easily overpower 20 peak second-tier Li Dahu. As for confronting Li Dahu, who had also entered the third tier, he thought it might be a narrow 9, one in his favor. Xiaolang could hammer Li Dahu down to a mere 10% of his health with just 9 strikes, casually collecting the otherworldly materials from the exploded blood-sucking insect. Xiaolang approached his waiting companions. At that moment, Yi Shui spoke up. The mandibles of that blood-sucking insect are excellent materials for forging third-tier treasures. They could fetch a substantial amount of energy coins. Energy coins? What are energy coins? Li Dahu and Xiaolang gazed at Yi Shui with a look of bewilderment. Realizing that it was their first time leaving Xiaohua village, Yi Shui patiently began to explain to them. In the vast cities, the value of ethereal materials remained exceedingly high. However, for advanced practitioners, low-tier ethereal materials could not simply be compensated for by quantity alone. The limitations of barter necessitated the use of energy coins as a means of currency. Energy coins were refined from the energy within ethereal materials by high-level practitioners using specialized techniques, serving not only as currency, but also as a resource for cultivation. It would take approximately 100 first-tier ethereal materials to barely extract a single energy coin. So that is how it is. After hearing Yi Shui's explanation, both Xiaolang and Li Dahu displayed expressions of keen interest. In their minds, they quietly envisioned the scene of Sanyuan City. Although Unlan had been aware of such matters in her previous life, she feigned enlightenment in order to blend in. At that moment, after listening to Yi Shui, Xiaolang hurried back to retrieve the bloodthirsty insect's mandibles, storing them in his system space. It was not merely a matter of money. It was chiefly about avoiding waste. Xiaolang was accustomed to picking up every small copper coin and white material dropped by wild monsters in online games. Habits die hard. Miss Yi, we've been traveling for 5 days. How much longer until we reach Sanyuan City? Hearing Yi Shui's vivid description, Xiaolang was becoming increasingly impatient. His loving family chain store was set to establish itself in Sanyuan City. Yi Shui chuckled lightly. Not long now. Once we cross this mountain, Sanyuan City will be right behind it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Xiaolang's energy surged beneath his feet as he swiftly ascended towards the mountain peak. Encountering a lurking anomaly hidden in the mist, he swiftly dispatched it with a fireball. Yi Shui, Li Dahu, and Unlan did not waste any time either, all of them soaring towards the summit. To accommodate Unlan, Xiaolang deliberately slowed his speed, while also dealing with any anomalies they encountered along the way. Although the mountain was lofty, it took only a brief moment for the four to reach the summit. Wow, it's enormous. Standing atop the mountain, a gust of wind dispersed the mist before them, revealing Sanyuan City to their eyes. It was vast. At first glance, it was simply immense. Even with Xiaolang activating his divine eye skill to enhance his vision beyond the mist, he could not fully comprehend the entirety of San Yuan City. The endless city walls stretched like a colossal ancient serpent across the mountains, while the diverse structures within resembled scales, shimmering brilliantly in the light. Even though Yishui had lived in San Yuan City since childhood, each time she witnessed this scene, her heart was filled with awe. What immense power must it take to construct and maintain such a grand city amidst a world rife with anomalies? Upon witnessing this grand city, a sense of reverence inevitably stirred within the hearts of many, and Xiaolang was no exception. It was a reverence for the powerful, as well as a mark of respect. One day, he too would ascend to a stature that commanded admiration. The day will come when the dragon, long dormant, shall finally bask in the rain, and today he shall soar like a crane into the heavens. Energy surged through Xiaolang as he propelled himself towards the distant city of San Yuan. Li Dahu and the others swiftly followed suit, racing towards the immense structure that loomed ahead. This scene resembled four tiny beings charging towards the gaping maw of an ancient serpent, as if they intended to topple the colossal creature. Like moths drawn to a flame, they swiftly arrived at the city gates of San Yuan, where Yishui hurriedly instructed Xiaolang and the others to descend. It was imperative to avoid flying recklessly over San Yuan, for such actions would be deemed a grave insult to the city and could result in a pursuit by the law enforcement. Xiaolang, however, felt indifferent, recognizing that it was indeed impolite to tread upon another's rooftop without permission. "Let's enter the city," he suggested. Chapter 41. The most talented young woman of San Yuan City. "Let us enter the city," Yishui announced, preparing to lead the group into the city. However, she felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of meeting her parents. At the city gates of San Yuan City, two squads of soldiers clad in black armor, wielding standardized long knives, stood sentinel, clearly well-trained elite troops. Soon, a handsome young man in a blue robe, holding a folding fan, strolled forward. "Lei Jia, Lei Bao, Yeju Tiktenet Hergrip Onida Hushand." A hint of disdain flickering in her gaze as she regarded Lei Bao. Noticing her discomfort, Li Dahu looked at her with concern. "Shui, what is wrong?" "Nothing," Yishui replied, shaking her head to alleviate his worries. She then led Li Dahu and Xiaolang towards the city. Yet, Lei Bao had already noticed Yishui and Li Dahu holding hands, which ignited a surge of anger within him. "Shui, where have you been these past few days?" "I've been so worried." Lei Bao approached with feigned eagerness, completely disregarding Li Dahu, and addressed Yishui directly. "I heard from your cousin that you returned, so I came to welcome you at once." Yishui remained silent, lifting Li Dahu's hand and stating, "Excuse us." She then attempted to enter the city. "Yishui, don't be so shameless." Lei Bao's irritation flared upon her disregard. He glared at Yishui and Li Dahu, asserting, "Do you think you can stop me? Lei Bao, just because you found some wild man? Your family has always been supportive of us. You should be aware of that." Yishui halted and turned to face him, her gaze piercing. "Are you not aware of your own worthlessness? You, a bully, are merely a branch of the Lei family. Do not try to act grand by invoking my cousin's name." With that, she shot him a disdainful look and resumed her path into the city. Having emerged from San Yuan City, Yishui had already faced life and death crises and battled against the mysterious invasion of Xiaohua village. An aura of menace enveloped her, exuding even more dominance than before. This fierce demeanor momentarily stunned Lei Bao. Xiaolang and Enlan exchanged impressed glances and gave Yishui a thumbs up. Sister Shui is formidable. They followed Yishui into the city. Lei Bao, momentarily taken aback, flushed with rage and indignation, shedding his facade of civility. He pointed at Yishui, cursing, "What kind of trash are you, Yishui? You returned with a wild man after just a few days. I wouldn't T1 him even if he were offered to me. You're nothing but a whore." Smack! At those words, Li Dahu, who had remained silent until now, abruptly released Yishui's hand, energy surging within him, and delivered a resounding slap to Lei Bao's face. In a fit of rage, Li Dahu spared no effort. Although Lei Bao was also a third-tier cultivator, he had long been drained of his essence by indulgence. With a single strike, he sent Lei Bao flying to a distant corner of the city wall. What a worthless piece of trash, buzzing incessantly here. Filth belongs in the garbage heap. The two squads of soldiers stationed at the city gate were momentarily taken aback by this scene. How dare someone strike against the Lei family in San Yuan City? It had been years since they had witnessed such foolishness. However, as soldiers of the Lei family, they quickly raised their weapons, directing them at Li Dahu and his companions. Two soldiers hurriedly rushed over to assist the fallen Lei Bao. Ha! Lei Bao, rising to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own teeth. Damn it, kid, you're finished. No one can save you today, I assure you. Covering his face, Lei Bao shouted at the soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Kill them." At this moment, Lei Bao was thoroughly enraged. Aside from being beaten by his father in his childhood, no one had ever dared to strike him in San Yuan City. Disregarding Yi Shui, he issued orders to his subordinates. The soldiers exchanged glances between Lei Bao and Yi Shui, their faces filled with conflict. Yet, they slowly raised their extraordinary weapons. They had no choice. If they did not act, they would likely face dire consequences upon returning. Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Lang and his companions drew their weapons, standing protectively beside Li Dahu. "I dare you to touch my sister." Just then, a melodious yet icy female voice resonated from within the city. In an instant, a graceful figure appeared before everyone. With a mere wave of her hand, a shockwave of energy sent all the soldiers, including Lei Bao, flying. Lei Bao, who had been shouting for blood, instantly deflated upon seeing this figure. Even after being struck down, he dared not utter a word of complaint. Hastily scrambling to his feet and rushing to the side of the enchanting silhouette, bowing repeatedly, "I'm sorry, Missy, it was my fault. My tongue is foul." As he spoke, Lei Bao began to slap his own face in self-reprimand. The sound of slaps echoed through the air. Given Lei Bao's status within the Lei family, he should not have been reduced to such humility. Yet, it all depended on the presence before him. In San Yuan City, he could be arrogant and domineering, bullying both men and women, all thanks to the Lei family's prestige. However, in the presence of this young woman, he dared not utter a single word of defiance. Before him stood not only the daughter of the Yi family's head, but also the most talented young woman in San Yuan City, Yi Binger. At just 22 years of age, she had already ascended to the realm of a fourth-tier cultivator. Furthermore, she was a direct disciple of the city lord. There would be no repercussions for her should she choose to slay Lei Bao with a single sword strike, even within the city. The Lei family would never trouble themselves over a direct descendant for the sake of Yi Binger. "Sister, you slipped out so quietly. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Even if you were dissatisfied with the match proposed by our second uncle, you mustn't toy with your own life." After uttering these words, Yi Binger cast a sidelong glance at Li Dahu, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I never imagined that after just a few days, you would return with a brother-in-law." He. Upon hearing Yi Binger's teasing, Li Dahu displayed his endearing, foolish grin, scratching his head in bewilderment. Just laughter, nothing but laughter. Yi Shui shot a glance at Li Dahu before turning to Yi Binger with a smile. "Oh, you, Binger, have the audacity to tease your sister. Just wait until I punish you." With that, she began to tickle Yi Bing. "Oh dear, no, not in front of so many people. Let us see if you dare to speak of me again." The onlookers were utterly astonished. Even Xiao Lang, the epitome of a steel-hearted man, found himself captivated by the scene before him. Chapter 42. 3 months. So be it he confessed that he had fallen in love at first sight with Yi Binger. His heart stirred with youthful affection. Suddenly, Xiao Lang grasped Li Dahu's hand and, with a serious expression, declared, "Little tiger, I have decided on you as my brother-in-law. From now on, we will address each other accordingly. You shall call me Brother Lang, and I shall call you brother-in-law, Li Dahu." After a playful exchange between the two sisters, they soon composed themselves. "Greetings, brother-in-law. I am Yi Binger." After acknowledging Li Dahu, Yi Binger turned to Xiao Lang and Enlon, offering them a warm nod. "Hello to you both." As the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, she bore no air of superiority toward Xiao Lang and Enlon. Instead, she greeted them with a smile. "Let's head into the city." Before Xiao Lang and the others could introduce themselves, Yi Binger took Yi Shui's hand, her face alight with excitement as they ventured into the city. Regardless of the era, class disparities exist. Yi Binger's friendly demeanor toward Xiao Lang and the others was already a significant departure from the behavior exhibited by other noble offspring. Did Xiao Lang fail to comprehend this? Of course not. But would he shy away from challenges? Absolutely not. The group followed Yi Shui into Sanyuan City and was instantly captivated by the sights within. Vendors shouted their wares in the streets. Waitstaff at taverns called out to attract customers, and passers-by rode upon enormous beasts that Xiao Lang could not name. The stalls along the street displayed an array of second- and third-tier mystical materials, alongside herbs and elixirs radiating waves of energy. These were sights he had never encountered in Xiaohua village. He had no idea that this world could be so splendid. Food was not merely limited to coarse grains. Beyond the bazaar, this world teemed with extraordinary beasts, spiritual herbs, and elixirs. For a moment, both Xiao Lang and Li Dahu were left in awe. The inhabitants of Xiaohua village lived precariously, going to bed each night with the dread that they might not awaken the following day. They could never have imagined that the world held such marvels. They resolved to establish a foothold in this place. They yearned to allow the people of Xiaohua village to experience and witness the wonders of the world. Such thoughts resonated within both Xiao Lang and Li Dao. An Lang, observing the scenes of Sanyuan City, felt a wave of nostalgia. He had returned to this familiar place. Yet this time, he would not merely be a spectator. The three who had emerged from Xiaohua village silently set their aspirations at this moment. They might feel overwhelmed by the grandeur before them, but not a trace of inferiority would rise within them. Suddenly, Xiao Lang felt a surge of confidence. He hurried to catch up with Yi Binger, his gaze intense as he asked, "Miss Yi Binger, may I inquire if you have a boyfriend?" The question hung in the air, momentarily stunning those present. Li Dahu and his two companions were the first to regain their composure. After all, they had long grown accustomed to Xiao Lang's sudden whimsical antics. Yi Binger quickly snapped out of her daze, noticing Xiao Lang's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, and suddenly felt a rush of warmth rise to her cheeks. She swiftly averted her eyes, flustered as she stammered, I have one." "No, you don't." Yi Shui's voice cut in simultaneously. After uttering these words, her eyes darted back and forth between Xiao Lang and Yi Binger. Perhaps because Xiao Lang was her savior, the more she observed, the more she felt that he and her younger sister were a perfect match. Status and wealth? With Xiao Lang's ability to casually toss out thousands of rare treasures and miraculous potions, he could effortlessly carve out a domain for himself in Sanyuan City. Strength? Her younger sister was indeed the top prodigy among the youth of Sanyuan City. But Xiao Lang had already slain a fourth-tier abomination and single-handedly annihilated tens of thousands of lower-tier fiends. The more she pondered, the more pleased she became. Since she had already joined Little Fire Village, why not drag her sister in as well? That's what good sisters do. She's lying to you. All she does is train day and night. Since when does she have a boyfriend? Yi Shui interjected with a smirk. Yi Binger couldn't help but facepalm. This sister of hers, really was she necessary? Such a grudge holder. Yet, having grown up in the sheltered environment of a Yi family, she had never encountered a situation like this before. It was true, as Yi Shui had said, that her life revolved solely around cultivation. But raised in such a prominent clan, she had inevitably absorbed much through osmosis. After a brief pause, she composed herself and spoke solemnly to Xiao Lang. In this world, abominations lurk everywhere. Ordinary people tread on thin ice, living in constant peril. So tell me, what can you offer me? Resources? I have the entire Yi family's support. Status? I am a Yi family's direct descendant. Strength? I am the foremost among Sanyuan City's younger generation. You claim to like me, but what can you truly bring to me? Her rapid-fire questions were sharp and incisive, befitting the daughter of the Yi family as patriarch. Yiju, for once, refrained from interrupting. Instead, she pinched Li Dahu's arm, struggling to suppress her laughter. Truly sisters, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Hearing these words, Anlan and Li Dahu exchanged worried glances at Xiao Lang. They were well aware of his boundless potential, certain that he was no ordinary man destined for mediocrity. But judging by the glimpse they had upon entering Sanyuan City, the Yi family was a colossal entity. To put it bluntly, given their current strength, even if they flew nonstop for an hour and a half, they still wouldn't leave the Yi family's territory. A golden carp is no mere pond dweller. It transforms into a dragon when encountering the storm. But a genius who perishes prematurely is no genius at all. Upon hearing these words, Xiaolang's expression remained impassive. After a moment of contemplation, he shed his usual playful demeanor and met Yi Binger's gaze with utmost sincerity. I can take you to the pinnacle of this world, regardless of status, strength, or wealth, everything. Yi Binger suddenly found herself momentarily lost in thought, gazing into Xiaolang's candid and resolute eyes. The heiress of the Yi family felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her once more. But you currently possess nothing, do you? Yi Binger retorted through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha. Yi Shui could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. However, she quickly regained her composure and addressed her slightly flustered younger sister, saying, "Then why not let him prove himself to you within a specified time frame? What do you think?" Yi Binger, believing that her cousin was offering her an escape, eagerly responded, "Yes. It cannot be mere words. You must demonstrate it to me. A year. Within a year, you must present strength, status, and resources that satisfy the Yi family." Upon hearing this, Xiaolang smiled, his grin radiant. He replied to Yi Binger, "A year is too long. I would find it unbearable to miss you. Let us make it 3 months instead." Upon hearing Xiaolang's teasing remark, Yi Binger felt her ears flush crimson. Yet, when he voluntarily shortened the time frame, she instinctively replied, "All right, 3 months it is. You said it." Chapter 43. The Li family's warning very well. 3 months it shall be. You have my word. However, upon uttering these words, Yi Binger found herself filled with regret. 3 months? To expect a third-tier cultivator hailing from a humble village to present something that would satisfy the formidable Yi family? Was this not sheer folly? Yet, having made the proclamation, retracting it would only lead others to misconstrue her feelings for Xiaolang. She considered Xiaolang somewhat arrogant. Thus, Yi Binger dismissed his statement as the naive jest of a newcomer unaware of the world's complexities. Nevertheless, Xiaolang's fervent gaze remained etched in her mind. Let us set this matter aside for now. We should return home. My father and second uncle are undoubtedly worried sick. After regaining her composure, Yi Binger addressed Yi Shui. At that moment, Yi Shui nervously glanced at Li Dahu and nodded awkwardly. Indeed, let us depart. Meanwhile, Unlon quietly confided in Xiaolang, "Brother Lang, I shall not accompany you to the Yi family." He patted the storage pouch Xiaolang had gifted him. "Do not fret. I will ensure that our family thrives in this San Yuan city." Xiaolang earnestly clapped Unlon on the shoulder, saying, "Do not overextend yourself. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me immediately with a sound transmission talisman. Rest assured, Brother Lang. Just wait and see." Unlon thumped his chest, waved his hand, and turned to leave. His previous life in San Yuan City had not been short, and there were still many opportunities awaiting his discovery. It was time to reconnect with some old friends. With Xiaolang placing such trust in him, he could not afford to disappoint. After bidding farewell to Unlon, Xiaolang caught up with Yi Binger and the others, and together they proceeded to the Yi family residence. At the city gates, Lei Bao's face was bruised from his own slaps, leaving him dazed. It was only when a soldier reported that Yi Binger and the others had departed that he finally halted. "What are you staring at? Bring me the medicine." Lei Bao bellowed at his accompanying guards, wincing as the motion aggravated his injuries. "The Yi family, Yi Binger, and you, Yi Shui, you wretched harlot, I will ensure you pay dearly for this." As he applied ointment to his face, Lei Bao's mind whirled with vengeful schemes. "When the Wan Ku Valley opens next month, it will be your grave, and those country bumpkins. I shall present you with quite the spectacle." With these thoughts brewing, Lei Bao waved his hand and led his 2 squads of soldiers dejectedly into the city. Upon entering, he overheard nearby servants discussing Yi Binger and some rustic boy. After some inquiries, Lei Bao became aware of the bold claims previously made by Xiaolang. "Ah, when there is a path to paradise, you choose not to tread it. Yet you venture into hell without a door. After all, she is the cherished jewel of the Yi family. Countless young talents within San Yuan City aspire to win her affection. Those who wished to pursue Yi Bing'er would find themselves queuing from the Yi family's doorstep all the way to Shishui village. For a mere commoner to utter such words is akin to an old man courting misfortune, as if he were weary of life itself. "Hey, you there, come here." Summoning a soldier, Lei Bao whispered a few instructions in his ear, then handed him 10 energy coins before sending him off. Lei Bao then made his way to the entertainment district alongside the soldier. He felt a sudden rush of inspiration as ideas flowed forth like a torrent, unstoppable. He needed an outlet for this creative energy. With Yi Bing'er as an illustrious banner, Xiao Lang and his companions soared through the skies toward the Yi family estate. Along the way, the enforcers of the law merely acknowledged Yi Bing'er and stepped aside. The fourth-tier cultivator, Yi Bing'er, intentionally slowed her pace, waiting for Xiao Lang and the others to catch up. Even so, it took them half an hour to reach the foot of the Yi family's mountain. Indeed, the Yi, Bai, Han, and Lei families each occupy a peak within Sanyuan City as their familial abode. The four great families are strategically positioned at the four cardinal points, encircling the central Lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, Yi Bing'er took Yi Shui by the hand, preparing to ascend the path. However, Xiao Lang and Li De, who were halted by 2 disciples of the Yi family at the foot of the mountain. "Sister," Yi Shui grasped Yi Bing'er's arm, glancing back at Li De, who in a state of panic. "Sister, you know this is the Yi family's rule. Even I cannot change it." Yi Bing'er watched as one by one, the Yi family disciples slowly emerged from the mountain path. Though her heart ached, she wore a resigned expression. The family has its own customs. In such a prominent family, social standing is paramount. Individuals like Li De, Hu, and Xiao Lang, hailing from humble villages, must battle their way through the ranks of the Yi family's formidable disciples if they wish to marry Yi Shui or Yi Bing'er. Only by defeating all opponents of their proposed union can they gain the attention of the Yi family's elite and qualify for discussions regarding such matters. Given the Yi family's resources, Xiao Lang and his companions had already been thoroughly investigated before even entering the city. When Yi Bing'er conveyed the family's rules to Li De, Hu, and Xiao Lang, her expression turned serious as she stated, "In the past, none who have embarked on this mountain path have reached the summit. Furthermore, they have either perished or been left severely maimed. I urge you to consider this gravely." As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Xiao Lang. She was reluctant to witness that bright-eyed youth meet his demise on this treacherous path. "Dao, I am so sorry." "So sorry." At that moment, Yi Shui suddenly broke down in tears, repeatedly apologizing to Li De Hu. The somewhat simple-looking man did not harbor any resentment toward Yi Shui. He simply stepped forward, embraced Yi Shui, ruffled her hair, and earnestly spoke, "Be good and wait for me at the summit. I shall come for you." Yi Shui, with tears in her eyes, heavily nodded, placing her trust in Li De Hu and, more so, in Xiao Lang. At that moment, she felt an immense sense of relief for having brought her younger sister along. With Xiao Lang's prowess, traversing this path should pose no insurmountable challenge, right? Observing Li De Hu's affectionate demeanor towards Yi Shui, Xiao Lang silently mused, "Well done, Li De Hu," resorting to such tactics in secret. With a playful roll of his eyes, he approached Yi Bing'er, feigning distress, given the gravity of the situation. "We ought to share a moment, too. Bing'er, you wouldn't want me to perish on this treacherous path before I have even held your hand, would you?" Caught off guard, Yi Bing'er faltered, sensing the formidable presence of Xiao Lang and Li De Hu, realizing that their chances of reaching the summit were slim. Nevertheless, she decided to indulge his wish, hoping he would comprehend. Blushing, Yi Bing'er nodded in affirmation. "Hooray!" Chapter 44. "Oh, I'm just fine. Hooray!" Xiao Lang quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Yi Bing'er. Before Yi Bing'er could react, she found herself enveloped in a pair of strong arms. On the mountain path, the Yi family disciples watched this scene, their teeth gritted and eyes reddened with fury. "Damn it, brothers, let us make sure to teach them a lesson. This is our Yi family's flower, and she has been embraced right in front of us. How can we endure this?" One by one, the Yi family disciples revealed their hidden treasures, pills, talismans, and various means to enhance their combat power. They vowed to ensure these too would face the consequences. Xiao Lang, however, did not overstep, After a gentle embrace of Yi Binger, he released her. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but does not indulge. Emotion arises, but propriety governs. Remember to wait for me on the mountain, he said, playfully winking at Yi Binger, ignoring her reaction as he pulled Li Dahu and Yi Shui aside. Don't worry, there will be more opportunities for you two to embrace, he assured Yi Shui and Li Dahu before waving farewell to Yi Binger and Yi Shui, leading Li Dahu to a secluded corner. At this moment, Yi Shui ceased her tears, casting a glance at Li Dahu, who was being pulled away by Xiao Lang to discuss strategies, before turning back to soar towards the mountain peak with Yi Binger. The situation was clear. The disciples of the family were certainly not lacking in treasures, talismans, or pills. Xiao Lang looked at Li Dahu with utmost seriousness, saying, "This will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Call me Brother Lang, and I will take you flying." Seeing the mischievous expression on Xiao Lang's face, Li Dahu felt a twinge of annoyance. For some reason, despite being younger, he always insisted on being called Brother Lang. However, when Xiao Lang brandished a peak-tier third-grade treasure before him, Li Dahu immediately donned a smile. "Brother Lang, why are we being so formal?" He then eagerly grasped the gleaming blade-like treasure that Xiao Lang held, instantly becoming enamored with it. "All right, no more jokes. This path will not be easy. We must prepare ourselves." Xiao Lang ceased his teasing and, with a serious demeanor, retrieved several third-grade defensive treasures, a multitude of third-grade potions, and numerous stacks of offensive talismans from his storage pouch. Gulp! Li Dahu swallowed hard, his hands numbly accepting the items Xiao Lang offered, stowing them away in his own pouch. He had thought he had seen through Xiao Lang, but he realized he had never truly comprehended him. He would never know just how many cards he held close to his chest. This was the genuine thought in Li Dahu's mind. "Ah, Brother Lang, you're giving me all this. What will you do?" Li Dahu asked, concern etched on his face as he equipped the defensive treasures. "Ah, I shall proceed with ease. Xiao Lang has elevated Li Dahu's combat prowess. How could he possibly neglect his own?" Clang! A pinnacle defensive treasure helmet of the third tier. Crack! A pinnacle defensive treasure armor of the third tier. Bang! Pinnacle defensive treasure boots of the third tier. Treasure gloves, treasure trousers. In his left hand, a black luminous sword. In his right, a third-tier talisman. Fully equipped, he revealed only a dazzling smile. Ah, Li Dahu felt his concerns were in vain, rather than fret over Xiao Lang. He ought to contemplate his own situation. Is he the type to suffer losses? Not only Li Dahu, but even the distant disciples of the Yi family widened their eyes in astonishment. Truly fierce. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. After casting a glance at Li Dahu, Xiao Lang strode confidently towards the foot of the mountain. Once Li Dahu donned his various defensive treasures, he dashed after Xiao Lang. Observing the two approaching, several Yi family disciples rang the floating bell treasure nearby, instantly resonating with a thunderous sound that echoed across the mountain peak. At the summit's platform, Yi Binger and Yi Shui stood quietly behind the senior members of the Yi family. Before them, a massive, mysterious light mirrored treasure vividly reflected the movements of Xiao Lang and his companion. The leading middle-aged man was none other than Yi Binger's father, Yi Long, the current head of the Yi family. He observed Xiao Lang and Li Dahu's performance, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "This lad is rather intriguing." At this moment, the Yi family disciples were already growing impatient. Although they were merely third-tier novices, their combat strength, bolstered by family resources, far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Even with Xiao Lang and Li Dahu fully armed, they showed no signs of hesitation, brandishing their weapons as they charged at the duo. As the four Yi family disciples rushed forward, Xiao Lang conjured talismans in his hand, swiftly hurling several towards them. Apologies for the offense. Explosive talismans. Thunder talismans. Boom! Even though the disciples were somewhat prepared, they were caught off guard by this maneuver, just managing to withstand that initial assault before they could catch their breath. Li Dahu's attack descended. Boom! Blue flames, augmented by the third-tier treasure, knocked the four stunned Yi family disciples to the ground. Li Dahu was somewhat reluctant to part with those talismans. Each must be worth a considerable amount of energy coins. After dispatching the four disciples, The two continued their ascent towards the summit. Whoosh! Not long after, several sword strikes surged towards them. Clang! The sword strikes collided with Xiaolang's armor, sparking a shower of flames, yet they did not even budge him. It was utterly ineffective. Then, 8 members of the Yi family emerged from the pavilion by the roadside. Without a moment's pause, they launched a torrential assault on the two. Xiaolang had merely tested the attacking power of those talismans, and upon realizing their effectiveness, he chose not to utilize them further. He preferred to rely on his own strength. A fiery explosion ensued. A purple-black fireball, compressed to its utmost limits, was unleashed by Xiaolang, striking directly amidst the 4 adversaries. Having previously employed Xiao Yan's card technique, Xiaolang had become increasingly adept at manipulating flames. Simply relying on brute force failed to harness the full potential of his energy. The compressed purple-black fireball proved to be several times more formidable than the original explosive fireball. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted, and the Yi family members, who were of the same realm as Xiaolang, could not withstand even a single strike from him, being propelled away with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Li Dahu, having utilized several third-tier talismans, successfully dispatched a number of his opponents. The two exchanged a glance, and Xiaolang flashed a broad grin. Let us continue onward to the mountaintop to find our wives. At the summit, Yilong suddenly coughed twice. His gaze fixed intently on Xiaolang through the Xianguang mirror. Yi Bing'er felt her ears burn with embarrassment, and she muttered under her breath, "What an eyesore." Chapter 45. The astonished upper echelons of the Yi family, entering the 4th tier, with the enhancement of Xiaolang's extraordinary abilities. The once arduous mountain path became a leisurely stroll for the two of them. Upon their encounter, they unleashed a flurry of skills, activating their defensive treasures to deliver finishing blows, entirely disregarding energy consumption, supported by restorative potions. The resources that these proud offspring of noble families relied upon were rendered inconsequential by Xiaolang. In terms of combat prowess, Li Dahu was a formidable figure, having emerged from the peculiar terrain of Firewood Village, while Xiaolang possessed invaluable experience from battling the strange. Together, they truly embodied the essence of relentless struggle, carving their way through the current realm with unwavering resolve. Wave after wave, the number of Yi family disciples steadily increased, and their levels began to rise as well. From the initial 3rd-tier entry level, they reached a commendable proficiency, with the ranks swelling to 10 disciples. This vividly illustrated the terrifying might of such a familial power. Merely the younger generation had achieved this level of strength, enough to blanket an extensive mountain path. No wonder Yi Bing'er previously remarked that this road had never witnessed anyone attempting to gather like them for the purpose of marrying a daughter of the Yi family. With such daunting difficulty, who could ascend to the summit unscathed? Yet, as the ranks of the Yi family disciples grew, Li Dahu began to show signs of fatigue. Even his defensive treasures started to display cracks. Conversely, Xiaolang only felt a slight soreness in his hands. Beyond that, he remained unaffected. Regrettably, his armor treasure had suffered considerable damage due to focused attention from the adversaries, and most infuriatingly, his helmet had been shattered by a young assailant wielding a hammer-like treasure. Fortunately, Xiaolang possessed decent defensive capabilities. Otherwise, that blow might have left him concussed. However, the assailant did not escape unscathed, as Xiaolang incapacitated him with a swift, lightning thunder fist. Yet being the magnanimous person he was, Xiaolang stripped the young man down to his undergarments and hung him from a nearby tree along the mountain path. The chilly wind sweeping through the mountains left the unconscious Yi family disciple feeling quite exposed. As their ascent continued, they began to encounter the peak-tier Yi family disciples. At this juncture, even Xiaolang could sense the pressure mounting. He could only barely hold his ground against a few who had the upper hand, engaging in close combat with lightning thunder fist and explosive fireball, while disregarding energy expenditure. In terms of sheer momentum, these peak-tier Yi family practitioners would struggle to match Xiaolang, who bore the weight of over 10,000 strange lives. Fortunately, Xiaolang's purple-black flames could absorb energy from the game itself, replenishing his strength. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed before he could even sip a potion to recover. Meanwhile, On the other side, Li Dahu was facing considerable challenges in his battles. His innate talent is indeed commendable, considering he emerged from the peculiar struggles of the small village of Huahua. Previously, he had relied on the extraordinary treasures bestowed by Xiao Lang to contend against a greater number of Yi family disciples who were of a higher rank, which was no small feat, however. Facing such pinnacle third-tier cultivators now proves to be quite a challenge. Nonetheless, Li Dahu has also been stirred into a fervent battle spirit. When his defensive treasures were deliberately shattered, he resolutely chose to rely on his flesh to withstand the blows. With a reckless determination to exchange injuries for injuries, he instilled fear in the two Yi family disciples before him. "Who dares to obstruct me? I shall slay anyone who does." Li Dahu's eyes were now bloodshot, and he bore numerous wounds across his body, resembling a figure that had emerged from the depths of a battlefield. With each step he took, a bloody footprint marked the ground beneath him, yet his strides remained unwavering and resolute. The extraordinary blade in his hand was unwaveringly pointed at the Yi family disciples blocking the path to the summit. Intimidated by his fierce demeanor, the Yi family disciples lost their advantage in the skirmish, allowing Li Dahu to seize the moment and, at the cost of enduring another grievous injury, he incapacitated both of them. In the chaos of battle, casualties were inevitable, yet Xiao Lang and Li Dahu, mindful of their principles, chose to injure rather than kill. The instant the two pinnacle third-tier cultivators fell, Xiao Lang also dispatched his opponent, revealing a broad grin as he gave Li Dahu a thumbs up. Li Dahu reciprocated the gesture, quickly consuming a small red vial and a small blue vial. Feeling his injuries mend and energy replenish within him, despite his trembling steps, he continued steadfastly towards the mountaintop. Side by side, Xiao Lang and Li Dahu resolutely advanced towards the summit not far ahead. At this moment, atop the platform, the higher-ups of the Yi family watched the two supporting each other on their ascent, their hearts filled with profound emotions. After so many years, could it finally be that someone would shatter the ironclad rules of this family? Beside them, Yi Shui had already covered her mouth, unable to contain the tears that streamed down her face. She had always perceived Li Dahu as somewhat dull, appearing rather foolish, yet she found him endearing. It was only at this moment that she truly understood how deeply this seemingly simple-minded man cherished her. Yi Binger's expression was similarly unsettled. She had previously thought Xiao Lang's words were merely the bravado of a youthful novice, but at this moment, her perspective had shifted. With such tenacity and formidable combat prowess, he could not remain ordinary forever. Observing the bloodstains on his attire, a flicker of concern quietly emerged in Yi Binger's eyes. Fortunately, Xiao Lang remained oblivious, or else he would have grinned and said, "No need to worry, it's merely the blood of your family's little brothers." Yi Long, the patriarch of the Yi family, gazed at the two young men through the mystical mirror, a glimmer of intrigue igniting in his eyes. "Yi Si, go and be their final adversary. I am eager to witness just how much strength these two possess." A man in his 30s stepped out from the rear of the line and clasped his fists towards Yi Long, declaring, "Adoptive father, Yi Si has received the order." In a few swift leaps, Yi Si turned and reached the pinnacle at the front junction, patiently awaiting the arrival of Xiao Lang and his companion. The aura radiating from him clearly indicated that he had ascended to the 4th tier. "Father, this seems rather unjust. Isn't it's supposed to be a battle among equals? How can you allow Yi Si to intervene?" Yi Binger exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight. Yi Long turned to his beloved daughter, a teasing smile gracing his face. "What is this? Have you genuinely taken a liking to that young man? You seem quite concerned for him." "Of course not. I merely fear that others from different families might accuse our Yi family of bullying the weak. After all, it goes against the rules," Yi Binger replied, fidgeting with her skirt, her tone betraying a hint of uncertainty. "I only wish to gauge their true capabilities. I have no intention of causing any harm." Chapter 46. The Reckless Investment. "I merely wish to ascertain their true capabilities, with no intention of causing any harm." Yi Long observed the scene before him, his demeanor instantly shifting. In a mere half-day, his precious daughter had been utterly captivated by that young man. Silently, Yi Long summoned his energy, weaving it into a thread, and instructed Yi Si from a distance. As long as no lives are lost, you may proceed as you wish. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi Si's gaze sharpened as he beheld two figures emerging from the mountainside, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Humph! Such arrogance, unaware of their own insignificance. As Yi Long's adopted son, Yi Si harbored his own intentions toward Yi Binger, for they shared no blood ties. It could be said that none of Yi Long's adopted sons were free from desire for Yi Binger, whether driven by genuine affection or ambition within the Yi family. Yet now, an ignorant country lad dared to vie for their beloved jewel. Who could tolerate such insolence? Were it not for the patriarch's command, Yi Si would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this competition in the upcoming contest. Xiao Lang and Li Dahu ascended the platform, their eyes falling upon the obstructive Yi Si. The moment Xiao Lang laid eyes on Yi Si, he instinctively knew this challenge would not be easily surmounted. Brother, don't allow me to handle this. With his fledgling strength at the third tier, Li Dahu found it already a struggle to traverse this treacherous mountain path. Engaging in combat at the fourth tier could very well lead to severe injury or even death from a moment's distraction. Li Dahu glanced at Yi Shui in the crowd, recalling their previous encounter in Xiaohua village. At that time, facing a bizarre fourth-tier foe, Xiao Lang had unhesitatingly stood before him, shielding the people of Xiaohua village. Xiao Lang owed them nothing, yet time and again, he risked his life in battle. Li Dahu's shoulder trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and declared, Xiao Lang, I wish to try this time. Even if I can exhaust just a fraction of their energy, it will bolster your chances. Xiao Lang caught a glimpse of Li Dahu's suppressed emotions and unyielding spirit. He nodded slowly and whispered a few words into Li Dahu's ear. When we reach the critical moment, I will signal you. Follow my lead, understood? Li Dahu paused, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Lang's words. Though perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Li Dahu's acquiescence, Xiao Lang stowed away the artifacts that could hinder his performance and drew forth the black light sword. Li Dahu brandished his own treasure blade. Yi Si, observing this exchange, allowed his ferocity to manifest unabashedly, unleashing a surge of energy and striking toward Xiao Lang and Li Dahu with a single, sweeping blow. Flame slash! Xiao Lang and Li Dahu reacted with remarkable speed, channeling their fiery energy to counter with their own strikes. Boom! 3 waves of energy clashed with a resounding explosion, as Yi Si's blade aura shattered the attacks of the two adversaries. Undeterred, it surged forward, unrelenting. Even as the duo activated their treasure defenses and established protective barriers, it proved futile. Such an assault, emerging from the fourth tier, represented an insurmountable chasm for those of the third tier. With a piercing sound, their protective barriers crumbled, forcing them to stagger back, blood spilling from their mouths. Observing their plight, Yi Si smirked with derision and remarked, Is this all? Truly feeble. In the distance, Yi Binger and Yi Shui felt a tightening in their chests upon witnessing the duo's predicament. Yi Shui fervently hoped that Xiao Lang would unleash his full might to vanquish Yi Si. This marked Xiao Lang's inaugural confrontation against a fourth-tier cultivator without the aid of character cards. The disparity was undeniably vast. Yet, it was not beyond remedy. You are reveling in your laughter too soon. Xiao Lang fervently channeled the energy of the fire seed into the black light sword he wielded, while Li Dahu created a distraction, relentlessly harassing Yi Si to buy Xiao Lang precious time. You seek your demise. Yi Si, perceiving Xiao Lang's intent to unleash a potent strike, effortlessly deflected Li Dahu with a swift cut, then charged towards Xiao Lang in an instant. At that moment, Li Dahu hastened to Xiao Lang's side. The black light sword, under the searing influence of Xiao Lang's fire seed energy, was on the brink of its critical point. With a decisive throw, Xiao Lang launched the energy-infused black light sword at Yi Si. Yi Si observed this and scoffed, yet his movements did not falter, as he summoned layers of energy shields around himself. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. Simultaneously, he swung his long blade towards the black light sword. Amidst the frenzy, Xiao Lang, having consumed several small blue vials, shouted, explode. At that very moment, as the black light sword engaged with Yi Si, it erupted violently. The peak-tier third-grade treasure, augmented by Xiao Lang's substantial fire seed energy, detonated with ferocity. Even for a fourth-tier cultivator like Yi Si, it was a formidable blow to expend a third-tier treasure in a single strike. Such was the legendary Chinquan toss. It was akin to throwing money, yet this was still insufficient. Utilizing his divine eye, Xiao Lang discerned the explosion's core condition, barely penetrating Yi Si's defenses and inflicting only minor injuries. Dahu, fi de seed, Xiao Lang shouted to Li Dahe. Without hesitation, Li Dahu immediately drew a strand of fire seed essence from within himself. As the flame was extracted, Li Dahu's complexion paled. Yet he showed no sign of hesitation, promptly transferring the fire seed into Xiao Lang's hands. Buzz! Xiao Lang grasped the blue flame, exerting immense energy to control its volatility. Buzz! In his right hand, a violet-black flame materialized, mirroring the one in his palm. Drawing upon the mystical connection of the totem of the bird in the little fire village, coupled with the terrifying experience of wielding Xiaoyan's, Xiao Lang summoned forth two distinct flames. He intended to forcibly coalesce them into a Buddha's wrath lotus. As Xiao Lang's hands began to draw closer, an immense repulsive force emanated from both flames. Memories of that fateful day when he had condensed the Buddha's wrath lotus flooded his mind, prompting him to gently tap upon the two flames. "You're courting death." At that moment, Yi Si emerged from the lingering shockwave of the shattered blacklight sword. Upon witnessing Xiao Lang's actions, his heart sank in terror. He sensed an overwhelmingly dreadful killing intent emanating from the flames in Xiao Lang's grasp. This attack posed an undeniable threat to his life. Yi Si, not daring to underestimate the situation, rushed forward, intent on interrupting Xiao Lang's movements. However, at that instant, Li Dahu suddenly positioned himself in front of Xiao Lang, hurling his third tier towards Yi Si while mimicking Xiao Lang's shout, "A throw of the universe." Divider, feel free to share any opinions or suggest suitable plot directions. Your ideas are welcome, and I shall pen them down. To my fellow readers, don't hesitate to make your presence known. Chapter 47. The Pirated Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, stunning all. Damn it, here it comes again. Yi Si cursed under his breath as he beheld the imminent explosion of the colossal blade artifact before him. These two spendthrifts, do they not comprehend the value of a pinnacle third-grade artifact in energy coins? Yet, Yi Si dared not let his guard down for even a moment, swiftly channeling energy to repair his shattered protective shield. In that fleeting instant, there was no possibility of evasion. Boom! The blade struck again with a resounding crash. However, this time, having learned from experience, Yi Si was clearly better prepared, only being pushed back a few steps at the moment of the artifact's detonation. His protective shield dimmed slightly, but he suffered no injuries whatsoever. Out of options, are we? Yi Si's eyes glinted as he prepared to draw his blade and charge at Li Dahu. "Dahu, get back!" Just then, Xiao Lang shouted, a brilliant violet-black-blue fire lotus materializing in his hand. The pirated Buddha's wrath fire lotus had made its appearance. A powerful wave of heat emanated from the fire lotus in Xiao Lang's grasp. This aura astonished the high-ranking members of the Yi family who were watching from a distance. Though merely a third-grade beginner, that attack had already transcended into the fourth grade. At this moment, Xiao Lang was unconcerned with the details. He could hardly contain the power surging within him. Buzz! The instant Li Dahu dodged, Xiao Lang hurled the radiant fire lotus towards Yi Si. Whoosh! The spiraling fire lotus gave Yi Si no time to brace himself. Appearing directly before him, Yi Si managed only to activate his protective shield, swiftly turning to absorb the impact with his back. After all, it was merely an attack from a third-grade beginner. He was a bona fide fourth-grade practitioner. Boom! With a terrifying roar, a massive mushroom cloud erupted. The fire lotus had exploded. Although Xiao Lang and Li Dahu's fire seeds could not rival the powers of the ethereal flame, the method of condensation, combined with the primal fire seed strength, elevated this attack to a level capable of obliterating fourth-grade practitioners. Both Xiao Lang and Li Da, who were thrown back by the residual shockwave of the fire lotus, struggling against the turmoil within their bodies, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sophius, Sophius. I never imagined it would actually work. Xiaolang took out a third-grade healing potion, taking a sip and offering some to the prone Li Da who beside him, gazing at the lingering dust and smoke. Xiaolang anxiously activated his divine eye to assess the situation. Within the haze, a massive crater had formed. Though significantly smaller than the one from the incident at Little Fire Village, it was still quite alarming. At the very center of the crater lay Yi Si, sprawled out, his back gruesomely bloodied, and his breaths shallow and labored. Xiaolang was taken aback by the immense power of his pirated Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. He was solely focused on suppressing the tumultuous flames, oblivious to the extent of energy he had infused within himself. Observing Yi Si's near-dying state, Xiaolang weakly beckoned towards the distance and called out, "Hurry and save him. He may not last." This was not mere pretense on Xiaolang's part. The toll on his spirit from executing such a technique was immense, compounded by the fact that this was his first attempt at forceful control, which had depleted a considerable amount of his mental strength. Currently, he was barely sustaining himself with the aid of a small red vial. It was not a matter of bearing grudges. He simply urged them to act quickly. At the moment, Xiaolang unleashed his version of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Yilong's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that two fledgling practitioners at the third tier could indeed defeat his adept son, who was at the fourth tier. Consequently, he hastily dispatched someone into the swirling smoke to attempt a rescue for Yi Si. Upon hearing Yilong's command, Yi San appeared on the scene in an instant. Having leaped several times, with a resonant hum, he waved his hand, dispersing the smoke entirely. Upon seeing Yi Si sprawled motionless on the ground, Yi San's heart sank, and he rushed over to turn him over. "Hiss! It hurts!" The movement inadvertently tugged at the gory wound on Yi Si's back, jolting him back to consciousness from his previous state of unconsciousness. "Yi Si, can you hold on?" Yi San inquired while retrieving a healing elixir. Just a minor wound. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Si succumbed to pain once more and fainted. Hastily, Yi San thrust the elixir into his mouth and channeled energy to assess Yi Si's internal injuries. The organs were all displaced. Fortunately, the spark of life still radiated energy, sustaining Yi Si's existence. What a formidable young man, Yi San noted, casting a wary glance at Xiaolang and Li Da who were now supporting each other from a distance. Although he was marginally stronger than Yi Si, they were quite evenly matched. Yet, this young man had managed to severely injure a practitioner of the fourth tier with merely third-tier skills. Truly a ruthless individual. Yi San quickly hoisted Yi Si onto his back and, upon receiving Yilong's approval, hurried off to the medicine hall. Any delay could result in Yi Si's realm plummeting. Once the dust had settled, Xiaolang and Li Da, who stood tall, making their way toward the gathering of the Yi family. As they approached, they beheld a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an air of authority. "We are the juniors, Li Da and Xiaolang, here to pay our respects to the head of the Yi family." They both performed a respectful gesture towards Yilong. "You have done well," Yilong remarked, observing the two youths, tattered and bloodied. A benevolent smile graced his features. "Please, take some time to rest. Yidu, take them to freshen up and change into clean garments. Bring them to the hall tomorrow morning." Yiwu emerged from behind Yilong, clasping his hands together in greeting as he spoke. "My friends, perhaps you should take a moment to rest." Li Da's gaze remained fixed on Yi Shui amidst the crowd, yet he refrained from speaking further. He understood that the true turning point of their fates would arrive on the morrow. On the other hand, Xiaolang felt less burdened. The blood staining him was not his own. Nonetheless, he deemed it unwise to countermand the commands of the head of the Yi family. After all, that might well be his future father-in-law, and he ought to make a commendable impression. Casting auf Flietaishus Glanz auf die Binger, Xiaolang followed Yi Wu and Li Dahu as they ventured deeper into the Yi residence. Yi Binger, noticing Xiaolang's expression, felt a slight heat rise to her cheeks as she lowered her head to fidget with her fingers. This audacious fellow, her uncle and father were still present. Yi Long involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye. This rascal, does he think I am oblivious? Observing the expression on his daughter's face, Yi Long sighed inwardly. What a calamity! After raising a daughter for 22 years, how could she be so quickly entranced by this insufferable brat? Glancing at his younger brother's darkened countenance, Yi Long found some solace. After all, there was nothing quite like the bond of brotherhood. Patting Yi Hu on the shoulder, Yi Long addressed the gathering with a calm demeanor. Everyone, let us proceed inside and converse. Chapter 48. The conditions of the Yi family within the grand hall of the Yi family. Yi Long occupied the prominent seat. To his right sat Yi Hu, the second son, Yi Bao, the third, and Yi Xiong, the fourth. To his left were the 7 esteemed elders of the family. The younger generation and Yi Long's few adopted sons stood to the side, hesitant to speak. Speak up, what are your opinions? Yi Long inquired, massaging his temples with a casual tone. Brother, we have 2 daughters. Numerous talented youths from Sanyuan City aspire to join our family. How can we allow these 2 country bumpkins to take them? Yi Xiong rose, his face etched with indignation. His faction had the largest number of family members among the clans, but suffered the harshest losses on the mountain path. Yi Xiong was resolute in his opposition to these 2 proposed marriages. It frustrated him to think that his daughters had chosen 2 rural suitors. Fourth uncle, they are not merely country boys. Moreover, according to our family rules, once they have traversed the mountain path, they must be treated equally, regardless of their origins. Yi Binger interjected immediately, her voice firm. Upon feeling the collective gaze of the assembly upon her, she realized she may have been a tad too eager. I am merely speaking on behalf of Sister Shui, she stammered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she maintained her stance. Hearing this, Yi Shui stifled a giggle behind her hand. Yi Long cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, feigning anger. How disrespectful. You dare to rebut your fourth uncle? I'm sorry. Fourth uncle, but I speak the truth, Yi Binger replied, lowering her head in a dispirited apology before retreating. Sigh. Fourth uncle only wishes the best for you. But seeing you like this, Yi Xiong rubbed his bald head, a wry smile gracing his lips. My daughter has grown up. I shall no longer play the villain. With that, Yi Xiong returned to his seat. Yi Long nodded thoughtfully and turned to Yi Hu. Second brother, what is your opinion? The views of others served merely as a reference for the family's expansion, yet the matter of Yi Shui still required her father's decision. Yi Hu glanced at Yi Shui and addressed Yi Long. Brother, while I understand the importance of family traditions, I feel uneasy about Yi Shui marrying that young man. Father, he shot a stern look at Yi Shui. I do not wish to impose many demands. But if that boy can procure a soul ascension flower from the Wanku Valley within a month, it would demonstrate his capability to enter our Yi family. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all present turned toward Yi Hu, a flicker of unspoken significance evident in their gazes. The Wanku Valley was an extraordinarily unique gorge, perpetually shrouded in a dense, poisonous mist, a place so treacherous that even fifth-tier cultivators dared not venture deep within. Furthermore, the valley was rife with bizarre entities. The minimum level of anomalies begins at the 3rd tier, with numerous 4th-tier and even 5th-tier anomalies lurking about. What is even more terrifying is the rumor that within the deepest recesses of the valley, there exists a 6th-tier anomaly. However, the Wanku Valley is an extraordinary place. Every 3 years, there occurs a unique period during which the toxic mists dissipate for a time. Even more enticing is the presence of numerous spiritual herbs and exotic beasts within. The so-called soul elevation grass is a rare herb that allows a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier to directly break through into the 4th tier. Just one plant can forge a 4th-tier cultivator, a prospect that no family in Sanyuan City can afford to overlook, let alone the other treasures that lie within the Wanku Valley. Yet, such a peculiar domain comes with its restrictions. 5th-tier practitioners are strictly forbidden from entering. Should they dare to cross that threshold, the toxic mist will immediately envelop the valley once more. Thus, all factions aware of Wanku Valley adhere to this rule. Father, Dahu is merely a novice at the 3rd tier. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Shui was quick to retort. Yet, Yi Hu's gaze turned to her, and he spoke coolly. To gather my daughter, one must possess considerable skill. There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Internally, Yehu grumbled. I am Yehu, and you dare to call yourself Tehu? Are you trying to overshadow me? Knowing her father's temperament, Yi Shui realized that the more she opposed him now, the worse the outcome would be. But you cannot restrict others from aiding him. Yi Shui pouted otherwise. You are condemning him to death. If he can find someone to assist him, that is his ability. I only care about the results. After replying to his daughter, Yehu shifted his gaze to Yilong and discreetly winked. After decades of brotherhood, Yilong was well aware of his sibling-s intentions. Xiaolang and Li Dehu's ability to break through the blockade imposed by their peers in the Yi family in triumph, combined with their strength as third-tier initiates, had already left them astounded. The higher-ups of the Yi family understood that such prodigies require but a singular opportunity to transform from fish to dragon. How could the Yi family, with their discerning eyes, possibly allow such talent to slip away? In fact, for the current Yi family, marrying their two daughters to Xiaolang and Li Dehu, both hailing from the village of Xiaoshua, could also represent a favorable path forward. Presently, among the four great families of Sanyuan City, the Yi family, due to their close ties with the city lord's residence, had become the target of the other three families. If Yilong dared to marry his daughters into one of those powerful factions, he could guarantee that a storm of bloodshed would erupt in Sanyuan City. Even the city lord's residence would not wish to see the Yi family dominate alone. Should an imbalance arise among these five major powers, the remaining factions would undoubtedly unite to retaliate. At this juncture, marrying their two daughters to the talented Xiaolang and Li Dehu from Xiaoshua not only secures two prodigies, but also serves to placate several powerful factions. Why not embrace such an advantageous situation? Moreover, the essence of my beloved daughter has been ensnared by that insufferable young man. How could he possibly refuse? Now, he can still set some conditions, urging those two youngsters to mature more swiftly. If he adopts an excessively obstinate stance, and it culminates in a debacle, it would be akin to suffering an immense loss. Yilong gazed down at Yi Bing, a teasing glint in his eyes, and remarked, I hear you have established some sort of 3-month pact? If that young man can present a satisfactory token to the Yi family within 3 months, you shall agree to be his girlfriend? Upon hearing her father's public mention of this matter, Yi Binger's cheeks flushed crimson. Oh dear, father, why must you bring this up? I only said that to politely decline him. Oh, how delicately you refuse. Yet your soul is nearly whisked away by him. Yilong rarely won a jest, then turned serious as he addressed Yi Binger. I shall not concern myself with the terms of your agreement. Remember, you are my daughter, Yilong. If that young man wishes to wed you, he may, but he must procure 5 soul elevation herbs from the Wanku Valley within a month. Chapter 49. A visit from the father-in-law 1 month from now. Bring 5 soul ascension herbs from the Wanku Valley. By all means, do not come back empty-handed. Upon hearing these words, Yehu's eyes widened in disbelief. His elder brother was indeed formidable. Despite the combined might of Xiaolang and Li Dehu, who could vanquish a 4th-tier cultivator, the notion that retrieving soul ascension herbs from the Wanku Valley would be a trivial endeavor was utterly naive. Regardless of how eerie or ferocious the creatures there might be, they remained merely that, creatures. The more treacherous aspect lay within the hearts of men. The vast 3-yuan city, along with the multitude of surrounding villages, would inevitably converge upon the Wanku Valley in search of fortune. For 3rd-tier cultivators, failing to find treasures might be a minor inconvenience. But should they actually discover something of value without the strength to protect it, they could very well lose their lives. You have my full support as the head of the family. At this moment, Yehu sat quietly, observing his surroundings with a serene demeanor, saying nothing further. The several adopted sons, who had harbored feelings for Yi Binger, felt a surge of elation upon hearing Yilong's words. They knew their adoptive father would not treat them unjustly. Seated at the head of the table, Yilong gazed down at the assembly and slowly declared, So it is settled. 1 month from now, Xiaolang and Li Dehu, along with the younger disciples of the Yi family below the 5th tier, shall journey to the Wanku Valley. Habitual in his authoritative role, Yilong had already determined their course of action before Xiaolang and Li Dehu even arrived. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang and Li De, who were comfortably ensconced in the guest quarters of the Yi family, relishing the rare fruits and delicacies available in this resource-scarce world. Xiao Lang, having traversed to this realm, marveled at the Yi family's indulgent hospitality. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he soon settled into a meditative posture, opting to cultivate in place of sleep, thus gradually replenishing his waning spiritual energy. In another guest room, Lida, who surveyed the unfamiliar furnishings and equipment, feeling a sudden wave of inadequacy wash over him. Having journeyed from Little Fire Village to this extraordinary place, everything was a revelation, overwhelming his senses. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he cast aside such thoughts and resolved to meditate and cultivate. As long as he grew stronger, a brighter future would naturally follow. In the Yi family's pharmacy, Yi Si lay on the bed while the healer meticulously tended to the wounds on his back, with his internal organs displaced. Every moment was a tormenting agony. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the resentment swelling within him. He had suffered great humiliation before his adoptive father today. This dignified fourth-tier cultivator had nearly been slain by two mere third-tier novices. Henceforth, the resources afforded to him by the Yi family would surely diminish significantly. Given time, he feared he might become just another Yi Wu or Yi Lu. Seize. Take. If he could just seize the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Lang and his companion, not only could he exchange benefits with other aristocratic heirs and marry Yi Binger, but there would still be opportunities within the Yi family. Yi Si clenched his fists tightly. Xiao Lang, you will surely perish in the valley of 10,000 witherings. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Xiao Lang and Li Dahu were summoned to the grand hall of the Yi residence. However, only Yi Long and Yi Hu, the two brothers, were present at the time. Take a seat, Yi Long said with a gentle smile, observing the two before him. Li Dahu, a burly man, felt awkward as if meeting his future in-laws, his feet shuffling uncertainly. Xiao Lang, on the other hand, was far more at ease. His eyes gleamed as he spotted freshly brewed tea on a nearby table. Without hesitation, he strode over, poured himself a cup, and then, under the bewildered gazes of the three, approached Yi Long and presented the tea with a loud declaration. Father-in-law, please have some tea. Beside them, Yi spat out the tea he had just sipped, coughing as he patted his chest. Yi Long's expression twisted into a spectacle of astonishment. His hand hovered uncertainly. Should he accept the tea or not? From yesterday's battle, he had already discerned that Xiao Lang was no ordinary youth. Not only did Li Dahu, despite being older, defer to him, but his own strength was terrifying. Though that final strike had relied on Li Dahu's fire seed, together, the two could rival a fourth-tier cultivator, even if Li Dahu was merely an accessory. What was even more shocking was the endless array of rare treasures and talismans they had displayed the previous day, forcing Yi Long to reassess them. By all appearances, they seemed far removed from mere villagers hailing from a subordinate village of Sanyuan City. Given that Yi Long couldn't see through them, he couldn't afford to turn away such talent. Thus, with a strained expression, he accepted the teacup and set it aside. Boy, what nonsense are you spouting? There is not even a stroke of the brush yet. Why are you calling me father-in-law? Xiao Lang chuckled. Didn't you say that if we could ascend that mountain path, we could marry Binger? Since you're her father, doesn't that make you my father-in-law? Yi Long frowned. That merely means you've earned the qualification. Whether you can actually marry her is another matter entirely. Xiao Lang scratched his head. Ah, I thought reaching the summit meant we could hold the wedding immediately. My apologies. Father-in-law. Yi Long felt as though he had punched cotton. This boy simply didn't follow conventions. But he couldn't be bothered to argue. If Xiao Lang could return alive from the valley of 10,000 witherings, what harm was there in letting him call him father-in-law? Witnessing how Xiao Lang had effortlessly broken the ice with Yi Long, Li Dahu was filled with admiration. He prepared to follow suit, only for Yi Hu to abruptly growl, "Try that, and I'll thrash you." Yi Hu gazed at his prospective son-in-law, a surge of irritation swelling within him. The young man appeared quite spirited, yet for reasons unknown, he incited a profound annoyance. His hands itched with a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. No, he must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Li Dahu offered a sheepish smile. awkwardly returning to his seat. Xiaolang, catching the scene out of the corner of his eye, promptly turned and saluted Yi Hu. "Greetings, second uncle." Yi Hu felt his temper escalating. "Elder brother, you handle them. I shall take a stroll." Observing his brother's departure, Yilong could not help but rub his temples. "Don't leave me with all this. I'm quite vexed as well. All right, sit properly." Yilong cast a disapproving glance at Xiaolang, his demeanor reverting to one of authority. Noticing this, Xiaolang ceased his frivolity and obediently resumed his seat, awaiting admonishment. Yilong, witnessing the spectacle, felt a slight sense of self-reassurance. "You two must have witnessed the prowess of the Yi family by now, correct?" Xiaolang and Li Dahu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yesterday, even a younger generation was capable of overwhelming dozens from the previous small fire village. Then the matter is straightforward. My demands are quite simple. Chapter 50. Visits from major powers. The situation had become quite straightforward. My request was rather simple. While Yilong and Xiaolang discussed matters with Li Dahu, the Bai family, Lei family, Han family, and the city lord's mansion dispatched a team towards the Yi family. For these formidable factions, they were all too aware of what transpired with their old adversaries. The 3-month agreement from yesterday had initially been treated as a mere joke, garnering little attention. After all, for such powerful entities, a third-tier cultivator emerging from a village would hardly make a ripple in the vast San Yuan city. Yet, they never anticipated that such a significant event would unfold merely a day later. Each quickly prepared gifts, eager to rush to the Yi family to gather information. In the hall, upon hearing Yilong's words, Xiaolang's eyes sparkled brighter with each passing moment. More bizarre occurrences, along with rare, spiritual herbs and extraordinary beasts. What? Such a treasure trove existed? This was undeniably a haven for wild monsters. Previously, during his venture through the mountain paths, he had already expended over 300,000 points of emotional value, now reduced to just over 520,000. He had been contemplating when he could venture out to far more bizarre occurrences, only to hear of this splendid place. After listening to Yilong's words, Xiaolang stood up and patted his chest, confidently assuring, "Rest assured, this father-in-law of yours is as good as secured." Oh, what a bold declaration! Yilong observed Xiaolang's confident demeanor and could only gently remind him. The strength of the bizarre occurrences within is formidable, and their numbers are indeed terrifying. "I wouldn't dare to venture without me," Xiaolang mumbled quietly, wearing a smile as he replied, "Fear not, even if it's merely 5 stalks of ascending soul grass. It's still." Upon hearing this, Yilong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Xiaolang. As long as this young man dared to boast, he would readily accept the challenge. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Xiaolang quickly amended, "Even if it's just 1 more stalk, 6 stalks of ascending soul grass. How about that? I shall procure them for you, father-in-law." Yilong rolled his eyes, initially expecting this young man to boast of a dozen or more. However, he suddenly felt it pointless to quibble with the younger generation. If this lad truly perished within, it would be their family whom mourned the loss. With a sense of disinterest, he waved his hand and spoke to Xiaolang and Li Dahu. "If we cannot acquire the ascending soul grass, so be it. This time, the Yi family will also dispatch many 4th-tier cultivators. After all, one's life is of utmost importance." Xiaolang found this father-in-law of his to be rather agreeable. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside, the sound of Yi family disciples announcing, "Head of the family, the Bai family, Han family, Lei family, and the city lord's mansion have arrived with gifts for a visit." Upon hearing this, Yilong inwardly scoffed at these families. They truly arrived in haste. He rose and patted Xiaolang's shoulder, speaking softly, "Later, temper your approach. Do not be too forceful. And remember to maintain a low profile." With that, he proceeded towards the exit. Xiaolang and Li Dahu exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Yilong's intent. However, they decided not to dwell on it further and followed Yilong out. Whatever it was, they would discover it soon enough. Upon exiting the hall, Yilong stood outside, observing as a servant guided the visitors into a nearby side chamber. Naturally, only those of the status of family heads or city lords were deemed worthy of Yilong's personal reception. As Xiaolang and Li Dahu emerged, Yilong cautioned Xiaolang, You two should head to the side chamber. If those from the prominent families challenge you to a duel, refrain from engaging unless there's a significant advantage. After delivering this advice, Yi Long strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. Once the words were spoken, Xiao Lang and Li Dahu comprehended that a confrontation was imminent. Let us go and observe the talents of the city, Xiao Lang remarked to Li Dahu before making his way toward the side chamber. Li Dahu shrugged and followed suit. Grasping that safety in Little Fire Village was a fleeting notion and the city held its own dangers. As they approached the side chamber, they were met with a sea of curious gazes, startling them. Fortunately, the Y family's side chamber was spacious enough that the assembly of 40 to 50 individuals did not seem cramped. Hello, everyone. Xiao Lang greeted the crowd with calmness as he entered. At the forefront, 5 seats were occupied, with the Y family's second elder, Y Hu, occupying the chief position, while representatives from the other 4 influential families sat in attendance, silently observing the approaching duo. Upon spotting Y Hu, a smile formed on Xiao Lang's face, eliciting an immediate reaction from Y Hu, whose forehead tensed with the throbbing of veins. A singular thought raced through his mind. This is bad. He is about to speak recklessly. Someone stop him. Not only was he thinking this, but he also acted on it. Addressing Xiao Lang with a cold tone, Y Hu warned, "If you dare utter another word, I shall silence you myself. Our elder brother is not here to protect you. Second uncle, you've changed. You weren't like this just now," Xiao Lang retorted, mimicking a zip-your-lips gesture and obediently stepping aside with Li Dahu. The representatives from the 4 major families, witnessing this spectacle, appeared momentarily bewildered. However, realization struck quickly. It seemed these 2 youngsters did not enjoy a favorable rapport with the Y family. This indicated a potential opportunity for their own young science. Moreover, they discerned the fluctuations of power emanating from the 2, clearly indicating they had recently ascended to the 3rd tier. How had they managed to traverse the Y family's mountain path? Could it be that the Yi family has orchestrated this ruse? In an instant, the minds of several powerful figures were filled with diverse thoughts. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Yi Hu instructed his servants to serve tea to the guests, and then, with a face devoid of any sorrow or joy, he spoke. These 2 young men are the ones who managed to traverse the Yi family's ascent. What do you all think? Yi Hu held a rather unfavorable opinion of these individuals, who resembled cats drawn to the scent of fish, using the pretense of a visit to probe for information. His elder brother was no better, delegating all matters to him. Had he known at the time of the struggle for the position of family head, he would have exerted more effort. The 4 representatives below wore somewhat awkward expressions, as none of them had anticipated the presence of representatives from other major factions. Meeting here turned out to be quite uncomfortable. Aha! Truly the cream of the crop, such remarkable talents. The envoy from the city lord's manor seemed unconcerned with the complexities, for their leader had a favorable relationship with the Yi family. After all, flattery costs nothing. The representatives from the other factions harbored their own thoughts while maintaining smiles and nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the representative from the Lei family discreetly signaled to their own disciples. Chapter 51. The prelude of the 15,000 energy coins. A descendant of the Lei family stepped forward, immediately grasping the situation. He bowed to Elder Yi and spoke. Elder Yi, the Yi family's mountain climbing path has been established for many years, yet no one has ever reached the summit. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Might I request an opportunity for this humble one to spar with the 2 esteemed young heroes? Yi Hu cast a glance at the individual, fully aware of their intentions. They sought to gauge the strength of Xiao Lang and Li Dahu. They did not wish to witness an alliance between the Yi family and any family other than their own, nor did they want to see the Yi family acquire 2 prodigies. Thus, at this moment, they all converged upon the Yi residence for a visit. Yi Hu scoffed inwardly at their attempts to test the combat prowess of Xiao Lang and Li Dahu. The previous day's grandeur on the mountain path was widely known, yet the battle between the 2 and Yi Si had transpired before the eyes of Yi family members alone, leaving no room for outsiders to be aware. Young man, what say you? Yi Hu turned his gaze towards Xiao Lang, inquiring. Xiao Lang gestured in the air, prompting a frown from Yi Hu. What are you flailing about for? Did you leave your vocal cords at home? At that moment, Yi Hu glanced at Li Dahu, finding his earnest demeanor considerably more agreeable. Thank heavens he was not his own son-in-law. Otherwise, he would be vexed daily. After mimicking a motion of opening his mouth, Xiao Lang addressed the assembly. As you all know, we sustained grievous injuries while traversing the mountain path yesterday. Had it not been for the adept healing of the Yi family's apothecary, we would have been in grave peril. A pained expression crossed Xiao Lang's face as he continued. Therefore, engaging in a spar might present some difficulties. Upon hearing this, the attendees inwardly scoffed. Look at you, brimming with vigor. Where's the evidence of any serious injury? However, the initiative lay with Xiao Lang. They could not press him further, as this was still the Yi family's domain. What a pity it is, then, not to witness the splendor of these two talents, lamented a representative from the city lord's mansion, offering Xiao Lang a timely escape. After all, he had been instructed to maintain harmony during the city lord's visit. The other representatives began to feel somewhat embarrassed. You old fool, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Just as the Lei family representative was about to speak, Xiao Lang interjected. However, I must say, I feel quite recovered today, and a spar could indeed be arranged. But shouldn't there be some incentive? Upon hearing this, the others immediately relaxed. As long as you agree, everything else is negotiable. The representative from the Lei family forced a smile, nodding vigorously. Naturally, an incentive makes it all the more engaging. My Lei family originally proposed a wager of 50,000 energy coins for both parties in the contest. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim these energy coins as their own. The sum of 50,000 energy coins was akin to child's play for the Lei family. However, for the younger generation, it represented a considerable resource. At this juncture, Yi remarked nonchalantly, "You dare to mention 50,000 energy coins, young man? I believe that lad's injuries require further recuperation. Otherwise, he may be left with lasting consequences." Xiao Lang, comprehending the underlying meaning, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. At any rate, given the current circumstances, we must strike hard. The representative of the Lei family, upon hearing Yi Hu's words, appeared as though he had consumed something distasteful. 50,000 energy coins were no trivial matter. At that moment, the Han and Bai families interjected. We too are willing to contribute 50,000 energy coins each to seize this opportunity. The situation grew increasingly intriguing. A total of 150,000 energy coins was indeed substantial. In terms of first-tier supernatural materials, that equated to 15 million units. Realizing this, Xiao Lang finally grasped the financial prowess of the four prominent families. Truly formidable. However, the representative from the Lei family then spoke up. Isn't this prize substantial enough now? What do you think? Xiao Lang discreetly turned his head to glance at Yi Hu, and upon seeing him nod slightly, he promptly agreed. Very well. Let's engage in a friendly competition. How shall we proceed? The Lei family representative swiftly responded. You have 2 participants. Thus, our families will each provide 2 individuals for a 2-on-2 contest. The victors will advance, and the final prize will belong to the winning family. What do you think? Observing the swift establishment of rules, Xiao Lang understood that they were clearly prepared. Both of their combatants bore injuries, and the age limit for participants was set at a maximum of 25, with proficiency capped at the 3rd tier. Yi Hu, in a fair manner, stated, however, Elder Yi, your assertion lacks reason. A genius capable of traversing the mountain path, even if injured, cannot simply be matched by 2 practitioners of the 3rd tier. Though they suspected the Yi family had facilitated the ascent, they preferred to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. In my view, to face a genius who has conquered the mountain path, it should ideally involve 2 peak 3rd tier practitioners. The representative from the Lei family, not one to be easily outwitted, immediately countered. Yi Hu recognized that this matter could not be resolved easily. It was evident that the major families were well prepared. Otherwise, they would not have wagered such a significant amount of energy coins for this confrontation. Very well, let me peak 3rd tier practitioners then. Initially, Xiao Lang was concerned about potential tricks from them, but he was pleasantly surprised by this straightforward approach. 2-on-2, he felt as though he was receiving a false impression of the situation. To expedite matters, Xiao Lang acquiesced without hesitation. Upon seeing Xiao Lang nod in agreement, Smiles spread across the faces of the representatives from the major families. Excellent. Let us proceed to the duel arena outside. Moments later, a throng of individuals gathered on the platform of the duel arena outside. By this time, the representatives dispatched by several major factions had gathered around the arena. As expected, they were all peak third-tier practitioners, nearing the fourth tier. These prominent families indeed came prepared, evidently intent on eliminating both Xiao Lang and Li Hu. At this moment, Yi Hu sensed something amiss. Observing the two competitors sent by the Lei family, he inwardly lamented. The Lei family possesses a ruthless heart. The two fourth-tier cultivators had actually chosen to forfeit their own prowess, descending to the peak of the third tier. They were willing to sacrifice two fourth-tier talents to eradicate Xiao Lang and Li Dahu. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that the Lei family's actions would ultimately lead to their own downfall. Foolishness. Although Xiao Lang was quite detestable, one could not deny that his strength was formidable. When it came time for the drawing, Xiao Lang casually selected a slip of paper, revealing the Bai family. Standing on the platform alongside Li Dahu, he recalled Yi Long's earlier advice to maintain a low profile. Xiao Lang understood that the one who stands out is often targeted. But low profile? Nonsense. It was time to strike. Chapter 52. A hasty conclusion. In merely 2 days since his arrival in Sanyuan City alongside Li Dahu, Xiao Lang had already garnered considerable fame. The notion of maintaining a low profile was utterly contrary to his nature. As they approached the dueling platform, Xiao Lang observed the two peak-tier opponents from the Bai family ascending to face them and turned to Li Dahu, saying, "You know what to do, right? Don't hesitate. Let us take them on together." Li Dahu flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. The two peak-tier adversaries from the Bai family also took their positions on the stage, their expressions betraying a contemptuous demeanor. For these family prodigies, defeating a few peers of their level was trivial. Having never traversed the arduous path of ascension themselves, relying solely on hearsay, they regarded the tales of others as exaggerated. Just two mere third-tier initiates. Why is everyone making such a fuss? They thought, while discreetly gathering their energy, preparing to launch an attack. They resolved to execute a swift and decisive strike, hoping to incapacitate their opponents before they could react. Meanwhile, on another platform, the four members from the Lei and Han families clashed. Observers could easily discern the vast disparity between the third-tier peak opponents sent by the Han family and the two from the Lei family. Throughout the battle, the latter maintained a dominating position, and it was merely a matter of time before victory was secured. Suddenly, amidst the ongoing skirmish, two resounding booms erupted from the adjacent platform. The crowd turned their gaze to witness the two peak-tier fighters from the Bai family being forcefully ejected from the stage, groaning on the ground, evidently suffering from severe injuries. Did they just get defeated in an instant? The onlookers were struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. What transpired? How could a burst of flames and a flash of lightning result in such a swift defeat? The Lei family members, witnessing the spectacle, were filled with curiosity. Yet they had no time to ponder. They needed to conclude their battle swiftly. One of the Lei fighters called out to his companion, and in an instant, his energy surged, propelling him towards the two opponents before him. The other also exuded a formidable aura, significantly stronger than the average peak-tier, third-tier cultivator. With two resounding impacts, the Lei family members easily dispatched their foes. However, keen observers noted that the strength of the Lei fighters paled in comparison to Xiao Lang and Li Dahu. Even though they had forcibly diminished their cultivation to third-tier peak, their prowess was still lacking. In a moment, Xiao Lang and Li Dahu found themselves facing the two Lei family members. Noticing that Xiao Lang and Li Dahu were unarmed, a smirk of derision crept onto their faces. As expected, country bumpkins, they don't even possess a single extraordinary treasure. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lang and Li Dahu exchanged peculiar glances. Did they possess no extraordinary treasures? No, it was merely a matter of reluctance to utilize them, quietly preparing themselves. The moment the temporary judge from the Yi family announced the commencement, the four immediately sprang into action. The hands of Xiao Lang and Li Dahu, previously concealed, revealed themselves, clutching a thick stack of peak-level third-tier talismans. Sharing a knowing glance, they chuckled and shouted in unison, a gamble of the universe. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, the offensive talismans were swiftly activated and hurled forth. Boom! A cacophony ensued as a multitude of peak-level third-tier talismans detonated, leaving the two members of the Lei family pale with fright. What kind of nonsense was this? They were utterly incapable of defending against such an onslaught. Barely managing to erect a protective barrier, they struggled to evade the relentless barrage of exploding talismans. The scene was sheer chaos, a testament to their utter disarray. Alas, Xiaolang and Li De, who were in no mood to entertain notions of chivalry or ethics. Were they not mere country folk? Was it not said that they lacked extraordinary artifacts? They had ceased to engage in direct combat, opting instead to bombard with talismans. Under Xiaolang's unrestrained consumption of talismans, a frenzied assault ensued, leaving their opponents utterly demoralized. As the protective barrier of the two was shattered, they watched in horror as Xiaolang continued to extract talismans from his storage pouch. Their faces turned an ashen hue. "We surrender! We surrender!" they exclaimed, and with sheer willpower, they fled the arena, unwilling to endure further punishment from the talismans. Continuing this fight would likely leave them in a state unrecognizable even in death. Thus, a battle worth 15,000 energy coins concluded rather abruptly, carrying an air of anticlimax. However, the representatives of several major factions discerned that the two who had traversed the mountain path were indeed no mere novices. Upon returning, they would need to inform their family heads to prepare, for in the journey to Wanku Valley, it might be necessary to deal with these two directly. Though this decision formed within their minds, the representatives exhibited not a hint of vulnerability upon their faces. Reluctantly retrieving a storage pouch, the head of the Lei family presented it to Xiaolang, remarking, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth." With a light pat on Xiaolang's shoulder, he turned and departed, eager to distance himself from the scene. Had he not been aware that he could not escape the obligation of those energy coins, he would have never offered it. Upon returning, he would surely face the ire of his family head. The Bai family and Han family similarly produced their storage pouches, handing them to Xiaolang before exchanging farewells with Yi Hu and departing with their own disciples. To them, this endeavor felt like a loss. Once the city lord's residents observed the others leaving, they discreetly conversed with Yi Hu and then exited with their own faction. In an instant, the plaza was left with only members of the Yi family and Xiaolang. Clutching the storage pouch in his hand, Xiaolang's face radiated joy. He was eager to discover the peculiarities of these energy coins, serendipitously encountering an opportunity he had long awaited. Xiaolang accepted a storage bag and then handed two to Li Dao, gesturing toward Yi Hu. Without the backing of the Yi family, they would have no chance of acquiring these energy coins. Everyone must understand the importance of reciprocity. This is the essence of human relationships. Thus, Xiaolang generously offered this opportunity to Li Dao, hoping to ease the tension between them. Li Dao took the two storage bags, a hint of shame on his face. "Xiaolang, I truly owe you too much. I really..." Xiaolang playfully struck Li Dao's shoulder. "Don't be so sentimental. Go handle it. You go yourself." Binger mentioned she has an ice pattern tiger that could do backflips, and I must see it. After saying this, Xiaolang paid no further attention to Li Dao and made his way towards Yi Binger's quarters. With a resolve as sharp as a knife, Li Dao gritted his teeth and approached Yi Hu while clutching the two storage bags. "Father-in-law, please accept this. Well, looks like you're feeling a bit reckless today, just as I happen to be in a rather foul mood." Chapter 53. Preparing to depart for Wanku Valley after a night of silence. Xiaolang emerged from his dwelling early in the morning. As he gazed upon the expansive Yi residence, a sense of restlessness welled up within him. Although Sanyuan City was grand, it did not quite suit him. Without engaging in battles against the bazaar, his emotional value seemed perpetually depleting without any growth. Initially, he had contemplated establishing the loving family store throughout Sanyuan City, delegating the task to Anlin. However, only 3 days had passed, and significant progress was unlikely. The players entering the game were still in their growth phase and would not arrive in Sanyuan City anytime soon. It would take a while, before he could reap the benefits again. Therefore, he resolved to enhance his own strength. Having acquired 50,000 energy coins the previous day, Xiao Lang utilized them for cultivation. He had to admit that the pure energy was indeed far more efficient than supernatural materials. At this rate, he would undoubtedly break through and advance to the third-tier proficiency level in no time. Yet, he still felt the pace was somewhat sluggish. After entering Sanyuan City, he had not engaged in battles against the bazaar. Instead, he spent his days honing his skills against others, which had begun to lose its charm. He decided it was time to venture outside the city to seek out female ghosts or zombies to replenish his emotional value reserves. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Bing unexpectedly entered the room. Upon seeing Xiao Lang, she momentarily hesitated, unsure of how to express her thoughts, especially after yesterday, when he had lingered in her courtyard under the pretense of practicing a backflip, leading to misunderstandings. "Good morning, Bing." Xiao Lang greeted her with a smile. "Did you come early because you missed me?" Bing, having just regained her composure, felt her cheeks flush at his words. "Gee, good morning," she stammered, momentarily forgetting what she had intended to confess. "My father has something to discuss with us. He wants you and, who to come over." "Oh, do you know what it's about?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang ceased teasing her and inquired earnestly. "Let us talk while we walk," Bing suggested, her demeanor calming as they strolled together. "It seems to be concerning our journey to Wanku Valley. The timing of the fog's dissipation is somewhat uncertain, and the journey itself poses some challenges. Therefore, my father wishes to gather the members who will be going to Wanku Valley and set out ahead of time." Hearing this, Xiao Lang contemplated silently. The timing of his arrival in Sanyuan City was indeed fortuitous. Had he come a little later, he likely would have missed this expedition to Wanku Valley. Upon realizing this, he felt a sense of relief, as it spared him the desire to venture out alone to confront the bazaar. As the two walked and chatted, exchanging light-hearted banter, they soon arrived at the grand square outside the Yi family estate. Prior to Xiao Lang's arrival, a considerable number of young disciples from the Yi family had already gathered in the square. Under the guidance of several elders, including Yi Hu and Yi Bao, they assembled in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing Xiao Lang and Yi Bing approach, engaged in cheerful conversation, the onlookers felt a gnawing resentment. Especially those whom Xiao Lang had bested on the mountain path, their grievances compounded. However, given Xiao Lang and Li De Hu's ambiguous standing within the Yi family, they could almost be regarded as prospective sons-in-law. If they succeeded in their respective quests for the soul-enhancing herb during the expedition to the Wanku Valley, their acceptance would be virtually assured. Thus, even if the Yi family members held animosity towards them, they could only begrudgingly tolerate it in the presence of their elders. "Hello, everyone. I see you've all been waiting for us. How courteous." Xiao Lang greeted the glaring disciples with a smile, while Yi Bing subtly distanced herself from him. "Stop fooling around, come up front." Yi Long, stationed on the central platform, thought it prudent to intervene, fearing Xiao Lang might spend the entire day merely exchanging pleasantries with the crowd. "All right," Xiao Lang complied, stepping forward alongside Bing. Li De Hu and Yi Shui stood beside Yi Hu, the four appearing quite harmonious together. It seemed the energy coin from yesterday had not gone to waste. Although Xiao Lang couldn't help but notice the bruises marring Li De Hu's face. His keen eyesight caught the injuries, leaving him puzzled, as Li De Hu had only spent a brief moment with his father-in-law before slipping away the previous day. Could it be? Xiao Lang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Li De Hu. Nonetheless, this was, after all, a promising beginning. Perhaps. Ladies and gentlemen, the mist of Wanku Valley is about to lift, heralding yet another fierce contest for resources. Yi Long commenced an impassioned speech to the assembly. However, Xiao Lang found himself reminded of monotonous meetings back on Blue Star, where leaders would wax lyrical about grand visions. Strangely enough, it was rather hypnotic. Struggling to stave off drowsiness, Xiao Lang endured Yi Long's half-hour recounting of the Yi family's history of perseverance until it finally drew to a close. In conclusion, I hope that each of you will acquire the resources you desire and return safely from this venture into Wanku Valley. With this final exhortation, Yi Long began announcing the participants and the elder leading the expedition. aware of the inherent dangers of this undertaking. Those lacking sufficient strength would only serve as a burden or, worse yet, face certain doom. While it cannot be denied that there may be a few fortunate souls, the vast family does not wish for its members to gamble their lives on such a slender chance. Thus, Yilong decreed that any disciple of the Yi family who has not attained a proficient level of third stage and lacks the ability to protect themselves should refrain from participating. For those resolute disciples eager to venture forth, Yilong did not intervene. Each individual possesses their unique opportunities, and one cannot force the hand of fate. Xiaolang observed that approximately 200 Yi family disciples were preparing for the journey. Among them, an impressive 90% were third-stage cultivators, leaving only a little over 24th-stage practitioners in the ranks. Many remained stuck at the pinnacle of the third stage, unable to break through for an extended period. This underscores the significance of the ascending soul herb. A single specimen could elevate a family member to the status of a fourth-stage cultivator. Under the leadership of Elder Bao and a fifth-stage patron, these disciples soared towards the direction of Wanku Valley. Chapter 54. Journey to the Wanku Valley. Xiaolang was still puzzled as to why he and his companions had not joined the main force. Just then, he saw Yilong approaching slowly with two others. "What is it, dear father-in-law? Do you look down upon us, mere third-tier cultivators?" Xiaolang quipped, glancing at the departing group before turning to Yilong with a grin. Yilong cast him a sidelong glance, too weary to engage in banter. He addressed the group. "You need not accompany them. The four of you, along with Yi and Yi, will be accompanied by another esteemed member to set off from a different city gate towards Wanku Valley." Yi Binger and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Yilong continued in a calm tone. "One must not place all their hopes in a single basket. They are the main force. You are the seeds." Observing Yi and Yi standing behind Yilong, Xiaolang felt a surge of astonishment. These two were undoubtedly fourth-tier beings, exuding an overwhelming presence that stifled him. They were either proficient or at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, and they were merely Yilong's adopted sons. This indicated that the Yi family concealed formidable powers, their strength certainly not to be underestimated. Without delving further into the matter, Xiaolang inquired, "So, you intend for us to form a team?" He glanced at Yi Shui, who was entwined with Li Dahu, then at Yi Binger, and finally at the two behind Yilong, their expressions hinting at ulterior motives. Xiaolang almost wanted to ask Yilong if he was instigating trouble. Had Yi Si been present, Xiaolang would undoubtedly suspect this was a deliberate scheme by Yilong. Yilong disregarded the skeptical gazes of the others, having made his decision. He beckoned Yi Binger aside discreetly. Xiaolang observed this and thought, indeed, a true father, discreetly providing life-saving tools. After a moment, Yilong warned Xiaolang, "If anything happens to Binger or Shui, just wait and see how I will deal with you upon your return." Xiaolang was taken aback, aside from Li Dahu, who among them did not surpass his strength. Yi Bingye? She was the most talented girl in San Yuan City, a fourth-tier cultivator. All right, you're the boss. Your word is final, Xiaolang conceded. Once he agreed, the group no longer hesitated and soared into the sky, heading towards another city gate. Simultaneously, the other prominent families also dispatched their elite descendants, quietly setting off. This expedition to Wanku Valley would undoubtedly be marked by fierce competition and tumultuous strife. Meanwhile, in the nearby villages surrounding San Yuan City, village leaders, having received the news, dispatched their strongest warriors, hoping to test their fortunes in Wanku Valley. Upon witnessing the top-tier NPCs from their villages departing, the players flooded the forums with comments. As they discovered that the calamity was not confined to their own village, each began to devise their own plans. The fearless players perceived this as a grand event within the game, stealthily igniting their exotic lanterns and following the NPCs in their march towards the Wanku Valley. In the land of cherry blossoms, Kumamoto town was engulfed in a pervasive aura of malevolence, casting a pall of death over the entire settlement. The once feeble first-tier vengeful spirit that had emerged from the skies had now feasted upon the lifeblood of countless souls, its own power experiencing a terrifying surge. Ascending to a formidable third tier, The persistent onslaught of Onmyoji sent forth by the nation had failed to vanquish this vengeful spirit. Rather, the blood and flesh of both Shikigami and Onmyoji had only further augmented its strength. By today, this vengeful spirit had grown discontent with the confines of Kumamoto town. Its ominous energy, which pervaded the entire town, began to seep into the neighboring settlements. Should this be left unchecked, and should the spirit's power continue to swell, the entire Blue Star may find itself devoid of any capable defenders against this malevolent entity. In the capital of the land of cherry blossoms, the Emperor gazed upon the satellite images with a countenance darkened by fury. Bakayiru, you useless wretches, how long has it been? And yet you have not managed to eliminate this fiendish creature. What purpose does it serve to sustain you incompetent fools? The faces of the assembled ministers mirrored the discomfort of constipation, for they were acutely aware of the spirit's terrifying might. Despite the deployment of numerous Onmyoji, they had been unable to eradicate it, resulting in the loss of the Empire's painstaking efforts over many years. At that moment, a minister stepped forward, addressing the Emperor with urgency. Your Majesty, the strength of this vengeful spirit grows ever more formidable. If we do not act swiftly, our beloved land of cherry blossoms may face utter annihilation. Jingxiakuan, are you speaking nonsense? I require strategy, not your empty words. The Emperor's ire erupted, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. The minister, somewhat embarrassed, continued, Your Majesty, I have a plan that may eradicate this malevolent entity, though the cost may be steep. Oh, Jingxiakuan, please do share your insights. As long as we can resolve this crisis, I am willing to bear any burden. The Emperor, akin to a drowning man grasping at a final straw, implored eagerly. For him, the assurance of his position was worth any sacrifice. After deliberating his words, Jingxiakuan addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the slumbering guardian beast within Mount Fuji? Impudent. Jingxiakuan, what are you suggesting? The moment his words escaped, the expressions of the other ministers turned grave. Whether the being within the mountain was a guardian or a harbinger of doom remained uncertain. Furthermore, this matter is a well-known secret that cannot be spoken of. However, today, that scoundrel below ground actually seeks to awaken the terrifying behemoth. Merely to rouse this colossal creature requires the pure essence of 3,000 innocent youths from our nation. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the awakened beast will act as they envisage against the malevolent entity. Should there be even the slightest misstep, our nation would inevitably face utter destruction. Yet at this moment, the Emperor is solely focused on solidifying his throne, paying no heed to the counsel of others. The guardian beast of a nation. The guardian beast of a nation. The Emperor's eyes gleamed with increasing fervor. Once he conceived an idea, he could no longer suppress his eagerness. He gazed down at the excited and solemn figures below and declared with grave authority, Lord below, I entrust this matter entirely to your stewardship. Should anyone dare to defy, they shall be offered to the divine beast. Expedite the gathering of 3,000 innocent youths' essence. I shall personally summon our magnificent guardian beast to eradicate the malevolent spirits. Understood, Your Majesty. Chapter 55. A common goal among all parties, breakthrough in cultivation upon exiting the San Yuan city. Xiao Lang and his companions set their course towards the Wanku Valley. Within the dense fog, as long as they did not encounter any formidable entities above the 6th rank, the 7 of them moved with remarkable ease. The guardian dispatched by the Yi family to protect them was a practitioner named Chui Sai, a pinnacle cultivator at the 5th rank. However, due to Yi Long's orders, he would not intervene in their affairs unless life-threatening circumstances arose. Xiao Lang welcomed this arrangement. He found the treacherous wilderness far preferable to lingering in San Yuan City. Effortlessly dispatching any unwary anomalies in their path, the group pressed onward. Xiao Lang sensed that the energy of his internal flame had once again reached a critical threshold, and he needed but a moment to break through to the 3rd rank. Thus, he resolutely set aside Yi Binger for the time being, excitement radiating from him as he charged into the realm of anomalies. Yi and Yi Er watched in astonishment. They had initially sought to separate the two, but found Xiao Lang proactively engaging in combat instead, which was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, Ye Binger appeared genuinely captivated by Xiao Long's audacity. As she observed him vanquishing the anomalies, she silently mused. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength despite lacking resources. It is clear he has fought fiercely for his prowess. On the other side, Lei Bao stealthily approached the most powerful member of his family, Lei Mu, within the team dispatched by the Lei family. Elder brother, during our last challenge against the Yi family, it was merely the rules that prevented you from intervening. Otherwise, those two would have had no ground to stand on. Lei Bao flattered, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Lei Mu cast a glance at his cousin, dismissing him inwardly, yet his expression betrayed a sense of gratification. In the fierce competition for the position of family head among his brothers, every ounce of power needed to be firmly held. Will that young man also venture to Ku Valley? Lei Mu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the Yi family has announced that should these two acquire a certain quantity of soul ascension grass within Ku Valley, they will become future sons-in-law of the Yi family. Lei Bao replied, hesitating momentarily before adding, it seems Yi Binger has no objections to this arrangement. Oh, is that so? Lei Mu's interest was initially minimal, but upon hearing Yi Binger's name, his eyes narrowed with intrigue. The most talented young woman in San Yuan City, renowned for her beauty, had captivated numerous young talents, himself included. Now, the thought of a country bumpkin potentially becoming the Yi family's son-in-law and Yi Binger's husband ignited a simmering fury within him. He is the eldest son of the Lei family, one of the 4 prominent families in San Yuan City. What could possibly compare to a mere country bumpkin? In previous years, the Lei family had sent suitors to propose, all of which were tactfully declined by that old fox, Yi Long. Unexpectedly, this time, he silently sought a rural son-in-law for his own daughter. They are merely 2 brash youngsters from a small village who have just broken through to the 3rd tier. If they dare venture into the Ku Valley, I shall ensure they return with their lives hanging by a thread. Lei Mu cast a glance at the Lei family members behind him, immediately asserting the authority befitting the eldest son. This expedition to Ku Valley is not solely for resource acquisition. I want you to target those 2 country boys from the Yi family with full force. They must not be allowed to return unscathed. On this point, despite the internal strife within the Lei family, there was a unanimous agreement, and not a single voice of dissent was raised. Yi Binger remains unmarried. Regardless of the circumstances, I still have my chance. At the same moment, a similar scene unfolded within the Han and Bai families. These 3 families had previously suffered at the hands of Xiao Lang and Li Dehu, and now, with this opportunity at hand, none were willing to let them slip away easily. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang was still engaged in a struggle with the eerie beings from a distance. Among the team, Yi and Yi Er began to converse in hushed tones. We cannot allow that boy to become overly smug. Although we cannot harm his life due to the protector's presence, we can certainly make him suffer a little. Yi produced a vial and handed it to Yi Er, saying, quietly attract some 4th-tier eerie beings. It would be amusing to see him embarrassed in front of Binger. Yi Er took the vial and was taken aback, recognizing it as the soul summoner. Brother, this show. Yi Er suppressed his voice and replied, Brother, we are in the wilderness. If this goes awry, we might find it difficult to escape. Yi waved his hand dismissively, whispering, just be mindful of the dosage. We've only just left San Yuan City. The most we'll encounter are 4th-tier eerie beings, so you need not worry. With the protector, we one team mess this up. If we don't teach that boy a lesson, will you be satisfied? Upon hearing this, Yi Er wrestled with his thoughts for a long while, ultimately accepting the vial of soul summoner. After flying for a while longer, they suddenly encountered a wave of 3rd-tier eerie beings. The group pulled out their treasures, engaging the eerie beings. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Er stealthily approached Xiao Lang and sprinkled some soul summoner on him. The protector, Cui, who was flying above, caught sight of this but made no move. The Master's command was merely to ensure the survival of these individuals. He had not prohibited them from employing such tricks. As the group effortlessly dealt with the eerie beings, They resumed their journey towards Ku Valley. Just after defeating a wave of eerie beings and collecting some emotional energy, Xiao Lang suddenly sensed something amiss. Huh, why are there more eerie beings appearing? Xiao Lang wielded the third-tier extraordinary sword he had purchased from the marketplace, cleaving through the strange entities with each swing. Yet, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him. Typically, these anomalies fought independently. It was rare to encounter a coordinated assault unless they belonged to the same race. However, the current situation was decidedly peculiar, with female ghosts, zombies, vengeful spirits, and bloodthirsty insects of various types and levels emerging from the mist, charging relentlessly at Xiao Lang. Meanwhile, Yi Bing'er and the others seemed blissfully oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. As he dispatched the majority of these third-tier anomalies, Xiao Lang glanced to the side and noticed Yi and Yi Er's unwavering focus on the scene before him. Understanding dawned upon him. So, it was the two of you orchestrating this. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of gratitude. A broad smile spread across his face as an overwhelming aura erupted from him, shattering the chains within. He advanced further, successfully stepping into the realm of third-tier proficiency. Chapter 56, Problem Solving, Summoning of the Souls. Feeling the surge of power within him, Xiao Lang grinned towards Yi and Yi Er. Thank you. I appreciate the strange creatures you've sent my way. With his palms brimming with energy, arcs of electricity began to dance around him. Lightning, thunder fist. With a crackling sound, bolts of thunder were unleashed by Xiao Lang, obliterating the peculiar entities before him. This entire group of anomalies transformed into emotional energy, streaming into Xiao Lang's system backend. The effect of the soul summoning initiated by Yi Er had yet to expire, as waves of bizarre creatures surged toward Xiao Lang. In this moment of momentum, he unleashed the lightning thunder fist repeatedly. These entities, lacking even the vigor of mere waves, fell before him effortlessly. For Xiao Lang, at this juncture, any entity below the fourth tier stood no chance against him. He dispatched them with ease. The moment the lightning thunder fist was unleashed, all anomalies were instantaneously annihilated. Meanwhile, Yi Bing'er, having dealt with other wandering anomalies, was preparing to assist, but Yi Shui held her back. He relishes the hunt for these anomalies. There's no need for you to intervene. The more he slays, the more exhilarated he becomes, Yi Shui explained. Yi Bing'er, bewildered by this revelation, wondered if anyone truly enjoyed slaying anomalies, let alone derived excitement from it. She turned to confirm with Li Da who, though somewhat embarrassed, nodded earnestly in agreement with Yi Shui's assessment. Well, my younger brother does indeed take great pleasure in vanquishing these creatures. Back in the village, he felt restless if he didn't hunt them daily. Upon hearing Li Dahu's words, Yi Bing'er accepted this notion and refrained from interfering in Xiao Lang's battle. Observing Xiao Lang's growing enthusiasm with each defeat, she began to find merit in Yi Shui and Li Dahu's observations. It was evident that Xiao Lang thrived on the thrill of the hunt. However, the expressions of the onlookers soon shifted dramatically. A fourth-tier bloodsucker emerged from the swarm of anomalies and launched an assault on Xiao Lang. Just as they were about to shout a warning, they witnessed Xiao Lang coalesce his hands and unleash a fortified version of the lightning thunder fist. With a thunderous roar, the fourth-tier bloodsucker didn't even have a chance to retaliate before being reduced to fragments by the massive bolt of lightning. Yi and Yi Er stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, while they were aware that Xiao Lang and Li Dahu could jointly vanquish a fourth-tier practitioner. They had no inkling that Xiao Lang alone could obliterate a fourth-tier anomaly. Moreover, he had only just achieved the proficiency level of the third tier. Was this not utterly absurd? Their gazes towards Xiao Lang transformed. Here was a mere practitioner of the third tier capable of instantaneously dispatching a fourth-tier entity. If his strength were to advance further, would he not consider them as mere anomalies to be effortlessly eliminated as well? In an instant, both individuals felt an unsettling sensation, akin to a thorn in their backs. Little did Xiao Lang know that even if he were aware, it would not perturb him in the slightest. Taking a life would not yield any emotional rewards. As long as no foolhardy soul dared to cross his path, He would rather conserve his energy to vanquish the anomalies. After eliminating this group of peculiar entities, he had finally succeeded in temporarily clearing the vicinity of such disturbances. Xiao Lang was rewarded with a considerable influx of emotional value. At that moment, as he gathered the supernatural materials dropped by these entities, Yi and Yi Er approached him with an air of hesitation. Observing their approach, Yi Bing'er and the others sensed a shift in the atmosphere and hurriedly took their positions behind Xiao Lang. Yi, gazing at Yi Bing'er behind Xiao Lang, felt a flicker of shame wash over his features. He realized, without a doubt, that he had utterly lost, in terms of mindset, strength, and even in matters of romance. He had been completely outdone by Xiao Lang. As a peak fourth-tier cultivator, he had resorted to the despicable tactic of using the soul summoning technique against Xiao Lang. And to make matters worse, it had failed. This failure dealt a blow to his psyche. Though it would not be enough to send him into a state of despair, it would undoubtedly plant a seed of doubt within him. When he eventually broke through to the fifth tier, that seed would burgeon into a formidable obstacle. Yi Er found himself in a similar predicament. Both of them were not inherently malevolent. They had merely become adopted sons of Yilong, compelled to vie for certain matters. However, they now recognized that if they did not resolve this issue, their future paths would be fraught with difficulty. We mean you no harm, Bing'er need not worry. We merely wish to discuss a few matters with him. Yi reassured Yi Bing'er before turning to Xiao Lang and inquiring, "May we speak privately?" Xiao Lang casually took Yi Bing'er's hand, offering a reassuring pat, and confidently proceeded to a nearby clearing with Yi and Yi Er. Impudent rogue, Yi Bing'er muttered under her breath upon realizing Xiao Lang had left, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she covered her face. Yi Shui and Li Dahu exchanged knowing smiles. In the clearing, Xiao Lang turned to Yi and Yi Er with a cheerful demeanor and remarked, "Elder brother, second brother, what brings me here?" Yi and Yi Er were momentarily taken aback by his words, their expressions a mix of amusement and bewilderment. They had long heard of Xiao Lang's unconventional nature, and this encounter confirmed their expectations. After a brief pause, Yi's face flushed with awkwardness, but he quickly regained his composure and addressed Xiao Lang candidly. "Xiao Lang, I apologize. It was I who instructed Yi Er to use the soul summoning technique against you in order to attract those anomalies." Xiao Lang maintained his characteristic beaming smile as he regarded the two individuals before him, and he spoke slowly. "I was under the impression that something significant was amiss. However, this is hardly a concern. I owe my progress to my esteemed elder brothers, who have provided me with invaluable assistance. Yet I must confess, I am not particularly fond of such selfless aid, as it leaves me with a sense of guilt. Instead, I would prefer if my elder brothers could provide me with the soul-calling elixir, allowing me to handle matters on my own in the future." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Lang's eyes began to gleam with excitement. The soul-calling elixir possesses the power to attract the eerie, and for him, it is a treasure of the highest order. By drawing forth a wave of the uncanny, he could then extinguish them with the counterfeit Buddha's wrath lotus. How exhilarating! The reason so many individuals are enamored with the practice of fishing for lawbreakers is that it proves to be remarkably effective. Since Yi chose to approach Xiao Lang for reconciliation, he was naturally generous with the 2 vials of soul-calling elixir. Therefore, he handed over 1 vial from himself and another from Yi Er to Xiao Lang. "Very well, let us consider this matter settled." Chapter 57. Harmonious Team, 8-Headed Serpent Well. "Let us consider this matter settled," Xiao Lang declared, stepping forward to casually pat Yi and Yi Er on their shoulders. "Rest assured, from now on, Brother Lang will look after you." Yi and Yi Er, suppressing the impulse to slap this boastful fellow, turned and made their way toward Wanku Valley. Just moments ago, he had addressed them with such familiarity, calling them big brother and second brother. Now that he had what he wanted, he had transformed into Brother Lang. Amen. Xiao Lang grinned and joined Yi Bing'er and the others. The 7 of them resumed their journey toward Wanku Valley, and the previously tense atmosphere had mysteriously dissipated. Throughout the trek, Xiao Lang was exceptionally proactive. Whenever a bizarre creature appeared, he would be the first to charge forward. Should anyone dare to compete with him for the creature, he would not hesitate to confront them. After vanquishing the strange beings, he would delight in teasing Yibing. Oh, how much more enjoyable this was compared to the confines of San Yuan City, with Yilong no longer supervising. The Na'vi young Yi Binger found herself utterly captivated by Xiaolang. For much of the journey, her delicate face was flushed, rendering Xiaolang quite intrigued. However, surrounded by many, he knew he must continue to exercise restraint. The cultivation of their feelings must persist. In a land of cherry blossoms beneath Mount Fuji, the emperor, accompanied by his ministers, ascended the mountain's peak in a lively procession. Among this vast retinue were a number of onmyoji clad in distinctive uniforms, summoning their shikigami to escort 3,000 young boys and girls toward the summit. Without a moment's hesitation, the emperor embraced the suggestion of Inoue Qin, disregarding the counsel of other advisors. At this moment, his mind was singularly focused on awakening the national behemoth, aspiring to become the greatest emperor in the history of the land of cherry blossoms. In doing so, he envisioned not only the eradication of the city-destroying specter, but also the possibility of harnessing this national guardian beast to invade the nations of Blue Star once more. The entire world ought to belong to the land of cherry blossoms. He would ensure that the unique industries of his realm flourished throughout every corner of Blue Star. As the emperor reveled in his grandiose fantasies, he failed to notice the sly smirk curving in Inoue Qin's lips. After a lengthy journey, the procession finally reached the summit of Mount Fuji. The emperor, brimming with impatience, eagerly summoned Inoue Qin to oversee the proceedings, desperate to unleash the national behemoth. Inoue Qin did not refuse. He commanded the onmyoji to urge their shikigami to drive the 3,000 young boys and girls toward the volcano's mouth. Then, another onmyoji stepped forward, muttering incantations toward the crater while sketching elaborate symbols with his hands, clearly conducting a summoning ritual. As time passed, the entire Mount Fuji began to tremble violently. The crowd atop the mountain swayed precariously, with each onmyoji guiding their shikigami to encircle the emperor, intent on safeguarding him. At that moment, a colossal figure erupted from the volcano, its 8 formidable heads wildly swaying in the air. The emperor, unable to stabilize his stance, prostrated on the ground, exclaiming, "O great guardian beast of the nation, welcome back. Please assist our Sakura nation in unifying the Blue Star." The flying behemoth, observing the frenzied crowd below, displayed palpable impatience across its 8 visages. In an instant, it descended, opening its massive jaws to begin devouring the tiny beings below. The onlooking onmyoji, upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, hastily commanding their shikigami to fend off the monstrous creature. Yet how could shikigami, incapable of vanquishing even a third-tier vengeful spirit, hope to withstand this titan? Although merely a phantom of the legendary beast Yamada no Orochi, it was far beyond the capacity of these low-tier shikigami to resist. In a state of utter panic, the emperor pointed furiously at the nearby figure of Inaka-kun, shouting, "You wretched fool! This is all your disastrous idea. What are we to do now?" Inaka-kun straightened his hunched back and retorted loudly, "Curse you! I am a high-ranking double agent of Bear Country, codename Pangolin." With that declaration, Inaka-kun lunged forward, seizing the emperor and propelling himself toward the phantom of Yamada no Orochi. The surrounding crowd, paralyzed by fear, fled in terror, abandoning any thought of their emperor's whereabouts. The serpent, noticing 2 more tiny figures rushing towards it, opened one of its enormous heads and promptly devoured them. Sakura Nation, emperor, perished. After millennia of abstaining from blood, Yamada no Orochi could no longer restrain itself once the floodgates had opened. With a mighty roar, one of its heads unleashed a tempest, sweeping towards the remaining individuals on the ground. All who had participated in summoning the phantom were engulfed by this fierce wind. Then, with another gaping maw, it inhaled deeply, consuming everyone in its vicinity within its 8 colossal mouths. The upper echelons of Sakura Nation obliterated. Having devoured all souls atop Mount Fuji, Yamada no Orochi soared into the skies above the city. Its 8 mouths unleashed a barrage upon the urban landscape: gales, flames, toxic mists, and torrents of water. Even as a mere specter, the might of Yamada no Orochi was insurmountable for these powerless humans. The populace, awestruck by the immense phantom of the 8-headed serpent, far more frenzied than the third-tier vengeful spirit, commenced its ravenous consumption of humanity, devouring city after city. Aware that its time of confinement was drawing near and that it would soon return to the dark abyss below, the serpent seized every fleeting moment to feast upon the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Department of Anomalies, through satellite surveillance, detected the peculiar occurrences in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Upon witnessing the colossal serpent blotting out the sky as it consumed the citizens, they were filled with dread. Although they wholeheartedly supported the serpent's defiance against foreign invaders, there lingered a fear that the serpent might turn its gaze towards the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, after devouring several major cities, the serpent ultimately dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing once more upon Mount Fuji. The leaders of all nations monitoring the scene collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It is indeed a tumultuous era. One wonders how long it will take for those players to rise up and bear the weight of this great banner. Chapter 58. Preparations before the Valley of Withering Bang. As Xiaolang unleashed the lightning thunder fist to slay the peak-tier, bloodthirsty bug before him, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. It had been 18 arduous days since they departed from Sanyuan City. After a relentless journey through the wilderness, they had finally traversed the treacherous terrain and reached the enigmatic Valley of Withering. Gazing upon the vast canyon shrouded in thick mist, Xiaolang couldn't help but exhale a breath of pent-up tension. The past 18 days had not been kind. While the initial encounters with lower-tier anomalies were relatively manageable, the threats they faced had escalated significantly as time progressed. The members of the team, unable to indulge Xiaolang's penchant for hunting anomalies, had swiftly joined the fray. As they forged their way through the wilds, the group had witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Xiaolang. Remarkably, he had not only achieved the third-tier proficiency upon leaving Sanyuan City, but had also ascended to the pinnacle of the third tier over these few weeks. Li Dahu had not lagged far behind, successfully breaking his shackles to reach the same level of mastery. During this time, Yi Bing'er and her companions from the Yi clan had come to understand why Xiaolang and his companion could surge forth from such a humble village to attain their current stature. It was all forged through perilous battles, such intense and life-risking confrontations with anomalies. Who among the pampered scions of the prominent families in Sanyuan City could truly measure up to that? Yi Bing'er felt a tinge of embarrassment at her earlier claims of being the most talented maiden in Sanyuan City. Upon learning from Li Dahu that Xiaolang had broken through to the third tier within just 2 months of arriving in their small village, admiration filled her heart. Her regard for Xiaolang had only deepened. The words he had spoken upon entering Sanyuan City echoed in her mind, and she no longer viewed them as mere bravado. She had come to believe wholeheartedly in his potential. Even if he were a falter, she could not bear to let him go. At this moment, Xiaolang sensed the surge of his own power, glancing at the system that now indicated an emotional value exceeding 6 million. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was amidst the anomalies of this wilderness that he truly thrived. As he surveyed the mist-laden valley before him, Xiaolang discreetly activated the Divine Eye skill, eager to uncover its secrets. Yet, even with this ability, he was met with an impenetrable veil of fog, as if the entire valley were engulfed in mist. The world still held many strange wonders. Dismissing the Divine Eye skill, Xiaolang internally mused that he would have to patiently await the day when the mists of the Valley of Withering would disperse, signaling the commencement of their venture. Chui Sai, a revered member of the Yi clan, watched as the group successfully arrived at the Valley of Withering, feeling a quiet sense of relief in his heart. If these young masters were to encounter any misfortune under his escort, it would undoubtedly spell the end of Chui Sai's standing in the entirety of Sanyuan City. Throughout the journey, they encountered various strange phenomena, yet fortunately, all were below the 5th tier, avoiding any truly troublesome entities. Let us first establish our camp. Ensuring the exotic lanterns are properly set and quietly await the opening of the Wanku Valley. Chui Sai made a brief remark, addressing Xiao Lang and the others. As the few men in the group, they naturally accepted the task. Yi and Yi Air produced 4 fourth-tier exotic lanterns, suspending them at the 4 corners of the campsite. At last, amidst the misty wilderness, there was a glimmer of light. These 4th-tier exotic lanterns were painstakingly crafted by the Yi family's treasure artisans, capable of dispersing certain unwelcome disturbances. However, they proved ineffective against entities of significantly higher level. Why not utilize them during the journey? To be candid, trusting in the exotic lanterns amidst the wilderness felt less reliable than depending on the sparks within one's own being. Yi Binger and Yi Schweb busied themselves by patrolling the area. With everyone diligently assigned tasks, the camp was swiftly erected. While a peaceful slumber was unlikely, a brief respite to rejuvenate one's spirit was indeed beneficial. After all, having traversed the murky wilderness for over 10 days, an oppressive feeling inevitably lingered in everyone's hearts. A flicker of light at this moment was a great comfort. The group took turns standing guard, gradually restoring their spirits after a prolonged period of exhaustion. Xiao Lang felt revitalized and leaned closer to Yi Binger, playfully cracking jokes that elicited laughter from the others. Yi and Yi Air, witnessing this scene, were filled with mirth. As adopted sons of Yilong, such moments of warmth were rarely present in their lives. It must be said, Xiao Lang was indeed quite entertaining. After some time, another group emerged from the mist, approaching the campsite. Chui Sai took a glance and discerned it was merely a delegation from a small village, the strongest among them being merely of the 3rd-tier proficiency. Such prowess, successfully navigating through the bizarre-infested wilderness to reach Wanku Valley, was already considered fortunate. Many villagers had bid farewell to their strongest warriors, hoping to acquire resources within Wanku Valley to bolster their village's strength. Yet in the end, they often returned with naught but bones. This reflects the helplessness of these small villages. To carve out a foothold in the bizarre-laden wilderness necessitated countless sacrifices. Securing resources and relentlessly hunting the bizarre, knowing full well the futility of their efforts. Chui Sai did not drive them away, but merely requested they maintain a respectful distance from his camp. This was an act of goodwill, a subtle gesture of concern, as they too resided within the territorial bounds of Sanyuan City. In a world devoid of self-interest and ulterior motives, humanity would hardly resort to mutual slaughter. After all, the mere act of existence is fraught with challenges. Moreover, these small villages remain untouched by the power struggles of the great city of Sanyuan, and the arrival of an additional scout could prove beneficial for them. Each perspective offers its own wisdom. Even the benevolent gestures of the strong come with corresponding costs that must be borne. Xiao Lang and Li Dahu, both hailing from the humble village of Xiaohua, are acutely aware of this reality. As long as it does not jeopardize their own safety and that of their companions, extending a helping hand is entirely feasible. The arrival of this particular team serves as a harbinger, heralding the subsequent arrival of other groups to the vicinity of Wanku Valley. This vast canyon, long bereft of human presence, is once again bustling with activity. The valley itself is expansive, with numerous entrances. Consequently, the major factions within Sanyuan City have tacitly agreed to choose different entry points. Yet, as fate would have it, the disciples of the Lei family have also emerged from the mists, arriving at this very entrance. Chapter 59. Taking Action. Once again utilizing card characters, as the multitude from the Lei family emerged from the mist, Xiao Lang and his companions quietly rose to their feet. How unfortunate, he muttered under his breath. Even someone as amiable and melodious as Xiao Lang could not suppress a discontented exclamation upon witnessing the Lei family's throng, which numbered nearly 200. In stark contrast, the Yi family boasted a mere 7 members, including the patron Chui Sai. Anxiety began to settle over Yi Binger and her companions. Notably, the Yi family had 2 fifth-tier patrons, while Chui Sai was the only representative on their side. Should a conflict arise, it was abundantly clear that the Yi family would be at a disadvantage. Yi stepped forward, hoping to counsel his companions to exercise restraint. After all, the current situation was precarious, and any confrontation could spiral out of control. In the Lei faction, Lei Mu's eyes glinted with ill intent upon spotting Yi Bing. His desire intensified upon realizing that the Yi family had only one fifth-tier patron. Casting a glance at his two fifth-tier elders, his own uncles, he felt a surge of confidence. After signaling to Lei Bao, Lei Mu discreetly approached his kin, engaging them in hushed conversation. Lei Bao, recalling the humiliation he suffered at the city gate, felt a surge of indignation. Though reluctant to act on impulse, he found himself compelled to approach the Yi family's camp under his cousin's directive. As he drew near, Xiao Lang and his companions advanced to meet him. However, upon witnessing Lei Bao's aggressive demeanor, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Yet, with tension mounting like a drawn bow, he steeled himself and declared, "You must have relished the humiliation you inflicted upon me at the city gate. If you surrender Xiaolang and Li Dahu, those rural lowlifes, my Lei family will spare you." Yi Binger was poised to retort, but Xiao Lang restrained her, whispering, "Let us not engage him. He is merely a foolish clown attempting to provoke us." The two fifth-tier patrons in the Lei faction observed the exchange, yet remained indifferent, relishing the opportunity to suppress the Yi family. If they could ensnare the Yi family's talents, it would surely incite panic among them. Seeing his taunt fail to provoke a reaction, Lei Bao became emboldened. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Yi Binger, he proclaimed, "I shall not hold this against you, but you must obediently agree to marry Yi Binger to my cousin Lei Mu. Otherwise," before Lei Bao could finish his sentence, Xiao Lang erupted in fury. "Marry her? How absurd!" In an instant, Xiao Lang darted forward with lightning speed, unleashing a lightning thunder fist directly onto Lei Bao's face with a resounding boom. Caught completely off guard, Lei Bao had no time to summon his energy shield for defense. The strike landed squarely, and despite the skill being instant cast, Xiao Lang had refined it to the peak of the third tier, its power amplified beyond measure. Lei Bao, a man who indulged in nothing but wine and pleasure, stood no chance against Xiao Lang's furious assault. With a heavy thud, his charred corpse collapsed, igniting chaos throughout the gathering. "Outrageous!" roared the third and fourth elders of the Lei family, witnessing Xiao Lang dare to kill their second elder's son right before their eyes. Their fury erupted like a storm. "Brat, you'll pay with your life." The two elders attacked simultaneously, their overwhelming energy surging forth with crushing momentum, suffocating those of weaker cultivation beneath its pressure. "You dare!" Chui Sai, though reluctant, had no choice but to intervene. If these young prodigies perished before even entering the 10,000 Withering Valley, he would face dire consequences. "Run! Fetch reinforcements!" he shouted midair toward Xiao Lang's group. Yet, as a mere fifth-tier cultivator, he could barely hold his own against opponents of equal strength. Defeat loomed near. He moved to assist, but Lei Mu led over 200 Lei clansmen charging toward them. "Xiao Lang, take Binger and flee." Yi, embracing his role as the elder brother, stood fearlessly at the forefront. But Xiao Lang, unwilling to let others bear the consequences of his actions, acted decisively. System: purchase the 4-star character card, Xiao Yan. Ding. 20,000 emotional points consumed. 4-star card, Xiao Yan, has been added to the system inventory. Without hesitation, Xiao Lang activated it. Ding. Due to host's physical limitations. Card duration, 1 hour. The power of Do Wang Xiao Yan surged through him. Familiar, effortless mastery after prior use. Hum. Xiao Lang extended his hands. A verdant flame in one palm, a milky white blaze in the other. Green lotus core flame. Fallen heart flame. Since battle had begun, he would unleash devastation. Li Dahu, take Binger and Yi Shui Wei now. I'm about to unleash hell. Li Dahu, glimpsing the terrifying flames, wasted no time. Grabing Yiju. He urged their retreat as Xiao Lang compressed the twin infernos in his grasp. As Yi Shui beheld the two flames in Xiao Lang's hands, memories of the terrifying scene outside Little Fire Village flooded her mind, instilling a sense of dread within her. "Let's depart, Binger," Yi Shui urged, grasping Yi Binger's hand and calling out to Yi and Yi, "Elder brother, second brother, hurry. Leave this to Xiao Lang." Though they had hesitated initially, the sight of the flames in Xiaolang's grasp struck them with profound fear. They sensed that even as fourth-tier cultivators, should they come into contact with those eerie flames, they would be utterly consumed. Moreover, this fire was far more terrifying than the battle when Xiaolang and Li Dahu had vanquished Yi Si. With a clap of his hands, Xiaolang forcefully merged the two extraordinary flames together. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This time, Xiaolang was far more adept. The energy from the flames within him surged wildly into the swirling fire lotus. He poured every ounce of his fighting spirit into it without reservation. Observing the brilliantly formed bicolored fire lotus in his hands, Xiaolang smiled. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Chapter 60. The complete rupture with the Lei family. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Xiaolang grinned ferociously before shouting towards Cui Sai in the sky. Elder Cui, retreat. With that, Xiaolang hurled the blazing lotus, infused with surging combat aura, directly into the midst of the charging Lei family disciples. Simultaneously, wings of condensed combat energy unfurled behind him, and in an instant, he vanished from the battlefield. Whoosh! The spiraling dual-colored fire lotus seemed to tear through space itself before detonating violently among the crowd. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, followed by the anguished screams of the Lei family elders. No! Stop! Damn you, you wretched brat! A monstrous mushroom cloud surged upward, obliterating the mist-shrouded valley. Sunlight pierced through the dispersing haze, casting its glow upon the encampment at the entrance of the 10,000 Withering Valley. Yet, though the light touched the two elders, not an ounce of warmth reached their hearts. Ruined. Everything is ruined. Amidst the carnage of severed limbs and lifeless bodies, the elders' voices cracked with despair. The Lei family had dispatched 232 of their finest young talents for this campaign. Now, aside from Lei Mu, who survived solely due to a life-saving artifact bestowed by his father, only one distant branch disciple, hidden within the chaos, remained alive by sheer luck. Spurt. One elder, overwhelmed by rage and grief, vomited a mouthful of blood. Monster! That damn monster! The other elder, his body sagging as though aged decades in an instant, staggered toward Lei Mu with grief-stricken fury. Only upon seeing the grievously wounded youth did he regain his composure, forcing a healing pill down Lei Mu's throat. Hoisting Lei Mu onto his back, the elder suppressed his own churning blood and growled to his counterpart. Take that surviving disciple. We return now. The patriarch must confront the Yi family. They will answer for this. This time, it would be mutual destruction, no quarter given. The other elder wiped blood from his lips, snatched up the fortunate survivor, and soared toward the direction of Sanyuan City. They dared not pursue Xiaolang further. The residual force of that single attack had wounded even them, fifth-tier cultivators. Who could say whether the boys still possessed such power? With Cui Sai lurking ominously nearby, any chance of retaliating against the Yi family's youth had evaporated. For now, this humiliation would be swallowed. The Lei family's campaign had ended in utter catastrophe, annihilated before the 10,000 Withering Valley had even opened. Only 2 seedlings remained. After witnessing the 2 Lei family elders vanish into the mist, Cui Sai emerged from another hiding spot with palpable trepidation. Retrieving a medicinal pill from his storage pouch and swallowing it, he felt his internal injuries gradually begin to mend. That brat truly recognizes neither friend nor foe. Had I retreated a moment later, this old life of mine might have been forfeited today. Gazing at the enormous crater below and the scattered limbs strewn across the ground, even Cui Sai, a veteran of countless battles, felt a chill crawl down his spine. How ruthless! Suddenly, it struck him that escorting Xiaolang and the others had been akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Had Yi and Yi Er not apologized to the boy earlier, who could have withstood such a devastating attack if unleashed without warning? Slapping his forehead, Cui Sai realized he was now irrevocably bound to the Yi family's fate. Xiaolang annihilated over 200 Lei disciples in a single strike. Impressive indeed, but the Lei clan will undoubtedly retaliate with their full might. Having obstructed the 2 Lei elders on the battlefield, Cui Sai knew he too would be marked for vengeance. What wretched luck! A simple mission, and now this. Meanwhile, Yi Binger and her four companions emerged cautiously from the mist, only to freeze in shock. The sight of the gaping crater and the mangled remains sent shivers down their spines. If Xiaolang had unleashed this during his ascent up the Yi family's mountain path, half the peak might have been obliterated, let alone the disciples who challenged him. Yi and Ye exchanged glances, card. Any lingering improper thoughts toward Yi Binger evaporated instantly. They were profoundly grateful Xiaolang had not held their transgressions against them. Lei Bao merely insulted Yi Binger, and he was reduced to charred remains, along with over 200 others. And we dare to harbor such thoughts? Unthinkable. Yi Binger's heart clenched as she frantically scanned the area for Xiaolang. Xiaolang, where are you? Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the crater. He must have sacrificed himself to protect me. Without hesitation, she flew down into the pit, sifting through the gruesome wreckage. A pampered heiress. She had never encountered such gore, yet she wordlessly persisted in her desperate search. Yi Shui and Li Dahu exchanged glances, realizing Xiaolang was nowhere in sight. Panic seized them, and they too descended to scour the ruins. They refused to believe he was gone. Yi and Yi Er locked eyes, their expressions grave. If Xiaolang were truly to perish in such a manner, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. At that moment, Cui Sai, who had only recently recovered from his internal injuries, approached. He observed Yi Binger and the others rummaging through the pit for corpses, their voices calling out Xiaolang. Xiaolang. Terrified, his complexion shifted dramatically, but then he suddenly recalled that Xiaolang was swifter than himself. Miss, Xiaolang is alive. Cui Sai shouted down into the pit. Instantly, Yi Binger rushed up, her bloodied hands grasping Cui Sai and shaking him as she exclaimed, "Is it true? Is it really true? Xiaolang is unharmed." She then began to murmur to herself, "Yes, he must be fine." Just then, Xiaolang emerged from the mist nearby. He had been fearful of the explosion's aftermath affecting him and had fled too far in his haste. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were dead." Before he could fully process the situation, Yi Binger leapt into his arms, striking his chest with great fervor. "You truly scared me. Please don't do that again." Gently wiping away her tears, Xiaolang nodded. "Next time, I assure you." Chapter 61. Entering the Valley of Withering. After soothing Yi Bing, Xiaolang began to feel a throbbing headache. The recent explosion of the fire lotus had wreaked havoc, leaving the Lei family's disciples scattered in disarray. This incident had irreparably severed ties with the Lei family, and now Xiaolang bore the mark of the Yi family. While he remained indifferent to this branding, he harbored concerns that the Lei family, upon returning, might seek vengeance against the Yi family, leading to catastrophic consequences. Unbeknownst to the Yi family, their negligence could result in a significant downfall. Upon expressing these concerns, Yi Binger and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. In this critical moment, it was Cui Gongfeng who stepped forward, articulating a pragmatic solution. "Perhaps I should return to the city first to communicate with the family head. You should make every effort to rendezvous with the Yi family's main force once the Valley of Withering opens." Cui Gongfeng cast a glance at Xiaolang, feeling a pang of bitterness as he thought, "You likely do not require my protection anymore. With this young man around, you shall undoubtedly return safely. Moreover, I cannot enter the Valley of Withering, so this will also allow the family head to prepare in advance." The group exchanged glances and deemed this proposal to be quite astute. "Cui Gongfeng, please return and report to my father. We will gather the resources and return safely," Yi Binger declared, thus solidifying their plan. With urgency in the air, she added, "I shall depart at once." After her words, Cui Gongfeng nodded, offered a brief farewell to the group, and swiftly took flight towards Sanyuan City, leaving the six of them in a state of stunned silence. "Ahem, shall we find another location?" Xiaolang coughed lightly to draw their attention, although he had initially felt unfazed. The sight of the blood-soaked pit before him now stirred an uncomfortable sensation within. Despite his resilient spirit, he could not help but tremble slightly. Previously, he had only slain monstrous beings, those devoid of mercy. However, this time, he had taken the lives of his own kin, human beings. Some may not have deserved death, yet their lack of resistance meant that lives on his side were at stake. Perhaps Yi Binger, perhaps Li Dahu, or even Yi Shui and Yi. It could even be his own life. Thus, Xiao Lang had acted without hesitation. Yet, he had never encountered such a scene before. The kami portrayed was merely a fade, having traversed into this world for merely 2 to 3 months. He had once been a mere cog in the corporate machine, unacquainted with the acts of killing. Neither chickens nor pigs had ever met their end by his hand. At this moment, a soft, delicate hand quietly grasped Xiao Lang's right hand. Noticing his slight tremor, Yi Binger gently squeezed his palm and, with utmost seriousness, reassured him, "Do not blame yourself. You acted to protect us." Xiao Lang suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him, casting aside all lingering thoughts from his mind. Playfully tapping Yi Binger on the nose, he declared, "Let's be off." The group of 6 hurried towards another entrance. Meanwhile, the mist shrouding the Ku Valley began to dissipate slowly. This valley, which had lain dormant for 3 years, was now experiencing a fleeting moment of liveliness. As time would have it, when Xiao Lang and his companions finally arrived at another valley after several hours of travel, the noxious mist enveloping Ku Valley had nearly vanished. Once again, the valley unveiled its enigmatic veil before them. Observing the distant, undulating mountains, Xiao Lang pondered aloud. Though they may be called the 10,000 Great Mountains, why is this place referred to as Ku Valley? Upon hearing this, Yi chuckled and replied, "These mountains are merely the periphery of Ku Valley. At the heart of these peaks lies a vast basin, which is why it bears this name." Yi had visited Ku Valley 3 years prior. Thus he possessed a fair understanding of its intricacies. It was during that visit that he fortuitously acquired a spirit-ascending herb, allowing him to break through and attain his current status. With Yi's explanation, Xiao Lang finally grasped the concept. As he observed the others soaring into the mountains, he turned to his companions and suggested, "Shall we also venture in?" After a nod of agreement, they ascended into the air, plunging directly into the majestic mountain range before them. The trees within this forest stretched skyward, some so robust that several people could barely encircle one with their arms. Remarkably, Xio lang spotted snakes, insects, and rodents, creatures he had never encountered in the wilderness, thriving in this woodland. It must be said, the forest possessed an extraordinary charm. Despite the usual prevalence of poisonous mists, within these woods lay an entirely different world. Once inside, Yi and Yi Air proposed the idea of splitting up. As peak 4th-tier cultivators, they were well acquainted with the nuances of Ku Valley. Moreover, they had nearly reached the threshold of this valley in terms of human capability. Provided they exercised caution, their safety would be assured. This expedition into Ku Valley was motivated by their desire to acquire more resources, thereby enhancing their standing within the Yi family under Yi Long's auspices. Thus, the notion of dividing their efforts was born. Xiao Lang's group had no objections to this plan. Although among the 4, only Yi Binger had attained the 4th tier, with Yi Shui and Xiao Lang at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, and Lida Hu only at the proficient 3rd tier. Yi believed that even with Yi Air, they might struggle to defeat Xiao Lang in terms of actual combat prowess. With Xiao Lang's presence, Yi felt no concern for the safety of Yi Binger and her companions. "Then we shall meet again within the valley," Yi exclaimed before swiftly darting off in a particular direction. Yi Air nodded slightly to the crowd and flew off in another direction. Xiao Lang grasped Yi Binger's hand, while Li Dahu accompanied Yi Shui, and the 4 of them soared forward together, without lingering at the outskirts. Although the Ku Valley opened once every 3 years, the treasures found at the periphery were typically reserved for the skilled individuals from the villages. This has become an unspoken understanding among the prominent families. At the very least, they could not allow others to leave empty-handed, even if the outer regions held little of value. However, this was merely the case for those powerful factions. Upon entering the mountain range, Xiao Lang indeed noticed a significant increase in the level of anomalies present. The lowest were all at the 3rd tier of strangeness. This sight stirred excitement within Xiao Lang, for these anomalies represented a substantial reservoir of emotional energy. Interestingly, he found no interest in the occasional encounters with the exotic beasts. Not only could he not extract any emotional energy from them, but having tasted the meat of such creatures in Sanyuan City, he found it tough and unpalatable. It was rather dull. The anomalies, on the other hand, held far more promise. Chapter 62. This person clearly appears to be an easy target. Not long after soaring through the mountains, Xiao Lang and his companions encountered a group of fourth-tier anomalies. These golden-armored zombies were voraciously absorbing energy at the entrance of a cave when a tremendous slap fell from the sky. In an instant, amidst flashes of lightning, Xiao Lang charged forward, executing his lightning thunder fist with one hand for each foe. Even though Yi Bing'er and the others were accustomed to Xiao Lang's audacity, they were momentarily taken aback by his audacious move. Who could fathom a peak third-tier cultivator pursuing a group of fourth-tier golden-armored zombies? It was uncertain whether those zombies were intimidated by Xiao Lang's imposing presence or if his lightning thunder fist had gained potency. The 5 golden-armored zombies, unable to mount any effective resistance, were swiftly reduced to mere remnants by the electric onslaught. Xiao Lang felt increasingly adept with his lightning thunder fist. He didn't even need to employ his own fire seed ability. These fourth-tier anomalies fell before him. Another 650,000 emotional points were credited to his account, and Xiao Lang realized that he was on the verge of surpassing the 7 million mark. Exhilarating. With a bit more accumulation, he might even be able to forge a 6-star card. Although his current physique might struggle to withstand such power, the prospect of hoarding it was undeniably gratifying. Having collected 5 pieces of fourth-tier supernatural materials, Xiao Lang clapped his hands and flashed a grin at Li Dahu and the others. All set, Li Dahu gazed at Xiao Lang, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. "Hey Lang, could you perhaps tone it down a bit next time? At least give us 3 a chance to train. Otherwise, our practical combat skills may not improve." Yi Bing'er and Yi Shui nodded in agreement, particularly Yi Bing'er, a fourth-tier prodigy who felt fortunate to contend with even a single golden-armored zombie. How could she compare to Xiao Lang, this anomaly, who as a third-tier cultivator effortlessly took on 5? The memory of her earlier dismissive attitude towards him flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. Had Xiao Lang chosen to hold a grudge back then, he could have easily overwhelmed the younger generation of the Yi family. Upon hearing Li Dahu's words, Xiao Lang pondered deeply. He recognized the validity of Li Dahu's point. After all, he could not perpetually shield them. They would inevitably face their own challenges, and overly protective measures could lead to complacency. It was decided, next time they encountered a group of anomalies, he would allocate 1 to each of them. Not too many, though. He didn't want to overburden them. Oh no, he worried that Li Dahu and the others might struggle to cope. This was a gradual process. All right, next time we encounter them, I'll make sure you all get a chance to practice. Upon hearing this, Li Dahu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of being alongside Xiao Lang was becoming increasingly intense. As the crowd prepared to move forward, Yi Bing'er suddenly brightened her eyes. Noticing a rare herb at the entrance of the cave where the golden-armored zombie had roamed. "Wait a moment," she called out to her companions before carefully approaching the cave entrance to pluck the herb. Xiao Lang and the others gathered around, bewildered by the sight of the plant in Yi Bing'er's hand, which resembled an orchid. They had never encountered any medicinal herbs before. The most they had seen in Xiaohua village were the harvested black grains. Understanding that Xiao Lang and Li Da, who were unfamiliar with such matters, Yi Bing'er explained. "This is the third-tier spirit herb, Lan Xian Chao, the main ingredient for the Lan Xian Dan. It can temporarily enhance one's energy absorption speed. It's quite precious." Xiao Lang and Li Da, who exchanged looks of realization, responding in unison, "We've never seen it before." Although they had not encountered it, they grasped that it was indeed a valuable herb. "Activate the attributes of the Tunton Mouse. All good things belong to me," Xiao Lang declared, sharing a glance with the others. "We've only just entered the mountains, and we already found such a spirit herb." Li Da, who added, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." They shared a smile and soared toward the center. Yi Bing'er and Yi Shui, witnessing this scene, also smiled, their internal energy surging as they followed suit. After traversing the towering peak, they arrived at a vast plain where a group of individuals was engaged in a peculiar battle. As Xiao Lang and his companions aimed to cross this plain towards the heart of the Wanku Valley, they had no intention of taking a detour. Just as they approached, The group had dispatched 3 fourth-tier bloodthirsty insects. Upon seeing Xiao Lang and his party, the 7 members displayed expressions of caution. However, when they realized that among Xiao Lang's group, only Yi Bing'er was a 4th-tier cultivator, their wariness transformed into greed. "Boss, those 2 girls are stunning." One of the weaselly men among the group nudged his leader. "Stunning, you say? You'll end up dead because of a woman." The leader, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, smacked the weaselly man on the head and then turned his gaze towards Yi Bing'er and her companions. "Indeed, they are quite beautiful. They look somewhat familiar." The bearded man stroked his chin, suddenly exclaiming, "Good heavens, that is Yi Bing'er from the Yi family." However, upon noticing that there were only 4 of them, and that aside from Yi Bing'er, the rest were merely 3rd-tier cultivators, he began to plot. "We have 4 4th-tier cultivators and 3 peak 3rd-tier cultivators. If we pull off a heist, we want need to risk our lives battling the anomalies in Wanku Valley." With Xiao Lang's keen eyesight, he could clearly discern the expressions of the opposing group. Realizing, it seems we have stumbled upon a robbery. After exchanging a glance with Yi Bing'er and the others, Xiao Lang approached with an innocuous smile and inquired, "Are you all here to explore the Wanku Valley? What treasures have you unearthed? Brothers, let us make our move." The bearded man, upon noticing Xiao Lang's solitary advance, brightened with excitement. Gripping his long knife, he shouted and charged forward. This group, seasoned in their grim endeavors, immediately unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes directed at Xiao Lang. Their strategy was clear: to diminish their opponent's numbers swiftly, for he appeared to be an easy target. Perfect timing. Xiao Lang revealed the hand that had been concealed behind his back, launching a rapidly spinning fireball toward the assailants. "Behold the compressed, explosive fireball. Let us see how you fare against this." With a resounding boom, the fireball interrupted their assault, leaving them momentarily stunned. What an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 63. Annihilation. And continuing the journey in the moment that Xiao Lang unleashed his attack, the bearded man realized something was amiss. With a loud shout, he attempted to flee. However, since Xiao Lang had already taken action, he could not allow this group of nefarious individuals to escape. In an instant, the lightning thunder fist struck, severing the bearded man's retreat. At this juncture, Yi Bing'er and Yi Shui joined the fray, wielding their extraordinary treasures. Just moments ago, they had suggested that Xiao Lang hold back to allow them to hone their combat skills. Yet now, an opportunity had presented itself. Yi Bing'er single-handedly intercepted 2 4th-tier cultivators, managing to hold her ground thanks to her magnificent treasures. Meanwhile, Yi Shui and Li De, who each confronted a 3rd-tier cultivator, obstructing their advance. As for the remaining 2 4th-tier cultivators and 1 3rd-tier cultivator, they were all halted by Xiao Lang alone. The shifty 3rd-tier cultivator attempted to betray his leader, only to be struck down by Xiao Lang's lightning thunder fist, collapsing to the ground. How quickly they sleep. Xiao Lang jested, even while fending off the joint assault of 2 4th-tier cultivators. This scene infuriated the bearded man, who, realizing escape was futile, charged at Xiao Lang with fierce determination. Individuals like them, who danced on the knife's edge of danger, understood that in the face of such formidable resistance, mere flight was not an option. The only way to survive was to eliminate the opponent. In previous encounters, they had been fortunate to survive until the end, which had led them to gather in the desolate Wanku Valley for resources this time. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered a monster, a veritable anomaly equipped with extraordinary abilities. While Xiao Lang enjoyed his playful demeanor when it came to life-and-death battles, he always sought the most straightforward methods to expedite the conflict. Previously, he had somewhat neglected the Divine Eye, the first skill he inherited from Jiu. He had primarily used it as a tool for exploration. However, now, as he attempted to employ the Divine Eye in combat, he discovered its remarkable efficacy. The previous mutation of the skill, due to the stimulation from the fire seed energy, had now allowed him to faintly perceive his opponent's offensive maneuvers during battle. This revelation greatly facilitated his ability to swiftly dispatch his foes. At that moment, Xiao Lang realized that if every skill were utilized appropriately, it could significantly alter the dynamics of the battle. In the current situation, he chose not to continue using the Divine Eye, to observe his opponents any longer. Instead, he sent two compressed explosive fireballs directly on their way. This compressed version of the explosive fireball was meticulously simulated by Xiao Lang based on the operational trajectory of the Buddha's furious fire lotus, and its power is undeniably formidable. The two fourth-tier opponents had long been incapacitated by Xiao Lang's lightning thunder fist, leaving them utterly defenseless against his skills at this juncture. After dispatching these two adversaries, Xiao Lang directed his gaze towards Yi Bing'er and her companions. Upon observation, he discerned a significant disparity, although Yi Bing'er was indeed pressuring the two fourth-tier cultivators. Her energy distribution was far from optimal. The wastage was egregious, and her exotic treasures were in a constant state of depletion. While she currently held the upper hand, prolonged combat could very well lead to her being overwhelmed by her opponents. In contrast, Yi Shui and Li Dahu exhibited a remarkable level of composure. Having endured the bizarre village assault, they had ingrained the efficient utilization of energy into their very bones. Even amidst battle, they had become accustomed to instinctively avoiding any waste of energy, maximizing the effectiveness of their skills. Suddenly, amidst the clash, the opponent engaged with Li Dahu faltered upon witnessing their leader's demise, a flicker of fear crossing their mind, causing their movements to momentarily stagnate. Seizing this opportunity, Li Dahu swiftly cleaved through the opponent's long sword before delivering a decisive blow that ended the fight. This turn of events instilled panic among the remaining combatants, their offensive actions slowing as thoughts of escape began to permeate their minds, rendering them unwilling to continue the struggle. Yet, it is precisely in such circumstances that one must remain vigilant. Yi Shui, already among the elite of third-tier cultivators, recognized the opponent's laxity and unleashed her meteor sword, swiftly targeting the throat of one adversary. Observing that both her companions had subdued their foes, Yi Bing'er felt a surge of urgency to conclude her battle swiftly. However, this sense of haste inadvertently provided the two seasoned opponents with an opportunity as they launched a coordinated assault towards her from both sides. Xiao Lang, who had been closely monitoring Yi Bing'er's predicament, witnessed the unexpected development and promptly hurled the prepared compressed version of the explosive fireball towards the two assailants. How shameless, they thought, feeling the impending threat from behind. Cursing Xiao Lang's unscrupulousness in their hearts, they turned to defend against his skill. Yet, as the adage goes, one cannot guard both front and back without suffering consequences. Though a fleeting moment of panic arose within Yi Bing'er, she quickly regained her composure. Recognizing the golden opportunity created by Xiao Lang, she adeptly capitalized on it. A shard of ice crystal erupted from her hand, piercing through the opponent who had turned to counter the fireball. In a swift motion, she then drove her fourth-tier exotic sword into the back of another fourth-tier cultivator. Thus, the 7 individuals met their demise upon this plane. Following this battle, the remaining few successfully discerned the treachery of human nature. Had they truly possessed only the superficial strength of a fourth-tier and 3 third-tier warriors, it is likely that the ones lying dead on this plane would have been the 4 of them. Consequently, none of the survivors felt any pity for the 7. To attempt to rob others, one must be prepared for the possibility of one's own downfall. It is time for us to depart. Xiao Lang realized that he had become somewhat cold-blooded. Previously, when he exterminated over 200 members of the Lei family, his palms would tremble. Yet now, witnessing these individuals perish before him, he began to gradually acclimate to the reality. Perhaps this is a lesson one must learn to survive in this world. Xiao Lang grasped Yi Bing'er's hand and continued towards the center of Wanku Valley. Li Dahu and Yi Shui followed closely behind, as the 4 of them scoured for spiritual herbs while soaring towards the heart of Wanku Valley. Chapter 64. The first soul-elevating herb. It seemed that the previous encounter with the orchid heart herb had depleted the fortune of the group. As the 4 individuals advanced towards the center, they diligently searched for spiritual herbs. Yet thus far, they had not encountered a single noteworthy specimen. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in their hearts, they remained undeterred, for a considerable distance still lay ahead to the Wanku Valley, where treasures awaited. As they continued their journey, they unexpectedly came upon a cliff face. At that moment, the keen-eyed Yi Binger noticed a verdant soul elevating herb swaying gracefully in a crevice of a cliff. Soul elevating herb, Yi Binger exclaimed, calling out to her companions. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Lang and the others followed her gaze. Indeed, the emerald-hued herb seemed to radiate a faint glow, absorbing the energies of the surrounding world, standing out starkly against the environment. Initially intent on approaching and harvesting the herb, Xiao Lang soon sensed an anomaly. A swarm of small, palm-sized insects surrounded the soul-elevating herb. The coloration of these insects closely matched that of the cliff, making them nearly invisible unless one looked closely. It was only due to Xiao Lang's exceptional eyesight that he discerned their presence. Unfamiliar with these creatures, he refrained from rash actions and shared his discovery with the others. Upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, Yi Binger and the others channeled energy into their eyes, briefly enhancing their vision to ascertain the situation on the cliff. Those were iron-shelled blood insects. Once Yi Binger recognized them, her expression turned grave as she explained to Xiao Lang and the others. These iron-shelled blood insects are a fourth tier, gregarious species, ravenous for blood. Should any wounds appear, they will burrow directly into the body, feasting on flesh and blood from within. The most troubling aspect is that these insects possess a defensive capability comparable to fourth-tier treasures, and they swarm in numbers, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Engaging them is tantamount to facing a horde of fourth-tier anomalies. Upon hearing Yi Binger's explanation, Xiao Lang too found the iron-shell blood insects to be quite formidable. The crucial issue was their proximity to the soul-elevating herb. Any powerful skill employed by Xiao Lang risked collateral damage to the herb itself. It was evident that he could not eliminate these insects without jeopardizing his goal of obtaining the herb. There appear to be at least 40 to 50 of these insects present. 30 or so iron-shelled blood insects equated to 34th-tier anomalies. Xiao Lang doubted his ability to contend with such a multitude without utilizing his card characters. It seemed he would need to purchase another 4-star card. Thus, Xiao Lang prepared to spend 200,000 emotional points to acquire a character card for Do Wang Xiaoyan. After all, this character card not only demonstrated immense power, but was also exceedingly easy for him to wield. Upon successfully completing his purchase, Xiao Lang immediately sensed something amiss. A large group of individuals was swiftly approaching from the dense forest behind them. "Let us go, quickly," Xiao Lang urged as he seized Yi Binger and plunged into the thicket ahead. Though Yi Shui and Li Dahu were perplexed, they refrained from questioning and followed suit. The four of them concealed themselves within the canopy of the nearby towering trees, utilizing the extraordinary treasures bestowed by Xiao Lang to mask their presence. Not far away, the group that had been tracking them emerged at the very spot Xiao Lang and his companions had just vacated. "Damn, they run fast," muttered a young disciple of the Bai family, turning to his elder brother, Bai Feng. "Brother Bai Feng, they escaped again." This group was none other than the Bai family, one of the four dominant forces in Sanyuan City. After inadvertently discovering the trail of Xiao Lang and his companions, they had been shadowing them, intent on ambushing Xiao Lang. Comprising elite disciples, all of whom were fourth-tier cultivators, they were confident that if they encountered Xiao Lang, it would spell doom for him amidst the mountains. Hidden among the treetops, Xiao Lang took note of this revelation but remained still, biding his time. "Brother Bai Feng, look, there's a soul ascension herb on that cliff." Suddenly, one of the Bai disciples exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Bai Feng turned his gaze towards the cliff, his heart swelling with delight. Indeed, there it was, a soul ascension herb. Though it held no personal value for him, bringing it back to the family could yield substantial resources. Moreover, possessing it could also serve as a means to curry favor with others. Strange, why didn't that country bumpkin pick it when he was here? Bai Feng pondered aloud, perplexed. Surely he must be afraid of us catching up. After all, if he loses his life, he certainly won't be able to keep the herb, chimed in one of Bai Feng's sycophantic subordinates. Yet, Bai Feng still felt something was amiss. For a rustic youth, that single soul ascension herb represented a significant resource. "Bai Sheng, go and collect that herb for me." As the leader of the group, Bai Feng knew he had to assert his authority. "We cannot let this herb slip away. Let someone else gather it. Bai Sheng stepped forward from the crowd. Though displeasure simmered within him, he dared not show it. Yes, Brother Bai Feng. Channeling his inner energy, Bai Sheng soared towards the cliff where the soul ascension herb grew. Just as he reached out to harvest it, the nearby stones of the cliff suddenly erupted into motion. Iron-armored bloodworms, each the size of a palm, launched themselves towards Bai Sheng, their pincer-like jaws snapping ferociously. In an instant, blood erupted. Help! Brother Bai Feng, save me! The horrifying cries pierced the air, startling Bai Feng and his companions below. In their moment of shock, a white skeletal form plummeted before them. It was precisely White Sheng, who had been thoroughly devoured by the armored blood insects. This is dire. Run! Upon sensing something amiss, Bai Feng immediately shouted and attempted to flee to a distance. However, it was already too late. The ferocity awakened by White Sheng's blood left the armored blood insects unwilling to let them escape. Buzzing, swarms of armored blood insects unfurled their wings and swiftly descended upon the crowd. These creatures were comparable to fourth-tier anomalies, and there were 40 to 50 of them. How could the mere dozen fourth-tier cultivators of the Bai family possibly withstand the onslaught of such a multitude of armored blood insects? Bang! 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 Each one wielding extraordinary treasures to attack the armored blood insects, only to be met with the resounding clash of metal against metal. They could scarcely breach the formidable defenses of the armored blood insects. Help! Brother Bai Feng, save me. I do not wish to perish. Chapter 65. Securing the Soul Ascension Herb. Eating it first for survival help. Brother Bai Feng, save me. I do not wish to perish. A harrowing cry suddenly pierced the air as the bloodthirsty, iron-armored blood insects, driven by their ferocity, relentlessly burrowed into the bodies of the Bai family disciples. They were unable to fend them off, could not slay them, nor escape their grasp. The Bai family disciples struggled with all their might, yet their efforts proved futile. Their attacks were utterly ineffectual against the iron-armored blood insects, which effortlessly penetrated their flesh. Meanwhile, the very brother they had placed their hopes upon, Bai Feng, had long since evaded the encirclement of the blood insects by relying on his own life-preserving treasures. He had fled with remarkable speed. As he glanced back at the Bai family disciples, he witnessed several of them being reduced to mere skeletons by the voracious insects. A shudder coursed through him, prompting him to flee even more hastily. The fate of the Soul Ascension Herb was no longer on his mind. After all, his own life took precedence over any resource. As long as he remained alive, resources could always be sought after anew. What the younger brothers? They were merely pawns to be sacrificed. Bai Feng had survived thus far by mastering 3 key strategies: betraying his underlings, seducing the elder sister-in-law, and engaging in treachery from within. The Bai family disciples, now steeped in despair, could only watch as their once revered elder brother abandoned them during this critical moment. Their gazes brimmed with resentment and bitterness. Yet, such sentiments were of no consequence. One by one, they met their demise at the jaws of the iron-armored blood insects. Hiss! Xiao Lang and his companions shuddered upon witnessing this horrifying scene. However, their eyes gleamed with renewed hope as they spotted the swaying Soul Ascension Herb upon the cliffside. Little one, it seems the pests have vacated your vicinity. You all go ahead. I shall return shortly. Noticing the absence of iron-armored blood insects surrounding the Soul Ascension Herb, Xiao Lang spoke to his companions before leaping out from the treetops. Yi Binger and the others understood that hesitation was not an option. They mobilized their energy and soared towards Wanku Valley. While they were deeply concerned for Xiao Lang's safety, they also had faith in his capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Lang accelerated to his utmost speed. Once he harvested the Soul Ascension Herb, he would no longer need to fear the blood insects. The attention of the iron-armored blood insects had been drawn to the Bai family disciples on the ground, leaving the cliff devoid of any lingering threats. Xiao Lang swiftly ascended the cliff and uprooted the coveted herb, storing it within his system space. The entire process was executed with such finesse, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind. Xiao Lang acknowledged that this proficiency was simply a product of practice. Buzz, just as Xiao Lang turned to make his retreat, The iron-armored blood insects on the ground detected his presence. With wings that resembled solid metal, they surged towards him with alarming speed. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? As Xiao Lang retreated, he casually hurled a compressed explosive fireball behind him. Boom! In a flash of flames, the armored bloodworms soared out, evidently unscathed. This left Xiao Lang wide-eyed. The once infallible compressed explosive fireball had unexpectedly faltered against a swarm of insects. Impressive indeed. Time to make my escape. Xiao Lang realized that attacking these armored bloodworms would yield no emotional value, since he had already acquired the soul-raising grass. Why bother entangling with these bothersome insects? With energy coursing beneath his feet, Xiao Lang dashed into the forest, seeking refuge among the sturdy trees to evade the relentless pursuit of the bloodworms. However, these tenacious creatures, perhaps intoxicated by their bloodlust, clung to him stubbornly, nipping at his heels. This infuriated him. Enough of this. Even at a loss, I shall rid myself of these blood-sucking pests. Lightning Thunder Fist. He unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, only to be met with an unexpected outcome. The armored bloodworms, typically unfazed by flames, were now quivering in response to the electricity. A grin spread across Xiao Lang's face. It seems I found a way to deal with you. Lightning Thunder Fist. Lightning Thunder Fist. Xiao Lang focused solely on the Lightning Thunder Fist, swiftly extinguishing the confidence of the bloodworms. The tide of battle shifted. One by one, the bloodworms abandoned their pursuit, taking to the skies in retreat. After dispatching a few more with his rapid strikes, Xiao Lang decided against continuing the chase. There was no emotional value to gain. Why pursue these creatures any further? Having vented his frustration and secured the soul-raising grass, there was no reason to linger. With energy surging through him, Xiao Lang took flight, deftly weaving through the trees. He soon followed the markers left by Yi Bing, and the others, locating them swiftly. Are you all right, Xiao Lang? Upon seeing him, the 3 rushed forward. Me perfectly fine. Xiao Lang smiled at them, then retrieved the soul-raising grass from his system space, exclaiming, "The first soul-raising grass is in my possession." Seeing the vibrant green grass in Xiao Lang's hand, resembling a large caterpillar, smiles broke out on their faces. At last, they had secured a soul-raising grass. Dahu, this is for you. Your task is complete. Xiao Lang extended the grass towards Li Dahu. No, Xiao Lang. You simply cannot. Li Dahua promptly waved his hand to decline Xiao Lang's offer, then spoke earnestly. I am acutely aware of my limited abilities and the necessity of your assistance in locating the soul-ascending grass. However, I believe you should keep this particular specimen for yourself. If you find a secluded place to enter seclusion and consume this soul-ascending grass, achieving the 4th tier will undoubtedly fortify our team's strength significantly. Upon hearing Li Dahua's words, Yi Bing and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, even at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, Xiao Lang displayed formidable combat prowess. Should he advance to the 4th tier, his power would surely escalate dramatically. Upon reaching the heart of the Wanku Valley, they would be better equipped to secure any resources they encountered. After a moment of contemplation regarding their sentiments, Xiao Lang also nodded. After all, upon his ascension to the 4th tier, the system's item shop and potion shop would refresh with 4th tier items. At that juncture, the enhancement in combat capability would be monumental, both for himself and the entire team. Very well. Let us find a place to enter seclusion and transcend to the 4th tier cultivator. Chapter 66. Breaking through to the 4th tier, Xiao Lang was a man of action. Once a decision was made, there was no time to waste. The group quickly found a secluded mountain cave, with Yi Bing and the others standing guard at the entrance to ensure a safe environment for Xiao Lang's breakthrough. To be thorough, Xiao Lang spared no expense, purchasing a large number of talismans from the system and distributing them among his companions. As for Yi Bing, the treasures bestowed upon her by her father far surpassed the 3rd tier artifacts Xiao Lang currently possessed. Still, he handed her a few vials of medicinal elixirs, better safe than sorry. Sitting cross-legged inside the cave, Xiao Lang retrieved the verdant soul ascension herb, its worm-like appearance leaving him somewhat bewildered. Should this be applied externally or ingested? Chewed raw. Would it scratch my throat? Deciding it was best to ask, he stepped out of the cave, startling Yi Binger and the others. Xiaolang, did you break through already? Li Dahu blurted out before realizing his mistake. Xiaolang's aura still clearly lingered at the peak of the third tier. Ah, well, I just came to ask, do I chew and swallow this thing? Or is there another way? Xiaolang scratched his head sheepishly. Coming from the village, he had never encountered such rare items before. Li Dahu was equally stumped. He, too, hailed from the countryside and had never laid eyes on such treasures. The thought was bittersweet. Those from humble origins often acquired precious items without knowing how to use them. Yi Binger stepped in to clarify. See the worm-like rhizome on that soul ascension herb? Just remove and consume that part. The leaves are bitter and unnecessary. Oh, Xiaolang and Li Dahu exchanged enlightened glances. Their knowledge expanded. Returning to the cave, Xiaolang settled into a meditative posture, carefully extracting the rhizome as instructed and popping it into his mouth. Definitely scratches the throat a bit. But soon, an immense medicinal energy unfurled within him, suffusing his limbs and bones. The greater portion surged directly into the swirling vortex of his flame seed. In an instant, it felt as though he had swallowed a burning coal. Scorching heat seared through him. Gritting his teeth, Xiaolang gathered the medicinal energy and channeled it straight into the flame seed vortex. Within moments, he sensed the barrier, the shackles of his current tier. Without hesitation, he wielded the herb's power, relentlessly battering against the constraints. The Soul Ascension herb lived up to its reputation as a spiritual medicine capable of propelling one from the peak of the third tier into the fourth. Its boundless energy seemed inexhaustible, tirelessly eroding the shackles within him. Time lost meaning as Xiaolang mechanically directed the energy, strike after strike, against the barrier within. As if a long time had passed, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment, Xiaolang suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from within his body. Crack! Upon hearing this sound, Xiaolang felt an invigorating surge of enthusiasm, and he forcefully channeled the medicinal power within him to collide with the already loosened shackles. Crack! Boom! Like a dam bursting forth, the torrent of medicinal energy, accompanied by Xiaolang's flame seed energy, surged through his limbs and bones. He sensed a monumental enhancement in his physical constitution. The fire seed cyclone within transformed into a whirling fireball. Fourth tier, how astonishingly powerful it is. Rising to his feet, Xiaolang took a moment to acclimatize to the sudden influx of energy before accessing his system interface. As expected, the items in the item and potion stores had all refreshed to the fourth tier. His ability to report back was significantly augmented. Although fourth tier potions couldn't bring the dead back to life, as long as one's head remained intact, they could pull you back from the brink of death. However, the price was steep, costing 100,000 emotional points per bottle. Glancing at his remaining emotional points, having just purchased several talismans, he found he had a neat 7 million, just as he prepared to seek out Yi Binger and the others. He heard the sounds of a scuffle coming from outside the cave. Rushing out, he discovered it was merely a fourth-tier skeletal wolf. Yi Binger could easily handle it alone. Not to mention, Li Dahu and Yi Shui were also by her side. Upon seeing Xiaolang emerge, the trio relaxed and continued honing their combat skills against the skeletal wolf. Li Dahu and Yi Shui did not remain idle either. Both participated in the battle, striving to enhance their abilities. Particularly Li Dahu, whose strikes grew increasingly fierce, perhaps feeling the pressure of being the least powerful in the group. He transformed this pressure into motivation, charging fiercely at the fourth-tier skeletal wolf. Xiaolang observed from the sidelines, noting the trio's attacks had substantially improved compared to before. Indeed, combat was the most effective means to elevate one's strength. After a grueling quarter of an hour, Yi Binger discerned that the skeletal wolf could no longer provide any enhancement to the group and decisively thrust her sword into its skull. An explosion of energy ensued, culminating in the demise of the fourth-tier skeletal wolf. Buzz! At that moment, as Li Dahu finally exhaled in relief, he felt a faint sound within his body. He had finally broken through to the pinnacle of the third tier. Excellent. Xiao Lang was genuinely pleased for Li Dahu upon witnessing this scene. If he could find a soul-ascending herb for Li Dahu, this robust man from the small village of fire would also grasp the essence of a fourth-tier practitioner. They were all still young, and their futures were exceedingly bright. Had they succeeded? Yi Binger leaned closer and inquired. She could no longer discern the strength concealed within Xiao Lang's hidden aura. A sly grin appeared on Xiao Lang's face as he unveiled his suppressed presence. A formidable surge emanating from a fourth-tier cultivator radiated from him. How wonderful! Yi Binger and her companions genuinely rejoiced for Xiao Lang, as this significantly bolstered their team's overall strength. Perhaps, during this expedition to the Wanku Valley, all four of them might indeed ascend to the fourth tier. Xiao Lang felt a surge of confidence within. After all, he had promised Yi Long to procure 6 soul-ascending herbs. After a brief respite to recuperate in the cave, the quartet set forth once more. As long as they traversed the mountain ahead, they would reach the very heart of the Wanku Valley. Although the level of danger was steadily escalating, the rewards would undoubtedly be plentiful. Onward, onward, let us charge ahead. Chapter 67. Entering the Wanku Valley and encountering the ascendant soul herb, as the saying goes, the mountain looks close, but it is far away. This mountain appeared to be within reach, yet as Xiao Lang and his companions began their ascent, it revealed itself to be quite towering, especially with the occasional strange entities emerging from its depths, which certainly posed considerable obstacles for the 4 travelers. However, as their strength grew, these anomalies merely transformed into stepping stones for their refinement. Fortunately, without encountering any 5th-tier entities, their journey thus far had not resulted in any casualties. After flying for half a day, the 4 of them finally entered the central region of the Wanku Valley. Along the way, they had only collected a few other spiritual herbs, but none of the ascendant soul herb had come into view. Wow, this Wanku Valley is immense. Standing atop the peak, Xiao Lang gazed outwards, his mystical vision unable to discern its boundaries. Streams of pure energy rose from the valley, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Indeed, it is vast. Yi Binger and the others were equally awestruck. This was their first foray into the Wanku Valley, and it was indeed far larger than they had anticipated. Let us proceed, Xiao Lang proclaimed, before soaring downwards. The expansive nature of this place undoubtedly diminished the likelihood of encountering others. Thus, they would have to rely solely on their own capabilities to procure resources. Upon entering the Wanku Valley, a group of strange entities welcomed them with a rather ominous greeting. Faced with 5-peak 4th-tier wraiths, Xiao Lang and his companions were somewhat taken aback. The anomalies within the Wanku Valley seemed to be of ever-increasing strength, having already encountered 4th-tier entities upon their entrance. They could only wonder what awaited them deeper within. Surely 5th-tier entities loomed ahead. The peculiar aspect of this valley is that while practitioners of 5th tier and above are barred from entering, there are no restrictions on these strange entities. This was rather unfriendly indeed. However, the current situation left little room for further contemplation. Yi Binger and her companions faced a single-peak 4th-tier wraith, while Xiao Lang confronted 4. With his ascension to the 4th tier, Xiao Lang's overall strength had significantly enhanced. He felt capable of taking on a group of formidable opponents like Li Dahu. Furthermore, having updated his unique treasure within the system, he was now fully equipped with 4th-tier defensive artifacts, focused solely on offense, neglecting defense. Xiao Lang boldly declared himself invincible among his peers. The 4-peak 4th-tier wraiths before him were merely there to provide him with emotional rewards. After ascending to the 4th tier, the energy within him had been refined once more, with his purple-black flames now more terrifying than ever. Merely summoning them gave the impression of devouring space itself, reminiscent of Xiao Yan's ability to summon otherworldly flames. Most crucially, the damage inflicted was now magnitudes greater than before. With a resounding boom, a fireball was hurled forth, incinerating one of the wraiths, which shrieked in agony as it was seared. It is no wonder that Xiao Lang struggles to comprehend the utilization of his new skills. Primarily, these abilities are growth-oriented. The need for skills augmented by extraordinary treasures is undeniable, yet he has employed them in close proximity to his adversaries. The melee mage embodies the romantic essence of masculinity. With a swift motion, Xiaolang conjured the lightning thunder fist, unleashing a thunderous assault that left his peculiar foes with but half of their vitality remaining. Upon reaching the 4th tier, the enhancement of his spark energy imbued the lightning thunder fist with the attributes of violet-black flames. It possessed the explosive force of thunder and the searing intensity of fire. A formidable combination indeed, resiliently enduring the onslaught of several attacks from the enigmatic beings before him. Xiaolang, shielded by a defensive extraordinary treasure, remained unperturbed. After swiftly dispatching the 4 peculiar entities, the system promptly notified him of an influx of 800,000 emotional points. It was evident that high-tier anomalies commanded considerable value. With the elimination of these 4 entities, the consumption of his extraordinary treasures had effectively been compensated. Subsequently, Xiaolang turned his attention towards Yi Binger and her companions. The battles they had faced along the way had significantly augmented their strengths. The prodigious young lady, Yi Binger, had also ascended to the proficient 4th tier. At this juncture, she handled the peculiar entity with remarkable ease. Before Xiaolang could intervene, Yi Binger unleashed a blade of ice, swiftly vanquishing the vengeful spirit. After collecting the fallen ethereal materials, the quartet continued their steady journey deeper into the heart of the Wanku Valley. Upon reaching the center, they dared not to be careless. Should they continue soaring through the air, they risked attracting high-tier anomalies or drawing unwanted attention. Once they entered this central zone, the energy in the surroundings transformed into its purest form, allowing them to absorb an amount equivalent to what they would normally gather in a minute with each breath. If they could cultivate in this area indefinitely, the benefits would be boundless. Alas, the opening of the Wanku Valley was unpredictable. Otherwise, they could have continued their training here. When a valley closed once more, the miasma would return to envelop the area. Remaining within could render them mere fertilizer for the ethereal herbs. Despite the inherent dangers, the rewards were indeed substantial. In just a brief period of exploration, Xiaolang and his companions had amassed resources surpassing their previous acquisitions from the periphery. This bolstered their confidence immensely. This time, they were certain to locate sufficient soul-ascending grass. After advancing further, as they parted the towering thicket before them, Xiaolang's keen eyes discerned a peculiar sight in the distance. A gap in a massive boulder, where a herb resembling a caterpillar swayed gently. Another soul-ascending grass. Xiaolang suddenly pondered whether Yilong was deliberately attempting to marry his daughter off to him, for they had barely entered the Wanku Valley and were already on the brink of acquiring 2 soul-ascending grasses. After carefully employing his skill of divination to survey the area and confirming the absence of armored bloodworms nearby, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, hidden behind that colossal stone, there lay a peak-level bloodthirsty insect of the 4th tier. While the bloodthirsty insect was certainly unpleasant, it was far more preferable than the armored blood-sucking beetle. With a mouth akin to a long sword, it could not only sell energy coins but also provide emotional value. It was undeniably more endearing than those flesh-eating armored blood beetles. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolang gathered a surge of energy and unleashed a bolt of thunder with Thunderclap Fist. This thunderclap left the bloodthirsty insect dazed, which had been patiently waiting for its prey. Little did it expect to be struck by a bolt from the heavens. To avoid harming the soul ascension grass, Xiaolang intentionally suppressed the power of his Thunderclap Fist. The strike merely stunned the bloodthirsty insect momentarily. In that instant, Xiaolang reached out and safely stored the soul ascension grass within his system space. Only after securely acquiring the soul ascension grass did Xiaolang turn back to engage in a proper battle with the bloodthirsty insect. After launching several fireballs intermingled with thunder to subdue the insect, Xiaolang proceeded, as usual, to sever its mouth. It was all about consolidating his gains. Chapter 68. A vast field of soul-ascending grass, 5th rank anomalies. Having vanquished the bloodthirsty insect, Xiao Lang promptly handed the soul-ascending grass to Li Dahu. Here, it's your turn now. You two can divide it amongst yourselves. No need to rush, everyone will have their share. Upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, Yi Shui felt a flush of embarrassment, but refrained from retorting. Xiao Lang had bestowed upon them a tremendous favor, one that mere words could hardly encapsulate. After conferring briefly, Li Dahu ultimately decided to offer the soul-ascending grass to Yi Shui. Xiao Lang had no objections, having ascended to the fourth tier himself. These resources held little value for him now. If he could assist his friends in enhancing their strength, what harm could it do? There was no need to quibble over such trifling benefits, for greater treasures awaited ahead. Finding a secluded cliff, Xiao Lang and the others dispatched several nearby anomalies before allowing Yi Shui to enter seclusion. This time, Xiao Lang and his companion stood guard outside, observing Li Dahu gripping the extraordinary long knife. His eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, he was determined not to overlook any threat that might disturb Yi Shui. Xiao Lang merely smiled slightly, evoking an amusing resemblance to the anticipation of childbirth. While standing watch, Xiao Lang found himself acutely aware of the passage of time. Approximately half a day later, Yi Shui emerged, a radiant smile gracing her face, clearly having achieved the fourth tier. Xiao Lang, thank you, Yi Shui said earnestly as she approached him, expressing her gratitude. Throughout their journey, it had been Xiao Lang's guidance that allowed them to reach this point and attain their current strength. Xiao Lang responded nonchalantly, let us not get formal. We're all pals here. Instantly, Yi Shui's smile vanished, reaffirming that Xiao Lang remained steadfastly himself, unpretentious as ever. Yi Binger stifled a giggle nearby, prompting Xiao Lang to chuckle uncontrollably as well. What should have been a perilous and cautious expedition through the Wankago Valley in search of resources had, thanks to Xiao Lang's presence, transformed into a more relaxed endeavor. After a brief rest to optimize their internal energies, the group resumed their journey toward the heart of Wankago Valley. With soul-ascending grass appearing at the periphery, it was only logical that even more resources awaited them within. As they continued on, it wasn't long before they sensed the presence of others ahead. The vibrations of a fierce battle resonated through the air. Xiao Lang and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Both the Bai and Lei families had suffered significant losses, with the Lei family nearly decimated. Those who managed to reach the center of Wankago Valley at this juncture were likely affiliated with the forces of San Yuan City. It was highly probable that they were disciples of the Yi family. Without further hesitation, the four swiftly harnessed their energies and advanced toward the battlefield. After a while, they stealthily concealed their own presence as they approached the fray. Parting the foliage before them, they beheld a scene of intense combat unfolding within. A tumultuous melee erupted among a throng of individuals. The scene appeared chaotic, yet Yi Binger managed to recognize the attire of those involved. They belonged to the Han family, the city lord's mansion, and a prominent faction from San Yuan City, known as the Guangdao Men, all embroiled in this fray. The ground was strewn not only with the fallen from these three factions, but also with the bizarre corpses of those slain. The skeletal remains of wolf-like demons and the remnants of bloodthirsty insects testified to the brutality that had transpired here. In the desolate Wankago Valley, seeking opportunities necessitated vigilance against not only strange assaults, but also attacks from fellow humans. What should we do? Shall we intervene? Li Dahu inquired of Xiao Lang, having heard that the relationship between the Yi family and the city lord's mansion was rather amicable. Xiao Lang turned his gaze towards Yi Binger, evidently unaware of the intricate dynamics among these factions. At this moment, Yi Binger sensed something amiss, prompting her to scrutinize the battlefield more closely. Upon doing so, she indeed discovered an anomaly. Look over there. Yi Binger pointed toward a massive boulder, roughly the height of 2 stories, situated not far behind the battlefield, and whispered to the group. They followed her gaze and were immediately struck with astonishment. The boulder was adorned with countless lush green mosses, and atop this moss grew a vast expanse of vibrant, caterpillar-like Shenghun grass swaying gently. A veritable sea of Shenghun grass. At a glance, There were no fewer than 10 to 20 stalks. Now it became clear to everyone. Such an abundance of Shenghun grass was enough to drive any faction in Sanyuan City to madness. This grass could instantly forge a dozen or more fourth-tier cultivators. If bestowed upon a single faction, it could potentially expand their territory once more. No one could resist the allure of such wealth, making equitable distribution a mere fantasy. Thus, it was no surprise that the individuals present descended into conflict. Upon witnessing that patch of Shenghun grass, Yi Bing'er found herself in a quandary. She understood that even if she intervened to rescue the forces of the city lord's mansion, they might turn against her with drawn blades. In the face of such monumental gain, these individuals would hardly regard her identity as a disciple of the city lord's mansion with any respect. Let us observe the unfolding events from a distance. Yi Bing'er contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. After sharing her thoughts with Xiao Lang and the others, they expressed their agreement. Thus, the group resolved to remain passive spectators. One could hardly fault their hearts of stone. Had any faction been in their position, they would have likely made the same choice. The allure of wealth is a powerful motivator. At that moment, the Shenghun grass atop the boulder seemed to beckon like a siren from the depths of hell, inciting any who dared approach to be met with fierce opposition. Surrounding the boulder lay circles upon circles of corpses, and the number of combatants on the battlefield began to dwindle steadily. The city lord's mansion and the Han family remained the preeminent forces within Sanyuan City. In this scenario, they instinctively allied to first eliminate the members of the Crazy Blade sect. Only thereafter did the two top powers engage in their mutual contention. This conflict ignited genuine fury. The two factions clashed with such ferocity that their very brains seemed to splatter in the chaos, with casualties exceeding the number of the coveted ascension grass they fought over. The sight was indeed grim, leaving Xiao Lang and his companions grimacing in shock, as they observed that only a handful of individuals from both sides remained on the battlefield. Xiao Lang felt an insatiable urge rising within him. Upon entering the Wanku Valley, it seemed that his murderous instincts had begun to awaken. Just as he was about to take action, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A zombie, entirely covered in white fur, suddenly soared into the air, and with a mere wave of its hand, a suffocating aura of death enveloped everyone present on the battlefield. Xiao Lang's heart jolted. A fifth-tier anomaly. Chapter 69. The Fifth Order Battle. The sudden reward, the unforeseen turn of events on the battlefield, sent a chill down the spines of Xiao Lang and his companions. After the ominous aura of corpses enveloped the Lord's mansion and the dozen members of the Han family, silence fell within. When the mist finally dispersed, they discovered that all that remained were gruesome, bloody skeletons. This fifth-order white-haired zombie had effortlessly consumed all the fourth-order cultivators with a single attack. At that moment, Xiao Lang sensed something was amiss. The white-haired zombie had fixed its gaze upon them. The creature relied on its sense of smell to track its prey, rendering their concealed auras ineffective against it. Not good. Run. Xiao Lang urgently commanded, immediately activating the 4-star Xiao Yin card he had drawn from the system. His fighting spirit surged, propelling him directly in front of the white-haired zombie. If he did not intercept it, Yi Bing'er and the others would not withstand even a single blow. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed the 8 extremes collapse. Boom! The wings of his fighting spirit unfurled behind him, reaching maximum speed. After landing a punch on the white-haired zombie, he swiftly retreated. The force controlling the 8 extremes collapse erupted, and Xiao Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. The white-haired zombie emerged unscathed. Roar! This strike had only served to enrage the creature further, as it unleashed a wave of corpse energy to envelop Xiao Lang. Its white-haired arm, adorned with knife-like claws, lunged toward him, aiming to pierce him through. Yet Xiao Lang would not sit idly by. With a hum, he summoned an ancient, massive ruler into his grasp. The Xianzhong ruler, the very weapon that had earned Xiao Yin his renown. Summoning this ruler was merely a prelude to unleashing a formidable technique. Xiao Lang fervently channeled his fighting spirit, gathering it along a unique pathway, causing the Xianzhong ruler to radiate a brilliant light. A powerful wave of flames erupted from his being, distorting the nearby space with its heat. This fiery energy coalesced within the Xianzhong ruler. As the white-haired zombies' attack drew near, Xiao Lang swung the ruler with vigor, shouting, "Flame-splitting devouring wave ruler." A beam of light, several yards in size, shot forth from the ruler, colliding fiercely with the advancing white-haired zombie. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, as the corpse energy summoned by the zombie was instantly reversed. A heart-wrenching howl echoed from the center of the battlefield. Under the strain of Xiao Lang's expenditure of nearly all his fighting spirit in executing the Earth-level technique, the fifth-order monstrosity finally sustained an injury. Ding! Emotional value. This fifth-tier anomaly has astonishingly yielded over 1 million points of emotional value. Truly terrifying. Yet despite this, the white-haired zombie has merely sustained minor injuries. Xiao Lang has always thrived with his 4-star Xiaoyan card, but today marks the first time he has encountered adversity against an anomaly. He understands that even unleashing the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus would scarcely suffice to vanquish this fifth-tier entity. As he distances himself, he casts a glance at the white-haired zombie tending to its wounds, then at the wriggling caterpillars atop a distant boulder, his gaze turning ferocious. Xiao Lang has ascended to his current prowess solely through his relentless efforts. System. Initiate a draw. Ding. 1 million emotional value has been deducted, and a 5-star card has been dispatched to your card backpack. Please check it. After a fleeting glance at the card within his backpack, Xiao Lang hesitates no longer and promptly discards a Xiaoyan card. Ding. Card usage complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the Fallen Heart Flame. What on earth? Could it be that this happens at such a critical moment? A milky white flame has silently manifested within the seed of fire in Xiao Lang's body. The previously languid purple-black flame, sensing an intruder, has become agitated, although the Fallen Heart Flame is subdued by the system and has become considerably more docile. Such a rare and extraordinary flame is not something that can be withstood merely by physical means. Most crucially, a white-haired zombie lurks nearby, watching with predatory intent. Xiao Lang realizes he has little time to spare and desperately strives to suppress the raging flames within. Now that it has entered my body, it must obediently remain still. He forcefully compresses the 2 flames, astonishingly managing to control them. In an instant, the 2 flames whirl within him, subtly coalescing into a lotus-shaped fire seed. The devouring nature of the purple-black flame and the purifying properties of the Fallen Heart Flame unite, continuously refining and absorbing the energies of the world for Xiao Lang. At that moment, he looks up, only to find that the white-haired zombie has vanished without a trace. It turns out that the zombie, having taken a direct hit from Xiao Lang's explosive flame-devouring wave, was left injured, coupled with the extraordinary fire aura exuding from Xiao Lang. It felt an unfamiliar sense of peril. The white-haired zombie, displaying remarkable rationality, seized the opportunity to flee while Xiao Lang was preoccupied with suppressing the turbulent flames within. To survive to the 5th tier in the desolate valley, this white-haired zombie relies on 3 principles: bullying the weak, preying on its kind, and knowing when to retreat. Fortuitously, this white-haired zombie has evaded disaster once more. Otherwise, had Xiao Lang turned to unleash a 5-star character card, he would have undoubtedly reduced this 5th-tier anomaly to mere ashes. However, now that the white-haired zombie has vanished, it is indeed time to reap the rewards. Xiao Lang swiftly leaped onto the massive stone. Observing the swaying soul ascension grass above, he hesitated no longer and immediately commenced his harvesting endeavor. One after another, he gathered these caterpillar-like soul ascension grasses into the confines of his system space. Once he had meticulously plucked every last blade from the stone, Xiao Lang circled the boulder 3 times, ensuring that no soul ascension grass remained. Only then did he finally pause his activities. Gazing at the abundant collection of soul ascension grass within his system space, a wide smile broke across Xiao Lang's face. 21 stalks. A total of 21 stalks of soul ascension grass. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Truly, the heart of Wanku Valley is rich in resources. Despite the presence of a 5th-tier enigmatic entity, the wealth of resources is remarkable. With this haul, he had already met the targets set by Yilong, and even when including the stock from Lidahu, he was more than sufficiently satisfied. Chapter 70. Before departing for the vast waves, the Soul Ascension grass had been sufficiently gathered. This expedition to the Wanku Valley had indeed exceeded Xiao Lang's expectations. Not only had his own strength ascended to the 4th-tier threshold, but he had also acquired a remarkable 21 stalks of Soul Ascension grass. The most pivotal moment was the card of Xiao Yan he had just utilized, which astonishingly inherited a new skill. Though merely a type of exotic fire, it represented a monumental enhancement for Xiao Lang. Not only had the fire seed undergone a complete transformation into a fire lotus, but its energy had also been refined to a new level of purity. Most significantly, even without consciously channeling the energy within him, the fire lotus would perpetually operate, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth while autonomously purifying itself. Should this continue, Xiao Lang's prowess would undoubtedly reach an extraordinary pinnacle. He would not only be invincible among his peers, but would also possess confidence in contending against those of higher tiers. At the very least, he no longer needed to rely on Li Dahu's fire seed to unleash a counterfeit version of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Without further delay, Xiao Lang soared upwards in search of Yi Bing Er and the others, who were also concerned for him. However, they feared becoming a burden, thus only venturing a short distance before circling back. They had come to a mutual understanding. If necessary, they would face death together. After all, Xiao Lang had saved them countless times. How could they simply stand by while he confronted that 5th-tier anomaly alone? Yet, as Yi Bing Er and her companions turned back, they serendipitously encountered Xiao Lang, who emerged cheerfully. Seeing his jubilant expression, they were once again bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be battling a 5th-tier anomaly? Wasn't the plan to flee in defeat? Why did he appear as if he had just harvested a few stalks of Soul Ascension grass, brimming with happiness? After their reunion, Yi Bing Er and the others skeptically glanced behind him for a considerable time, yet they found no trace of the white-haired zombie. Their hearts swirled with countless questions, but ultimately, they transformed into smiles. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as Xiao Lang was unharmed, that was all that mattered. As for how Xiao Lang managed to escape the clutches of that 5th-tier anomaly, they understood it was his secret weapon, just as he had obliterated over 200 disciples of the Lei family in a single strike. They knew it was best not to delve too deeply into the matter. They refrained from asking, and Xiao Lang offered no further explanations. However, when he presented the recently acquired Soul Ascension grass to them one by one, their eyes widened in astonishment. Gulp. Li Dahu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he addressed Xiao Lang. Little Lang, you escaped from that 5th-tier anomaly? And managed to collect the Soul Ascension grass as well? Xiao Lang shook his finger gently, replying, it was that 5th-tier anomaly that fled from me, and I merely collected these Soul Ascension grass afterward. Upon hearing this, the three stared at him in disbelief, their eyes growing wide. Originally, one might have thought that Xiao Lang's prowess was already astonishing, yet the reality proved even more extraordinary than they could have imagined. A newly ascended 4th-tier cultivator actually managed to drive away a 5th-tier anomaly. Who would believe such a tale? This is not merely the slight disparity between a 1st-tier and a 2nd-tier cultivator. The leap from 4th to 5th-tier constitutes a significant elevation in the realm of existence itself. Upon entering the 5th-tier, one gains the ability to traverse the skies and the earth, extending their lifespan, no longer merely immortal. Yet here was Xiao Lang, a freshly minted 4th-tier cultivator, triumphing over a 5th-tier anomaly. Their minds insisted this could not be true, but alas, it was the only plausible explanation. After all, the evidence lay starkly before their eyes. The young Yi Bing Er felt profoundly impacted once more. Who, indeed, was nurtured by the resources of a prominent family. In comparison to Xiao Lang, she felt akin to someone emerging from a humble village. After a moment of astonished contemplation, Yi Bing Er posed a crucial question. Was there still a necessity to remain in the Wanku Valley? They had already gathered sufficient Soul Ascension grass. And given Xiao Lang's recent exploits, the Lei family would undoubtedly retaliate. If they could return promptly, perhaps they could bolster their combat strength. Yi Binger also harbored concerns for her father. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui began to worry about the Yi family's circumstances as well. Observing the two women's apprehension, Xiao Lang pondered the need to linger any longer. It was time to depart. However, before leaving Wanku Valley, Xiao Lang bestowed 6 soul ascension grass on Li Dehu, one for enhancing his own strength and the others to bolster his reputation with his father-in-law. After all, the soul ascension grass held little value for Xiao Lang now, as it could only be consumed once by an individual. Any additional attempts would yield no further effect. Finding a secluded spot for meditation, he ensured that Li Dehu successfully ascended to the 4th tier. At long last, all 4 of them had reached the same level of cultivation. After nearly a month, apart from Yi Binger, who was already a 4th tier cultivator, the rest had all ascended to the 4th tier. This alarming rate of advancement was truly remarkable. With this, they could return home with confidence. Just as they were about to take their leave, Xiao Lang suddenly recalled something. Wait, you 3 go ahead and wait for me. I have one more significant task to attend to. Yi Binger and the others were somewhat perplexed but complied with Xiao Lang's request, having grown accustomed to executing his directives before inquiring about the reasons. Watching as Yi Binger and the others left markers and faded from view, Xiao Lang turned back and sprinted deeper into Wanku Valley. Since they were already on the verge of departure, he felt compelled to accomplish something grand. To hasten his speed, Xiao Lang spent 200,000 emotional points to purchase a 4-star Xiao Yin card. Upon using it, he activated his Battle Chi wings. After confirming that there were no other individuals nearby, Xiao Lang felt increasingly resolute in his plan. Selecting a vast valley, he directly retrieved the 2 bottles of soul-invoking elixir he had acquired from Yi Air. He had thoroughly investigated the area and discovered that numerous 4th-tier anomalies lurked nearby, many of which operated in groups. Coating himself in the essence of various herbs, he donned a precious artifact to conceal his presence. This wisdom was gleaned from his encounters with the white-haired zombie. It was imperative not only to mask energy fluctuations, but also to obscure one's own aura. Once everything was prepared, Xiao Lang poured the 2 bottles of soul-invoking elixir from the heights of the valley. As the wind swept through, the scent of the elixir permeated the entire gorge. Howls and roars erupted from the surrounding anomalies, drawn to the fragrance of the elixir, converging towards the valley. Xiao Lang watched from above, grinning with delight. More! I shall escort you to meet the Buddha. Chapter 71. A Wave of Abundance. More! I shall send you to meet the Buddha. As he gazed upon the incessantly gathering 4th-tier anomalies within the valley, Xiao Lang's eyes reddened with fervor. Once the nearby anomalies had nearly all congregated, he summoned the heart of the azure lotus fire and the fallen heart flame. With practiced ease, he merged them within his grasp, yet he felt it was insufficient. He then called forth the deep purple flames from within him, merging them with the fallen heart flame to create the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Under his deft control, the 2 Buddha's wrath fire lotuses continuously coalesced and fused. To ensure these anomalies would reap their just desserts, Xiao Lang infused the entirety of his internal fighting spirit and elemental energy into this enhanced Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Even with Xiao Lang's formidable physique, he felt the overwhelming power of this fire lotus pressing against him. The previous 2-colored Buddha's wrath fire lotus had obliterated over 200 members of the Lei family. He was certain that this enhanced 4-colored fire lotus would help transcend all the anomalies in the valley. Apart from the fighting spirit required for his escape technique, Xiao Lang poured everything else into the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. At that moment, he perceived cracks emerging in the void, as if it could scarcely withstand the searing heat of the fire lotus. Observing the anomalies below beginning to stir, Xiao Lang hesitated no longer. He hurled the enhanced Buddha's wrath fire lotus into the valley below. The instant it left his hands, alarm bells rang in his mind. Without a second thought, he executed his escape technique and fled. 3,000 thunderclaps. The dazzling flashes of lightning illuminated the skies above the Wanku Valley as Xiao Lang swiftly made his escape with astonishing speed. Remarkably, he even caught up to Yi Binger and her companions, who were hastily retreating. Without pausing, He urged them to clasp hands, guiding them to safety. Just as they united, a thunderous explosion resonated from the heart of Wanku Valley, reverberating through the air. Boom! A towering wave of fire surged upwards, consuming all surrounding anomalies. And the valley itself was utterly flattened. Did the heavens just shatter? Hearing the tremendous roar, Li Dahu turned to witness an unforgettable scene. The backdraft of flames spiraled high into the sky, leaving only fire in its wake. Apart from the initial earth-shattering explosion, not a sound followed. Wow, that's quite ferocious. Even Xiao Lang was taken aback by the might of the enhanced Buddha's wrath fire lotus. As he uttered these words, the three others beside him fell silent, incredulous. Did you forget you conjured this yourself? They thought, concerned that one day Xiao Lang might be undone by the very skill he had unleashed. The only force capable of vanquishing Xiao Lang was himself. The words resonated within them, as if conjured from the depths of their hearts. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the explosion, Xiao Lang could not suppress a gleeful chuckle. The corners of his mouth curled upwards with a fervor that eclipsed even the relentless firepower of an AK-47. Ding. Emotional value 100,000. Ding. Emotional value 100,000. Ding. Ding, ding, ding. A cacophony of exhilarating notifications echoed within his mind. Since departing from Xiaohua village, how long had it been since he had heard such delightful sounds simultaneously resonate? This time was even more exhilarating than the last encounter in Xiaohua village. It is worth noting that the peculiar entities encountered there were merely of the first and second tiers, with the highest boss being a mere fourth-tier anomaly. Yet this time, the lowest tier was already at 3. The emotional value on the system panel surged with astonishing rapidity. 8 million, 9 million. It effortlessly crossed the 10 million mark. Yet, the ascent showed no signs of abating. 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. Xiao Lang laughed so heartily that his entire being trembled, startling Yi Binger and the others. Could it be that Xiao Lang has become mad with the thrill of slaying anomalies? Yi Binger pondered aloud, glancing at Xiao Lang, who was flying and grinning foolishly, and then quietly inquired of Li Dahu. Li Dahu reflected for a moment and recalled that Xiao Lang bore a similar expression during their last encounter in Xiaohua village. Instantly, a wave of understanding washed over him. He then whispered to Yi Binger, Xiao Lang has never mentioned his family to us. Yet, every time he defeats an anomaly, this expression emerges. The more he slays, the more exhilarated he becomes. Could it be? I see now. Yi Binger covered her mouth, her face etched with compassion as she gazed at the still grinning Xiao Lang. It became clear that his heart bore immense wounds. While he feigned nonchalance day by day, perhaps only in the act of vanquishing anomalies could he truly mask his sorrow with laughter, releasing it at last. In that moment, Yi Binger realized that Xiao Lang's previous facade of indifference was merely a facade. He must be a man with a profound story. Meanwhile, this enigmatic man continued his journey. Seemingly numb, yet fixated on his system panel. At long last, his emotional value stabilized. He had amassed a staggering emotional value of 48 million, a truly bountiful wave. As long as his physique could withstand it, Xiao Lang could effortlessly draw a 6-star character card. Wealth breeds audacity. This wave had once again shattered Xiao Lang's historical emotional value record. 200,000 to 48 million. Xiao Yin is remarkable. Xiao Lang felt an overwhelming affection for the Buddha's wrath lotus. This moment had propelled his trump card to the 6-star realm. The soul summoner is indeed a splendid treasure. Xiao Lang resolved that upon his return, he would engage in a cordial conversation with Yi and Yi Er, and from them, procure several bottles of the coveted soul-calling elixir. Thus, the 4 of them soared towards the outskirts of the Wankaga Valley. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the valley, the explosive force generated by Xiao Lang's enhanced Buddha's wrath lotus awakened an ancient creature that had lain in slumber for an indeterminate duration. Had anyone been able to perceive the aura of this entity, they would have been utterly astonished. For within the depths of Wankagu Valley, all were uniformly 6-tier aberrations. Furthermore, The lively glint in their eyes revealed that these anomalies had attained sentience, possessing intellect rivaling that of humans. Awakened by Xiao-Lang's explosion, these six-tier aberrations emerged one by one from the center of Wankago Valley, their attention now fixed upon the humans who were still scouring the valley for resources. The expedition for resources in Wankago Valley had been thoroughly disrupted by Xiao-Lang's explosion. Once these aberrations had feasted upon the vital essence, they would surely set their sights on the human settlements. Chapter 72. Return to Sanyuan City upon emerging from Wankago Valley. Xiao-Lang and his companions hastily ventured towards Sanyuan City. When they departed, only Yibinger was a fourth-tier cultivator. Now, all four had ascended to that level. Yibinger's cultivation had even reached a proficient stage in the fourth tier. With the formidable presence of Xiao-Lang, any bizarre encounters along the way were swiftly dealt with. They hardly needed to rely on Li Dahu and the others to intervene, as Xiao-Lang dispatched them with ease. After Yibinger discreetly shared her speculations with Li Dahu and Yi Shui, the trio no longer harbored any objections regarding Xiao-Lang's prowess in vanquishing the anomalies. Indeed, on several occasions, they took the initiative to explore various locations, intentionally luring out the bizarre entities for Xiao-Lang to confront. In Yibinger's words, this was a means of fulfilling the void within him. Xiao-Lang found the transformation of his companions somewhat perplexing. Yet, despite this bewilderment, he remained resolute in his quest to eliminate the lurking threats. With a mindset focused on reaping rewards, he engaged in a relentless slaughter of the encountered anomalies. Even with the system amassing an impressive 48 million emotional points, Xiao-Lang was determined to seize every opportunity to augment that total. After 8 days of relentless flight, the group finally arrived at the gates of Sanyuan City. The journey to Wankago Valley had consumed about half a month, while their return was completed in nearly half that time, a testament to their enhanced prowess. Upon entering Sanyuan City, Xiao-Lang was met with unexpected revelations. The mother stone of the loving family props he carried had suddenly amassed numerous connections, densely populating the entire city. After some investigation, he discerned the changes that had transpired in Sanyuan City. The players, having elevated their abilities, had successfully infiltrated the city. Moreover, Unlan had truly proven his capabilities. He had established loving family general stores in all 4 cardinal directions of Sanyuan City and vigorously promoted the props within its confines. Initially, the loving family general store had impeded the growth of certain formidable factions, and one would presume it would face sabotage. However, the arrival of players had completely dismantled the existing power dynamics controlling Sanyuan City. For the players, the loving family general store now served as a veritable supply station. Should any NPC dare to instigate trouble, they would find themselves at the mercy of countless players who would not hesitate to retaliate with fervor. Hundreds of surrounding villages had seen a surge of tens of thousands of players flooding into Sanyuan City. Furthermore, the native inhabitants had come to realize that these newcomers possessed multiple lives. Such an immense force, if harnessed effectively, Sanyuan City could very well become a domain of singular supremacy. Indeed, in the present day, Unlan, the ostensible leader of the loving family grocery store within Sanyuan City, has unexpectedly become a sought-after guest among several powerful factions. This has prompted the Lei family, which had initially prepared to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Yi family, to discreetly sharpen their weapons and recruit players to serve their interests. Unfortunately, the indigenous populace remains oblivious to the true nature of the players. Otherwise, they would comprehend the essence of self-serving ambition and the fickleness of those who sway with the winds of fortune. Upon realizing this, Xiao-Lang felt an urge to meet Unlan. However, upon returning to Sanyuan City, he knew he must first report to the Yi family, for from this day forth, he and Li Dahu were to be regarded as prospective sons-in-law of the Yi clan. The trio hastened towards the Yi household, noting the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped Sanyuan City. The pedestrians appeared rushed, as if a significant event loomed on the horizon. After a considerable time, the 4 finally arrived at the Yi family estate. Upon their return, they were summoned to the grand hall, where the elders and esteemed guests of the Yi family were gathered. Seated at the forefront was Yi Long. Upon seeing Xiao Lang and the others return, Yi Long felt a wave of relief wash over him. As they entered the hall, the troubled expressions of the elders weighed heavily on Xiao Lang's heart. The Lei family's strength was comparable to that of the Yi family, and should hostilities erupt, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Disregarding the tension, Xiao Lang boldly approached the front and greeted Yi Long with a wide smile. "Father-in-law, we have returned." "Father-in-law? What nonsense! You've landed us in a serious predicament." Yi Long groaned, feeling a throb at his temples the moment Xiao Lang spoke. While the slaughter of over 200 Lei family disciples brought them private joy, Xiao Lang now bore the Yi family's mark. Even if they cast him aside, the Lei family would not let the matter rest. Moreover, the Yi family was not inclined to engage in such actions. After scolding Xiao Lang in frustration, Yi Long's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "Have you fulfilled the condition I set? If not, do not expect to enter my Yi family's doors." Considering that they had been away for nearly a month, what could they have possibly achieved? It was likely that they had returned early out of concern for their family. That they possessed such sentiment was commendable in itself. "If you insist on asking, then I shall have to impress you." Xiao Long replied, glancing at Li Dahu. "You should present the soul ascending grass to enlighten my second uncle." Li Dahu, though visibly anxious, stepped forward towards Yi Hu, silently retrieving the soul ascending grass from his storage pouch, one stem after another. Once 5 soul ascension herbs were presented before him, Yi Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Father-in-law, this is a token of my filial piety," Li Dahu declared as he reverently extended the herbs to Yi Hu. Upon seeing this, Yi Hu felt there was no room for refusal. After all, these were 5 soul ascension herbs. They could directly elevate his lineage by 5 fourth-tier cultivators. Yi Hu swiftly collected all 5 herbs, stood up, patted Li Dahu on the shoulder, and with a smile, remarked, "Excellent. I have long anticipated your union with Yi Shui. This was merely a test of your sincerity towards her." Li Dahu nodded with a beaming smile, fully aware that this engagement was secure. However, after a brief pause, Yi Hu's curiosity was piqued. "Wait, what is this aura about you? Have you broken through to the 4th tier?" The moment he patted Li Dahu's shoulder, Yi Hu sensed something amiss. Upon closer examination, he was even more astonished. Wasn't this lad merely a 3rd-tier novice before he left? How had he ascended to the 4th tier so swiftly? Could it be that he had misremembered? Yi Hu began to doubt his own recollection. Chapter 73. The game invades reality. Yi Hu meticulously confirmed that Li Dahu had indeed stepped into the threshold of the 4th tier. Subsequently, as he surveyed the surroundings, he was once again taken aback. Xiao Lang and Yi Shui had both entered the 4th tier. It had only been a month. How was it that their cultivation had surged upward as if they were setting off firecrackers? "Hey, how did you manage to achieve this?" At that moment, Yi Long on the high platform also sensed something amiss and quickly rose from his seat to inquire of Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang waved his hand, smiling as he addressed the crowd. "Relax, relax. It's merely a breakthrough to the 4th tier. Nothing to fuss about." He then proceeded to retrieve the soul ascension grass from his system space, presenting it one by one before Yi Long. He kept one for Enlon and displayed the remaining 14. Upon seeing the multitude of soul ascension grass scattered before him, Yi Long descended and began to gather them. "My dear son-in-law, what are you doing?" Even Xiao Lang, who prided himself on his thick skin, was astonished by Yi Long's sudden shift in demeanor. Apparently, he possessed such a side. Good, good, good. After accepting Xiao Lang's soul ascension grass, Yi Long returned to his seat, repeating the word thrice. "I hereby declare that Xiao Lang and Li Dahu shall henceforth be considered my prospective sons-in-law." Upon this proclamation, none present dared to object. After all, when they had entered the Wanku Valley all those years ago, they had lacked the ability to bring back such an abundance of soul ascension grass. The fact that these 2 talented youths from the countryside managed to achieve this demonstrated their formidable strength. With these 19 stalks of soul ascension grass, the Yi family would soon be able to add 19 4th-tier cultivators to their ranks. This constituted a significant force, one that the other major factions in San Yuan City could not afford to overlook. Such strength greatly enhanced the Yi family's odds in the ongoing conflict with the Lei family. Even if they were to confront one another directly, the Yi family believed they still had a fair chance, despite the Lei family having suffered over 200 losses among their younger disciples. However, a new variable had emerged: the arrival of outsiders in San Yuan City. Yilong had already heard that the Lei family was attempting to recruit these outsiders, so he discreetly sent someone to gather intelligence on Enlon. He did not seek to have these outsiders join the Yi family, but was determined to prevent the Lei family from gaining an advantage. As Xiao Lang listened to their discussions in the hall, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. After holding back for quite some time, he finally sought out Yi Long in secret after the meeting concluded. However, Xiao Lang did not elaborate much, merely stating that he knew Enlon and had some connections with her. This revelation excited Yi Long even more, prompting him to urge Xiao Lang to bring Enlon to meet the Yi family. Xiao Lang indeed harbored intentions to meet Enlon. However, he could only lament the unfortunate nature of Yi Long's scheme. It was evident even without deliberation that Enlon could hardly manage those players who treated this world as a mere game. Xiao Lang subtly conveyed this sentiment to Yi Long, who merely suggested that Xiao Lang should meet Enlon to foster a closer relationship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang no longer declined. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Binger and the others, he prepared to seek out Enlon in San Yuan City. He was eager to witness how his fellow townsmen had thrived so remarkably. Emerging from the gaming pod, Enlon stretched languidly. After an extended session, he had finally elevated his strength to the 3rd tier. At least he now possessed a modicum of self-defense. Just as he was about to step out for a meal, he suddenly sensed an unusual change within his body. His physique appeared to have inexplicably strengthened, as if he had become akin to a character from the game. A jolt of realization surged through Enlon as he instinctively raised his right hand, attempting to channel the internal flame energy just as he did in the game. In an instant, a flicker of flame manifested in his palm, startling him greatly. It seemed to act as a catalyst, drawing streams of energy from the heavens and earth into his being. At that moment, he felt the fiery cyclone within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Enlon re-entered the gaming pod. Seizing the opportunity to return to the game, he plunged back into that world. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. The game had breached reality. Meanwhile, above the skies of the real world, what had been a bright atmosphere was suddenly shrouded in layers of mist. Enormous fissures appeared across the heavens, and strange entities crawled forth from these rifts, racing towards every corner of the globe. Concurrently, violent tremors shook Blue Star as sections of land began to fracture. Structures alien to this planet surged forth unexpectedly. Should one observe the continental plates via satellite at that moment, they would discover an astonishing expansion occurring. Vast edifices began to collapse, and cries of despair echoed from all directions. Instantly, the world devolved into chaos. Those bizarre entities, akin to unleashed tigers, charged towards humanity below. This uncanny invasion of reality brought with it the land from that other world, colliding with Blue Star. In Long Country, the Anomaly Control Bureau dispatched all personnel to rescue those in peril, urging players to join the resistance against the strange forces. The powers of the game had now synchronized with reality. Commands echoed from the Control Bureau as they endeavored to emit their final brilliance while the major communication towers remained intact. Yet, the number of anomalies flooding into this world was overwhelming. Currently, the players possessed an average strength at the 2nd tier, making the confrontation with these bizarre entities exceedingly arduous. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in panic. Upon witnessing the monstrous entities from the game, every player recalled their character's abilities, each feeling a surge of gratitude for having entered the game and awakened their powers. In the face of these eerie phenomena, they still possessed a modicum of means for survival. However, those who had not ventured into the game were truly unfortunate. The grotesque beings, already ravenous for blood and flesh, became even more exhilarated amidst the chaos. In San Yuan City, as Xiao Lang stepped out of the Yi family's gates, the communication talisman in his bag suddenly began to pulsate. He hastily retrieved it. He had purchased this item from the system's item shop and had only given it to Enlan. Upon activating it with energy, Enlan's anguished voice resonated through. "Brother Lang, where are you? Please help me. Something terrible has happened." A wave of anxiety washed over Xiaolang. Fearing an accident had befallen Enlan, he quickly responded, "I am at the Yi residence. What has occurred? Are you all right?" Chapter 74. A chaotic situation. I am at the Yi family. What has transpired? Are you safe? However, before Enlan could respond, Xiaolang had already discerned the unfolding calamity. The colossal formation, once shrouded by an immense totem, erupted violently, revealing vast rifts in the sky. The ground beneath them trembled fiercely, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaolang hastened towards the Yi family's training grounds. In that fleeting moment, the sky seemed to change color entirely. The previously misty heavens suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light, and within the confines of Sanyuan City, edifices not of this world began to materialize. Among them, individuals devoid of power screamed and fled in panic. Sinister entities emerged from every direction, launching frenzied assaults upon the inhabitants. At this juncture, most of the Yi family members had rushed outside, their faces etched with disbelief at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. What on earth is happening? Yi Long gazed upon the forces he had painstakingly cultivated, now on the brink of annihilation under this cataclysm, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, upon seeing his kin, a glimmer of solace pierced through his despair. Everyone, maintain formation and safeguard the Yi family, Yi Long proclaimed as he ascended into the sky, issuing commands with swift determination. It was in moments like these that the terrifying might of such a formidable power was revealed. Although the totem formation of Sanyuan City had been shattered by the disaster, the Yi family possessed their own totemic defenses. In a courtyard within the Yi estate, the fourth elder, Yi Xiong, swiftly dedicated a substantial offering, instantly revitalizing the Yi family's totem. This totemic formation was expansive, capable of enveloping the entirety of the Yi family's mountain stronghold. While the offerings consumed were considerable, given the Yi family's vast resources, such a totem could be sustained for a decade or more without issue. Meanwhile, the 5 major powers of Sanyuan City were demonstrating their supremacy. The 5 totemic formations enveloped the city's cardinal points, preventing the malevolent entities from breaching their sanctuaries. As long as no entity of 6th rank or higher intervened, they remained invulnerable. However, the lesser factions of Sanyuan City, alongside those who had relocated from the villages, found themselves engulfed in despair. The city teemed with sinister intrusions, the shadows of vengeful spirits lurking at every corner, ready to devour the unwary. Observing the temporarily secure Yi family, Xiaolang felt a measure of reassurance. After exchanging a few words with Yi Binger, he resolved to venture forth in search of Enlan. Given the current state of the outside world, Enlan's few lives were hardly sufficient for survival. "I shall accompany you." Yi Binger grasped Xiaolang's hand, her voice tinged with concern. "No, I am merely going to retrieve someone. Trust me." Xiaolang gently pulled Yi Binger's hand away, smiling as he spoke to her. "I shall return shortly. Take good care of father." Yi Binger's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she nodded, gazing at Xiaolang before dashing out of the grand formation, holding the Yi family's emblem token tightly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolang vanished from the summit of the Yi family's mountain. Taking out a communication talisman, Xiaolang contacted Enlan, learning that he was in the vicinity of the Yi family. A sense of relief washed over him. Despite the presence of certain anomalies, they were merely low-tier ones. After soaring through the air for some time and dispatching several of these aberrations, Xiaolang finally spotted Enlan. The young man was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a high-tier anomaly, wielding a peak-grade 3rd-tier artifact. Observing Enlan's cultivation level, it was evident he had also reached the entry level of the 3rd tier during Xiaolang's absence. The two were exchanging blows with the 3rd-tier vengeful spirit, showcasing a spirited confrontation. Lightning Thunder Fist. A streak of lightning illuminated the sky as Xiaolang swiftly eliminated the anomaly engaged with Enlan, then soared towards him. "Brother Lang." Upon seeing Xiaolang, Enlan felt an immediate sense of security wash over him. The anxiety dissipated, especially when he sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Lang, indicating his ascension to the 4th tier. It was reassuring to witness his brother's formidable prowess. "Well done, Enlon." Xiao Lang praised him heartily, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. "Let us return to the Yi family. There lies the totemic grand formation." "Of course, Brother Lang," Enlon readily agreed, knowing his entire fortune rested with him. The duo swiftly made their way back to the Yi family, the ground trembling beneath them and rifts tearing through the sky, enveloping the world in chaos. "Do you know what is happening?" Xiao Lang inquired of Enlon, recalling the ominous signs that had appeared following Enlan's earlier warning through the communication talisman. He sensed that Enlon must possess some knowledge regarding the situation. As Enlon gathered his energy and organized his thoughts, he replied slowly, "Brother Lang, you must understand we are players, or, as you might say, outsiders from another realm." Xiao Lang's expression turned peculiar. Enlon seemed to believe he was a native of this anomalous world. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing this to Enlon, as only Li Yao and Li Dahua were privy to that secret. "Is something amiss?" Xiao Lang nodded, countering Enlon's statement with a question. "This anomalous world has invaded our realm." Enlan's face bore a trace of concern as he continued. "Aside from those who have accessed this world through special channels to gain power, the inhabitants of our world possess no means to combat these anomalies." A jolt of shock coursed through Xiao Lang at this revelation. The anomalous world had indeed infiltrated Blue Star. He had just traversed this bizarre world for a short while when, to his astonishment, it launched an invasion upon Blue Star. How absurd! Xiao Lang understood that those capable of acquiring abilities, as Enlon had mentioned, were all players. Indeed, aside from the myths and histories of Blue Star, where could one find extraordinary powers? How could they possibly resist these malevolent entities that thrived on human flesh and blood? In that moment, Xiao Lang felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. As a native of the Dragon Kingdom, he yearned to contribute during such a critical juncture for his nation. It reminded him of the radiant red lights that illuminated the sky when the bizarre forces invaded Xiaohua village. Suddenly, the thought of Xiaohua village struck him with urgency. "Oh no, Li Dao!" A jolt of alarm surged through Xiao Lang. "We must return swiftly, without hesitation." He grasped Enlon and hurried toward the Yi family. Enlon, bewildered by his sudden acceleration, inquired with confusion, "What is the matter, Lang Ge?" As he raced towards the Yi family, Xiao Lang explained, "I fear that Li Dahu has gone back to Xiaohua village alone." Chapter 75. Journey to Xiaohua village. Concern for Li Dahu's solitary return to Xiaohua village. Xiao Lang hastened his pace after briefly explaining to Enlon. He understood that Li Dahu, being rather obstinate, would undoubtedly be preoccupied with the circumstances in Xiaohua village, given the village's geographical location amidst the current merging of two worlds. The surrounding area was fraught with anomalies, and Xiaohua village would certainly not remain unaffected. However, what could a mere 4th-tier novice cultivator accomplish alone? In the wilds today, teeming with peculiarities, even the life of a 4th-tier cultivator was precarious at best. Fortunately, Xiao Lang's speed was commendable, and in a short while, he had returned to the Yi family estate with Enlon. Upon presenting the Yi family's insignia to enter the grand formation, he hastily sought out Yi Binger. "Bingya, where is Li Dahu?" Xiao Lang inquired urgently, fearing that Li Dahu had already departed. Yi Binger's response confirmed his apprehensions. "You left not long ago, and Brother Do, upon sensing the upheaval in the heavens and earth, quietly took the insignia and returned to the village." Yi Binger paused to catch her breath before continuing anxiously. "Moreover, Sister Yi Shui also stealthily accompanied him. Father and uncle are preoccupied with matters concerning other branches in Sanyuan City and are unaware of this situation. Hence no elders were dispatched for their protection." Xiao Lang's heart sank at her words. He gestured towards Enlon, stating, "This is Enlon. Please take care of him and show him around the Yi family estate while I go to rescue Li Dahu and Yi Shui." Upon hearing that Xiao Lang intended to venture out alone, Yi Binger's face reflected her deep concern as she insisted, "I want to go too." "No," he replied firmly. "There are numerous anomalies outside, and your presence would distract me. You must stay here and protect yourself." After explaining, Xiao Lang turned and soared back towards the grand formation. Feeling somewhat dejected at Xiao Lang's departure, Yi Binger recognized the truth in his words. Her strength indeed paled in comparison to his, so she refrained from arguing. "I will catch up to you," she silently vowed, watching him fade into the distance. Subsequently, Yi Binger guided Lan through the Yi family estate, now bustling with members from various branches arriving to assist in the face of the overwhelming anomalies outside. Xiaolang exited the Yi family formation, soaring towards the gates of Sanyuan City. In the current predicament, no one would dare to enforce the prohibition against flying over Sanyuan City, as it had essentially succumbed to chaos. With so many humans within the city, it had naturally become a favored target for the anomalies. Meanwhile, the smaller factions found themselves in dire straits, unable to defend against the overwhelming threats while the major powers safeguarded themselves within their totem formations. As Xiaolang vanquished the ethereal entities attempting to engulf him, he soared towards the city gates. Along the way, he witnessed numerous harrowing scenes. The sight of these sinister beings devouring humans was truly chilling. In such dire circumstances, Xiaolang felt his efforts were but a drop in the ocean. He could only unleash a few skills to eliminate some of the aberrations. After all, his primary objective was to locate Li Dahu and the others, then proceed to rescue those in Xiaohua Village. In this world teeming with grotesqueries, Xiaohua Village was a place that exuded warmth and familiarity, filled with many old acquaintances. Under the current conditions, his only recourse was to save those he knew, to ensure that Li Dahu and the others remained safe. Xiaolang once again expended 200,000 emotional points to purchase a 4-star character card for Xiaoyan, although he himself had reached the 4th-tier entry level. When it came to combat prowess and speed, Xiaoyan was undoubtedly superior. Upon using the card, a familiar surge of fighting spirit coursed through his body. Masterfully invoking the power of the wings of fighting spirit, Xiaolang's figure darted through the horde of aberrations like a streak of light. During his passage, he summoned 2 types of incinerating the encroaching entities into mere ashes. Li Dahu and Yi Shue's pace was not swift, given the current chaos wrought by the aberrations. They had to simultaneously combat the creatures while advancing, which significantly slowed their progress. Were it not for the family bonding item stone, replenishing their energy, the fire seeds within them would scarcely suffice to sustain their movements. After enhancing his speed with the Xiaoyan card, Xiaolang managed to catch up with the duo in less than 10 minutes, arriving before a towering mountain outside Sanyuan City. At that moment, they were engaged in battle with a group of 3rd-tier aberrations. Seeing that they were unharmed, Xiaolang finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a few flickers of, he swiftly dispatched the remaining creatures. Turning to Li Dahu, whose face was serious, Xiaolang remarked, "What are you so anxious about? Did you not think to wait for me? If you fail to return safely, how am I to explain this to old Li?" The burly Li Dahu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he could not find the words to respond. He realized he had perhaps overestimated his own strength. In this volatile situation, he could easily become a casualty, potentially endangering Yi Shue as well. Feeling displeased, Xiaolang glanced at Yi Shue and said, "Sister-in-law, you too. Why did you not hold him back? You both rushed out together. Do you not trust me?" A faint blush crept onto Yi Shue's face, and she remained silent. "I was just worried," Li Dahu murmured, lowering his head to address Xiaolang. "Enough, let us depart," Xiaolang replied, understanding their predicament. After exchanging a few words, he led the two towards the direction of Xiaohua Village. However, due to the overlapping of 2 realms and the peculiar disturbances, the originally brief journey that would have taken merely 2 or 3 days of the 3rd tier has once again expanded. Throughout the journey, the trio hastened their pace with fervor, making their way towards Little Fire Village. As long as they did not encounter 5th-tier anomalies, their progress would not be significantly hindered. With Xiaolang's presence, the 4th-tier anomalies posed no challenge to him. The combination of his lightning thunder fist and the relentless scorching of the considerably increased his emotional value. Nonetheless, even with the aid of the 4-star card, Xiaoyan's combat aura wings, the 3 of them spent nearly half a day before finally reaching Little Fire Village. Situated in the wilderness, Little Fire was besieged by an incessant onslaught of anomalies, far more ferocious than those within the confines of Sanyuan City. From a distance, The trio beheld the totemic formation of Little Fire Village, teeming with a multitude of anomalies. It was even more terrifying than the last anomaly attack on the village. Chapter 76. The migration of the village. Although the bizarre entities relentlessly assaulted the totemic formation, creating a terrifying spectacle, the three observers felt an unspoken relief wash over them. As long as the totemic formation remained intact, it signified that Shaohua Village had not yet succumbed. Shaohua Village was still standing. Let us proceed and eliminate these anomalies, Xiao Lang urged, noticing the excitement causing Li Dehu to tremble slightly. Indeed, Li Dehu nodded vigorously, brandishing the fourth-tier extraordinary blade bestowed by Xiao Lang and charging towards the throng of bizarre entities. A smile graced Yi Shui's face as she followed closely behind Li Dehu, rushing forward. Xiao Lang, after a brief moment of contemplation, also dashed toward Shaohua Village. Due to the overwhelming number of anomalies surrounding them, the villagers dared not venture out to confront the threats. They relied solely on the spiritual materials accumulated by Shaohua Village to offer sacrifices for the protection of the totemic formation. Yet, this was merely a desperate measure to sustain them. Without timely aid, their defenses would inevitably falter. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crackled across the sky, startling the villagers. Tian Juanhao, who was managing the totem, flinched at the unexpected jolt. Boom! Boom! As the villagers remained momentarily stunned, successive thunderclaps resonated, causing the previously dense anomalies to begin dispersing. A radiant glow once more illuminated the skies above Shaohua Village. This lightning resembles that of Lang Ge, Li Godan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he gazed at the flickering electricity above. It must be Lang Ge coming to our rescue. Indeed, I always believed Lang Ge would not forget us. Wang Fu Gue gazed skyward, his face alight with joy. Although the lightning bore greater power than before, they were certain it was Xiao Lang coming to their aid. With a resounding rumble, bolts of lightning cascaded like thunderous punches, obliterating the anomalies above the totemic formation. Had it not been for the fear of overwhelming the formation, Xiao Lang would have unleashed the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. However, at this critical juncture, he refrained from further frightening the villagers. Should the totemic formation be shattered, it could lead to unforeseen casualties. Thus, Xiao Lang diligently employed the lightning thunder fist and a condensed fireball technique to systematically clear the anomalies. As the last of the threats above the totemic formation were vanquished, the figures of Xiao Lang and his companions gradually emerged. When the villagers finally recognized and confirmed the identities of Xiao Lang and his friends, a jubilant cheer erupted. Lang Yi, Captain, Da Gao Jie, Yi Gunyang has come too. They are here to save us. The exuberant cries of the villagers filled the air as a throng surged forth, wielding extraordinary treasures exchanged from Wangya, rushing out of the village with renewed hope. They have arrived, and with them comes a strong sense of assurance. Now, they possess the means to confront the eerie forces. After approximately an hour, Xiao Lang successfully eradicated all the strange entities surrounding Shaohua Village. Although the most formidable of these entities was merely at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This endeavor propelled Xiao Lang's emotional value to a staggering 50 million. Furthermore, to prevent any potential counterattacks from the strange entities, Xiao Lang meticulously plowed a 1-kilometer radius around Shaohua Village with the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. At long last, the area was entirely cleansed. Having resolved the crisis in Shaohua Village, Xiao Lang and his companions entered the village amidst a throng of villagers. The instant Li Dehu and his companions returned, Li Yao's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Grandfather! Li Dehu rushed forward to embrace the elderly Li. We have returned. A smile graced Li Yao's face as he patted Li Dehu's back, murmuring, "It's good to be back, so good to be back." Xiao Lang also wore a smile. After alleviating the crisis in Shaohua Village, Xiao Lang discreetly proposed to Li Yao the idea of relocating the village to Sanyuan City. The eerie forces have begun to stir in the wilderness, making it increasingly unsafe to remain here. While the situation within Sanyuan City is not without its challenges. There remain ample spaces on the mountain owned by the Yi family. Given that both Li Dahu and Xiao Lang are on the cusp of becoming sons-in-law to the Yi family and have brought 19 soul elevation herbs to the family, the relocation of Xiaohua village seems reasonable. Previously, Xiao Lang had intended for Xiaohua village to purchase a plot of land in Sanyuan City and develop independently, as the village had become relatively prosperous. However, the complete integration of the two worlds has disrupted Xiao Lang's plans. Yet, it is precisely this circumstance that has solidified his desire for the village's relocation. After all, Xiaohua village was the first to extend genuine assistance to him upon his entry into this world. With sincerity exchange for sincerity. Xiao Lang does not perceive this as a mere transaction. However, expressing this sentiment left Li Yao in a state of hesitation. Xiaohua village has been rooted in this location for generations. Under the protection of the captive birds, they have thrived here for so long. Though their strength may not be exceptional, sheer luck has allowed their community of over 300 souls to survive until now. The notion of relocating the village weighs heavily on Li Yao, and he finds himself uncertain about making such a decision hastily. I must consult with the other tribal elders, he remarked, although Li Yao recognized the validity of Xiao Lang's reasoning. As the village chief, he felt compelled to seek the opinions of others. Xiao Lang was not surprised by this and fully understood the words of the elderly. Let us rest for the night and decide tomorrow, he suggested. After speaking, Xiao Lang returned to his modest dwelling at the eastern edge of the village. Having spent quite some time in this world, the recent merging of the two realms left Xiao Lang feeling somewhat disoriented. He once envisioned a gradual ascent to strength, harboring dreams of returning to his azure hometown one day. Yet now, with the merging of two worlds, everything is transformed into a desolate wasteland besieged by the bizarre. He finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain of the next steps to take or the direction to pursue. However, this moment of fleeting melancholy was swiftly cast aside by Xiao Lang. Presently, he has his girlfriend, Yi Binger, and steadfast friends like Li Dahu and Enlan, as well as the cherished memories of Xiaohua village and the Yi family that keep him anchored. He is no longer the solitary figure he once was. Lying on the somewhat rigid wooden bed, Xiao Lang made a silent resolution to persevere. He yearns to explore the remnants of this world, to uncover its strange wonders, ascending to the pinnacle step by step. In his heart, Xiao Lang muses that as long as he grows stronger, there will inevitably come a day when he can obliterate the bizarre once and for all. Chapter 77. The Fusion of Two Worlds. The conclusion of the Cherry Blossom Nation silence enveloped the night. The following day, Xiao Lang was awakened early by the cacophony emanating from outside. Stepping out, he discovered the villagers bustling about, fervently gathering their belongings. He sought out the village chief, Li Yao, and upon inquiring, learned that the villagers had unanimously agreed to relocate, despite their profound attachment to the quaint village of Little Fire. This place was no longer suitable for habitation. Xiao Lang made his way to the central altar of the village, where Li Yao and the elders stood solemnly, their gazes fixed upon the totem of the caged bird. After a considerable time, the captain of the Little Fire village team, Tian Juanhao, approached the chief, stating, "Everyone is prepared." At this, Li Yao nodded slightly and addressed the assembly. "Let us commence." The elders surrounding the altar nodded in agreement, then formed a seal with their hands, the flames within them visibly igniting. A low hum resonated from the altar as the caged bird, grasping the flame seed, began to ascend slowly from the altar. At that moment, the prepared Li Dahu raised an ancient earthen jar aloft. With a cry, the caged bird seemed to chirp before soaring into the jar held by Li Dahu. As he sealed the lid, the totem relocation ceremony was completed, and the protective totem array that had enveloped the village for centuries dissipated for the first time. Observing the orderly line of over 300 villagers, Li Dahu raised the jar and shouted onward. Destination, Sanyuan City. Thus, the villagers of Little Fire, over 300 strong, formed a line carrying exotic lanterns, breaking through the mist shroud as they journeyed towards Sanyuan City. Xiao Lang led the way, tackling any peculiarities they encountered. After handing the jar to Li Yao, Li Dahu took his place at the rear of the procession, prepared to defend against any lurking threats. Meanwhile, Yi Shui walked alongside Li Yao in the center of the group, advancing towards Sanyuan City. Following the invasion of the bizarre world upon Blue Star, the player's unique resurrection advantages had vanished. With the two realms now intertwined, only those who had awakened could survive in this perilous new environment. The Great Yuan dynasty boasted an imperial city, for royal cities, and 22 other cities akin to Sanyuan City. The territory of the former Dragon Kingdom had irrevocably merged with regions of the bizarre world, such as Sanyuan City, Flame City, and Wood Mountain City, among others. The remaining cities of the Great Yuan dynasty had fused with several small nations near the Dragon Kingdom. Surrounding these cities were hundreds of villages, now transformed into burgeoning urban centers, perpetually extending outward. On the first day of the bizarre world's invasion of Blue Star, the population of Blue Star plummeted. Aside from those who had previously entered the strange game, the fortunate survivors numbered less than 1/10 of the players. It is only after the deployment of concealed extraordinary forces from various nations that the number of survivors has been preserved. On the second day of the invasion of the bizarre world into Blue Star, a faint mist enveloped the entire planet. Due to the encroachment of this mist, humanity's technological advancements rapidly collapsed, leading to the complete assimilation of Blue Star by the bizarre realm. Those without awakened abilities faced dire prospects for survival. Among all nations on Blue Star, the Dragon Kingdom emerged as the one with the largest number of surviving citizens. With the coordination and organization of the Anomaly Control Bureau, the initial chaos gradually subsided, allowing for a semblance of stability. They swiftly grasped the prevailing circumstances and summoned all surviving humans and players to join the forces within the bizarre world to secure their survival. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom fragmented, each aligning with various factions within the Grand Yuan dynasty. Yet, they remained in anticipation, yearning for the day when the light of the Red Star would once again shine upon them. The identity of the Dragon Kingdom's people would forever remain unchanged in their hearts. If one were to discuss the most unfortunate nations of original Blue Star, the Cherry Blossom Nation would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Regrettably, when the bizarre invasion occurred, a concealed large-scale anomaly nest descended upon Mount Fuji. The sealed Yamada no Orochi scarcely had a chance to stir before being devoured by a swarm of over a dozen six-tier anomalies, leaving behind only a massive skeleton. Furthermore, the fissures in the Cherry Blossom Nation were the largest, resulting in the highest concentration of anomalies. Consequently, on the second day of the invasion, the Cherry Blossom Nation was utterly obliterated, thoroughly consumed. Thereon Myoji, unable to muster any resistance, were swiftly devoured by the anomalies. The Cherry Blossom Nation was no more, having completely transformed into a bastion for the bizarre. In addition, the freedom-loving Eagle Nation, during the invasion, neglected its citizens, who, amidst cries for liberty, were mercilessly torn apart by the anomalies. As for the Stick Nation, they ceased their proclamations of ownership over everything. Yet, the anomalies were indifferent to such claims. What they sought was merely sustenance in the form of blood and flesh. Under the relentless pressure of the anomalies, this prompted Xiaolang to reflect on the undeniable security of capturing cities. Despite the peculiar and tumultuous uprising, they were still able to swiftly quell the disturbances following the initial chaos. They managed to activate the defensive array promptly, restoring the original order. Over 300 individuals approached the gates of Sanyuan City, where numerous displaced persons lingered in the vicinity. They were halted by the vigilant guards, unable to gain entry. Upon closer inspection, Xiaolang noticed that one of the soldiers stationed at the gate possessed the formidable strength of a fourth-tier adept. After inquiring further, Xiaolang discovered the reason behind the denial of entry for these individuals. It turned out that the lord of the city had decreed that each person wishing to enter must pay an energy coin as an entry fee. Those lacking an energy coin were required to submit 121st-tier supernatural materials to gain admission. The fourth-tier adept stationed at the gate was tasked with suppressing any potential troublemakers. Chapter 78. The Settlement of Xiaohua Village. The Lei family is about to act in light of recent events. Xiaolang contemplated the decision made by the city lord's mansion and found it understandable. After all, The order within Sanyuan City had been disrupted by mysterious forces, necessitating considerable time to restore stability. Furthermore, external disturbances continued to assail the defensive array, requiring energy coins to quell the ensuing chaos. However, the notion of charging each individual an energy coin was indeed burdensome. Those seeking refuge in Sanyuan City would likely deplete their entire savings just to gather the entry fee. Shaking his head, Xiao Lang led the people of Xiaohua village forward. We are 383 in number. Here are 383 energy coins, he declared, producing the coins to hand over. As the soldiers stationed at the gates prepared to accept them, a fourth-tier adept intervened, blocking the soldier's hand. Young hero, the city lord has decreed that third-tier practitioners may enter without fee, while fourth-tier practitioners may bring in up to 100 individuals. The fourth-tier adept returned the coins to Xiao Lang with a broad smile. Must my Yi family members also pay to enter the city? At this moment, Yi Shui emerged from behind, addressing the fourth-tier sentinel. Oh, it is Miss Yi Shui, the fourth-tier adept exclaimed, realizing his oversight, and with a wave of his hand. He waived the entry fees for the group from Xiaohua village. Yi Shui and Yi Binger were renowned sisters of the Yi family, well respected within Sanyuan City. Though Xiao Lang was not in short supply of energy coins, he welcomed the opportunity to save. Thus, over 300 individuals from Xiaohua village entered Sanyuan City. Wow, it is so vast. Is this truly Sanyuan City? It's beautiful, exclaimed the villagers, who had spent their lives in the modest Xiaohua village, struggling to find words to describe the grandeur before them. In their limited imagination, they could hardly have envisioned such a spectacle. Xiao Lang and Li Dahu observed this scene, feeling a surge of emotion. They too had been awestruck upon their first entry into Sanyuan City. Kulme, let us visit the Yi family so the elders may meet, Xiao Lang announced, gesturing grandly as he led the group toward the Yi residence. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the foothills of the Yi family estate. However, Xiao Lang soon noticed a throng of individuals waiting at the base of the mountains. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yi Long, Yihu, and other high-ranking members of the Yi family. At that moment, a tremor coursed through Xiao Lang's heart, and he felt a sudden moisture welling in his eyes from the long-awaited reunion. Li Dahu felt a profound sense of emotion as he observed Yihu, who once regarded him with a stern countenance, now personally descending to welcome them at the foot of the mountain. The feeling of being acknowledged was indescribably gratifying. Let the bells toll, Yi Long announced, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the gathered crowd. Ding, ding, ding. The melodious chimes reverberated throughout the mountain. Boom, boom. Two disciples of the Yi family soared through the air, unleashing explosive fireballs towards the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi and Yi Er, returning from one Ku Valley. The resounding bell echoed, accompanied by the celebratory blasts of fireworks. The Yi family extended their utmost hospitality to the villagers of Xiaohua village. After arranging for the villagers to stay in a separate courtyard belonging to the Yi family halfway up the mountain, Li Yao, accompanied by several clan elders and the likes of Xiao Lang and Li Dahu, made their way to the Yi family hall. Both Li Dahu and Xiao Lang felt immense gratitude for the Yi family's willingness to accommodate the villagers. Xiao Lang mentioned that it was merely a temporary arrangement. Once Xiaohua village flourished, they would naturally seek a residence in Sanyuan City. Yi Long, however, was unconcerned, stating that the Yi family had an abundance of properties in Sanyuan City. As he put it, they would be family in the future, and, thus, it was essential to foster closer ties. The proximity would only deepen their bonds. Over the course of 2 days, after ensuring the villagers of Xiaohua village were comfortably settled, Xiao Lang pondered the future prospects of their village. He felt a lingering sense of dependency on the Yi family, which was not entirely comfortable. Yet, he was not overly worried. He sought out Wang Ya, the sole treasure craftsman of Xiaohua village. Since the invasion of the bizarre world into reality, Xiao Lang's loving family general store had suffered significant setbacks. The players, preoccupied with the chaos, were unlikely to focus on slaying the bizarre creatures to accumulate emotional points. Stability was paramount before any further action could be taken. Thus, Xiao Lang approached Wang Ya, urging him and Enlon to continue operating the loving family general store in San Yuan City. Once they established themselves and stabilized their operations, elevating Shaohua Village to the status of the sixth significant power in San Yuan City would not be insurmountable. After all, Enlon had already laid the groundwork. They merely needed to follow through with methodical development. Though challenges from other family factions were inevitable, with the Yi family support, Shaohua Village had the potential to cultivate its own influence. Having addressed these matters, Xiao Lang and Li Dahu were summoned once more to the Yi family hall by Yi Long. The room was filled with key figures of the Yi family, including Yi Binger and Yi Shui. The Lei family is preparing to take action against us, Yi Long declared once everyone had gathered. Instantly, the attendees began to engage in hushed discussions. The Lei family had long harbored intentions to take action against the Yi family, but they were unexpectedly halted by the peculiar invasion of the otherworldly realm into Blue Star. Consequently, their plans were delayed. Once the situation began to stabilize, the Lei family noticed that the once numerous extraterrestrial visitors had seemingly concealed themselves. After much contemplation, the Lei family resolved to cease their attempts to court the scattered otherworldly beings and instead covertly reached out to several other prominent factions. However, the City Lord's mansion, along with the Bai and Han families, were seasoned strategists. For them, decisive action only materialized when the opportunity for gain presented itself. Observing the Lei and Yi families in fierce conflict, they maintained a tacit agreement to remain bystanders, eagerly awaiting their chance to swoop in like a yellow bird. Thus, these major factions refrained from giving the Lei family any definitive responses. It is evident that should either family show signs of weakness, they would inevitably fall prey to the encroachment of the other three families. This is an undeniable truth. Chapter 79. The irritable Yexiong and Yi Long's strategy at this moment. Yi Long's words aimed to both alert everyone to remain vigilant against a potential surprise attack from the Lei family and to encourage collective brainstorming for a counter-strategy. The Lei family, in their current state, resembled a wounded beast, desperately seeking to seize a piece of flesh from the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Long's remarks, those gathered in the hall exchanged glances, unable to propose a single viable idea. The stakes involved were simply too significant. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Yi family. As vassals, they bore the Yi family's insignia, sharing in both its glory and its misfortunes. Yet, in this delicate matter, none dared to voice their thoughts. Yexiong, known for his fiery temper, grew impatient as he watched the crowd struggle in silence. He boldly stepped forward and declared, "Damn it! They may have bullied my Yi family's two prospective sons-in-law before, but now they dare to fight to the death? Let them come. Who fears whom? Can the Lei family truly compete with us? I refuse to believe that, having lost so many young talents, they can still match our strength." With a hand resting on his bald head, Yexiong cast a displeased look at the assembly, asserting, "We lack not in high-level power. And with the recent addition of numerous fourth-tier cultivators, let us confront them decisively. We must eradicate the Lei family in one fell swoop." The other attendees, upon hearing Yexiong's fervent words, displayed expressions of contemplation. Upon reflection, it became clear that his sentiments held considerable merit. As the saying goes, rough words may bear sound reasoning. While Yexiong's temperament may be tempestuous, his argument was not without logic. Uncertainty about the Lei family's intentions left them in a passive position. After all, when faced with adversaries, one must address challenges head-on. In this context, Yexiong's perspective resonated well, since they were unaware of the Lei family's forthcoming actions. Adopting a strategy of maintaining the status quo was indeed a prudent choice. At this juncture, Yi Hu chimed in, sharing his insights, which garnered nods of agreement from the others. Yi Long observed the reactions of those present and realized that he must devise a plan of his own. The ambiguity surrounding the opponent's tactics rendered them excessively reactive. The high-level meeting concerning the Lei family's impending aggression towards the Yi family had dragged on without yielding a concrete course of action, ultimately concluding without resolution. Nevertheless, Yi Long ensured that the Yi family's necessary preparations were adequately arranged, prompting all family members to engage in vigilant defensive measures. Truth be told, Yi Long harbored little fear of a direct assault from the Lei family, thanks to the 19 soul ascension herbs brought by Xiaolang. Along with resources retrieved from the Wanku Valley by Yi Air, and other dispatched family members, the Yi family's strength had surged dramatically during this period. The youth of the Lei family had suffered substantial losses at the hands of Xiaolang, leaving only a few remaining members. In this ebb and flow of power, the strength of the Lei family had diminished significantly compared to its former glory. If one were to assess the overt strengths of both families, it would be sheer folly for the Lei family to provoke them. Yet, this very situation perplexed Yi Long. If he could deduce such matters, then surely the Lei family, as his long-standing rival, would be equally aware. Nevertheless, they dared to strike at the Yi family, indicating they must possess some form of leverage. Unable to contend openly, they were likely resorting to underhanded tactics. However, as the saying goes, a barking dog seldom bites. Should the Lei family launch a surprise attack, it would certainly cause considerable distress. Ultimately, Yi Long instructed Yi Hu to bring gifts and communicate with the three major powers: the City Lord's mansion, the Bai family, and the Han family. Although everyone was acutely aware of the underlying intentions to usurp each other's territories, it was essential to maintain the facade of cordial relations. After the others had departed, Yi Long discreetly summoned Xiaolang, Li Hu, Yi Bing and Yi Shui to a side chamber. Don't you think it's time for you all to discuss your upcoming nuptials? After all, you have been courting for quite some time, Yi Long remarked with a broad smile, addressing the four before him. Yi Bing and Yi Shui's faces flushed crimson as they exchanged glances between Yi Long and Xiaolang, lowering their heads in silence. Xiaolang, startled by Yi Long's words, thought, is it really happening this quickly? He was still in the process of nurturing their feelings, and now his future father-in-law was pushing for a swift conclusion. This was, in fact, quite in line with his desires. At that moment, Li Hu puffed out his chest and, glancing at Yi Shui, excitedly declared to Yi Long, "It is entirely up to Uncle." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang's gazet torvi da he transformed. Goodness, he had been so shy before, yet now he boldly referred to Yi Long as Uncle. His audacity surpassed even Xiaolang's. Yi Shui, nervously adjusting her dress, softly echoed, "It is entirely up to Uncle." "Ha ha ha. Excellent." Yi Long responded with a satisfied nod, clearly pleased with their attitudes. He then turned his attention to Xiaolang, adopting a stern expression as he inquired, "What about you? Are you not willing?" Xiaolang realized he had to act quickly to avoid any discontent from his future father-in-law. Tomorrow seems auspicious. It is already late today. There's no time like the present. Let's proceed with it tomorrow, he said, rubbing his hands together, eagerly addressing Yi Long, coughing abruptly. Yi Long nearly choked. Goodness, in a contest of boldness. Xiaolang was truly formidable. "Well, there's really no need to rush," Yi Long said, catching his breath. Observing Xiaolang's eager demeanor, he felt a sudden pang of concern. This young man truly dared to dream. At present, the Lei family has declared their intent to take action against the Yi family. Yet we remain unaware of the methods they may employ. As the saying goes, a blatant attack is easy to evade, but a concealed strike is difficult to guard against. At this juncture, Yi Long hesitated momentarily before addressing the assembly. Rather than being subjugated, it is preferable to invite the adversary into a trap. Thus, this may require some sacrifice from you several. Upon hearing Yi Long's words, Xiaolang and the others suddenly grasped the underlying implication. The expression on Li Dahu's face also shifted to one of evident conflict. This plan entails using the occasion of their marriages as a pretext to lure the Lei family in, thereby annihilating them in one fell swoop. Should the Lei family hesitate to attend, their reputation within Sanyuan City will inevitably suffer, allowing the Yi family to gradually encroach upon their influence. Conversely, if they dare to come, Yi Long intends to confront them directly, in one's own domain. How can one allow others to slumber peacefully? This is the essence of overt strategy. Chapter 80. The decision of the Lei family. This is a grand scheme. Regardless of whether the Lei family dares to take action, it is exceedingly advantageous for the Yi family. However, for Li Dahu and his companions, it may seem rather unjust. After all, this is a matter of a lifetime. Who would wish for unforeseen events to mar their wedding? Yet, they have now become members of the Yi family, marked by the insignia of their clan. This step serves both as a declaration of loyalty and a means to foster their allegiance. Suddenly, Xiao Lang seemed to perceive the immense burden of the Yi family's future resting upon Yilong's shoulders, akin to a towering mountain. The patriarch of such a powerful family prioritizes the interests of the clan above the personal affairs of his children. Li Dahu and Xiao Lang exchanged a knowing glance, both feeling a profound realization. It became apparent that everything had long been covertly assigned a price. This is the essence of true leadership. For the Yi family to possess a territory within Sanyuan City that rivals the other four major families, it necessitates the guidance of such formidable figures. Uncle Dahu and I are willing to be the vanguard. At that moment, Yi Shui stepped forward, grasping Li Dahu's hand, her gaze resolute as she addressed Yilong Yi Shui. Being Yi Bing'er's elder sister, had been saved multiple times by Xiao Lang along with Li Dahu. Though she had never vocalized her gratitude, it had always remained etched in her heart. She wished for Xiao Lang and Yi Bing'er to have a flawless wedding, unmarred by the entanglements of interests and life-and-death scenarios. In terms of sentiment and reason, both she and Li Dahu ought to take this course of action. Hence, she voiced her intentions to Yilong. Li Dahu gazed at Yi Shui tenderly, holding her hand, his heart brimming with gratitude. How could he not comprehend Yi Shui's thoughts? The debt he owed to Xiao Lang and the villagers of Xiaohua was one that could never be repaid, even with his life. Naturally, he would not concern himself with this matter of interests, yet it was Yi Shui who bore the burden of such a predicament. After all, which woman would desire such occurrences on the most significant day of her life? Li Dahu felt immense appreciation for Yi Shui's willingness to speak up. Though Xiao Lang had been a benefactor to him, Yi Shui was his wife. Caught between the two, he found himself in a difficult position. Fortunately, Yi Shui was a woman of understanding and gratitude. Uncle, we are willing to be the vanguard. Li Dahu echoed his sentiments to Yilong, subsequently adding, let Xiao Lang and Bing'er's wedding be grandly celebrated after we have dealt with the Lei family. We must not allow them to be entangled in this affair. Brother Dahu, Sister Shui. Yi Bing'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, at this moment, it was Yi Shui and Li Dahu who stood in the forefront. Xiao Lang observed this scene, his expression tightening with concern. This matter was instigated by him, and he certainly did not wish for the wedding of Li Dahu and Yi Shui to be disturbed by such a group of individuals. With a secretive calculation in his heart, Xiao Lang's expression darkened. Must he once again embark on a course that contravenes the edicts of his ancestors? Yilong gazed upon the emerging figures of Yi Shui and Li Dahu, his heart swelling with pride. Good children, I, Yilong, vow to do everything in my power to ensure you a flawless wedding, free from interruption. Recently, the atmosphere in Sanyuan City has grown tense. The small vendors in the streets have vanished without a trace. The only figures one encounters are the soldiers patrolling for the city lord's mansion or the offspring of the Lei family loitering about. It is evident to any keen observer that significant events are imminent. Those who had just fled from nearby villages to seek refuge in Sanyuan City lament their fate, having barely escaped natural calamities, only to face the prospect of human disasters once more. Some frightened souls, abandoning the comforts of life in Sanyuan City, resolutely ventured into the wilderness, preparing to confront the eerie threats that lurked there. The unknown is indeed terrifying, but human calamities are no less daunting. Days later, a sensational piece of news erupted throughout the city. Yi Shui, one of the beloved daughters of the esteemed Yi family, was set to hold her wedding ceremony with Li Dahu from Xiaohua village in 3 days atop the Yi family's mountain. Invitations were extended to all major factions in Sanyuan City to partake in the celebration. Following suit, the Yi family dispatched lavish golden invitations to every significant force in the city, ensuring none were overlooked, including the Lei family. Upon receiving the invitations, the Bai and Han families, along with the city lord's mansion, speculated that the Yi family was indeed making a bold statement. What sort of spectacle would this feast become? Yet for these factions, it presented an exceptional opportunity. Regardless of which family ultimately emerged victorious from this celebration, they would not be absent. However, upon the delivery of the gilded invitation, the members of the Lei family were consumed by a fiery rage. Just a short while ago, they had draped the entire mountain in mourning for their fallen youth. Yet, in a heartbeat, the Yi family was hosting a grand feast and brazenly sending out invitations. Was this not a blatant slap in the face to the Lei family? Seated at the head of the table, Lei Yu toyed with the golden invitation, his expression dark and silent. In the Valley of Withering, the Yi family had nearly brought the Lei lineage to its knees. Now, they dared to provoke them in such a manner. If this situation was not handled with care, the elders and various branches of the Lei family would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction. Should that occur, the Lei family might very well face disintegration. Attendance was imperative. They must provide an explanation to the upper echelons of the Lei family. With the ancestral breakthrough imminent, it was crucial to reach out once more to the Bai and Han families, compelling them to take a stand. Lei Yu gently flicked his wrist, and the gilded invitation transformed into a sharp blade, piercing directly into the stone pillar at the center of the hall. The bystanders, who had merely spectated, would soon face their reckoning. The lord of the Sanyuan city would soon bear the surname Lei. As Lei Yu's words flowed forth, the esteemed elders below wore expressions flushed with anticipation. After a prolonged wait, the moment had finally arrived. A transformation was imminent for Sanyuan city. Meanwhile, Xiaolang quietly approached Enlan and Wangya. During their previous encounter, Xiaolang had yet to present the soul ascension grass to Enlan. This occasion provided the perfect opportunity to hand it over. In addition to this matter, Xiaolang produced the mother stone of the loving family props and absorbed the emotional value accumulated by Enlan and Wangya from operating their loving family general store. The emotional value from Wangya's substone, contributed solely by the players and residents of a small village, amounted to 3 million points. However, Enlan's substone contained an even greater emotional value. Chapter 81. The Day of the Grand Wedding. The Lei family takes action. However, the emotional value contained within Amlin's stone is quite substantial, amounting to a staggering 25 million points. This revelation left Xiaolang utterly astounded. No wonder Amlin's cultivation had surged so remarkably during this period. With such a wealth of resources at his disposal, he could procure a considerable amount of cultivation materials right within the confines of Sanyuan City. Xiaolang found himself marveling at the wisdom of entrusting Amlin with this venture. It was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Initially, during his 3-month pact with Yi Bing'er, he had envisioned not only enhancing his own cultivation, but also leveraging Amlin's loving family general store to accrue emotional value and energy coins. Now, witnessing the fruits of Amlin's labor, he thought to himself, by heavens, this lad is truly extraordinary. Upon further inquiry, Xiaolang learned that aside from the initial investment he had made in exotic treasures, Amlin had skillfully utilized this asset as leverage to attract several exotic treasure artisans. Through this cycle of profit compounding, such remarkable achievements had been realized. Recognizing Amlin's innate talent, Xiaolang felt compelled to ensure he was adequately rewarded. He entrusted a plethora of high-tier exotic treasures to Amlin and Wangya for management. This time, Xiaolang was quite generous, having expended 1 million emotional points to acquire an extensive assortment of 1st to 4th tier pinnacle exotic treasures, potions, and other items for the duo. If executed properly, monopolizing the exotic treasure trade within Sanyuan City was well within their grasp. Moreover, as their strength grew, they could expand into neighboring cities. In addition, Xiaolang presented Amlin with a storage pouch containing a grand gift he had arranged for the Lei family. When Amlin received the pouch and beheld its contents, he was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in awe. "Brother Lang, are we displeased with Sanyuan City? Do we intend to blow it up?" Amlin stammered, swallowing hard, his voice tinged with trepidation. Xiaolang cast a glance at him, silently retracting another storage pouch he had intended to give. It seemed that what he had provided was already more than sufficient. He then explained to Amlin the imminent events concerning the Yi family, and informed him of the impending actions the Lei family would undertake against them. "So, Brother Lang, do you wish for me to take these items and directly assault the Lei family stronghold?" Anlin inquired, somewhat faltering. Xiao Lang patted Anlin's shoulder and replied with a measured tone, "If this plan succeeds, I will cover all your needs for exotic treasures, potions, and talismans for each tier." Noticing Anlin's unease, he quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, you won't be going alone. I will ensure that the Yi family dispatches several fourth-tier experts to protect you. Moreover, when the time comes, the Lei family's experts will likely head to the Yi family. Their defensive forces within their stronghold will undoubtedly be limited." Xiao Lang understood that this task was somewhat arduous, and he explained to Enlon, "If one's perception is flawed, it is better to refrain from action altogether, lest one jeopardize their own life." Upon hearing these words, Enlon nodded in agreement. In truth, the situation could indeed be maneuvered. One could discreetly recruit a few desperate souls from Sanyuan City to infiltrate the Lei family. There was no necessity for direct involvement. After confirming the operational details with Enlon, Xiao Lang departed and returned to the Yi family. As news of the grand wedding spread, the peak of the Yi family began to bustle with activity. Adorned in festive colors, the entire mountain radiated joy. Soon, the day arrived for Yi Shui and Li De Hu to unite in matrimony. All members of the Yi family busily arranged the venue on the platform. Gradually, individuals from various factions who had received invitations from the Yi family began to arrive at the square, gifts in hand. Yi Hu, as Yi Shui's father, presided over the ceremony from the platform. As time passed, the wedding commenced in earnest. Both the Yi family and the onlookers from other factions felt a twinge of confusion. Where was the Lei family? Could it be that they truly feared the Yi family, choosing to abstain from attending this grand occasion? After a considerable interval, Yi Shui and Li De Hu began the rituals to witness the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the mountain path outside. "Yi Long, return the life of my Lei family son." With a thunderous crash, a terrifying wave of energy surged from Lei Yu's hand, aimed directly at the individuals on the platform. Lei Yu showed no regard for the other factions present, launching an attack against the Yi family with reckless abandon. "Impudent! Lei Yu, how dare you!" Yi Long bellowed, soaring into the air and shattering Lei Yu's assault with a single punch. Yi family disciples advance. Realizing that the opponent had made their move, Yi Long decided to reveal their hand. To lure the Lei family here, they had intentionally left their defensive array unactivated. At that moment, a multitude of Yi family disciples rose from the crowd in the square and charged towards the Lei family members. "Lei Yu, do you dare to face me in battle?" Yi Long declared, hovering in the air and addressing Lei Yu from a distance. "Fear you? Not at all." Lei Yu ascended to the heights, and the two engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the remaining elders and several guardians of the Yi family sought out the Lei family's fifth-tier experts. It was a clash of soldiers and generals. Upon realizing that the Yi family had indeed lowered their defenses, the Lei family mobilized all their disciples, intent on annihilating the Yi family in one fell swoop. At this juncture, the guests from various factions in the square were left utterly bewildered. While they were aware of the animosity between the Yi and Lei families, they had never anticipated that a mere encounter would erupt into such chaos. Within the confines of Sanyuan City, two paramount factions vie for supremacy. Should one encounter misfortune, the entire city would tremble in response. As the adage goes, when a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. The demise of either the Lei or Yi family would create a vacuum in Sanyuan City, ample enough for the lesser factions to prosper abundantly. The onlookers prudently retreated to the periphery of the square, choosing to safeguard their own interests rather than intervene in the conflict between the two families. At that moment, they resembled hyenas observing a fierce battle between two lions. The instant one of the families showed signs of weakness, they would pounce mercilessly to seize their share. Chaos erupted within the Yi family in an instant. Above, a fierce duel unfolded between the pinnacle fifth-tier masters, Yi Long and Lei Yu. Below them, several elders and esteemed members from both the Yi and Lei families engaged in their own fierce confrontations. At the lowest tier of the square, The lower-tier practitioners from the Lei family clashed violently with their Yi family counterparts. However, it soon became apparent to Lei Yu, locked in battle with Yi Long high above, that something was amiss. Chapter 82. The Sixth Stage Strikes. The Yi family's fourth-stage cultivators astonishingly wielded peak fourth-stage treasures, overwhelming the Lei family's disciples of the same rank in a chaotic slaughter. As if that were not enough, even some merely at the third stage brandished fourth-stage artifacts. How could you possibly harness the true power of those treasures? Lei Yu's eyes burned with rage. Within the confines of San Yuan City, there existed only a scant few fourth-stage artifact masters. Moreover, an artifact master expends an immense amount of time to forge a single treasure. Where, then, did this plethora of artifacts originate? With several hundred disciples, that amounted to hundreds of fourth-stage treasures, and they were all peak-level artifacts. Even if those few artifact masters were utterly drained, sent back to their mother's wombs to begin anew, they could not produce such a bounty. Amidst the crowd, a figure cloaked entirely in a fourth-stage defensive artifact, revealing only a dazzlingly white grin, stealthily dispatched a peak fourth-stage cultivator from the Lei family with a single strike. Lei Yu bared his teeth at the sky, where he battled. That gleaming white smile was almost blinding. Observing the substantial losses among the Lei family's lower-tier disciples, Lei Yu, after fending off Yi Long's attack, shouted towards the rear, "Ancestor Lei Yuan, please make your move." Buzz! A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from the mountain's exterior, causing Yi Long, suspended in midair, to adopt a grave expression. A sixth-stage cultivator. The highest cultivation level among the Yi family was none other than himself, merely a peak fifth stage. There remained a considerable gap to that pinnacle. Yet now, an ancient figure of the sixth stage had unexpectedly emerged. Oof. Yi Long, should you choose to end your life here, I can spare a branch for your Yi family. Otherwise, they shall all perish. Watching as his ancestor stepped forth, a heavy weight finally lifted from Lei Yu's heart. A sixth-stage cultivator in San Yuan City was a power that could dominate the realm. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Yi Long erupted in laughter. Addressing Lei Yu, "Do you think you have me cornered? Mayor Su, please reveal yourself." Lei Yu felt a twinge of confusion at Yi Long's words. The mayor? Wasn't he also a peak fifth stage? But in the next instant, the aura of a sixth-stage cultivator surged forth once more. It seemed to create a balance of power against Lei Yuan in the sky. Buzz! Mayor Su gradually unleashed his own aura, clearly having ascended to the realm of sixth-stage cultivators. Mayor Su, did you not claim to remain uninvolved in the affairs between our Lei and Yi families? Lei Yu, ever the neutral party, inquired directly of him. Su Qing stroked his beard, calmly responding to Lei Yu. If I do not intervene today, would the position of San Yuan City's mayor not fall to your Lei family? At this juncture, further words would be futile. With a face full of rage, Lei Yu lowered his head in search of the Bai and Han families. However, by this time, both families had vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their presence. The young men of the Lei family fought valiantly, determined to strike. Kill! Kill! Countless calculations failed to predict that the city lord would unexpectedly break through to the sixth tier of cultivation. The two old foxes from the Bai and Han families would undoubtedly seek retribution once the Lei family regained their strength. Everyone in the Lei family understood that they had reached a critical juncture, summoning their resolve to confront their adversaries. Above them, the battle between two sixth-tier cultivators unfolded in the skies, causing the very fabric of space to collapse in their wake. Even Yi Long and Lei Yu avoided that battleground, clearly aware that such a confrontation was on an entirely different level than theirs. The mere aftershocks of their energy were enough to send tremors through one's heart. Meanwhile, on the ground, the presence of the formidable Xiao Lang, whose defenses were unparalleled as a fourth-tier anomaly, charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. While eliminating the Lei family disciples did not yield emotional rewards, he was determined to unleash his prowess for the sake of Li De Hu and Yi Shui's wedding, insisting he would not relent until Li De Hu had consummated his marriage. Although he was unaware of Li De Hu's current activities, he was resolute in his mission. Observing the fierce struggle between Yi Long and Lei Yu in the skies, Xiaolang swiftly dispatched the Lei family disciple before him and produced a communication talisman. Anlang, you may begin. On the other side, upon receiving the command, Anlan immediately instructed the team embedded within the Lei family procurement group to commence their operation. After delivering the message, Xiao Lang assessed the battlefield below, noting that the situation had stabilized and soared into the sky. Though he was merely at the entry level of 4th-tier cultivation, he possessed a 5-star character card in his inventory. With the strength conferred by the system's character card, Xiao Lang was unafraid of any sudden assaults from 5th-tier cultivators. However, despite ascending to the aerial battleground, he did not recklessly plunge into the fray. Instead, he brandished a loudspeaker purchased from the system's shop and bellowed to the Lei family engaged in combat. Lei Yu, your home is gone. It's gone. The resounding voice of the loudspeaker echoed across the battlefield, momentarily bewildering those who were fighting. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Lang's proclamation, they instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction of their stronghold. What they beheld filled them with a seething fury. In the distance, atop the Lei family's mountain, a cataclysmic explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! As clouds of dust billowed into the sky, the hearts of the Lei family members bled with despair. The devastation was so severe that it could be seen from half a city away, and the reality of the situation was even more catastrophic. Indeed, this was a significant investment by Xiao Lang, who spent over 10 million to acquire a 4th-tier explosive talisman, specifically entrusted to Enlon to set ablaze the stronghold of the Lei family. After all, today marks the wedding of Li Dahu. How could one not celebrate with a firecracker or a display of fireworks? In hindsight, while this firecracker may have been somewhat costly, its effects have proven remarkably successful. Billowing clouds of thick smoke now rise from the summit of the Lei family S mountain, which has been utterly reduced to rubble. Initially, the Lei family launched their offensive against the Yi family with unwavering confidence, bolstered by their 6th-tier ancestor, mobilizing their entire force with the intention of annihilating the Yi family in one fell swoop. Consequently, only a handful of lower-tier cultivators remained behind to guard the ancestral home. This circumstance fortuitously provided Xiao Lang and Enlon with an opportunity to infiltrate the stronghold. At this moment, Enlon advanced, detonating explosives along the way, accompanied by several underlings, heading towards the Lei family's treasury accumulated over decades. Now that the Lei family has been obliterated, it would be a grave mistake to allow their treasures to be buried in the earth. Chapter 83. The invocation of the 5-star card to suppress the dragon immortal. Enlon chuckled to himself, contemplating the substantial fortune he had just acquired. Meanwhile, high above the Yi family plaza, the members of the Lei family, upon witnessing their mountain peak reduced to a state of ruin, comprehended that this time it was indeed the end. Their final hope rested upon their ancestral figure, who they believed could vanquish the city lord, Su Qing. If the city lord were to be eliminated, the Lei family could seamlessly take control of the city lord's mansion, leveraging their ancestor's residual authority to dominate Sanyuan City. This was their last glimmer of hope. Although the collective thoughts of the crowd aligned in this manner, their gazes were fixated upon the young adversary before them, donned in defensive treasures, grinning with a mouthful of gleaming white teeth as he mocked them. Each member of the Lei family exhibited a fierce demeanor, wishing they could crush him with their own hands, particularly Lei Yu, who was acutely aware that the immense wealth and lives of countless family members painstakingly accumulated over generations lay in ruins at the hands of this young man. He yearned for the adversary's demise. In a fit of rage, Lei Yu unleashed a powerful strike that sent Yi Long flying, then swiftly charged toward Xiao Lang. He was convinced that this was merely a trivial 4th-tier youth. A mere flick of his finger could exact a fatal price from him. Observing Lei Yu's furious approach, Xiao Lang swiftly made his way into the crowd. However, the defensive treasures he wore impeded his movements somewhat. Consequently, he was intercepted by another 5th-tier elder from the Lei family. Young one, let us see where you can flee. The elder blocked Xiao Lang's path, joining forces with Yi Long to form a pincer attack. Both unleashed their energies, launching lethal strikes toward Xiao Lang. Alas, Were they not merely courting their own misfortune? Xiao Lang silently activated the 5-star card within his system backpack. Ding! The 5-star card, suppressed the Dragon Immortal, successfully activated. Though it was dubbed an immortal, it was, in reality, a 9-tailed fox. It was indeed the ancient caretaker of the Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King from the journey to the west. Despite being a demon, it was more than sufficient to contend with the 2 5th-tier cultivators before him. Whoosh! A tempest of dark winds erupted from Xiao Lang's hand, enveloping the elder who had dared to obstruct him. Turning to face Lei Yu, Xiao Lang produced a shimmering golden rope and tossed it toward him. The golden binding rope instantaneously coiled around Lei Yu, binding him tightly. Initially, Lei Yu dismissed it as merely a trivial rope. However, as he found himself thoroughly ensnared, panic surged within him. The fire seed energy within him became sealed. No matter how he attempted to manipulate it, he could not harness it. This golden rope possessed the power to seal his fire seed energy. In an instant, Lei Yu was taken aback, and then, due to the sealing of his own fire seed energy, he plummeted from the sky as the support of his fire seed energy vanished. Help me. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. They had initially thought that 2 5th-tier cultivators could easily handle Xiao Lang, a mere 4th-tier junior, believing it would be a simple task. Yet, who could have anticipated that in a fleeting moment, the tides of battle would shift dramatically? Bang! At that moment, Lei Yu crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater in the Yi family's plaza. However, despair soon enveloped him. As he surveyed the throng of Yi family disciples surrounding him, brandishing their 4th-tier treasures with predatory gazes, he lamented inwardly. My life is forfeit. Charge! Kill him! Charge, charge! Charge! The Yi family disciples, momentarily stunned, quickly realized that Lei Yu was tightly bound and had lost any means of retaliation, prompting them to raise their treasures and rush forward. With a splatter of blood and flesh, the esteemed patriarch of the Lei family, a top power in Sanyuan City, was reduced to mere pulp by a frenzy of blades. After slaying Lei Yu, several disciples sought to seize the opportunity to discreetly pilfer the golden rope. To their surprise, the rope detached itself from Lei Yu and soared back into the air. Upon witnessing Lei Yu's demise, Xiao Lang turned his gaze toward the elder who had intercepted him, now enveloped in a sinister wind. To Xiao Lang's perception, this elder had been flayed by the malevolent breeze, leaving only a blood-soaked skeleton. To quell any rising panic, Xiao Lang exerted control over the sinister wind, unleashing a fierce gust that obliterated the skeleton into ashes, which then dissipated into the air. Hiss! This boy is terrifying. We must flee. The remaining elders of the Lei family, witnessing the swift annihilation of their patriarch and an elder, were filled with profound dread, their thoughts turning to escape. However, Yilong and another elder, having freed their hands, could not let this opportunity to strike down a drowning dog slip away. Yilong, somewhat astonished by Xiao Lang, advanced toward the fleeing elders to intercept them. As the saying goes, cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to sprout again with the spring breeze. The remaining Lei family members must be completely eradicated. Xiao Lang observed the fray as the crowd surrounded those fleeing elders, knowing well that escape was futile. With Lei Yu no longer restraining Yilong, the 5th-tier pinnacle cultivator could easily suppress those below his level. The Lei family was essentially finished, leaving only their ancestor high in the sky. Once the battle's outcome was determined, it would be settled. Thus, Xiao Lang focused his attention on the clash between the 2 6th-tier masters in the heavens. Although the strength of the Dragon Suppression Immortal was average, he possessed a formidable treasure, the golden rope, presenting an opportunity for Xiao Lang. Observing the intense battle between the two, with their exchanges becoming increasingly intricate, Xiao Lang surreptitiously activated the illusory gold rope and delved into the clouds. He subsequently concealed himself near the venerable ancestor of the Lei family. However, Xiao Lang was uncertain whether the illusory gold rope would be effective against such a 6th-tier cultivator. Thus he hesitated to act recklessly. For should he attract the opponent's attention, escape would not be an easy feat after much contemplation. He could not resist the temptation to employ a tactic of provocation. Hey, old man, your son is gone. Xiao Lang proclaimed through a large loudspeaker, directing his voice toward the airborne ancestor of the Lei family. At that moment, the ancestor of the Lei family evaded Su Qing's palm strike and glanced down at the battlefield. In that fleeting instant, he was struck dumb. All of his numerous descendants, including his cherished son Lei Yu, had vanished without a trace. Witnessing Yilong's smug demeanor from afar, the ancestor of the Lei family felt a sharp pang of despair. His lineage was lost. Chapter 84. The Fall of the Lei Family. Curse be all of you. In an instant, the patriarch of the Lei family descended into madness. He had strived relentlessly to break through to the 6th tier for what purpose? Merely to elevate the status of the Lei family within the realm of Sanyuan City. Yet now it was all gone. His gaze fixated on Yi Long in the distance, a desire to eliminate him igniting within him. Whoosh! However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a golden rope materialized around him. For an instant, the flame seed within the Lei patriarch was sealed away. Lord Su quickly. In truth, there was no need for Xiao Lang to voice such a reminder. For Su Qing, a seasoned warrior who had endured bloodshed to ascend to the position of city lord. Seizing upon an opponent's momentary lapse was second nature. Buzz, a blade of azure wind manifested in his hand, and taking advantage of the Lei patriarch's bewilderment, Su Qing cast it forth with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh! The azure blade sliced through space, appearing before the Lei patriarch in an instant. No, no, no. At that moment, the Lei patriarch was engulfed by a profound sense of dread, striving to break free from the constricting golden rope. He succeeded, feeling the vast energy of the flame seed once more stir within him. He sought to harness that energy to escape the deadly grip of the rope. But alas, it was too late. Splat! A flash of brilliance surged forth, and the Lei patriarch's head was severed cleanly from his body. Subsequently, both head and corpse plummeted to the ground. Hiss! The onlookers, who had prudently kept their distance, gasped in astonishment at the sight. They understood that the Lei family was utterly finished. The current state of Sanyuan City had transformed from 5 major factions into an unshakable city lord's estate, standing in a tripod configuration alongside the Yi, Bai, and Han families. The battle had concluded in less than half a day. The signs of the Yi family swiftly tidied up the aftermath, exchanging pleasantries with Yilong, the head of the Yi family, before making their exit. For them, this was the opportune moment to seize control of the Lei family's territory. Though the city lord's estate and the Yi family would undoubtedly plunder a share of the spoils, there would still be enough scraps left for these smaller factions to thrive. Yilong, unperturbed by the developments, bid farewell to the departing guests with a warm smile before commanding all members of the Yi family to commence the reclamation of the Lei family's domain. The Yi family members surged forth, relentlessly pursuing the remnants of the Lei family throughout Sanyuan City. Those who could be enlisted were absorbed, while those who could not were mercilessly eliminated. Such is the nature of conflict among the elite factions. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Had the tables turned today, the Lei family would have employed identical tactics against the Yi family, perhaps even more ruthlessly. Now, bolstered by the support of the city lord's estate, the Bai and Han families dared not entertain any other ambitions. At this moment, the two families were filled with trepidation, fearing that the Yi family would conspire with the city lord's mansion against them. However, they were overthinking. The Lei family's territory had already allowed the Yi family to reap substantial rewards. As the saying goes, a greedy heart can devour an elephant, and if they were to become even more avaricious, the city lord's knife might soon be aimed at the Yi family. After 3 days of effort, the Yi family completely took control of all the Lei family's territories in Sanyuan City. Naturally, they conducted an inventory of the Lei family's assets. The meager resources previously taken by Lan were but a drop in the bucket. The Lei family, being one of the top powers in Sanyuan City alongside the Yi family, possessed unimaginable wealth and cultivation resources. These resources were more than sufficient to solidify the Yi family's strength, alleviating any concerns about the Bai and Han families uniting against them. Thus, these elite forces were perpetually consumed by thoughts of devouring their rivals, which was indeed a pressing concern. After tallying the resources from the Lei family, Yi Long personally took 70% of the acquired resources to the city lord's mansion. The city lord, Su Qing, graciously welcomed him, opening the grand doors to receive him. Yi Long and Su Qing conversed for an extended period indoors, and in the end, the city lord himself cordially escorted Yi Long out of the mansion. Observers noted that the Yi family employed beast-drawn carts to transport resources to the city lord's mansion throughout the entire day, a clear demonstration of goodwill. Although the Yi family had consolidated the Lei family's territory, they found themselves in a rather precarious position. As the saying goes, merit can overshadow the master. If the Yi family did not willingly sever some of their interests and territories, they might soon find themselves in the same plight as the Lei family. Today, City Lord Su Qing could ally with the Yi family, but tomorrow he could just as easily form a coalition with the Bai or Han families. The world is bustling. All for profit. It is merely a matter of worth and whether one can compel action. Once the affairs surrounding the Lei family were fully concluded, Yi Long held a gathering in the hall to commend all the Yi family disciples who participated in the conflict. With the resources from the Lei family, these disciples would undoubtedly ascend to a new level of strength. To express gratitude for the contributions of Yi Shui and Li Dahu, Yi Long generously divided half of the Lei family's mountain peak and granted it to Little Fire Village as their territory. The other half was awarded to Xiaolang, in recognition of his remarkable achievements in battle. Since Xiaolang was also a member of Little Fire Village, it meant that the Lei family's mountain peak now wholly belonged to them. This time, genuine smiles adorned the faces of Li Dahu and Xiaolang. Little Fire Village finally possessed its own territory in Sanyuan City. Furthermore, the loving family grocery store was gradually flourishing within the city, alleviating any concerns about bearing the expenses of the entire mountain peak. After arranging these matters, Yi Long discreetly summoned Xiaolang to a side hall. Observing the young lad, Xiaolang, Yi Long felt a twinge of discomfort. Young man, the methods you previously employed do not seem to belong to this realm. Yi Long remarked with a serious expression, fixing his gaze upon Xiaolang. Hearing these words, Xiaolang felt no surprise. Instead, he smiled amiably, simply watching Yi Long in silence. "Ah, you rascal," Yi Long chuckled, then waved his hand with a sigh. "Oh well, even if I wish to retract my words now, it is too late. It is only natural for the youth to harbor a few secrets. Remember to treat Binger well. Do not allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Otherwise, I shall spare no effort to incapacitate you." Upon hearing this, Xiaolang immediately thumped his chest and earnestly assured, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, Xiaolang will ensure that Binger experiences not a trace of hardship." Chapter 85 The Decree of the Great Yuan Emperor. Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, Xiaolang will ensure that Binger faces no grievances. Upon hearing Xiaolang's words, Yi Long's expression brightened. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaolang's feelings for Yi Binger are undeniably sincere. As the head of the Yi family, a prestigious force in Sanyuan City, Yi Long possesses considerable confidence in his judgment. However, Xiaolang's rapid enhancement of strength and formidable combat prowess have far surpassed Yi Long's expectations. During the battle against the Lei family, Xiaolang was capable of slaying a 5th-tier elder and trapping Lei Yu, the pinnacle 5th-tier cultivator and head of the Lei family, with remarkable ease. Even Yi Long himself, to be frank, lacked such prowess. Otherwise, he would not have been at a stalemate with Lei Yu for so long. What is most astounding is that Xiaolang even had the energy to engage in the conflict between City Lord Su and the Lei family's ancestor, both 6th-tier cultivators. From the sky, this realization struck Yi Long with a pang of unease. If Xiaolang were to turn against the Yi family, even he would be no match for him. Contemplating this, Yi Long felt immensely grateful for the decision he had made. Recruiting Xiaolang into the Yi family might very well be the wisest choice of his life. With Xiaolang's assistance, perhaps the Yi family could even aspire to develop toward the royal city or even the imperial city. The more Yi Long pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and his gaze towards Xiaolang grew increasingly fervent. He could hardly contain his desire to bind Xiaolang with a small whip, feeding him precious resources daily to expedite his cultivation, thereby shattering the current stalemate the Yi family faced in Sanyuan City. However, Such a scenario was evidently unattainable. At present, Yi Long treasured Xiao Lang immensely, and the thought that he had not yet fully united with his daughter stirred a sense of discomfort within him. What if this young man were to be swayed by another girl and become someone else's son-in-law? A solution must be found to hasten their marriage. Rubbing his chin, Yi Long gazed at Xiao Lang with a smile. Xiao Lang suddenly felt a tremor within him. Could it be that his charm was too potent? Not only had he won over the daughter, but also the father-in-law. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him. No, no, he must seek to deepen his affection with Binger. Remaining here any longer, he felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Father-in-law, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Lang cautiously spoke to Yi Long, wary of awakening any sinister thoughts within him. Very well, you may go. Do remember the banquet this evening. Yi Long nodded, reminding Xiao Lang. The upcoming banquet was not only a celebration of the collaboration between the Yi family and Xiaohua village, but also an opportunity to strengthen the cohesion within the Yi family. After all, during this battle with the Lei family, they contributed significantly. Thus, it is only fitting to reward themselves for their success. As Yi Long watched Xiao Lang depart, he stroked his chin in contemplation, a smile gradually emerging on his face. As night descended, the Yi family's mountain plaza was adorned with tables laden with an array of exquisite dishes. The entire Yi residence gleamed with lights. Many visitors from Xiaohua village had also arrived, and Li Go Dan and Wang Fu Gui had finally shed their posts as gatekeepers. Sitting at the table, they gazed at the abundant feast before them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They eagerly awaited the commencement of the banquet. Back in Xiaohua village, they had never encountered such indulgence. Their days were filled with coarse grains, or standing guard, or slaying peculiar creatures. The delightful occasion they now enjoyed was undoubtedly thanks to their brother Lang. As the guests settled in, Yi Long raised his wine cup, his voice resonating throughout the plaza as he channeled his energy. Everyone joined in raising their cups, toasting to the enduring friendship between the Yi family and Xiaohua village. Hooray! The banquet had officially begun. Yi Long's voice ignited the festivities, and joyous laughter echoed in the night sky. The younger generation of the Yi family, whether they had been beaten by Xiao Lang or not, were led by Yi and Yi Er to pour wine for him. The people of Xiaohua village exclaimed, "How can we allow you to overpower our brother Lang?" Each picked up their cups, joining the effort to toast Xiao Lang. If anyone was to be brought down, it would be by their hands. They had long desired this opportunity. Seated beside Xiao Lang, Yi Bing beamed with joy, watching him drink with the others. With a flourish, she joined the revelry. This move sent the entire banquet into a frenzy. Yi Long observed the scene from a corner, smiling softly, before leisurely retreating to his quarters. As the elders departed, the younger generation felt liberated. Some, intoxicated, insisted on channeling their inner fire energy to soar into the sky, claiming they would set off fireworks to enliven the atmosphere. However, in their drunken state, they stumbled and collided with the stone pillars at the grand entrance of the Yi residence, eliciting peals of laughter from all. As the night wore on, Xiao Lang, initially intent on moderation, found it increasingly difficult to resist the revelry. His vision blurred, and anyone who approached him was met with a drink. Eventually, he and Yi Bing, barely coherent, leaned on each other as they wobbled back to her room. In this inebriated state, Xiao Lang's years of training in the art of evading alcohol finally bore fruit. The flickering lights cast a warm glow, enveloping the scene in a tender embrace. I know you may not enjoy this, so I will omit the next 10,000 words. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, Su Qing stepped outside to welcome two exceedingly important guests into the estate. The two individuals were adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of elegance amidst a world rife with peculiarities. Their demeanor suggested an extraordinary status. Most notably, the aura emanating from them was evidently more formidable than that of Su Qing, clearly indicating that they had ascended to the 6th level of cultivation. Lord Liu, is there a matter of significance that brings you to Sanyuan City? Su Qing inquired with a hint of reverence, seated in the main position. Upon hearing Su Qing's question, Lord Liu did not hesitate. He retrieved a resplendent golden edict from his storage pouch and addressed Su Qing, by decree of the Great Yuan Emperor. All cities within the Great Yuan dynasty are to summon all cultivators below the age of 30 who have attained the 4th level of cultivation to the imperial city for the imperial selection. This selection will identify 100 of the strongest 4th level cultivators in the Great Yuan dynasty to participate in a special secret realm for the imperial battle. Those chosen to partake in the imperial battle will receive substantial rewards in cultivation resources for themselves and their families. Ha! This is utterly mundane, yet it has been scrutinized. Chapter 86. The selection of dynasties and the Great Dynasty War. All practitioners selected to participate in the Great Dynasty War will be rewarded with an abundance of cultivation resources for themselves and their families. Additionally, their respective villages and towns will also receive substantial rewards from the Emperor of the Great Yuan. As Lord Lu spoke, he lifted a dish from the table and took a sip, continuing, "Those who secure a place among the top 10 in the Great Dynasty War will be personally bestowed titles by the Emperor of the Great Yuan and granted special permission to enter the royal secret realm for 3 months. Their families will also gain the privilege of entering the imperial city, enjoying the eternal protection of the royal lineage." Upon hearing these words, a storm surged within Su Qing's heart. The rewards promised by the Emperor of the Great Yuan were enough to incite envy in any family within the Great Yuan dynasty. This was a golden opportunity to soar to great heights. The most crucial aspect was that those who could secure a top 10 position in the Great Dynasty War would also have the chance to cultivate within the royal secret realm, rumored to be rich in energy to the point of resembling liquid. Furthermore, there existed a pool of elemental cultivation capable of solidifying one's foundation and breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. This was indeed the cornerstone of the emperor's standing in the Great Yuan dynasty. To think it would be offered as a reward this time. 3 months of cultivation time would undoubtedly ignite envy in many hearts. It seemed that this selection and the ensuing Great Dynasty War had stirred ambitions. Su Qing swallowed hard, feeling a pang of despair. Why was there not a single promising young disciple from the Su family? Even without aiming for the top ranks in the selection, merely being among the top 100 would yield considerable rewards. As the lord of a city within the Great Yuan dynasty, Su Qing was aware of the terrifying might of the Great Yuan dynasty, despite the relative obscurity of their San Yuan city. To be recognized by the emperor and gain entry into the imperial city meant that the family could largely dismiss concerns over strange disturbances. While Su Qing pondered these matters, Lord Lu addressed him once more. "City Lord Su, in 1 month, the emperor will commence the selection competition in the imperial city. We will remain in San Yuan City for 3 days, after which we will escort your practitioners to the imperial city." "Thank you, Lord Lu," Su Qing said, discreetly handing over 2 storage bags. He then added, "I hope both of you will look after the disciple from San Yuan City during the event." Lord Lu accepted the storage bags with subtlety and, after a brief assessment, flashed a broad smile at Su Qing. "Rest assured, City Lord Su, with the Lu brothers safeguarding your way, I guarantee that the disciples of San Yuan City will arrive safely in the imperial city." At that moment, Lord Lu's words carried a warmth of camaraderie. Hearing this, a smile emerged on Su Qing's face, though internally, he felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for Su Qing's discreet maneuver, he could assure that their disciples traveling to the imperial city would have faced numerous obstacles along the way. In truth, without the allure of benefits, Su Qing would not have resorted to such stratagems. However, during the previous confrontation between the Yi and Lei families, he had indeed discovered quite a few promising talents, particularly that young man clad in exotic defensive treasures, flashing a bright grin. He was exceptionally fierce, a mere 4th-tier novice, yet he managed to confront and successfully slay 2 5th-tier cultivators. Such prowess, Su Qing believed, would undoubtedly rank among the very best even in the imperial capital, renowned for its abundance of prodigies. As long as that lad could secure a spot in the upcoming selection, the gifts Su Qing had bestowed today would not be in vain. By now, the night had deepened, and it was hardly appropriate for Su Qing to notify the various factions of San Yuan City. After ensuring the 2 esteemed officials, Lu, were comfortably settled. He retired to his chambers, meticulously calculating his plans before finally drifting into a deep slumber. After a night of earth-shaking passion, Xiaolang awoke refreshed and invigorated. Gazing at Yi Binger nestled in his arms, he chuckled and planted another kiss on her lips. Unable to feign sleep any longer, Yi Binger lightly thumped his chest before burying her face against him. This playful gesture reignited Xiao Lang's morning fervor, and with a mischievous grin, he pinned her down once more, eliciting a startled gasp as he reclaimed his dominance. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Yi residence, Yilong's heart remained unsettled as he read the letter delivered by a servant from the city lord's manor. Upon learning of the imperial capital's initiation of the dynasty selection trials and the impending grand war, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just when he was yearning for an opportunity, fate had delivered it to his doorstep. Yilong had always held great confidence in the younger generation of his family. Not only did Yi and Yi Er, both in their late 20s, already stand at the peak of the 4th tier, but his own daughter, barely past her 22nd birthday, was a prodigy at the proficient level of the 4th tier. Most crucially, he now had an exceptional son-in-law. Xiaolang's ability to challenge 5th-tier opponents as a 4th-tier cultivator was a feat that would earn him the title of genius across the entire Great Yuan dynasty. Though Yilong had never ventured beyond the neighboring city lord's territories, he was certain such talent was unparalleled. Even if Xiaolang's age might be a slight disadvantage, his sheer strength more than compensated for it. Previously, there had been concerns about him being lured away by other women, but after last night's events, the young man was irrevocably bound to the Yi family. Admittedly, the method might seem somewhat unscrupulous, but Yilong had done nothing untoward. It was merely a matter of mutual affection. He was simply a father hoping for his daughter's success. Was there anything wrong with that? Now, with the dynasty selection and grand war offering opportunities to enhance cultivation and reap countless benefits, how could he deny this young man the chance to broaden his horizons? Yet, the thought of his daughter accompanying Xiao Lang to the trials left Yilong with a lingering unease. This is indeed a selection process for the entire Yuan dynasty, and it is bound to give rise to numerous prodigies. One can easily ascertain that such generous rewards come with a correspondingly high level of peril. Alas, I must procure additional protective treasures for the young lady. Yilong sighed, rummaging through his private stash to select suitable defensive artifacts while contemplating who to send for the upcoming dynasty selection. After much deliberation, Yilong decided to convene these young disciples and allow them to make their own choices. In this fierce competition for resources, all he could do was elucidate the stakes involved. In this enigmatic world, without the courage to vie for what one desires, survival would be fleeting. Come fort. Convey my command. All members of the Yi family aged 30 and below with a cultivation level above the 4th tier assemble at the square immediately. It seems that Chapter 85 has been confined to a sort of black room, perhaps due to excessive postings causing some disarray. Chapter 87. Li Dahu's Epiphany summon my command. All members of the Yi family under 30 years of age with cultivation above the 4th rank must assemble in the square immediately. Having uttered these words, Yilong himself strode directly to the square outside the Yi residence. In mere moments, all the young disciples of the Yi family, those under 30 with cultivation surpassing the 4th rank, had gathered in the square. A formidable assembly of over 200 individuals. This alone bore testament to the staggering might the Yi family now wielded. By decree of the Great Yuan Imperial Court, all cultivators above the 4th rank are summoned to the imperial capital to participate in the Dynasty S selection trials. Those chosen shall venture into the secret realm to engage in the grand war of the dynasty. As Yilong meticulously elaborated the contents of the imperial summons, the fervor among the young disciples in the square ignited like wildfire. This was an opportunity to ascend to greatness in a single stride. To be selected would mean never again fretting over the scarcity of cultivation resources. Yet, as Yilong continued his exposition, their ardor was tempered by reason. This selection would pit them against every cultivator under 30 across the entire Great Yuan dynasty. Only 100 would emerge victorious. The odds were daunting, the peril immense. A single misstep could spell annihilation. Once Yi Long had concluded his address, his gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and he spoke with measured gravity. Participation in this imperial selection is entirely voluntary. Life and death rest in fate's hands. The choice is yours to make. Those who resolve to partake may register with Elder Yi Hu. Beside him, Yi Hu's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Long from his seat, his face a portrait of displeasure. What a fine arrangement. Whenever there's trouble, it's always me you burden. Yet, cowed by his elder brother's authority, Yi could only acquiesce in silence. After all, he had not claimed the mantle of the Yi family's leadership. Below, the young disciples erupted into fervent discussion, each wrestling with the decision of whether to join the imperial selection. But three figures strode forth without hesitation, presenting themselves before Elder Yi Hu, a resolute declaration of their intent. These three were none other than Yi Long's adopted sons, Yi Yi, Yi Er, and Yi San, as Yi Long's chosen heirs. Their foremost ambition had always been the relentless pursuit of strength. Moreover, in this imperial selection, they held a distinct advantage. All three were seasoned fourth-rank cultivators, teetering on the brink of the fifth rank. If they succeeded in the selection, the resources they would gain could propel them across that final threshold. Then, whether within the Yi family or the imperial capital, their status would be unassailable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, they made their choice. Meanwhile, Xiaolang, with an arm draped around Yi Bing'er, turned to Li Dahu and Yi Shui and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Will you join the selection?" Li Dahu cast a tender glance at Yi Shui before replying to Xiaolang with a trace of remorse. "Xiaolang, you've always shielded us, whether in Little Flame Village or the Valley of 10,000 Withered Bones. It is only because of you that we survived and attained our current strength." Beside him, Yi Shui nodded in agreement. Li Dahu's expression suddenly turned serious, and with a hint of self-mockery, he spoke, "I am quite aware of my own capabilities. Among those of the same rank, I cannot claim invincibility, let alone those who are of a higher level than I. Moreover, we have merely begun to enter the fourth tier. I possess the self-awareness to recognize my limitations in this selection of a dynasty. However, you are different. We all know that you have always held back due to us. You possess such formidable strength. This selection is truly your stage. This time, we cannot be a burden to you any longer. I intend to remain on the mountain peak of Xiaohua Village with Yi Shui to look after Grandpa and the others, as the village still requires manpower. If we were to leave as well, the villagers would be in danger." Upon saying this, Li Dahu felt a sense of relief within himself. Although he would not be participating, he would not forget to strive to keep pace with Xiaolang. Hearing Li Dahu's words, Xiaolang nodded with appreciation, patting his shoulder and saying, "It's all right. Remember to take good care of them in the village. I will retrieve the resources, and then we can relocate the entire Xiaohua village to the imperial city." Xiaolang fully supported Li Dahu's decision. Li Dahu could remain here, assuredly caring for Yi Shui and Li Yao. However, Xiaolang could not afford to linger in Sanyuan City. His strength would only grow increasingly sluggish. Only through confronting the bizarre and engaging in battle could he elevate his potential and refine his power. Moreover, this was his first encounter with the Yuan dynasty. How could he possibly refrain from witnessing it? Remaining in Sanyuan City was simply not in his nature. Most importantly, after what transpired last night, Xiaolang had definitively become the son-in-law of the Yi family. For the sake of Yi Bing'er and the Yi family, he felt compelled to participate in this dynasty selection. By achieving a sufficiently high rank, he could secure a place for both the Yi family and Xiaohua village within the imperial city. In Xiaolang's mind, it would surely be a safer haven. With resolve in his heart, Xiaolang turned to Yi Bing'er, his expression softening as he gently said, "Will you wait for me at home?" Yi Bing'er's eyes immediately glistened with tears. They had just shared a tender night together, and Xiaolang's words meant he wished to leave her behind in the Yi family while he ventured forth to participate in the dynasty selection. However, she had clearly heard Li Dahu's earlier remarks and understood that with her current proficiency at the fourth tier, it would be quite challenging for her to pass this selection. At merely 22 years of age, achieving the fourth tier proficiency is indeed commendable. Yet the selection is open to all those under 30 years old across the dynasty. and it is evident that those below the 5th tier would struggle to succeed. Yi and the others were contemplating a last-ditch effort to see if they could make the leap, as they were close to the 5th tier. But for Yi Binger, the gulf to reach the 5th tier was far too great. As for Xiaolang, although he was merely an entry-level practitioner of the 4th tier, Yi Binger and her companions were acutely aware that his prowess could rival that of a 5th-tier warrior. Despite the profound reluctance in her heart, Yi Binger understood that exceptional individuals like Xiaolang could not be hindered in their pursuit of progress. She realized that the only way to remain by his side in the future was to strive even harder herself. Thus, she acquiesced to Xiaolang's decision. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Yi Binger nodded and said to Xiaolang, "You must return safely. I am waiting for you to come and marry me." Xiaolang gently squeezed her small hand, his eyes filled with tenderness as he nodded in affirmation. He then leaned closer to Yi Binger's ear and whispered, "There's still 2 days left, right? Tonight, I shall visit your room to guide you in your cultivation." Chapter 88. Preparing to depart ISNT. There's still 2 days left? I'll come to your room tonight to offer you some guidance in your cultivation. As soon as these words left his lips, Yi Bing-er's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, almost as if it were about to drip with juice. Yi Bing-er pondered, knowing that Xiaolang would soon be leaving, and she felt a twinge of reluctance. She murmured softly, her voice barely audible. However, Xiaolang possessed remarkably keen hearing and certainly caught her response. Instantly, a broad grin spread across his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he chuckled heartily. Xiaolang then exchanged whispers with Yi Bing, Li Dahu, and Yi Shui, discreetly bestowing upon them numerous precious treasures and life-saving potions before stepping out of the ranks to approach Yi Hu. Upon seeing Xiaolang approach, a look of satisfaction crept onto Yi Hu's face. As long as this lad was willing to take action, that position was as good as secured. Although Xiaolang was merely the son-in-law of the Yi family, he was still somewhat related, wasn't he? If Xiaolang proved to be even more formidable and secured a ranking in the dynasty war, then the Yi family could also make their way into the imperial city. Who would dare to voice any objections? Yet, noticing that Xiaolang was alone, without Li Dao, Yi Shui, or Yi Bing accompanying him, Yi Hu felt slightly bewildered. Initially, he had intended to provide the 2 young ladies with some protective cards, but it seemed they had come to their own conclusions. This realization brought him even greater joy. While the rewards from the great Yuan Emperor were indeed substantial, one must be alive to claim them. Gazing across the entirety of Sanyuan City, who besides Xiaolang could confidently claim a secured position, if anyone dared to make such a claim, Yi Hu would gladly tear up the registration book right then and there. "Second uncle, please register me." Xiaolang resumed his carefree demeanor, addressing Yi Hu before sauntering over to the group of young Yi family members preparing for the dynasty selection. Splendid. Full of spirit. Xiaolang patted Yi's shoulder, offering him profound encouragement. Yi managed a strained smile and softly greeted Brother Lang hello. Xiai Olang nodded, then moved to Yi's side, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing and earnestly advising, "Yi, this time, you must showcase the style of our Yi family." Yi trembled at the thought of the tragic events in Wanku Valley and Xiaolang's brutality against 5th-tier cultivators, immediately responding with a loud, "Understood, Brother Lang." "Good, very good." Xiaolang nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Yi family. Before he could speak, they all shouted in unison, "Brother Lang, hello." "Oh, splendid, splendid." A radiant smile adorned Xiaolang's face. "Ye bin kef, li danhu, and yeju ikchengit glances." Feeling immensely relieved that they had not approached. Indeed, Xiaolang remained the center of attention. "Do you dare to flaunt in front of me? I could easily hang you up, you know." Yi Hu remarked casually to Xiaolang, before proceeding to organize the personnel list in his hands. This time, the Yi family had sent a total of 11 individuals to participate in the dynasty selection. Apart from Xiaolang, who was a novice at the 4th tier, there were 6 others who had achieved proficiency at the same level. The remaining 5 were the adopted sons of Yilong, namely Yi, Yi San, Yi Si, and Yi Wu, all of whom were peak 4th tier cultivators, forming the main fighting force alongside Xiaolang. It was apparent that, while everyone recognized this as a monumental opportunity, they were also acutely aware of their own limitations. All right, the rest of you may disperse, Yihu instructed the others, then turned to the 11 participants of the selection, saying, 2 days from now, gather here punctually to head to the city lord's mansion. You may use the remaining time to procure any necessary items. Understood, second elder. The 11 responded in unison before dispersing. Yihu's words were rather tactful. In a different light, they serve as a gentle reminder for those lacking hope to spend time with their families while they still could. Xiaolang, however, had no need to procure anything, as his spatial system was already brimming with an assortment of peculiar items, akin to half a soccer field worth of goods. As for the next 2 days, he intended to continue his research with Yi Binger on the topic they had not completed the previous night: the significance of human survival and reproduction in a bizarre world. This news regarding the city lord's mansion quickly spread throughout Sanyuan City. The Bai and Han families were well aware of the immense opportunity at hand and were engaged in similar endeavors to the Yi family. They summoned young disciples who met the criteria, responding to the call of the great Yuan emperor, preparing to journey to the imperial city to partake in the dynasty selection. Other factions in Sanyuan City were equally determined not to miss this chance for ascendance. The likes of the Whale Shark sect, the Mad Blade Gang, and the Black Flag Pavilion were all gathering at the city lord's mansion, each seeking individuals who fit the requirements. Although Sanyuan City was somewhat remote and had received few command from the great Yuan emperor, this did not diminish their thirst for resources or their hopes for a prosperous life in the imperial city. Thus, Sanyuan City, which had only recently returned to its former tranquility, once again descended into a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, the sounds of bustling activity emanated from Yi Binger's room. As the eyes closed and opened again, 2 days had swiftly elapsed. Xiaolang, hands on his hips, leaned against the wall as he exited Yi Binger's room, making his way towards the assembly point in the square. Thankfully, the time frame was merely 2 days. Had it been any longer, he wondered if he would even have the fortune to participate in the selection. After consuming a bottle of red elixir to restore himself, Xiaolang felt significantly better. Upon arriving at the square, he found Yi Hu and the others already awaiting him. As Xiaolang approached, Yi Hu shot him a glare, his irritation palpable. He remarked, "Youngsters these days lack restraint. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to depart." Xiaolang retorted with a defiant glare, muttering, "Your big tiger isn't in any better shape." Under Yi Hu's fierce gaze, Xiaolang, feeling a twinge of guilt, shrank back slightly and joined the ranks of the group. "All right, everyone is here. Let us set forth." With these words, Yi Hu launched himself into the sky, soaring towards the Lord's mansion. The 11 participants, including Xiaolang, transformed into streaks of light, following suit. Below, the Yi family disciples called out with fervor, "You must return safely." Their heartfelt wishes echoed throughout the peaks of Yi Mountain. As for Yi Binger, she was conspicuously absent from the throng below. Although Xiaolang had braced himself against the wall to exit, she remained in bed, still recuperating. Chapter 89. The 6th rank extraordinary treasure. The breaking cloud boat. When Yi Hu and the group arrived at the city lord's mansion, the square outside was already teeming with people. A cursory glance revealed no less than 200 individuals. At that moment, City Lord Su Qing and 2 other dignitaries stood upon a high platform, addressing the crowd. As they prepared to participate in the dynasty selection, it was imperative that everyone adhered to the directives of the 2 esteemed gentlemen. They hoped each participant would achieve remarkable results and soar to great heights. With Su Qing's words concluded, Lord Lu stepped forward, effortlessly ascending into the air, and retrieved a small wooden boat from his storage pouch. With a flick of his fingers, the diminutive vessel soared into the sky, buzzing with energy. As Lord Lu executed several hand seals, the small boat expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal ship. It was evident that it could comfortably accommodate 400 to 500 individuals. All participants in the dynasty selection hasten aboard. Upon Lord Lu's command, the crowd below surged forth like streaks of light, rushing into the immense vessel. Observing this spectacle, Yi Hu promptly urged the 11 members of the Yi family to board swiftly. Xiaolang and his companions, witnessing the scene, also transformed into beams of light and ascended onto the great ship. Farewell, City Lord Su. Once the boarding process concluded, the two Liu brothers, both sixth-rank cultivators, stepped into the air and landed upon the gigantic vessel. Safe travels, my lord. Su Qing bowed respectfully towards the enormous ship and then opened a breach in the defensive formation of Sanyuan City. Whoosh! The massive ship, seemingly unwieldy, exhibited remarkable speed, darting forth like a streak of light under the control of the sixth-rank cultivator, gliding through the opening in the defensive array created by Su Qing. As the colossal vessel exited Sanyuan City, Su Qing swiftly activated the sealing technique, closing the defensive formation once more. At that moment, observing Yihu in the distance, Su Qing strode over and inquired, "Brother Yihu, I wonder if that young member of a Yi family participated in the selection that day?" Filled with anticipation, Su Qing posed the question, for it pertained to his accomplishments as the city lord of Sanyuan City, an issue he could not afford to neglect. To be candid, Su Qing had just taken a brief glance at the participants. Among the 200 individuals, only 3 were fifth-rank practitioners, and judging by their ages, they were all nearing 30. He felt uncertain about their prospects. After all, Sanyuan City was situated in a remote area, and its resources paled in comparison to those of larger cities and the royal capital, making it a veritable backwater. Hence, he inquired of Yihu, hoping that perhaps this time they might secure a selection that would enhance his record. Who knows, he might even be transferred to another major city as a city lord. Even if that were not the case, it would still yield substantial cultivation resources. Upon hearing Su Qing's inquiry, a smile appeared on Yihu's face. Su Qing harbored a hope that Xiao Lang would participate in the selection in advance, just as the Yi family did. Indeed, that young man had indeed taken part in this dynasty selection. Yihu gazed at the direction in which the colossal ship had departed and responded to Su Qing. How splendid! How splendid indeed! Both Su Qing and Yihu wore smiles as they watched the massive vessel vanish into the horizon. On board the grand ship, Xiao Lang observed the clouds swirling past his ears, his eyes brimming with a sense of novelty. This experience was unlike his own flights. Aboard this gigantic vessel, an energy shield provided a protective barrier. Standing at the edge of the ship and witnessing the clouds gradually dissipate behind him was an exhilarating sensation. He had just learned from a distinguished individual that this was a 6th-tier pinnacle treasure, specifically crafted by the treasure masters within the imperial city, the breaking cloud vessel. It was designed precisely for such circumstances. Even when confronted with 7th-tier anomalies, it could withstand a few of their attacks. In the wilds, unless one was particularly unfortunate, encountering 6th-tier anomalies was quite rare, let alone those of the 7th tier. Therefore, there was little need for them to worry about safety. Should they truly encounter such formidable anomalies, the 2 leaders accompanying them would be powerless to resist, let alone their own relatively weak 4th-tier companions. Having arrived, Xiao Lang decided to make himself comfortable. He retrieved a reclining chair from the system space and placed it on the deck of the colossal ship. Then, he took out a cup of freshly squeezed juice he had prepared earlier and leisurely began to observe the clouds as they rolled and unfolded. This scene left the 2 brothers in the control room astounded. Did this lad truly believe he was on a vacation? Yet, to dare to participate in the selection with only 4th-tier proficiency was indeed audacious. Truly a case of a fledgling bull unafraid of tigers. They chose not to hold this young one accountable. Having accepted Su Qing's gift, naturally, they would ensure the safety of everyone on board as they made their way to the imperial city. Whether or not he would meet his demise during the selection was beyond their control. Thus, witnessing Xiao Lang's demeanor, they simply assumed he was savoring the final moments of his life. Paying him no further mind, they focused intently on piloting the colossal ship. Indeed, Xiao Lang, who had initially possessed only 4th-tier entry-level strength, had experienced a breakthrough. Coincidentally, during the past few days of incessant discussions with Yi Binger, the energy within him had suddenly shattered its chains. Alas, life is often as lonely as snow. Xiao Lang sipped his juice, gazing at the scenery before him, and sighed with a face full of contemplation. As for Yi Er, and the others, they gathered around Xiao Lang, subtly positioning themselves in his orbit. They all understood well that Xiao Lang was undoubtedly employing a strategy. Soon, they would participate in the selection, and while they were all compatriots in San Yuan City, boarding this grand ship had transformed them into competitors. Xiao Long was surely feigning weakness. Ye was still pondering whether some audacious individuals would dare to provoke Xiao Lang, prompting his companions to spring forth and teach the interloper a lesson. However, to his surprise, such a confrontation never materialized. Fortunately, the other passengers aboard the vessel were oblivious to Yi Er's thoughts. Had they been aware, they undoubtedly would have cast him a significant look of disdain. With 10 members of the Yi family surrounding a mere 4th-tier adept, it was evident to all that the young man was not to be trifled with. Moreover, it was crucial to note that most of them had witnessed the clash between the Yi and Lei families firsthand, although they had merely observed the battle from the sidelines. They were acutely aware that the Yi family had produced a prodigious youth capable of contending with 5th-tier fighters. Gazing at Xiao Lang's dazzlingly bright smile, it was clear to them that he was indeed the genius of the moment. To even suggest that they provoke him was nothing short of courting disaster. Chapter 90. Arrival at the Imperial City. The speed of the Cloudpiercer was considerably swifter than that of an ordinary 5th-tier cultivator. After departing from San Yuan City, Xiao Lang and his companions quietly awaited the moment they would reach the Imperial City aboard the Cloudpiercer. Once the initial novelty had worn off, everyone grew weary of the scenery and retreated to the cabin to cultivate individually. Xiao Lang reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, gazing at the misty clouds, his thoughts meandering freely. As half a day passed, the sky began to darken, and the ship illuminated with the glow of exotic lanterns. This colossal vessel soared through the skies. In the days that followed, perhaps due to their shared origins, the passengers aboard the ship coexisted harmoniously. They encountered several 4th and 5th-tier vengeful spirits along the way, which posed no threat. The massive ship simply collided with them, rendering the spirits to mere remnants without causing a ripple, thanks to its protective formations. Xiao Lang watched this spectacle with great envy, contemplating when he might possess an even grander vessel soaring through the heavens. What a splendid affair it would be to simply charge through any eerie encounters. Days passed, and Xiao Lang and his companions had traversed an indeterminate distance, having passed through 2 cities thus far. However, as all were cultivators of 4th tier and above, they required no sustenance, relying solely on the energy within their fire seeds for their bodily needs. Nonetheless, Xiao Lang enjoyed indulging in the occasional snack, such as exotic beast jerky, not for necessity, but to satiate his cravings and remind himself that he was still a human, not a mere automaton of destruction. On the 18th day of the voyage, the esteemed Lu Jin addressed the crew, announcing that only 5 days remained until they reached the Imperial City. This news ignited excitement among the passengers. Initially filled with anticipation, they envisioned their imminent arrival at the Imperial City to participate in the selection process and rise to prominence. However, as time passed aboard the colossal ship, the fervor of some began to wane, and many even contemplated retreat. Yet, Lu Jin and his fellow 6th-tier envoys from the Imperial City paid little heed to their sentiments. The ship could not afford to make arbitrary stops mid-flight. Thus, even those yearning for San Yuan City found themselves destined to continue onward. Xiao Lang, however, remained indifferent. During this period of leisure, he diligently refined his skills and adjusted the tricolored fire lotus within him, with the enhancement of the fallen heart flame and his own purple-black flame. Even during the most mundane moments, the fire lotus within him continued to cultivate autonomously. Over these past days, his strength steadily increased bit by bit. Apart from Xiao Lang, there was notable excitement stemming from one of the 10 individuals from the Yi family who had achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Moreover, Yi finally took that last half step, successfully breaking through the shackles of the 5th tier, becoming a genuine 5th tier novice cultivator. This was undoubtedly good news for Xiao Lang, and perhaps offered a glimmer of hope for the Yi family. However, for the others, a sense of urgency began to permeate their hearts. Particularly, Yi Er and his adopted sons felt a growing anxiety. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, haste is of little value. After all, they were not like Xiaolang, a prodigy. Although he had ascended to the 5th tier, he remained acutely self-aware. Immediately after his breakthrough, he sent word to Xiaolang, displaying no hint of arrogance typical of a 5th-tier cultivator. This scene was met with an understanding nod from everyone in the Yi family. After all, the title Langgu was not bestowed without reason. As they approached the imperial city, merely 2 days away, the atmosphere aboard the ship began to grow increasingly tense. The passengers resembled students on the brink of an examination, anxiously poring over their books one last time. However, this selection process was far from a mere test. Failure here could mean the loss of life. Amidst the rising tension, minor frictions began to emerge. Yet, thanks to the presence of 2 6th-tier masters aboard the vessel, no serious incidents occurred. Gradually, Xiaolang noticed several colossal ships akin to their own appearing in the vicinity. Through the protective barrier, he could faintly discern numerous figures peering outward. Their gazes mirrored those of the participants from previous elections, clearly indicating they hailed from other cities. At that moment, the people aboard the ship suddenly united, their attention shifting towards the arrival from the major cities. After 2 more days of travel, Xiaolang and his companions finally neared the imperial city. When a majestic and splendid imperial city came into view, all hearts were struck with awe. To them, San Yuan City was already a vast metropolis. Even with strange invasions, San Yuan City could swiftly quell any ensuing chaos. Yet, upon witnessing the grandeur and overwhelming presence of the imperial city, they comprehended the meaning of a small witch sees a great witch. The mere aura emanating from the defensive array in the sky left them utterly astonished. It was crucial to note that this array enveloped the entire imperial city. They could only speculate how many energy coins it consumed daily, likely equivalent to the yearly expenditure of San Yuan City. As Xiaolang gazed upon the imperial city, he silently pondered. Initially, he believed aerial flight would be prohibited here, yet unexpectedly, after Lu Jin and his companion cast a few spells, a response resonated from within the imperial city. Before them, portals resembling gateways appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin and his companion steered the colossal vessel directly into the imperial city. This unexpected act left Xiaolang in a state of quiet astonishment. Even the emperors throughout the annals of Long Kingdom's history had placed great significance on ceremonial propriety. Yet, to his surprise, the emperor of the Great Yuan seemed rather indifferent to such traditions, allowing these extraordinary treasures to soar freely above the imperial city. Perhaps this was a reflection of the emperor's own inner pride, believing that as long as he reigned, the Great Yuan dynasty would remain unassailable. Upon entering the imperial city, the occupants of the broken cloud vessel, akin to uncultured bumpkins, leaned over the edges of the deck, marveling at the splendor of their surroundings. After navigating through the city for what felt like half a day, Lu Jin and his companion finally brought the broken cloud vessel to a halt. Prepare to disembark, everyone. Our destination has been reached. Wishing you all the best of luck. Chapter 91. The Crown Prince of the Great Yuan. The opening of the secret realm. Prepare to disembark. Our destination has arrived. I wish you all good fortune. Upon hearing these words, a sense of apprehension washed over the crowd. Yet they complied with Lord Lu's directive and descended from the vessel, one by one. Below lay a vast plaza of the imperial city, remarkably close to the royal palace. However, it was evident that they were not yet permitted to enter the palace. Perhaps, once they successfully participated in the selection and became one of the 100 chosen, they would gain entry into the resplendent and formidable palace of the Great Yuan dynasty. At this moment, the plaza was already teeming with people who congregated according to the locations of their respective cities. Excitement buzzed through the air as everyone eagerly scanned their surroundings. The Crown Prince has arrived. A sharp, resonant voice echoed across the entire plaza, instantly capturing the attention of all. At that moment, a formation of soldiers clad in golden armor, exuding an air of authority, descended from the sky. This contingent was composed entirely of 5th-tier cultivators, and their palpable auras suggested they were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and emanating a fierce killing intent. As this formidable troop occupied the aerial space, a young man of noble bearing and exceptional charisma stepped forth from behind, advancing with measured grace. Upon reaching the forefront of the soldiers, his presence peaked, commanding the attention of all present. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." A soft sound reverberated, followed by a harmonious chorus of voices from the assembled cultivators, resonating throughout the plaza. Xiaolang, standing below, slightly bowed his head in respect. After all, this was the crown prince of the great Yuan dynasty. A mere word from him could annihilate numerous families akin to the Yi clan. Though Xiaolang was somewhat reckless, he was certainly not foolish. "Greetings to all from the great Yuan imperial family. I am Song Qingyuan." The crown prince addressed the crowd with a courteous gesture before speaking aloud, as the great war of our dynasty approaches. "The great Yuan dynasty hereby selects 100 of the most outstanding geniuses to participate in this grand event, to better acclimate to the brutal nature of the impending war. This election will simulate the conditions of the great battle. All participants will enter the secret realm controlled by the great Yuan dynasty, where 10,000 royal tokens will be scattered throughout. At the conclusion of the event, the top 100 individuals who have seized the most tokens shall earn the right to engage in the grand battle. The rules of this election are simple. There are no rules. Life and death are inconsequential." Upon the completion of Song Qingyuan's explanation, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. Many were already plotting alliances with friends to seize tokens within the secret realm during this election. Observing the fervor below, a glimmer of eagerness appeared on Song Qingyuan's face. Could this be the foundation of the future of the great Yuan dynasty? How enviable for the elder! As the discussions among the crowd reached a crescendo, Song Qingyuan unveiled a momentous announcement. Although the venue for this election is not the exclusive pinnacle of our royal family's secret realms, it is indeed a second-tier sanctuary. Within it lies an abundance of celestial materials, earthly treasures, and extraordinary beasts. Throughout the month-long selection period, all that is acquired shall be at your discretion. This can be regarded as a modest gift from our great Yuan dynasty to all of you. Upon hearing the prince's words, the faces of those present illuminated with a glimmer of yearning. Celestial materials, earthly treasures, and extraordinary beasts. Is it not the very purpose of participating in this election to procure such resources? Little did they anticipate that merely entering the battlefield of selection would afford them the opportunity to obtain these wonders. "Thank you, great Yuan Emperor. Thank you, His Highness the Prince." Voices resonated from below, converging into waves that reverberated through the square outside the palace, lingering in the air. Observing the growing excitement among the crowd, Song Qingyuan could not help but display a fervent expression. He then waved his hand and proclaimed, "May Father grant me permission to open the secret realm, allowing the sons of our dynasty to commence this selection." "Granted," a deep and commanding voice echoed from within the palace, unseen yet clearly heard by all present. This was the voice of the great Yuan Emperor. In that instant, the crowd felt their very blood surge with exhilaration at the sound of this voice. Here stood the most formidable of the great Yuan dynasty. Perhaps, should they succeed in advancing and be selected for the dynasty's grand battle, they might yet behold the visage of this paramount figure of the great Yuan. Upon hearing the proclamation, Song Qingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His father remained as robust as ever. Just a single utterance was sufficient to instill awe among thousands of cultivators. He sighed inwardly, yet a smile graced his face as he addressed the surrounding soldiers. "Form the formation. Prepare to open the secret realm." "Yes." The squad of golden-armored soldiers responded in unison before swiftly arranging themselves, a surge of energy ascending into the heavens. Meanwhile, Song Qingyuan was not idle. He retrieved a brilliantly hued jade tablet from the yellow pouch at his waist. With a swift incantation, the jade tablet radiated with resplendent light. With a soft whoosh, the jade tablet flew from Song Qingyuan's hand, soaring towards the gathering energy above. As it absorbed a sufficient amount of energy, the tablet trembled violently, emanating a peculiar wave. Suddenly, the space surrounding the tablet appeared to undergo a rupture, and a magnificent portal, shimmering with light, began to unfold. The gateway to this secret realm had now been opened. As Song Qingyuan observed the stabilization of the portal to the secret realm, he retrieved a storage pouch and, with a sudden flourish, released a cascade of resplendent, golden tokens that shimmered with iridescence. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he propelled these radiant tokens directly into the portal of transportation. The onlookers below, witnessing the spectacle, felt an overwhelming surge of eagerness, yearning to rush forth and seize the tokens for themselves, for these represented the very qualifications for advancement. However, it was evident that until Song Qingyuan, the prince, had spoken, they dare not make a move. This was the imperial city, after all. Even the most daring must consider the gravity of the occasion. To act otherwise would be to gamble with the lives of their entire kin. As all the tokens were deposited into the secret realm, Song Qingyuan addressed the throng below, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, the secret realm is now open. The imperial selection competition officially commences. You may enter the secret realm, and I wish each of you fruitful endeavors."